Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group state. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Upset City didn't kick in day 1 here at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. But could that change today? We've got 3 more games coming your way. Plenty of best of 3s, lots of fun, lots of crazy action. And these 2 wonderful gentlemen by the side of me. Maniac, how you feeling today?
I feel good. I was just thinking if Upset City doesn't deliver, then do we have to talk about normal police or what? Have to find a new name, like Normie Region?
Yeah.
Something maybe?
Showdown City?
That's just
Basic,
where we are right now. We can go to Copenhagen, at that point. But I'm feeling good. I had a whole lot of sleep, a grand total of 6 hours. So a whole lot of sleep. I feel good.
And 100k followers.
I did make it.
Congratulations.
That's thanks to Jacob.
What about you?
Very
James?
genuine.
How are you doing?
Be quiet, you.
Oh, okay.
Be quiet. Stop it.
He was just trying to ask you how you're doing.
Yeah.
Why do you need to be so aggressive immediately?
Never. Pimp, how's your day started off?
Good. Got a good night
traffic?
of sleep. Traffic was absolutely awful. Spending 45 minutes in a queue going absolutely nowhere. That can piss off anyone. But I'm good. I'm ready for some Counter-Strike.
You might want to just button up the last button
chest is
because
bulging
you're
out, man.
giving us a little bit of a peek right there. I know, I mean, he looks great. I'll do too.
I know,
if I look
dude.
like that, I might as well just...
If your chest is pumping out that big, you know, that's the way it is. But you know who also pumped their chest out? It's the America side of things. Because yesterday, we had our Pain versus MIBR game. We see the teams all listed here in front of you. We did say goodbye to MIBR, but it was a good game still. They fought hard. We knew it was going to be a crazy clash.
Yeah, it was a real boxing fight between Pain and MIBR in the very late hours of the day or the early hours of the night. MIBR being able to pull back on that second map is not something I anticipated. I felt like Pain had everything they needed to close on Nuke. It was the 15-13 situation, bunch of crazy clutches, couple of mistakes on the side of Pain, and then MIBR seized the opportunity even. But Pain were able to calm things down on Vertigo and close it relatively calmly.
And then on the EU side of things, well, we got 2 great games coming out of that one, but it was all just as what we expected. You know, OG, they played without Dexter. They played with their non-IGL Nico. Nexus not there, and they ended up losing to Nip, but it was still a fight from them at least.
Yeah, all things considered, I think OG did a decent job yesterday, taking Mirage and putting themselves in a position where they potentially could have knocked out NIP. That would have been a disaster for the NIP boys and a huge surprise for OG. But I guess the whole upset city theme, you know, kind of went out after the European games. We got exactly what we expected. NIP winning, and of course Cloud9 winning relatively convincingly against Copenhagen Flames, who at times in that game did a good job.
Yeah. And
there were moments. There were moments in the first map. Moments where Flames showed that they had a certain level of proficiency on Ancient. A couple of very interesting executes. They knew how to play the late rounds. They didn't fall victims to all of the clutches. And that in itself was kind of impressive. But at the end of the day, there wasn't any conversation. Cloud9 played with authority. They did what they had to. Hobbit, lights out, Shiro doing what he usually does. And they move on to clash with NIP.
And yes, the clash with NIP that DGL said he wanted. He may regret that later
No, he
on.
said, he said he wanted to play Cloud9.
He wanted to play Cloud9.
Yeah, DGL. Now is the time.
So he has got what he wanted, and we can see how it's going to be panned out on the NA side of things. Pain will either face a Liquid or Nouns, and what we heard from Pain yesterday, they do want to face Liquid again. You know, they want to prove that it wasn't just a fluke.
That would be a fun match. It'll be a very fun match because I think Liquid also got something to prove in that regard. That loss against Pain in Pro League, that was not pretty at all. So I hope, with all the respect to Nouns, that we get to see Liquid versus Pain.
Now, everyone at home has been voting on the Blast Premier Instagram for their CS Money play of the day. And, well, let's see how this went out here, because I had our favorite. I think you were the same one as me, right, Maniac?
I mean, listen, I won't cast my vote until I see the very end result. We start with Zebi on the 3rd place. That's what this Pain performance on Vertigo that I was talking about, making plays with the AK-47, 12-9, very important moment in the game.
Got Neofrag coming in on Mirage as well with a beautiful 1v3 clutch where he's playing it very, very well, but also punishing some of the mistakes. Starting off finding Brolan, picking up the bomb with only 9 seconds left, get the bomb planted, and look at this. Alexi B, for some reason, takes the 1v1 duel, and then you see Neofrag and the individual quality right here. Boom, one tapping away and getting the kill.
We stay in OG for our CS Money play of the day with Flames, who was definitely the fallen hero of this first day. He put his best foot forward, had a couple of very impactful multi-kills. That is a great example right here. You can see head on a swivel. It's almost like a 360 4K.
Well, at least OG won something within that, right? Take the CS Money Player of the Day.
I guess, in terms of silver lining.
Give him some positives, you know?
You're just reaching at that point.
I'm trying, you know. Personally, I like Zebi's one in there. But let's have a look at today's schedule. Let's see what games are coming your way. Now, to start off with, we'll be looking at Big taking on Rare Atom, then into 9 versus Fnatic, and finally, to round out the day, Liquid going up against Nouns.
Can you smell the upset potential in these EU games?
There
is an upset potential. In the EU games, I think both of them there is a conversation to be had. And you could, if you put your ear to the ground and you listen to the community, they're like, oh man, Rare Atom against Big, Big are losing here left and right. 9 Hades, they're quite impressive. I don't know if our predictions will go the same way.
It's going to be close.
Well, let's take a look at our Unicorn predictions that we've been doing across the day. Pimp only managed to get 2 right yesterday. Me and Maniac sitting nice and pretty, but we've all gone the same today here.
Oh my God, that's
wait, there's a little bit of, okay, there's some 9 pickers in here.
Some 9 pickers. But I thought we would disagree more than what we actually do.
Yeah, no one picked Rare Atom.
Barreling towards a catastrophe. That's what's going to happen when Rare Atom actually beats big and we end up being the class clowns. Maybe that's what's going to happen. I thought we would have more debate here. We're just normies.
We have gone for the normal days in Upset City, which doesn't really make too much sense. But let's get into our first game. Let's get into Rare Adam taking on Big. Now, could this be our first upset coming this way? Maniac, I'm going to let you take the floor with this one to start off with because you started to mention it. Big, going up against Rare Atom, spending more time in Europe. They showed us that they are going to be sticking around, having their boot camp still in Malta, and now they want to prove that they can do some damage here, mate.
Yeah, I think Rare Atom are still slightly living off of the vibe and the hype they created in the Pro League.
Yeah.
Right? Granted, they came to a short end, but they still did take a series off of Liquid. They take a map of Navi on Inferno. That was quite impressive. And they have been sitting relatively firmly at the top of the Asian scene right now, fighting a little bit with IHC. And the reason why people are a little bit excited or unclear as to what's happening is that Big have been losing games left, right, front, and center. It's been sort of a catastrophe on the Big side. So these players right there, they definitely have a card to play in this series.
It's tough to constantly follow what's going on within Asian Counter-Strike, but one thing is for certain, when you look at these guys on your screen, they are dominating their domestic scene over there right now. Coming into Pro League, they were on a massive win streak. They've only lost one game outside of Europe in a very, very long time. So the guys on your screen right here, at least domestically speaking, they are the kings. We saw at Pro League that there's some potential. We saw them play very, very well on Inferno against a couple of teams. Obviously getting a win against Team Liquid as well in itself. That's a scalp right there. No offense to Team Liquid. They are, one of those teams who sometimes have a habit of losing to lesser opponents, but take nothing away from Rare Atom. They're slowly but surely easing their way into European Counter-Strike, and I think this game against Big, as you said, they're smelling blood right now. Big is not looking good. In view Rare Atom, this could be one of the first big wins on European soil.
And I think the key thing for me is the fact they've stayed in Europe this whole time.
That is itself a main talking point, because we always come back to that. Whenever there is a team that kind of peeks behind the curtain of top level, we say, oh, wow, like these guys are really interesting. And we see them again 6 months later, and we are exactly where we started, because they had really no way to improve or to evolve in any kind in their own scene. So all of these moments, all of the games, all of the weeks they spend actually playing here, arguably having better training partners, and hell, even maybe participating to some events as the Showdown as it's happening right now. These are moments and options for them to improve. So I hope that Rare Atom actually sees them.
Well, Kaze was actually able to catch up with Heku, and he was giving her the lowdown of what's been going on in Europe. So let's hear what he's got to say.
Kaze, it's great to see you here at the Blast Showdown. Can you please explain where are you right now?
Currently in Malta, boot camping.
And for how long have you been boot camping here in Europe?
Since the EPL, I've been boot camping a week right now.
And you've been getting like some really good pracs here?
I would say so, because back in Asia, there's not many teams to practice. So in Europe, you have many teams to practice, I would say.
You are the only team from Asia here at the Blast Showdown. How would you compare the metas between like the European meta and the Asian meta? How different are they?
I would say Asian meta mostly focus more on firepower, I would say. While in Europe, they follow most on strategic, I would say.
And what do you think about Big, who is your next opponent?
I would feel Big is the strategic type of team that focus more on that, I would say. And also they feel like a slow-paced style of team, I think.
Certainly firepower versus strategy in this next series. But Danny is in his Mahone zone, and he's got some magic for us here, because we know these guys love Inferno. So what are we looking at, mate?
That's correct. As the analyst mentioned, Inferno is a very strong map for this team, especially at EPL. So I want to break down this one round against Navi that they had in the late stages of the game in this overtime position to just really show how well they can actually handle these high-pressure situations. So right here, you're going to see 26 seconds left on the clock, 16-17 in overtime, and Rare Atom pull off this. So first thing you're going to see here is that they're going to throw a bunch of utility. Now the key utility here is actually these smokes, the Arch and the Library smokes. These smokes right here. And what these smokes essentially do is now they set an expectation to Navi that this could actually be a long wrap to A. you'll see here that for Simple and Bit, who are playing towards the site, these two players right here, it's actually going to shift them into different positions. You'll see that for Simple, who's holding here towards short, as soon as those smokes come in, now he's in a spot where he realizes that he can actually get crunched in from both sides. So he repositions. You'll see the same thing for Bit as well. As he's here towards this balcony area, he has to fall back, and now he has to respect the fact that that long crunch could come in. Now, the reality is, though, is that Rare Atom are only going to send one player. You only see Mercury come up here. He's just going to spam a little bit. And the rest of the team are actually going to make their way towards short. And as they make their way up towards short, you'll see that Mozia, he comes here and he just simply spams as well towards the boxes. So the presence is known, but Bit, he doesn't actually know which side the push is actually going to come from. He doesn't know whether the main push is coming from long or whether the main push is coming from short. So he has to make a decision here to try to separate the push. So because he hears that player shooting at short, he's going to try to take the chance and try to isolate a fight. But the reality is, there's 4 people right there, and he gets taken down right away. Mozia takes him down here from that short position. Simple trades back. But right here, you'll see that they have a Molotov already ready at the 10-second mark. They have a Molotov for the back of site, and it basically forces Simple into this position. And Rare Atom, they're able to swing with 3 people from this short position and take him down. At the same time, you'll see that Mercury, he was lurking here towards long. He catches NPL, who's trying to come out from that library position. And just like that, Rare Atom are able to capture the site, get the bomb down with roughly 4 to 5 seconds left, and convert the round. So Rare Atom, although they're very strong on Inferno, part of the reason why is their ability to also convert these rounds in really high-pressure situations. So we'll have to see if this is going to be the same case against Big.
Thank you, Danny. Excellent breakdown as always. And I think it's going to be one of the things we have to keep an eye on with Rare Atom. Whenever they can follow that A plan, whenever they can have this full execute, then they have a couple of weapons they can use, a couple of resources. But it's when trades are happening. It's when chaos is kind of interjecting itself in the strategies, and then people are a little bit lost for solutions. Yeah. He said in an interview, teams in Europe, a bit more tactical, Asian, a bit more shoot you in the face. Then I think you have to have the best of both worlds. That could be an issue for them.
And when we're talking about shoot you in the face, that's actually what Big have been lacking most recently. If we're looking at the team performance, you lose a star player like Sirison, hype comes in, and obviously the expectations aren't as high for him for sure. But then you look at this, look at the numbers that are coming out from these guys, right? This is not the level you expect from someone like tabseN.
Yeah, I think tabseN in itself has been in trouble ever since CESGO left. And now I'm going on a limb. I'm just making hypotheses. I have actually maybe no idea what I'm talking about. But I feel like the replacing of CESGO has put tabseN in a position where he shines less. I think he struggles more individually because he used to be the guy we would always go to. We used to say, hey, Big is going to be CESGO and tabseN, and then it's going to be the musical chairs of who's going to be popping off. And now I feel like he's got hyped with him, which is a different profile than CESGO, arguably a bit more aggressive profile, a bit more difference-making profile, and he's been taken a step back, and his input individually has been a little lackluster, and that's scary for his perspective as a player.
It's massively scary for our perspective, especially when you look at tabseN. Half a year ago, 6 months ago, 12 months ago, we were talking about tabseN like a guy who could come into G2 and potentially save them. Come into a team like FaZe, maybe even come into a team like Vitality, right? He was the solution to a lot of different problems in terms of his strong individual powers and the way he's playing Counter-Strike and thinking Counter-Strike. Right now, tabseN's stock value is going down and down and down. And I've said it before, and I've get critiqued by it quite a lot, the fact that I wanted tabseN to leave Big because I want that player to win trophies. Right now, without CESGO, let's be completely honest, where do we even see Big going from here? By no means is Hype a bad player, but CESGO was the one interesting thing about Big. He was the one player who had X factor, especially online in certain scenarios. He could push Big to a level where they were interesting to watch. I can somewhat understand if tabseN has lost a little bit of that motivation, and maybe, just maybe, he's sitting back thinking to himself, oh, should I have signed that 5-year contract with Big, or should I have gone when I had the chance? Because right now, the stock value of tabseN as a player is inevitably going down. If this continues for Big, they're number 18 in the world, then who knows if tabseN will ever get that offer once again.
Well, let's hope he can. That's definitely what we want for a player of tabseN's level. But let's see what Crimbo's got to say as he was able to catch up with Heku.
If I recall correctly, when you were just added to the team, you were kind of helping tabseN with calling. And I kind of heard a similar thing when it comes to Keto, like when he was brought back to the team. So who is actually the right hand of tabseN right now?
I would more say it's Keto more right now. On some maps, I still have these kind of positions where I have to talk more. But yeah, I would say it's Keto more now because he's like he's taking room, he's taking space on the map for the team, and so he has like the most of the time the most information what's going on his side. So yeah, it's him right now.
And right now, Hyped is like the newest addition to the team. Is he starting to feel comfortable?
Yeah, definitely. Like we had a really great start in the qualifier, I would say, and yeah, like the last results have been like not the best for us. Like we just want to get a W again. I don't think it's his fault. I don't think it's anyone's fault. It's just like it is how it is. Like everyone has like his moments and also his bad moments, I would say. It's like as a team we have to get a win now, and yeah, and I think it's gonna come back. Like we just need one win and gain some confidence back, and yeah, then it's gonna get rolling, I think.
And confidence is absolutely key, but they will have some confidence in this veto now, especially because they do have this 7-map pool-ish.
You know, they don't play the 7 maps to a high level, but at least in this scenario, they can punish Rare Atom. Getting rid of Inferno, that's the one danger I saw for Big in this matchup. I'd argue that Big haven't played great Counter-Strike as of late. It's more than 7 weeks ago they last won 2 games in a row, which for a team like Big is not good enough. But against Rare Atom, where Inferno is not part of the map pool, I think they should have it.
Yeah, I didn't like that part about, you know, it's not his fault, it's not everybody's fault. How about it is everybody's fault? And how about everybody can actually step up? Why are we trying to deflect? We're trying to deflect responsibility on why we're losing. Just say, empower yourself. Say, hey, you know what? I could do actually more. Yeah, I think I could do more. And I think he should do more. And I think we should all do more. Why do we all just put up a shield and try and say we're not responsible? I don't think that's the way forward. You have to want to make a difference. I think they can. I think this game is W.
You think it's W for Big?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if it's going to be that way. We're going to a quick break, and when we come back, we're looking to see if Rare Atom can do anything that's outside of Inferno and take down Big. If not, it could be looking at the 2-0.
It's day 2 of the showdown, and we've got a game for you. I can't wait for it. Rare Atom versus Big. Where do you fall on this? I feel like this is where you get a little bit complicated. The Unicorn odds are saying Big are the favorites, which kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
I would have to give it to Big in this one. And I am a big fan.
I was going to say.
Everybody knows that now, but I think that Rare Atom, you know, they've actually been pretty impressive overseas. They took down Liquid in a series. They took a map off of Navi, but Big is the kind of team that really tests your team structure. If you're not actually up to snuff with European meta, making sure that every procedure that you have on the map is airtight, Big is going to punish you for it. So this is a very different test than a Liquid team, which can be a little looser, or a Navi team that relies so heavily on individuals.
Don't you also feel like just the shock that it was how well Rare Atom was doing at Pro League, it kind of puts them on the radar again in a different way in the European scene. I don't think Big are going to be walking into this matchup sleeping, thinking, oh, it's going to be easy. We don't know who these guys are, but don't worry, we'll win. I think they're going to be way more prepared than maybe Liquid were in the first go-around. So I expect something similar. We're going to be starting on Ancient with Big on the CT side, Rare Atom on the T side. And already pretty standard stuff, not a strong hold towards the middle. They're expecting more of a B-rush, Big clearly. But yeah, pretty default stuff coming out from the defense.
Yeah, we do see a lurker from Rare Atom towards middle that can catch some late rotators, but looks like it'll be the exec coming out. Smokes on both the long and short side. Good nade early on from Big to inflict some serious damage, but this will be a 5-on-5 post plant.
Well, now that lurker in the middle, like you talked about, suddenly gets very interesting. Nobody from Big is rotating that way, so at some point, we're going to need to see movement from that 5th player. Otherwise, they're going to be fighting 4-on-5 out here. Oh, looking for the headshot. It's Farah to get the opening kill of the series, and it just keeps on going. It's Tabson to follow it up. Strong headshot. The defuse already 10 seconds, but nope, that's not going to work. They're still defusing for such a long time. Jamyong! Oh my god, he just trucked him with the clock, taking down Tabson, and that defuse, it is never going to happen. What a heroic play coming out. It's Rare Atom to pick up the pistol.
Oh, and Mozia with a 3K as well. It felt like Big had them locked out of that, but what a play there from Rare Atom to get back into that round. If they had a kit, anything, I think that would have been an easy Big conversion, but gotta see this back. I just want to see this jump through the smoke. The shots on site were so good, and then
he's actually running him down with a Glock at one point.
Yeah.
It's so sick.
Dang, disgusting stuff. And that's the start you really wanted to see for Rare Atom to make sure that they stayed competitive in this one. If they give Big any kind of lead early on, it's going to be tough to get back into this.
10-second defuse. It was kind of close. That's a rare sight, but obviously with the kit, they would have had that defuse in plenty of time. So a bit unfortunate, but it is just a round. They tend to play out in weird ways.
Yeah, I'm not going to really overthink that one too much. Just a dink coming in, and Rare Atom just posturing. Don't want to give up anything too easily against 5 USPs. There's a single flash on Keto, so might be setting up these players for a late ramp swing. But that seems to be the only trap that Big could spring in this round.
I appreciate it. I consider myself a connoisseur of the single flashbang. Just $200, get a kill. It's more than worth it. So it's hard to argue against. Oh, especially if it's
here
right
it is.
Now. Oh, but it doesn't quite do what they needed it to. That needed to go a little bit deeper. Instead, good follow-up from Moja, Kaze, and Advent, and just like that, Keto and Crimbo are on their own. It's a really good idea. It should have worked, but I don't know where the flashbang went.
I think it might have just went a little too high to the right. I don't know how it would have been blocked, but okay. Crimbo gets one. I think Big are already pretty happy about that. Getting anything with just a single flashbang is probably fine, even if the plan didn't go accordingly. But yeah, this is interesting for a couple of different reasons, though. Big has been playing in a lot of online cups, and they actually haven't been finding too much success. They've been losing pretty early, despite a Pro League where they were able to find a few series victories. They lost in the Elisa Invitational, CCT West Europe, IEM Dallas, Bet Boom Playlist. I mean, there was a few tournaments here that they just kind of bowed out of very early. So the online space has not been kind to Big lately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it takes up a lot when you participate in that many tournaments, right? Like, it's not something you just do for free or for fun, right? That's time that you could have been spending sort of reinventing your game in a brand new way and trying to come up with something new, and instead you're getting a lot of practice in, I suppose, and in a different way, but it can be, I think, very grueling, especially in some of those slightly more unknown formats where you might be playing teams you just have, like, you might lose, but you might learn almost nothing because you never play that team again, and you're like, all right, great.
Yeah. All right, double setup towards Donut. Crimbo able to get on the board. The kill onto Jam Young. 5v4 advantage. Rare Atom, all of their players are towards B right now, and that seems like a bad sign, but Big aren't even here, so this might be a free path to the bomb site. Big have to play retake on this one.
Yeah, an interesting concept. They do have 2 smokes for the retake and almost managed to stop the bomb right there. Kaze a little bit lucky to be living through that one. What is this?
Oh, this is a crazy spot from Kaze. This could be good for 1, but it's usually not good for 2.
Going to be very hard to stay alive once he fires this gun, but that's maybe all he wants. Straight headshot to take down Keto. Mercury chiming in, and this is looking great for the afterplant. Hype is going to be going down. Moja, who was really, I think, a surprise to all of us when we saw him down in Malta, right? He stepped it up in a big way. Seemed like he could be a huge prospect for the team in the future. So, yeah, good start here for Rare Atom. They managed to secure the afterplant, no problem.
Yeah, the forward positioning actually really worked out for Rare Atom. Mozia right there behind Kaze, able to support him. And Big down 0-3. Interesting position to find themselves in, despite getting the first pick in the round. But they just gave up so much space on that B site. Now it's a couple times that they've played retake on it, and it's not been to their favor.
Puts a real hole in the Big economy almost immediately, so it's just a very flat start. You get that first rifle round, you can't really do anything with it, and now you're back to some upgraded pistols. You got the opening, and they're getting in one again. Similar position. Jamyoung playing this on his own, sort of a solo mission to try and pick that off, and again, it doesn't really work out, so you have to wonder if he's going to keep doing that, or eventually if he's going to say, all right, we need more than one person attacking the donut.
Well, pressing on forward into B once again. And Big, they're smoked off the angles once again. This is like watching a repeat every single time. And this time, Mercury takes down Keto above the smoke, 4 versus 4. Big have obtained a single Galil, and you'd expect that they want to take that moving into the next round because this is a very unlikely retake.
Yeah, it really is. They could do some real damage, though, if they stick around and maybe sacrifice some of the pistols. Might be worth it if they can really get the kills. Mercury almost flashed into it. Very restrained. That was obviously a flashbang for a wider swing, but as soon as they get the kill, they slow it down. They don't keep on going. Farvan's going to get one more. Oh, it's a good headshot. Moja fighting just to try and stop them from getting any more kills. That's not going to be possible either. It's 5 kills on the side of Big. I think Crimbo's going to probably die to the bomb here anyway, unfortunately. So, yeah, everyone dies in the server, but Rare Atom win the round.
I think you feel pretty decent about that if you're Big.
Yeah.
Obviously, you lose the round, but you didn't really invest much into that anyways, so taking everybody down with you, you're keeping the economy fairly honest for Rare Atom. Never too bad, but we're seeing a timeout already. There's something that Big needs to talk about here. They are not playing on B. They are not fighting for ramp yet. They probably need to be a little bit more aggressive on that area because these retakes have not been working for them.
To be honest, though, I mean, I imagine it's also could be part of the game plan for Big, because if you give the fights to Rare Atom, that's where they're so sick. Mechanically, they're such a skilled team. I imagine as well, that'd be a scary idea as well. Let's push forward and fight them. They're probably going to be ready. But yeah, if the retake isn't working, that's obviously not a good plan either. But they're running out of time. Maybe something they could do Big, just to try and offset some of this, is to try and get a little bit of control in middle, because they haven't really been fighting for that even at all.
No, they've been pretty comfortable with the single picks that they've been finding, but yeah, just gonna go back to the drawing board. Gabi letting Tabson know that the current strategy is not finding too much success, and so we'll see what the adaptation is here from Big.
Well, they picked up an AWP on top of it. Kaze's got his on the other side. It's another really good grenade that lands on 2 people out there. Crimbo's just jiggling in case anybody shows up. He's going to be super ready to drop the grenades and just fall back. He is playing this on his own, so he's not going to need to do that. Fighting for it is not the way to go. Yeah,
buying that time is so important. 17 seconds that Rare Atom are stopped in their tracks. There is that player in Donut, in Mozia, and it doesn't seem like Big are entirely certain where the numbers lie for Rare Atom. They definitely sense some presence in A main, but they just don't know how many.
That donut position being compromised is really, really bad for Big. You can tell that they don't feel comfortable on the bomb side. In fact, they're going to go retake it, which makes a lot of sense. Moja very low on health already, so he should be dead almost instantly. tabseN with a beautiful spray. It's a quick triple for him, and that will seal the round. And they were even, if they had more players, they had almost 3 at the bomb site. So great read coming out from the Big side. The timeout's working out for them.
Yeah, that was great. Obviously, Rare Atom finally calls for their first A play of this match, and that just plays right into the hands of Big. Good counter utility from Crimbo to slow these Rare Atom players down, and then you could see Big, they just tuck in, play their favorite spots, and tabseN's able to collect with a multi-frag. Love to see him get on the board early, and he hasn't actually been finding too much success in these online games, which in some ways is a little bit expected. You know, you think he's going to really come alive for LAN matches, but we'll see if he's able to build off of that momentum.
Yeah, it's the career path that he took as well in many ways, isn't it, tabseN? Kind of surrendering that Star Rifler position to try and save German Counter-Strike. It's heroic in many ways, you have to appreciate it. But also, some of us will always wonder what could have been, you know. A little bit of a jump. Nearly gets his head blown off. Grenade around the corner. It's a pretty decent one, to be honest. So this 6th round. So again, they're falling back on the bomb side Big. You could see them starting to lean a little bit further back, and with the grenades landing, you got to wonder, are they going to stick around? All right. Keto's decided to go for it, and they're going to be calling back tabseN, so they might be able to defend this, although Rare Atom, I don't know what it was, but someone has made them switch. And look at how quick they are.
Ooh, okay, Crimbo spots that elbow. He has a huge chance here, but no, what? Kaze! Right there through the smoke, a headshot. That just opens things up for Rare Atom. This is getting a little bit hectic now for Big. As hyped, he's going to be gray screened in just a second. Goes 1 for 1. That might not be enough unless tabseN can do anything, but it's Moja. Double spray down.
Wow, that was really cool. That's the kind of round you want Danny to go back and take a look at, and just to see what exactly triggered the move from Rare Atom, because it looked like it was really well timed, and obviously the run through the smoke, it wasn't even the first guy through, was it? It was the second guy coming out of the smoke with the deagle that got the headshot there. Really cool, really well done, and this is going to be devastating to Big's economy. Remember that, I mean, sure, they had the other round where everyone died, but it included all of the big teams, so it's not like anyone is making a lot of money right now on the CT side. Serene little, you know, water park going on down here, though. That's nice. If you want to save, this is the part of the map to do it, just for the scenery.
Yeah, this is where it kind of feels like a episode of Indiana Jones. I guess not an episode, a movie.
Surely that is just, wait a couple of years and that will be true. There's surely someone's going to make an Indiana Jones. As criminal as it sounds.
Actually, yeah, why would there not be a series by now?
Every time. It's just a new place.
Okay, what is that? Okay, he just shot. Okay, he never actually even saw part of Crimbo there. That's a pretty gross way to find an entry.
If I'm on
Favin says, okay, all right. It's time to get gamer with the lighting.
Yeah. If he goes on to just drop like 20 kills, then we have a new meta. Stop the sunlight.
The dark room is generally helpful, I think.
If I'm playing against Kaze in that moment and that happens to me, I'm on the microphone screaming, he's cheating! He's cheating!
He's definitely cheating!
He must be cheating! There's no other way. Either that or my fragile ego is going to have to take a huge hit and I can't deal with it.
Oh, that was pretty close.
It was close.
Okay. Oh, tabseN inflicting a little bit of damage there to Advent, but Jamyoung has inserted himself in the top mid, and that is good enough to find an opening kill in this round. And now, oh no, things are just falling apart for Big. Keto trying to recover, and he does. Double kill back for Big. 3 versus 3, but Rare Atom, they are so scattered on the map right now.
Hyped. What an uncomfortable position to be in with an AWP. If he just gets jiggle peeked here and misses the shot, or he just misses it outright, he is dead instantly. The rundown, though, and that's the bomb that's found out there. So this round was already a little bit weird, but now it's super weird. Mercury waiting back there. Favin's picked up the AWP. They found Moja as well. Still 30 seconds, and yeah, Mercury might as well take this fight before his teammate starts to show up. A missed opportunity and an instant lockdown. And now the question is, 25 seconds? Yeah, I don't think it'd be worth running to the A-bomb site, but planting now is dangerous, and he's going to forego that. Just go hunting down instead. I don't think Keto realizes he's in trouble, and Mercury plays it perfectly. They are just mechanically so gifted on this Red Atom team, and that's really becoming a problem for Big right now.
Yeah, Keto really second-guessing his position there. I think he could have got the drop on that final player, but just kind of on a swivel, back and forth, spinning around. And Rare Atom are doing a good job of keeping this game rather chaotic. Felt like Big were finally starting to get a grip on what it was that Rare Atom wanted in these, but then Rare Atom just turned it up a notch.
Look at how much sunlight's coming in for that. That's the problem.
That's it.
The main Big boot camp there, just... They're letting it all in.
Okay, well, just early aggression towards middle. Rare Atom feel untouchable.
They really do right now. They're playing a fantastic game. I have to point out, Big still haven't really tried even to take mid control. They've kind of looked in there. Tabson's taken a look. They've had Donut. That's about as far forward as they've been. Maybe that's just the economy, but still, it seems a little bit strange for the CT side to not even try it.
Yeah, I think that there's just some concessions that you have to make now as a CT where you basically are inviting gambles, where the mid fight, because of the timing and the spawns, is a little bit more of a coin flip. And a team like Big, just, it doesn't seem like it would be within their philosophy to ever want to take a coin flip. They always want to find some control in a safe way, a structured way. And so the spawn changes on this map have kind of pushed them into a position that's uncomfortable.
Okay, another strong opening. Nice position for the 5-7 up close like that, but no connection on the headshot. I've got to say though, I feel like adding the sunlight variability to your air quality.
Yeah.
Like hypothesis, it makes sense, right? Like you couldn't think about it. Like maybe look at the UV index.
Yeah.
Compare that, try and see if there's some correlation.
There's definitely a correlation between the FPL grinders and getting better around 8 p.m. match times. I will say that's just assured.
So there could be something there.
Yeah, some of these guys just become demons later in the evening.
I saw a chart on Reddit the other day that was trying to correlate divorce rate with margarine instead of butter, but like.
Oh yeah, okay.
So that, apparently that was a thing in like the state of Arkansas.
What's the conclusion?
Yeah, apparently when people use less margarine, they get divorced less. So.
Less margarine, less divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
no,
graphs
I
like almost overlaid each other.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think people that use butter are more likely to stay in long-term marriages.
For some reason, that statement just makes a lot of sense to me as well. Like, it rings true. I can't explain why. It's like, yeah, that's probably true.
I'm sure a lot of children of divorce are listening to us right now and thinking, I wish my dad used a little bit more butter.
Yeah. Go back and find out. Like, go do some research.
Just ask.
Yeah.
Just ask for us.
Or if your parents aren't divorced, then now it's like, introduce that butter. Like,
what's in the fridge, yeah.
Get it in there. It'll make all the difference, apparently.
What do you use?
Butter.
Okay, well, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Let's keep
on the right track.
Yeah. I think tallow is like insurance that it's going to be marriage till death do us part.
That's the ultimate upgrade.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Some aggression out of Big, but the counter flash is sick. And they are ready for a second player to be there as well. Farvin's sneaking up, but you've got to be really careful again. The mechanics here on the Rare Atom side are not to be underestimated. Farvin will get the kill, though. And for Rare Atom, it kind of sucks if they completely fall back, because that's so much information given over the T side. So I understand why they at least want to pretend like they're still there. See if they get to the A-bomb site before Big starts to rotate anyone else through.
This spot is really risky for Crimbo. If he chooses a wrong timing to go for this jump, he could just give up a free entry. I think that Big have to recognize this and rotate somebody over. You cannot play this position if you need to buy time, but there is hyped. He's here to help, and that is great timing on the smoke. That's actually just perfect.
Yep.
This really actually puts Rare Atom into a bad situation.
They can wait it out, but it's going to feel like what they're doing is super red. For all they know, Big have already checked out the other side of the map and have rotated everyone into the bomb side. That's not the case, but it's got to feel a little bit bad if you're on the T side trying to make it through here. Some grenades, some flashes, some more shots through, and he's jumped right into them. Crimbo, a lot of people on the other side there. One fake plant just to bait somebody into it. They're down to 10 seconds, though. Oh, and that's a really huge amount of trust you have to give to your teammate there. If Jamyong misses the shot, then they probably fail the bomb plant, and they just lose the round outright. But now, at least, they're in a 2-on-2. And Mosher and Jamyong. Look at Mosher. He's 14-4 right now. Do you think he's going to give up this round? I'm not sure. Hyped in alone now, 1 versus 2, and he's looking for this shot. He can't fail a single one or he's dead, and a little bit too slow. Jamyong will take him down, and Rare Atom, they are on fire right now. This is sick.
Oh, yeah. They are looking so good right now. I think that this probably caught off big in some ways. This pick itself, just to go back to the veto, is something that I think Big were probably hoping this was going to go in some other direction, because Rare Atom, whenever they can, they go for Inferno. Big banned that out, knowing that Rare Atom's actually a force on that map. And there were a few places that Rare Atom could have took this, and it just feels like Big don't have a good plan for what's happening, which is not something that I usually say about Big. They usually do their homework.
Yes.
And this defense has just felt rather porous. Too much given away too easily. And even just a standard hit like that towards the A site was very difficult for Big to hold on to.
Yeah, we just... no time at all left. And there were more than a couple of players there, but they also can't really help each other out, right? We're not seeing many trade kills once that attack on the A-bomb site happens. It's very much each individual person on Big fighting kind of on their own.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mac 10 on Jamyong. He's leading the charge. I don't think this is going to be slowed down. That is the international sign for we're going to just go full speed to the bomb site. He runs out of bullets and spends a lot of time dancing around to try and dodge it. Oh, hype! The 5-7. That is a nice couple of kills, and it might just give them the round. It will. Keto to clean it up. With the start that they had, that probably should have been a wipeout in favor of Rare Atom, but the 5-7s are pretty good.
Yeah, good stuff, especially from Hype, just dancing around the pillar, staying alive, finding a couple of headshots. Here we see that first one as Jamyong ran out of bullets, and then Keto connecting with him. Just everyone from Big understood what was happening, and that's probably the most straightforward round from Rare Atom that they've dished to Big, and there you're able to see the quality of players on Big.
Yeah, you need more of that. Especially given how this has played out. 8-2 in favor of Rare Atom. Obviously, at this point in time, you're just going to have to get all the remaining rounds if you're Big. You need to make this a 7-8 round, and then go on to win the pistol in the second half for this to be a little bit interesting. So, they've got their work cut out for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's fair to say that with Ancient's changes, at least in terms of reading the win percentage, that this is just like slightly leading T-side now.
Yes.
At Pro League, it was just over 50% for T-side. So if Big do crawl all the way back and claw themselves to 7 rounds in this half, it's possible.
Yeah, certainly. They remain competitive at that point in time if they can get there, but we need to see it. Again, no real attempted mid-control here for the Big side. It seems to be, you know, not in their game book right now, which is okay, I suppose. They're just curious, for so many other teams really love to throw in some of that control. And maybe not all the time, not as much as people did in the middle, obviously, but or in the start of the map when it just came out, there was a lot of CT aggression in the middle. People do it a little bit less now, but still usually see it every once in a while.
Oh, okay. Smoke on top of the molly. Some of the utility from Big is overlapping at this point, redundant, and that puts them in a very tough position. Oh, Rare Atom just completely dismantled that hold.
One through the smoke, one with a wall bang. How did he even know to wall bang? He wall banged the center of the pillar. This is so crazy. I don't know. I'd be shaking my head if I was on the Big side. I'd be thinking, what are we even supposed to do?
They need to fight for Cave. They're just letting Rare Atom have Cave every time now.
Yeah.
You can't let these B pinches happen. If you're going to play on the site, you probably want a guy in Cave to help those site guys out a little bit.
And if you have the people in Cave, it's kind of tempting to pull the people from Donut and middle into middle.
Yeah.
Then you're I mean, that's like the traditional, or one of the traditional CT holds, right? Is to just hold middle in Cave for a while, force the Ts to use a lot of those nades to push you back. Yeah, there's definitely something that's gone wrong in that sense.
Yeah, unfortunately for Big, this is feeling just very default and almost like nobody's coming up with plans. They're just letting things come to them, and we can see that's just not working out at all. This is kind of what I mean with the lack of game plan from Big in this one, where they just didn't expect this map to come into play. And it feels like they're very ill-prepared for an opponent like Rare Atom.
Yeah, it really does. Which I agree with what you said earlier. That is unexpected, because usually they are one of the most prepped teams.
Yeah.
It's how they've got some of the really sick upsets in the past over some pretty some teams that are ranked much higher, right?
Yes. Yeah, if they anti-strat you, they can be the best teams in the world, actually.
Yeah, okay. Also why they're so much fun to watch. Here we go. They're in the middle now.
Yes, they changed it up. Got hype there, going for the opening pick. 5 versus 4, but Big have to hold on to this. And we can see that Keto's dancing around the cave. He's thrown some spam in their direction before. It's just really been about keeping that space. And this time, Favin joins him, but once again, they just give it up. And that is a beautiful shot from Kaze. Nice flick to catch hyped on the cross there.
All right, they're not really scared. Tabson's picked up the AWP, and if Kaze was out there, he was ready to fight it. Risky stuff. A little bit of a jump spot, and looks like they're going to go for it. If they flash their way out around the corner, this could work for Big. But Kaze, I think, has realized that they are pushing down. I'm shocked that no one actually ended up fighting there. It looked like, yeah, one more step forward, and it would have happened no matter what. Look at the A bomb site. It's completely empty. They rolled a dice Big, and, well, they're going to be hearing this in the middle at the very least. Crimbo will pick up the kill. Gonna buy some good time. Flashed and jumped around. Oh, you can really slow this down. Tabson showing up. That's not bad. And Moja and Kaze are left.
That needed to happen. 4 versus 2. Looks like they'll be able to find the bomb plant at the very least here. But to win this would be such a tall task. And Kaze, oh, survives with 4 HP after that molly. But Crimbo's already on the flank. He should be able to find 1 kill for free. And then Moja right here on the boost, close A main. Let's see what he's able to do. Has to find so many multi-frags. Wouldn't put it past him, though. That's the first shot already going his way, and Favin is there to clean up. So that's a 3rd round on the board for Big.
It's really well done in the middle, obviously. Crimbo able to slow it down and then buy enough time for Tabson to get that dance. That's probably the round-winning move. But honestly, it's still kind of scary to see how, if anything goes wrong there, if Crimbo gets traded really quickly, then that's probably a round that Big still lose. Wow, that is a shot. Cinematic. We love it.
Yeah, we see that Big just took a completely different approach. Took him so long to recognize this, but the early fight in mid from Hyped, the way that Keto was holding on to Cave for such a long duration, they had much more information, and they also played Retake A, which is becoming also very meta. A lot of top teams are recognizing that retaking A, even in a 3v3, 4v4, is more or less 50%. In fact, I think there are stats that have shown that.
Oh, Molotov goes up in the air. That's unfortunate. Well, yeah. They didn't even... kind of needed to retake it, but they had almost won the round at that point in time, so it's well played. Best Big could do at the moment is 6 rounds on the CT side. That's starting to get on the low end of things. And Kaze once again boosted up. Ready to get the fight up close. Missed opportunity there. And it's a 4-on-5.
This is not shaping up well for Big. They just keep losing more and more space, forced off of angles. Crimbo fights through the flash, though, to even up the numbers. Kill onto Advent, but Jamyoung inserted himself close top mid already. This may catch Tabson off guard if he finds the timing, but Kaze just finds a kill onto Keto. It seems like Big have just been sending themselves one by one down this ramp, and it's been Kaze who's been able to feast because of it.
Oh, nice. That is a good flick. Kaze gets blown up, but Jamyoung wins the fight in the middle, and it puts a lot of pressure. Both the Big players towards the B bomb site. Still 25 seconds left, and Jamyoung, he's going to try and take control of that A bomb site while the rest of the team are making their way over. Bomb is starting to follow up behind, and Crimbo, how could you possibly know to put that position into play? Jamyoung made his way up there on his own, and Mercury will find Hyped on the other side. This is such an impressive first half for Rare Atom. You've just got to give it to them. In spite of the fact that Big, they must have known what they were going to be up against, but they just haven't. But I think mechanically, some of these fights, they end so quickly. It's just feels one-sided even in that department.
Yeah, I've loved the individuals from Rare Atom here. I like the calling as well. They've shown a couple different faces in this half. We've seen some fast plays. We've seen some pretty straightforward execs into the B side especially. And then we've seen these just chaotic rounds where individuals find advanced positions, create these interesting game states, and come out better because of it. Despite Big on paper having more experience, it's felt like Rare Atom have been the team that is just so much more well-versed on Ancient. But Crimbo still wants to make this one interesting, finding that opening pick with thanks to a nice little boost over the smoke.
Good, that's a good trick. Anything that they can use right now to get themselves back in the game, I'll applaud it. They badly need the last couple of rounds. This is not what I was expecting. I definitely thought Big were going to be a little bit more reliable, but so far that's proven not to be the case. Keto going to get one. Surely Kaze is going to be very dead very soon. A couple of no-scopes. Oh no, he's run wild. He's got one more kill, and finally they take him down, but that was about to get a little bit too scary. Tabson, he manages to secure the round with the USP, and it's a 4th one for Big finally, but my God, that started to look a little bit too horrifying.
That was getting crazy. These shots were so sick. Oh my goodness. Wow. He made me believe. I'm going to be honest, I believed.
If they would have both been on the other side of the pillar, then maybe he could have just kept on no-scoping them forever.
I mean, another example of just how skilled these Rare Atom players are.
Yeah. It's really fun to watch, though. It really is.
Kaze on 15, Moji on 16. Even though they have a bit of a weakened buy here, you can't count them out. These guys have just been hitting blinders for the entire half.
And it looks like they could just be setting up for a raw timing here. I mean, leading with the Tech 9s, putting the flashes on over and just going for it, especially if Hype is exactly where he is, this actually is a bit of a nightmare.
You're just going to get flash from everything.
Yeah.
Every single flash is going to completely blind you. Okay. He knows he has to back up. And the exec is coming out. Keto with the first kill. And they're already scaling so deep onto the bomb site. And Big, they have to actually shift their defense. And in this moment of transition, Tabson tried getting something back, but only goes 1 for 1. This puts a lot of pressure on the youngsters, though. Crimbo and Hype, 2v3 retake.
Smart relocation of the bomb. He would have been definitely hit with that wallbang otherwise. But yeah, the timing on that is really, really well played. And they actually burned Farman alive in the corner. The Molotov, I think he even tried to put it out. I wonder what happened there. It looked like he tried to put it out and he just never really connected. So that's unfortunate. Crimbo and Hyped, an attempt for the retake, but they've already been slowed down and they don't have a smoke. And even if they did, if you put it up there, you have to run for your own smoke, and nobody wants to do that. Instead, they get to flash their way through, and tapping the bomb once, the boost on the other side. It's way too powerful. Hype is on his own, trying to retake this one in a 1-on-3 scenario, and he's got no shot at it here. Kaze will take him down 11-4 in the first half in favor of Rare Atom. What a beautiful start.
Beide B.
3 B.
Halt Flash. Banan, Flash vor dir kommen. B Rush, B Rush.
Auf ihn. Ganz noch.
Es geht Tür.
6 Bullets.
Bananen noch einer.
B, B.
Beide Bananen.
Peek. Dink.
Noch ein Ding.
Dink, einer P. Nice. Also, Junge, komm! Komm, Leute, jetzt.
All right. A lot of English in those comms for a German team, though. I was a little bit surprised that Big frequently commed banana, the number in English. Anders, what is with that? Why do you think Big are doing that?
I feel like surely they're just stealing, like, you know, sort of, there must be like random things.
Yeah.
I imagine, because especially in Germany, they tend to sort of hold on to the language a little bit more. So I'm guessing it's just like random stolen things.
Okay.
It's got to be.
Even numbers, though. I think I heard 3 at some point.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and that can't be 3 in German. No, that can't be like, can't be mistaken for 3. All right, they need this pistol round, and even if they get it, they're really, really far away from being home safe on the big side. So, nice opening at the very least. Farman able to pick that one up. In terms of kills, they're actually not that far behind. Obviously, Moja and Kaze have run away with the game in some sense. They've both got 17 kills. But everybody else in the server is kind of close to each other, which is a little bit surprising. I still feel like mechanically, Rare Atom just looked like they were on a whole different level in that first half. And Big will have to try and find a way to overcome it here in the second half. It's already started. Keto, good headshots. Farman, he's back with another swing, and it's just Moja left. Quite far away from the action in a 1 versus 4. And unless Big make some colossal mistakes here, they should be winning this round no problem.
Yeah, it should be 1 on the board for him. Moja has been so hot, though, on this map that I expect he's going to find a couple kills. Let's see, though.
He's thinking the same thing. He's like, you know what? I feel like, though, I probably could.
Yeah.
Probably could do something. He's being drawn back in. Just the temptation to get 1 more on the board. This time it comes back to bite him.
Yeah. Didn't actually find anything. It's Tapson that finishes him off. Pretty simple B play to kick off their T-side campaign. And Big now in the driver's seat for the second round of the half. I would give this some likelihood for Big to bring this one back, but
okay.
Rare Atom just looked like such a better team. I think we can talk about the mechanics, but I also think just map understanding was much stronger for them to start it off. Like Big were always on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously possible to make a comeback from this kind of a scoreline, and also some of the strength of Rare Atom when it comes to the aggression, it's obviously a little bit different on the CT side. So it could be that they're going to be slightly more slowed down now that they can't dictate the fights in the same way. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, you got to think that Big, despite the fact that they might not have seen this map coming, have a pretty deep strat book for Ancient. They've been playing it to a decent degree in the last few months. Taken a couple interesting scalps. They've beaten Heroic on it, actually, at the Spring Groups. They were able to take down Complexity, Heat, Furia. I mean, those names aren't too shabby by any means.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about the Heroic loss. That's really interesting. That was a little bit shocking back then. Okay, straight headshot with the 5-7. And there is another deagle, and even under the 5-7 on the board here at the A-bomb site. Pressure is starting to mount, though, and yeah, it's a little bit desperate. So the defense will be overrun. Kaze and Mercury are left. Well, not for long. Yeah, this is smooth. This is what Big need.
Definitely. 6-11.
Was it Crimbo being... I think it was Crimbo being interviewed by Hector at the start of the game, talking about how they need some wins to get the confidence back. And I mean, the same is true inside of a game, right? You need a couple of rounds. You need to start to show, okay, we got this. We can still fight. We can still win this. And even if it's against pistols, I think it still kind of counts in a way.
That's gonna drain your confidence a little bit.
Yeah,
losing that spray battle to a 5-7. Hopefully, Tabson just shrugs it off for the next round. But I mean, that's totally a valid point that the mental game is pretty important for some of these teams when you're down in the dumps, not really finding victories against all these online teams. And that's maybe something that is cursing Big a little bit. A lot of tier 1 teams in these periods between, the partner tournaments, they just kind of lay low. They just practice a lot. scrim, they let their coaching staff really interject ideas and new philosophies into their game. But Big just kind of say, you know what, screw it. We're going to just play every single tournament invite we get. And it actually hasn't treated them well in the last few weeks.
Yeah, it comes with a potential downside. I mean, especially if what Crimbo's saying is true, you know, you're looking for that win to get some confidence, and all that happens instead is you lose to a bunch of maybe somewhat questionable teams, and now you've even less confidence. You're like, oh, wow, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, they were a single win from making it to the ESL Pro League playoffs, losing to Movistar in the final game, which ended their campaign, but in some ways that maybe didn't feel as bad because what they did prior to that, just beating Complexity, just having some competitive series against Furia, like you saw the potential there, even taking a map off Heroic like we talked about earlier. I mean, all of that was shaping up pretty nicely for Big. They just fell at the final hurdle, but yeah, I think what Crimbo says is really says a lot about the atmosphere of the team right now. It's definitely beneath where Big has been in the last couple months.
Yeah, maybe where it should be. Ooh, nice attempt at the boost, but looks like the bomb is still going to be planted here with a little bit of delay. Jamyon getting a kill at the end, but this should be no problem once again here. Position that Big is in. Alright. He walked into the shot, it's all good. They'll get another round, and this, I mean, now you said it earlier, this could be sort of a comeback. I mean, they're within striking distance now. 7-11 is the scoreline on a 4-round gap. Anything can happen.
Right. And this round's going to be pretty telling. If Rare Adam actually want to exercise some pressure towards middle, just go for those early fights, take that fight towards cave. Those are the kind of 50-50s that make Ancient so neck and neck in terms of T-side, CT-side advantage. Or are they going to be playing a little bit more passively like Big exhibited in the first half? Flashes are there, and that usually spells contest for Rare Adam. And yeah, there it is already. Look at this. I mean, we never saw this from Big. Mozio has so much space already. They have all eyes towards middle. They know that Big are being funneled to one extremity or another, and it is A.
See if they can actually make the call. They're trying to rotate back. They know what's coming, but they might end up being like 5 seconds late, which is a little bit unfortunate. See if they can stop the bomb from going down. That's the only problem with the bomb side, is sometimes it's very hard to plant the bomb, and they're boosting, getting the shots to the smoke, but nobody's connecting. So Big, they've gotten away with a lot already. Mercury flashed, and I don't think they realized, he's quick to turn around. I don't think Keto knew that, and Moja's taking down Tabson. So this retake, there is a flank coming in. I don't know, Crimbo. You're going to have to be lightning fast. Your teammates are going to fight 2-on-5 at the spawn site as long as you're not here. Farvin is dead, hyped. Just stay alive. Every second counts. It's a shot to bring him down. The bomb, it's being defused. It still is! Oh, he thought that was it. He thought that was the guy defusing, and it wasn't. What an unfortunate shot. Otherwise, that could have been perfect. If he would have got the second one there, I think he might win the round.
Oh, yeah. That round, though, it actually fell apart a little bit earlier than that. Keto smoked off Donut, even though his teammate threw the mid-side Donut smoke. That is supposed to be a strategy where the T is supposed to actually fight into Donut before, but he threw that own smoke. That's why they had to flash him into Donut there. The way that strat works is you take Donut and have it for the post plant, and it didn't seem like Keto knew that. And so I don't know if that's a miscommunication for Big, if they didn't explain the purpose of their smokes, but that's a round win for Rare Adam, and it's something that Big really have to go back to the drawing board on.
Unfortunate time to drop the ball as well, because that looked like a winnable round.
Yeah, definitely. Still was winnable to the last seconds there.
Jamyoung out of the round a bit early. Still a little bit of forward pressure. Not an enormous amount, not like the last round. But they are posted up. Going to start to fall back just as we say that. They don't have that much utility either on the CT side. We still have over a minute left on the clock, and they're starting to run a little bit low.
Big are just keeping the pressure on. And Rare Adam don't really know what's happening, so they're trying to carve out their own destiny, and that works for Mozia as he's able to get one. Feeds that information to his team, and actually, Big, they're running into the strong side defense at A.
Yeah, even a third man being rotated on over. Good shot, though. Hype. They do line up. Unfortunately, Mercury with a double spray down. Tabson and Farvin to get blown up, and he's still going. Didn't even bother to reload. Now it's all on Crimbo. Has to try and find this headshot right now. But Advent instead with the FAMAS shows up, and it's a nice conversion here. They're right back on track, Atom. They just barely win that previous round with the smoke defuse, and now this one, a little bit more convincing.
Wow.
Wow.
This hold from Mercury is fantastic. The lineups were all there. I'm surprised that player at A main didn't actually swing a little bit earlier at some point, but oh no, big. I mean, they're kicking themselves. That was very favorable for them, and this is just looking like Rare Atom are going to be taking map 1 of this series now. Big forced onto pistols, and Rare Atom have a chance to amass some cash, put another round on the board. This is not looking good for the German side.
Definitely not. 3 rounds away. They're grouped up. Didn't people used to drink Mercury? I think. Did Newton?
Yeah,
used
it was actually like a Chinese emperor did it to try to extend his life.
Did it work out well?
No. I mean, I think life expectancy at that time was so little, anyways, that you probably were like,
might as well roll the dice.
Yeah, screw it, right? But no, definitely harmful.
I feel like I read somewhere that Isaac Newton did the same thing, but maybe I'm just making it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Could be fake news.
Well, I didn't go over all of his diet.
All right. Well, 50 seconds. They're on the bomb site.
Yeah, they're getting a plant out of basically nothing. Okay. This is actually okay. This is scary for a second, but Mercury and Mozia have been consistent hands in this map. And that's going to do it.
It's an awkward moment for Jamyoung when you're obviously baiting with the audio of running up like that, and then you kind of get what you wanted. You get them to attack, and then somehow you're still a little bit on your own. That felt a little bit awkward, but yeah, it's all good in the end. Not for Big, though. They are, they're kind of running out of rope here.
Yeah, this, in some ways, I think Big are going to be able to shake this one off, though, and it's a little bit of hopium I'm huffing here, but it's just that this seems to be a pick that Big were just not prepared for. And I think the other 2 maps in the series, they probably expected, and you're going to expect to see much more well-ironed-out game plan.
Okay. We can all use some hopium every once in a while. It's okay.
I'm addicted to it.
Here we go. Mac 10 to lead the charge, but the rifles on the other side are saying hard no to that one. We'll find one there, but again, the grenades just keep on rolling in, and the trading is really favorable for Rare Atom at the moment. Crimbo is on his own, and Jamyoung is going to find him pretty swiftly. 15 rounds on the side of Rare Atom, as they are 1 round away from picking up the opening map.
That's one of those rounds that reminds you, oh yeah, that's why Ancient was so CT-sided. This spot is so strong, and Advent makes it look pretty good. Blinded, just look how he's able to stay alive there in that duel with Tabson. Like, Tabson had him dead to rights, but that angle is just, it's actually very hard to clear.
Yeah.
So much of your body is covered, and the T just, frequently, a couple bullets are going to hit that stray corner.
And it's tough as well, right? To check that corner, you have to expose your entire back to like 3 other angles. It's just, it doesn't feel that great.
No. Okay. We'll see. I mean, Big, they've got some guns here. That's all I can give them.
That's the best we can do. I was waiting. I was excited. I was like, all right, tell me more.
Oh, I wanted to give you more, but
they got some of them have nice skins to match the guns. So that's important.
Just not a lot else. No, Rare Atom have just looked like the better team on this map by far. This team is serious business, Rare Atom. They've really actually captured the attention of international Counter-Strike. Just that them and IHC both seem just so solid.
It's always felt a little bit fraudulent that we call it global offensive, but then we're missing, you know, the entire CA region. Like we need. Yeah. Some of these Asian teams to play a little bit more powerfully. So I'm happy for it. I'm excited. Maybe now, especially with CS2 coming out, we can really start to get the region up and running again. Kaz is taking out Farven. This is looking really powerful at the moment. And yeah, they're getting blown up right now. Height. We'll get 1 final kill in, but it looks like he's going to be on his own. 1 versus 4. With absolutely no shot at this one. The bomb on his back, but he can't really escape from where he is either. Yeah, This is completely fallen apart. 16-7 as Rare Atom shock and surprise big. Might be the map pick, might be the mechanics, or it might just be big, slow to the start, but either way, they definitely are in a little bit of trouble. They're going to have to find a way to come alive before we get into the second map. That's coming up after the break.
Rare Atom managed to take down Big. It is on their pick, but this was done in style. We spoke about their aim, we spoke about what their raw mechanics were, which has always been crisp, but we saw some sexy executes in there. We saw some ability shown from the Rare Atom squad.
This was a full package. This was a full packaged victory from Rare Atom. One I hadn't seen coming at all. I mean, obviously their map pick, this was going to be probably their best display, but I had no idea they could literally outclass Big the way they did. Felt like they were not even in the same league in the first map.
We knew Big was struggling a little bit coming into this game, but to be outmaneuvered and outclassed like they were this time around, 16-7 against Rare Atom on a map like Ancient as well, that is a massive surprise, right? We're talking all aspects of the game, tactically speaking, I guess firepower on the server, pretty much all aspects that has Counter-Strike attached to it. Rare Atom were by far the better team.
Big never won 2 gun rounds, back to back. It just never happened in the entirety of this first map. They won 4 rounds in the first half, and they were spread, few and far between. And then on the second half, they won pistol and conversion, and that was it. They never tasted victory after that. It doesn't get any clearer than that. We have the beautiful round history. Thank you, production, coming up right here, and it paints the most clear picture I could possibly say. Rare Atom were the better team by far.
And look at this T side though. That's what we got to touch on here, Maniac, because we spoke about this, like what could be done. We talk about Big being this tactical team. Well, no, Rare Atom played you at your own game.
And we said if you're gonna allow Rare Atom to set up for their executes, if you're gonna give them the space, they will punish you. And I would love to show you guys at home round 11, because this was an example of what Rare Atom can actually bring to the table. We see 40 seconds left, and all the utility is going to be flying over onto that B side. You see Kiddo, he's completely confused. Big are so confused, they smoke their own Molotov to block the rush. Two players are kind of dancing with the flames, being found through the smokes and found through the wall bang. After this, it's over. Mercury takes a little bit of space. Faven tries to play the edge and the gap of the smoke, but he's immediately found, and this was a no contest, no show, 5 versus 2. And this is exactly what Mahone touched on. You cannot let them get to that point where they execute. Why so passive? Why so quiet on the side of Big? You have to be in their face. You have to make the difference. They didn't do that in the first half.
I think that round illustrates all the big problems in the first half, right? Completely lost in their reactions to whatever Rare Atom came with. I agree with you. They got all the space in the world to do the execute, but you'd assume that Big had an idea of what to do and how to react in a scenario like this. It felt like they were just stalling. They were waiting for something to happen instead of doing it proactively themselves. If you're the favorites, if you're Big going up against Rare Atom, you cannot play that passive.
I just look at this as there was no confidence.
No, there was no confidence. And whenever Big found themselves in a situation to convert, this is where the lack of confidence hurt. And we can show you guys round 20. Unfortunately, a very sad example for Big. Obviously, the scoreline already against them, 7-12. But at this point, it's all wide in the open. It's a 5v4 situation. Good trades from Tapson. 4v3. Then they're all going to go together towards the A side, even though there is a defense. And this is the moment where things should have gone Big's way. If we stop the clip right here, it's a 4 versus 2, even geographically 4 versus 1. But I want you guys at home, as we play the clip, to look at how disjointed the attack is. Double kill, completely unsuspecting. There is no smoking crossing on the side of A main. Hyped is caught with his pants down, trying to zip up his fly, probably in the bathroom. And that's just it. It's 1 versus 2. We can laugh about it. But this local 4v2 and 4v1 even we showed, this is a team that is losing. That's a team that's lost, whose communication is down bad. There is no way this should have gone down the way it did.
I wasn't laughing at Big, I was laughing you said zipping up the flies and he was doing this movement next to me as well.
That's how hype was, because AWP just trying to juggle fruits probably. I mean, I don't even fault him. He's not the one.
Sure.
There's a disconnect between the 2 players attacking from Donut and the A main player. If you wait for each other just a little bit more, even if he gets to multi-kill, swing from the left, that's it, bomb plan. But it doesn't happen. That's a team that's a bit lost.
Yeah, lack of cohesion, lack of synergy, and just a very, very poor game by Big.
Well, let's have a look at Mosaic, because he was one of the players who was the highest rated at EPL. When we look at highest rated for Rare Atom, that was only like a 1.03 back then. In this game in particular, he was dominant from start to finish. He had the confidence that Big didn't have.
He had the confidence. He was able to punish all these mistakes, and that's part of the story as well. Of course, we are a little bit critical when it comes to Big and this performance, but it takes a team and it takes players that are able to punish the mistakes they're gifted, and he was able to together, I guess, with the rest of Rare Atom as well. Round after round, individually speaking, they look like the better players. You said confidence. I think that's a great word to use this time around as well, because they were not afraid of taking the duels. They were not afraid of forcing the duels as well, and they were way more successful doing so than Big ever were at any point in the game.
They were just sharper.
Yeah.
They were just sharper. You could see how quick the kills were coming through. Whenever we were on Rare Atom's position, we had a few dicey moments where you could think, oh, Big is about to, they're going to turn this round around, it's going to happen. And then just multi-kills from 2 different players from Rare Atom. Pam, pam! Immediately. You almost could barely see it. I mean, of course, if you're going to put that on top of Big being passive, that's the result.
And then when you look at like Hyped, right, we spoke about him when he came into this roster. He actually had some great games, some good numbers for sure. But Kaze in this game had his number time and time again. This AWP battle was won out by Rare Atom as well. And Kaze is one of the veterans coming out from this region.
Kaze, yeah, he's been a great player for quite some time. He's been around in all these Asia RMR qualifiers, for many, many years. And he's delivering at a high level with Advent. We spoke about it coming into it as well. Rare Atom right now is the team in Asian Counter-Strike, right? They're winning and domestically dominating the scene. And now they're coming into Europe and making waves as well. Getting that win against Team Liquid, potentially getting a win against Big as well. All these guys are showing that they have in them right now to play some good Counter-Strike. I will say, though, that you bring up Hype's name, I feel sorry for the kid. I'm always like feeling in the same way I could feel about Farley or Lucky or whoever we're in Astralis for the time being. They are joining a team right now who doesn't seem like they are together. They're joining a bit of a disjointed project. I've always looked at Big thinking to myself, okay, maybe they're struggling a little bit individually, but they have a clear identity. They're well prepared. You have Gob as a coach. You have tabseN as an in-game leader. There's always been positives to drag out from Big, CSGO being one of them as well. Now, when I look at the Big lineup, I'm thinking, with CSGO gone, with tabseN in a very rough period individually speaking, with Gob looking at the camera, looking a little bit, soulless almost in a way, I guess almost out of words for what's happening, I'm starting to think, where is Big heading? And that is not Hype's fault. He's just joining a team right now that is not working.
Well, Big are heading to Vertigo next, and I can look at some positives here for them. It is a map we've seen them have success on, but even recently they lost to Flames. You can see it on this best of 3 here. They did lose that Vertigo map to them. It was in overtime. But a positive here against Rare Atom is they've only played it within their region. They've not played any EU teams on it.
Yeah, I mean, the level of which Big plays Vertigo is supposedly way higher than Rare Atom.
Supposed to be.
Supposedly. I mean, Rare Atom have played now Lin Vision 3 times in a row on the map in the last 3 months. It's their literal only opponent. It's like they're doing like this kind of micro tournament together where they always play Vertigo. Jokes aside, Big have some very decent result on that map. Even in Pro League, we're talking lost 14-16 to Heroic. We're talking about beating Furia. There is literally no way, that Big should lose Vertigo. We should all be happy going into a third map. There should be a clear, very strong message being sent by the Germans and push us to number 3, because otherwise, this is a catastrophe.
Do you believe, Pimp?
I still believe in Big, yes. I still believe they have what it takes to win a map like Vertigo. I feel like it's the same scenario we had yesterday with NIP and OG in a way that Rare Atom have done a good job winning the first map. That was their way into the best of 3. But if you're Big and if you're playing just at 80% or 90% of your normal capacity, you are able to win a map like Vertigo. It's the protocol, it's the way you play, it's the way you attack the game. Sure, tabseN is struggling individually right now, but I think the team play and the synergy that we normally see from Big on a very strategical map like Vertigo should be enough.
Well, let's see if it is going to be enough. Big have lost more than their confidence. They've lost their mojo, and they need to find it back in Vertigo to try and close this out and take us to Overpass, which would be the decider. Is it possible? Will we get our first upset in Upset City? We'll find out after the break.
We're back once again. Second map is coming up. We're on Vertigo, and the odds are now swung back in favor towards Rare Atom or on Unicorn. That's interesting. I wasn't really expecting that. I feel like maybe people are a little bit too aggressive on walking away from Big. What do you think?
Well, with how Ancient looked, I don't mind these odds. That was a pretty bad showing for Big. I'm not going to give up completely on the hope, but I know that there's a lot of people out there, and they've been voting with their wallet, that they've given up.
That is, in many ways, that's the most true indication of what's going on, I guess. So, yeah, people not impressed. It was a pretty rough position that they were in. So maybe it's hard to blame people for it, but still, surely you want to see Big rise from the ashes here. Although you were concerned to begin with that we were even on Vertigo as the second map.
Oh, I would have much rather seen Big play Nuke in this. I think that when they pick Vertigo here, they're trying to prey on the fact that Rare Atom hasn't played against EU competition on this map. They've played LinVision 3 times this year, and they've lost 2 out of 3 of those. And
okay.
So you think you smell a little bit of weakness if you're Big, but the thing that's concerning about Big's Vertigo is that they're better with another rule set. When they play at ESL, their mid takes are a lot more potent than they are at Blast. And I'm not sure if Big have it in their bag to actually just go through the ramp control procedures, to go through the B main executes necessary to have a competent T side on Vertigo. Whereas Nuke, they are just a good team. And so this is going to be a real test for Big. How deep does the playbook go? How much has Tabson and Gabi been cooking up in the lab? And can they actually stop the upset against Rare Atom?
They're going to have to show up in so many different ways. They started to prove a little bit towards the end of that first map. You saw some signs that individually they could maybe try and keep up with the likes of Moja and Mercury, who was playing pretty well over on the other side, and Kaze as well. But really, they just need somebody to step up and lead the charge here. They're on the A ramp, and they've already been spotted out. Not a big fight coming up from the CT side. They're just here to show a little bit of presence. Although Mercury, he's going to stand his ground with the dualies. Could be interesting if he can get the first headshot, but it's a little bit too labored, and he ends up going down. Hype will get the headshot in return. It's a 4-on-4.
Still some utility for Big. Looks like they want to scale on the long side, and that's going to play into Jam Young's hands as he's able to find a kill through the smoke right there. But he presses on forward, and it still works out. What is this? Okay, Rare Atom, in the blink of an eye, were able to completely stop Big in their tracks.
That started with such a random shot for the smoke, and then somehow the follow-up flash in from Kaze with the dualies. I don't even know why he didn't die. That was just complete chaos, but it worked out in their favor. They'll take it. This is a kind of a sick move, though. I mean, I like this start. If he'd have got the hit shot, it would have been really beautiful. But then he got it anyway, and yeah, they just cleaned it up. What a way to begin.
You know what they say, fortune favors the bold. And
That's true this time.
It was a bold peak, regardless, from Jam Young. Okay, just Glocks for Big, and if Rare Atom wanted to win this series, I would say they have to do it here. I actually think Big's Overpass, which is map number 3, is probably better than their Vertigo. So, it's just a weird position that Big find themselves in. After losing Surson, I feel like they've lost a little bit of their identity in terms of map vetoes. I was talking to James Banks just really briefly before this started also, and kind of was of the same opinion. He doesn't always get to express his opinions as a host,
True.
But he has them.
Yeah, it's kind of the nature of being a host, isn't it? You have to try and get everyone else to shine.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, yes.
But Banks knows his stuff.
It's just the whole project is in this weird, kind of a weird spot right now. Hard to not notice. And it might be even worse because, like, we're talking about, how good they could be at anti-stratting and all the rest of it. So playing a team like Rare Atom might just make things even trickier, even more strange for them. But this is it's obviously a good start for the CT side once again.
Yeah, and one thing I loved in the Dust segment prior to this one is just how Pimp and Maniac were getting pretty fired up, but that Big they didn't take it to Rare Atom. If you're the favorite, I think this is exactly what Pimp said. If you're the favorite, you gotta, play like you're the favorite.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm sure that's also what they say going into the game. It's just weird how that works out in Counter-Strike sometimes, where you just somehow can't find it. Like, you just can't find that feeling that makes you say, I will definitely swing this corner and get the headshot instantly. It just feels like every time you do it, it goes the other way. And it happens too much, and then it does make the Counter-Strike that they're playing look really, really flat. Like all of these fights, whenever I'm seeing just a one-on-one between any of the Rare Atom players, maybe except for Advent at the moment, I'm in my head, I can almost see it before it happens. You think they're gonna win this fight. They just look like they're gonna win the fight before it even really unfolds. So this one goes the way of Crimbo, and they've isolated just a single player in Advent over at this bomb site, which is a really bad news for him. Although he does get that fight. Crimbo, boost up, Molotov down on top. It's a great hold for him, trying to slow them down. They will finally make it through, but Hype is here on the other side, and they're solo on hill for the CT side. I don't think they should be going for this one.
No, oh, actually, they did press on forward. Jamyoung gives his life up, and Mercury recognizes that this round is lost. 18 HP, no hope in hell. And that's going to be one on the board relatively quickly for Big. They lost ramp control so early, and you could see that sped them up towards a B crunch, and it worked out very well in their favor. Early kill from Crimbo, the way that Faven was able to find so much space. He didn't find a kill, but he really paved the way for the rest of his teammates to follow up. And so
important.
Yeah, this is really, for Big to actually convince us that this map pick makes sense, you would love to see a gun round like this to kick things off.
Yeah, and especially when it's the third one like this, really slowing down the economy for Rare Atom. So always something to keep an eye on. But yeah, mid takes, something that we talked about last time. Yesterday we were watching a little bit of Vertigo as well, and we were missing out on this. This is a super elaborate play with Crimbo being that deep in. If he was, you know, a second earlier with the Molotov, maybe he even actually is successful in holding them back, and they just can't fight that at all. So yeah, a lot of interesting things happening there.
All right, really big round in terms of implications. No money left over for Rare Atom. If they lose this one, they're going to be down in the dumps. And it's a tempered approach once again from Big. We see some smokes deployed early on. Hyped, trying to make his way around these, see if he's given any easy pick. But Rare Atom, they're just deploying their defensive utility as well. And that smoke on top of the sandbags there, that'll actually help them maintain a bit of space. Although Hyped, not completely disrespecting it, but recognizes the limitations of that smoke.
Yeah, and hoping that maybe somebody from the CT side will peek the curtains on the other side, because if you do that, he's going to be ready for it. So far, Rare Atom have actually been pretty relaxed about fighting aggressively here at the A ramp, which a lot of CT sides will do very, very efficiently. They'll fight all the way down to the bottom of it and just stop the T's from getting it at all, which can actually be the death of any T side here. If you can't take A ramp, it's never a good time. So I think Big, it's a bit of a luxury for them to be able to do this early on. I'm sure that that's something that if they can do that over and over again, they will keep doing and keep exploiting the fact that they're getting this part of the map. Very aggressively running up now, or they're getting close as well. They were expecting a flashbang, but it never really came. It was just tabs in with the rifle, and still they managed to fight their way back. Mercury with a double, and Faven and Crimbo are left. They know that Faven's in here, and they don't even wait. They just hunt him down. 20 seconds now in a 1 versus 3 here, with the bomb dropped in front. I think Crimbo should be screwed. I don't think he can fight his way out here. It's just that bomb is so deep in. He does spot one of them out, but yeah, one single misstep here, and he's gone 6 seconds. He taps them. Oh, no! They came a little bit too quick, and Crimbo, he punishes them. That is a big misstep on the side of Rare Atom.
Oh, they had him dead to rights. It only needed to be one person pushing him, but they send both. The lineup's there. That little bit of miscommunication works in the favor of Crimbo and Big. 1 versus 3 for the young gun on the team. And well done at that. Just using every option. Still had some time. Knew he could just tap it right there, and you could see that fires up Big. And now the money for Rare Atom, it's in tatters.
Goppy looked like he wasn't even sure what happened. He was like, we won that round?
It almost just looked like one player. Yeah. The lineup was so clean there.
Just like, you know how people do the synchronized swimming stuff?
Yeah.
It's not nearly as good in Counter-Strike. That's what you don't want to be doing.
Almost never. Almost never.
All right, well, back to pistols. How do you get into synchronized swimming? What's happened to you as a child?
Just a lack of belonging and need for almost cult-like just replication of tasks.
Definitely from a margarine-heavy home.
Yeah, definitely.
No butter at all.
No, yeah, no shame if you're into that stuff, but I mean, just an interesting hobby.
There's going to be one person in the audience saying, hold on, why am I getting attacked?
Yeah, I came out to have a good time and
just trying to watch some comments.
Now my hobby is just getting assaulted.
Oh, no.
Yeah, boxcar racers are next. How do you get into that? I think it has to do with just parents pushing them into a certain direction.
Yeah. Just aggressively living through their children.
Yeah. It's just it's super pretty though. Like, it'd be nice to be part of something like that, but I'd rather just be part of a Counter-Strike team.
That is obviously the way to go.
Yeah.
That's the future.
A little more autonomy.
Especially now that CS2 is here, like it's the perfect time. Get your kids involved, you know. They can make millions on the other side. You don't have to do anything at all. It's safe.
Oh yeah. I bet the monthly salary for Counter-Strike players is better than most synchronized swimmers.
I think we're beating them on that one.
Yeah. No chance, actually. Okay. Early smoke deployed by Tapsin, but his team has a lot of control towards B main already. They're going for the double nade behind those close boxes. Not going to find the target. But they're putting pressure on two sides of the map simultaneously. This is actually an interesting position for Rare Atom because it's tough for them to recognize what the point of emphasis is for Big. Right? Top sandbag smoke. We're gonna have a flash to set up Mercury here towards Rafter side. It doesn't fully commit. So, but Big have done a good job at disguising their movements in this round thus far.
Oops.
Yikes.
Very dangerous to peek after failing that kind of thing. There could be someone on the other side, so it doesn't seem like a big slip up, but obviously they don't want to risk it. No more nades really left on the Rare Atom side, so even if it's only 35 seconds left here, they could be in a weird position. They kind of have to stay forward and fight, because if they get pushed back, I don't think they can easily retake the site. Last smoke of theirs just went out, and did he look under it? He can. He misses the shot, though. And now they really are under attack. They're getting crunched from all sides. 20 seconds left here, and Farvin is on a tear. It's Moja getting one kill, but the bomb is still being planted on the other side. Advin sneaking up behind him, and he sees the top of his head. Oh, wow. That's a good pickoff. Smoke here almost, and it will actually save Farvin. That's incredible. Oh, he's managed to get away. Moja gets blown up, and Big, they find a way out of the round. That was so crazy.
I can't believe that Favin stayed alive there. I think that Advent ran out of mouse space or something. He was flicking over to him and just stopped short by a couple centimeters. And that's going to work in the favor of Big also. Good exec onto the A bomb site, crunching from multiple sides. Even though there was good defensive utility from Rare Atom, it just feels like Big were putting so much pressure on that Rare Atom weren't quite sure where the next contact was coming from.
Running out of mouse space, that really is a problem, isn't it? You don't ever want to have that happen.
I feel like it doesn't happen very much anymore. Oh, okay, a little flash play right here. Okay, this is actually getting a little bit hairy for Big, but Crimbo, nice taps to take down two. Although, never mind. Kaze had a chance, but not gonna happen.
Yeah, he really wanted one of those rifles. Not gonna be possible. A lot of casualties over on those B steps. Okay, I mean, it's worth it. It's a good job on Rare Atom to get it that close. They didn't really have anything to fight with. But this is almost certainly going to be a 5-2 scoreline.
These have been some great fly-throughs on this map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really liking those from the observing.
It's a pretty map in that sense. A lot of people hate it, but I don't know why. I'm past the Vertigo hate mostly. I'm not as down on it as I used to be. Wow. That really was good.
Yeah. Apparently we have Kaiser doing the flyovers, and
we're getting them.
Yeah, he has.
We got the drone, in-map drone in effect.
Yeah.
Could be into some drone racing.
Yeah, that's a more modern hobby than synchronized swimming. We're gonna really wrap it back.
Obviously a lot cooler as well. Yeah, I'm just saying. Oh, wow. Keto, this is so bold. Oh, the layered flashes on top. He actually opens it up on Moja, who was even deeper in the bomb site, and yet somehow he's the first victim. That is absolutely incredible. And now they're just going to keep up the pressure, although Jamyang The Molotov was a bit delayed, so he gets a chance to get the kill on Farman there, and it's still a 3-on-4. tabseN flashed and still able to get the kill on Advent. I don't know, the bomb, it's right there on the bomb site, but nobody's been able to put it down yet.
Crimbo, he wants to get cheeky with the one-way there, and he won't actually get punished for it. Now, that is a very strong position. If anybody from Rare Atom peeks him in the next couple seconds, he should be favored, but smoke fades, and now it's kind of left out to dry. Okay, off angle still works for him, and that's a headshot. Jam Young taken down. Still 2 players from Rare Atom, and they're considering approaching. If Crimbo just stays away, it's going to be very hard for Rare Atom to justify this retake, because every second this clock ticks, gets harder and harder, but they might find a way in, actually. Mercury with a couple of kills, Hype playing around the smoke now, and it's down to the op-v-op duel. Only a little bit of time left. Kaze's getting on that bomb. Hype, he's got the knife out, and there it is. Left, right, and he does it.
All right, that takes a little bit of guts to do that, but well played. It's got everyone laughing. They're starting to get warmed up. This is great news for Big. Starting to feel the game just a little bit more. Risky stuff there, but this start is unbelievably bold. I love it.
Yeah, that was a really explosive play for Big. It's so satisfying when you're going for those knives to hit your first one. You're not just aimlessly searching through the smoke, like trying to find a ring at the beach.
The real risk certainly happens when you start to miss at the beginning and you don't know what you're shooting at.
Yeah, exactly.
Knifing at.
Okay, this is a little bit haphazard from Big, just walking right through the smoke right there. Will actually cost one of their lives, and Favin can't find the trade. Things are going very well for Mercury in this one. I don't think it's in retrograde right now.
We need somebody to... That's the next... once we've done the UV index and the air quality and all the rest of it, surely all the star signs and everything else.
I actually look pretty regularly if I'm having a bad day, I'm not going to lie. It's not in retrograde right now. I've actually looked in the last couple days.
All right. Whatever it takes to get you to feel a little bit better, you're like, all right.
Yeah.
We're all good.
Okay. This is pretty tough for Big. They smoked off elevator instead of just back sight, and that gives Rare Atom a lot of options. But, oh my goodness, they actually might play right into tabseN's hand. 1 kill already, 4 versus 3, and the bomb will be planted. And Hyped, he's got one of his favorite positions. If he's going to come alive, it needs to be now for Big.
From losing a couple of kills early on to actually getting one in return and getting the bomb plant, this is kind of devastating for Rare Atom if they can't win this round. That might be a serious problem for the CT side. Look at the flash in and the double spray down. Keto, he was ready for more, but just couldn't quite get the swing. Hyped is on his own once again, and the jump up. Oh, what? Advent didn't see it, and now with the Molotov on top, this round is lost. There is nothing that Kaze could do. Big, what a return to the round. 7-2 in their favor. They are running away with this map in a big way, and Rare Atom they looked a little bit lost now in this defense.
Oh, yeah. And I love the second stage of that attack where they throw that elevator smoke and Hype flashes in Keto to go for that fight. If he didn't have that, I think that's easily a retake for the side of Rare Atom. And this was a 2-man advantage for Rare Atom.
I know.
Yeah, that's something that you really have to convert. Right there. That's the flash setup, and yeah, just good stuff from Big.
You know, speaking of finding a ring on the beach, I was at the beach over the weekend with a metal detector.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we gave one to Walter. He's 8 now.
Okay.
So he decided now is the time for it. We found plenty of bottle caps and nothing else.
Usually that's a hobby for people that are retired.
I know. We found really rusty bottle caps. And I think because he's been playing Minecraft, he says, we found iron, we're going to be rich. No, we're not going to be rich, but we are having a good time.
Not quite. I'm sure there are some great beaches to find some stuff.
I could see, I unironically could see like the joy of it. Like you're walking around, you could listen to like an audiobook on the way.
Oh yeah.
Just searching for stuff. Yeah, I can see the calm of that, you know.
Slightly more interactive hobby than just going for a walk.
And 100% better than synchronized swimming again.
Yeah, we're just going to be trashing that all day. If you're a synchronized swimmer, you should probably just leave. Just get out of here. all 12 of you leaving at the same time.
Instant drop. Yeah. Writing an email of complaint right now to Blast saying, what? Why are these guys like this? Get him off the broadcast right now.
Yeah. I already have some hateful DMs from synchronized swimmers. A silver medalist, in fact.
Yeah, they're tuning in, wishing they were Counter-Strike players, but
yeah. Think again. Another lifetime, perhaps. You chose your fate. Okay, Advent, pushing on forward. This is a great push. Oh, this might really work out for him. And with Keto ducking back, actually, that is almost just so fortunate for Big. He doesn't know how lucky he is right now to have survived that.
I'm sure Advent is thinking they're going to recommit and I'll get a double kill. This is really interesting. Obviously, you can see the rotation on the other side. So it's still pretty sick. The information is really cool. This could work out in their favor, but it could also be that that was the one chance that they had. Hype is about to have a heart attack turning this corner. Yep, absolutely blown up, but there's no guarantee they can hold the bomb site. They might still just be in trouble. Jamyoung is calling it out, and it looks like Big are just instantly making... Oh, wait, I thought they were going to go back to B, but now they're just kind of waiting in middle. They got 30 seconds.
Oh, the timing.
Azir on the other side. He's got the AK in hand. This could be sick. 25 seconds, and they just blow him up. Jamyoung stops the bomb for a minute, but his teammates, they're not really here, and now they're dead as well. Wow, I think Big have managed to find a way out.
Wow, that was a really interesting on-the-fly call. You could tell that Tabson right there said, we don't want to run into the op that stairs right now. We want to fight through this smoke. They pause. It works out for them. There's a lot of commotion. It's a bit chaotic, but Big are able to put an 8th on the scoreboard. Although Advent's able to walk away with an op. I think Kaze was going to buy one next round anyways, but you're going to take that.
Wow, this is a very, very different experience from what we saw out of Big on Ancient.
This is what Big look like when they prepare. This is what they should look like.
I'm happy for it. I'm still a little bit confused about Rare Atom not trying to fight more for that A ramp. It feels like all they've done so far is shown up to... they want to flash their way in and take some flashy peeks. And that's about it.
It hasn't been the big time control of the ramp. We've seen Mercury find a little bit of success with finding kills there, but they're kind of stringy, more based off of the individual play as opposed to taking true map control. So we'll see if that actually is something that Rare Atom decide to change up here, or if Big even present them that opportunity, because they're going for a boost on the side of B, and that's going to catch Advent out so early, and Big, they're not slowing down. Looks like they just want to keep committing to this one. Defensive smoke is deployed, and Mozia, he's able to find 2 kills because of that. That is excellent in terms of procedures for him.
The fact that they have the run boost with the flashbang timed on top is... this is where watching Big is so much fun. This is where they end up luring you into becoming a fan, because you're like, wow, that is so sick. You don't see a lot of teams. Many people do the run boost, but with the layered flash on top, it just looks beautiful. Now, they kept on pushing, which I don't even really mind, but Mozia had a really great defense on that side. Still look like Rare Atom are not really sure what's happening next, and as a result, they've walked away from the bomb site. And they might have almost given a chance here for Big to get the bomb plant on top. Missed opportunity. Tries to get the flick again. It's Tabson to show up with the AK. He's going to keep on going. And they're right back in the round.
That's great from Tabson. Very needed. Now man advantage lies with Big. Hyped. Seems to know that there might be a player behind that generator. Now he knows, I think, that there's 2 players on that left side. But Kaze able to fight from that position and get one. Hype takes him down swiftly, and Mercury, he's been so good at A ramp, but he's going to have to be good in the retake. Picks up a smoke. Now recognizes he can deploy that. Actually, might just go and get on the bomb, but Hyped with the headshot as he tries to get onto that bomb.
That was a sick start to the round. And obviously, you could see how much information matters in a round like this. Because Rare Atom don't know for sure that it's a B attack, they kind of just end up falling back and give an opportunity here. They didn't really know for sure. Maui, will you accept the statement? Cones are to Vertigo what chickens are to Inferno.
Well,
does that ring true?
I see it. I see it. The only thing that could make the analogy a little bit stronger is if people accidentally shoot cones, because I think it was Torji was the last guy I saw that shot a chicken just because he got nervous and he just flicked down to it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Nobody accidentally flicks a cone.
No.
In fact, they're made to not look like humans in many ways.
Yeah, so. There's a lot more visual clarity.
But unlike chickens, the cones can withstand grenades and they can flip, like the bottle flip.
Yeah.
You could have cone flips, which I'm a huge fan of. I'm the only one participating in that sport still, but One day, I will convert many people. It's going to be like a whole thing.
The synchronized swimmers are gathering ammunition against you to attack one of your hobbies now.
I think cone flipping will be cooler than synchronized swimming, to be honest. Once enough people are into it, and we have like real championships, it's going to be a thing. Slowly but surely.
Okay.
Oh, the spray is good. The timing for Keto and Fava, nobody was ready for it.
No. But Big have fought themselves out of these positions before. If they do it here, it's going to be backbreaking for Rare Atom. Only a single smoke left on Crimbo. That's going to have to cover off some angles so that they can approach, and they go for the elevator smoke once again with a deep molly. And taps in, yeah, he's trying to press up, but Kaze's already holding the line with the AWP, and it looks like it's going to be lights out for Big in this one. Molly on top of Hyped, and Crimbo, well, he's going to hold his ground and still keep us guessing in this round, but yeah, I think that's going to be it there as Kaze and Mozia clean up.
Yeah, a little bit scary for a minute, but they actually find another round. They need the last two. Even 9-6, I think Big are still going to be having a great time going into the second half, but Rare Atom, they need just absolutely everything they can get right now. Big's win streak finally coming to an end here, but it's been looking so much better here for the T side. Could be seeing a third map the way that this is going.
Yeah, I'm surprised Rare Atom have had so many buys, actually. But with max loss bonus, I think that's how they were able to put those on the table. Just so many nades early on exchange towards ramp, and no real damage inflicted, actually. No one is walking away from that feeling any worse. Kaze, though, holding down mid, and that is a freebie. That is also the bomb, and Rare Atom are going to be able to center their defense because of it, but the molly is out, and Big, they have to attack elsewhere.
Yeah, and they actually had two people on the other side as well. Aggressively, so there was nobody really defending A. They had a double setup in middle, double towards the B-bomb side, and just a single player over the A-ramp, so slightly more unorthodox way to approach it. But again, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier, that Rare Atom aren't really fighting deep on the A-ramp. They just don't like doing that.
They didn't even have anybody jump spotting here, so Big are able to get pretty close. Rare Atom, they're scrambling to find some position in the site now. And, okay, there are 4 people here, but Keto wants to cut him down. 1 kill for him. Mozia swings out, takes down a couple, and this is looking pretty good for Rare Atom. Hyped, just with that Tech 9, 37 seconds left, and if he finds 1 more kill, he's going to be pretty happy about that, but this is going to be a round for Rare Atom.
Getting a bit worried because 3 of them were stuck in that first box, and they actually had 2 Molotovs. So if all 3 members are getting Molotov like that, not necessarily a good look, but it's fine. They're going to find a way out. They will get another round on the board, and I think Redemption is still quite far away here for Rare Atom on the map. Their T side had better be something spectacular, which, I don't know, it could be. We don't know.
Definitely not counting them out. But it's hard to say, given that they've only played a single team this year. So that always just leads to kind of weird results in general.
Yeah.
So this is really the first time that Rare Atom has been tested by European opposition. And it's really them putting them through their paces.
Grenade exchange. Finally, we see an attempt to fight at the ramp, and it just absolutely blows up in Mercury's face. That's unfortunate.
Oh, and these nades are coming out a little late. Crimbo can beat this, actually. Oh, actually, he's just kind of hanging out in there, and that is such a great flash setup from Keto. Crimbo wanted to press on forward. Jamyoung is there to at least hold on to something at this site, but looks like he actually... Oh, no, wow. A second kill, but Big full control of the site now.
Yeah, they're in a very good position once again. The timing for Crimbo and the understanding, like you said, he realized that smoke is down just on top, and the flashbang to set it up as he's walking through. That is some expert timing. You love to see it. Bomb is going to be planted, and there's nothing that they can really do on the... Oh! Oh my God, Tabson. Played back. That is beautiful. It's almost even better when it's the second bullet like that.
Yeah.
It somehow looks even more sick.
Yeah, because he's just full-on pre-firing there.
Oh, man. That was well done.
Yeah, that flash setup. As soon as Crimbo knew he had that space and that timing.
Good night.
Oh, it's so clean.
Oh man, that's actually great.
Oh,
those are the moments you live for when you play Counter-Strike, isn't it?
Is Kaze going for a wall bang? Okay.
Either that or he's doing some listening.
Yeah, I think just making sure he can hear a little bit better. Yeah.
There are a lot of places you can wallbang around that space, obviously. But it's not a lot of reward you get for it usually. It's rare.
Yeah. That's a pretty strong boost to hold off any oncoming A players, but it doesn't seem like Big are too interested at approaching this side of the map. This feels like a round that if Rare Atom want to have any chance moving into the second half, they've got to put something together. Get a 5th on the board.
Yeah, they need it really badly. Although they are set up nicely in the middle to try and stop what looks like an attempt from Big to maybe take this part of the map if they can keep the AWP here. And they have the rifle on the crossfire. It's doable. They could do it. 50 seconds on the clock, and the only problem is if Big throw the right grenades here, they can make a lot of this, especially if they start attacking the actual stairwell itself. They could pull away this mid presence really quickly.
Oh yeah, and they're doing it. That's it.
Oh, running into the middle. Got to be careful with the FAMAS. Almost getting his head blown off there. Advent. Try and taps. There's only 23 seconds left. They really left it late in the round here, Big, to try and recover it. It's not going to be possible. Farvan on his own, 10-5. A little bit at the end here for Rare Atom, and they need it badly. Second half is coming up after the break.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Bist. Boom. Down. Connector. Noch ein Twist. Einer Window. Twist. Einer
Connector
CT.
raus. Connector.
Connector und CT doch. Und
Connector
Twist.
Twist.
Noch 2 bei mir. Einer Hälfte. Wen?
Nein! Let's go, man!
Boah, nice
man.
Karim,
Nice, Karim.
Wow, that was that's an exciting moment, and you can understand why. One of the really huge plays coming out. There's a 1 versus 3, I believe, at the start of it, and they still managed to come out on top. 10 rounds to the side of Big. It doesn't really get any better than this. It seems like they picked this map for a good reason so far, and Rare Atom, they looked a bit lost on that defense.
They exhibited dominance. Big, that is. 9 in a row, picking up 1 towards the tail end on top of that to mark their T-side campaign with 10.
Disappointed that there wasn't a Wunderbar at the end. I feel like that's one of the better German words. Just
felt like Wunderkid for Crimbo there.
Yeah, they could have done that.
Yeah.
There's something there. Give us a little bit of that flavor. Smoke is up. And they've got the mid control. They're actually running through onto the A bomb site. Moja gets the opening kill here, but Tabson and Hype, they're replying in return, and the bomb is on the ground. Oh my god! The headshots are so crisp coming out from the Big side. The Mercury is on his own, and he's going to get a taste of that bullet as well. 3rd kill for Hype in the round, and it will be Big to win the pistol in the second half.
Yeah, Hype looked like John Wick in that one. Just everybody instantly dead when they're on his screen. Good stuff from him. Interesting strat from Rare Atom. I like the idea behind it. But once you actually get into that position towards CT, trying to flank A, there are so many angles that the CTs could just be lodged in it.
Yeah, I mean, it like many pistol rounds, it's kind of all or nothing, right? If you pop in and you get the first couple of kills, I mean, they even did get the opening, but if you kind of manage to secure that, 1 or 2 openings, sometimes that's enough to win it. But obviously, when you get slowed down like that, the USPs get a chance to readjust. Maybe it doesn't really go in your favor. I don't know what can stop Big right now. Honestly, it just feels like this is meant to be. Overpass the 3rd map, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, and I was saying that I think Big are pretty strong on that map too. They're showing a better side of Vertigo than what I've caught from them lately, actually. This is looking like a pretty structured T side that we were able to witness in the first half. And in terms of what they've done this year, their CT side is significantly stronger than their T side in terms of round win percentage. 54 on CT to 41 on T. So it's an uphill battle for Rare Atom.
And Overpass is a German-themed map to begin with. So they have the home ground advantage too. They can read all the road signs, all the rest. Sick.
Yeah, just having your bearings like that actually can make a huge difference.
They can read the menu on that cafe in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh. That's very awkward. I don't know how you lose the blocks at that range. That's embarrassing, but we'll leave it for now.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit embarrassing. We'll try to just, sweep that one to the side.
Yeah, just forget about it.
You won the round. All right. This is where Rare Atom have to stand.
Yeah, you're not getting that same feeling, obviously. See if it's going to be different with the rifles, but some of the wow factor that they brought to Ancient, where the duels on the T side just looked so sick and Big just couldn't keep up. It's going to have to be a very quick return to that kind of form, and it's aggressive to begin with. You've got to give them that. Advent with another headshot, but there is a 3rd player here. Crimbo forced to use that smoke almost instantly, lest he get run down, and it is a 4-on-3, so it's a good start.
It's a pretty big all-in play coming out from Big, and oh, that's a chunky nade. Suddenly this feels possible. Jamyoung on 59 HP, a couple of these players are within a single headshot range of all of these M4s.
This flashbang in for Tabson. Gonna be right on top, but Mercury not blinded at all, and some swift headshots coming through in return, as Rare Atom will definitely pick up the round. I like the idea, though. It's pretty cool in a 3-on-4 to try and flash our way into that kind of fight, but a little bit of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, early play from Big towards B main, not going their way, going 1 for 2. And Rare Atom with a pretty simple conversion towards A to finish things off. That was a pretty explosive hit. Kind of felt more like what we got from Rare Atom on Ancient. Feels like they might be waking up a little bit here, but is it too little too late?
If you had to go metal detecting on a beach, what's the best thing you could find, you think? What's the height of
a diamond?
You can't. Like a ring?
Yeah, diamond ring.
All right.
Yeah.
Obviously, by definition, metal detectors don't find diamonds. I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, you find the gold ring, right?
That's fair.
And it has a diamond on it.
All right. You're really going all in.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Other cool things you could find. A gun.
I feel like that's got to be up there. Obviously,
like a vintage,
as well, but
like a vintage World War era gun.
Yeah, that would be something, right?
Yeah, it'd be pretty interesting.
I'm guessing those probably don't get preserved very well in the assault water, but
right.
Still, it would be cool.
Very American of me to look for a gun.
That's true. Definitely true. Wow, man,
a lot of damage. Oh no,
it's getting worse.
Yeah. Okay, Crimbo, 2 kills to start this round off, and Mozia's gonna try to find something. I think this is where Rare Adam just kind of push and pray that they're gifted some kills, because it's pretty hard to make a plan when you're down 3 versus 5.
Yeah, it is. Mercury's practically dead already, so probably not going to be him that's going to be able to change the round all that much. They are grouping up in the middle. Farvan in a very tough position to clear without throwing some nades, and obviously that reveals that someone is going to be showing up. Moja down and out. Farvan, that's so well played. Just buying a little bit of time. The fact that he even wins the second fight is obviously amazing, but just even buying 3 more seconds, very, very frustrating. So, yeah, Big are just well on their way. They look unstoppable on this map right now.
Yeah, just great fragging ability coming out from Big in this one. Just brawling, not even that much nade support, and this hold from Farvan. I mean, this is what I wanted to see so much more from on this guy. And it's been a reason that Big have kind of been up and down. Just unfortunately, the health issues and concerns that I think he had last year, where he was just in and out of the roster so many times, it actually took away the potential stability for the team.
They are one of those squads that's had that kind of weird history. Seems to be a few of them out there where the full lineup never really happens, and then they make some changes, and there's more stuff. It's just,
yeah,
it's kind of frustrating, to be honest. Must be even more frustrating, obviously, playing inside of the team, but I feel like as a potential fan, it's like, oh, come on, you know.
It was most frustrating for me, Anders.
True, I know.
For me.
They actually destroyed your otherwise almost prediction. Like, it was so close.
Yeah, I really wanted to see that roster get some wheels underneath it, but we'll see what this one's able to do. You know, I don't think the story has been written yet for this team. A couple young pieces, Hype, the up-and-comer, really stole our breath in some of his first outings. And now Big, they're starting to show the structure. I think the 7-map pool is still a little bit questionable for them, but we'll see if that actually consolidates to the standard 6.
Definitely a little bit easier to maintain. We like the ambition. Okay, Keto. Very dangerous. Farvan to the back of the site here. Dishing out a lot of pain. Oh! Shot right through the metal beam. That's pretty cool. 3 versus 3. We're down to about 22 seconds here. But what a way to get rid of that back corner. They still need a bomb plant, and you could tell that it's pretty dangerous. They don't have any more nades to really buy any time. Primo just charges in! That's too aggressive. Tabson gets taken down next. The bomb did get planted ultimately. And Hyped. 1 versus 2. Not quite sure where they are. They've managed to relocate. He could be walking right into this shot. Kaze, that's a good pickoff. And they make it through the round. Man, that was very questionable. A little bit aggressive maybe in the retake.
Yeah. Crimbo was praying basically for a full duration flash. This is the kill that Kaze was able to find that made this all possible.
Come on.
Farvan was going to just be such an annoying defender on that site if he wasn't dispatched. And yeah, you could see some of the frustration there, just getting wall banged. Not a lot you can honestly do, as that's always possible with the op. And that actually sets Big back in terms of economy. Yeah, I kind of have to agree, though. The retake was just really quick, and the way Crimbo just pressed on forward, he just was like, I'm getting this done.
Yeah, he probably felt like that smoke that was to his left was going to be more of a wall. Yeah. I don't know. Either way, you're right. They are going to slow down. right. A little bit of a play for it here. Tech9's come out.
Oh my god.
This is awkward. They should still be losing them around, no problem, but no reason to let go of these guns.
Did Advent really just have a Tech9? Wow.
I guess so.
Yeah, okay. Hype's only going to walk away with an upgraded pistol after this round, it looks like. Yeah, I wouldn't mind just seeing him hunt a little bit. You know, this isn't really something you'd love to take to the next round.
Still feel like Tech9s they're a little bit underrated nowadays.
Oh, they're good. They're definitely a solid pistol, but
I want to see them a little bit more. It's just...
Yeah.
But it is in competition with a lot of other really good pistols, I guess.
Yeah, and we've actually seen a few teams now, especially at the highest level, have just one or two back pocket sort of strategies with the Tech9 to bust open a bomb site. I think actually yesterday when we were watching NIP versus OG, NIP had a couple good Tech9 strats.
They were so ready for that.
They just knew that was coming.
Yeah. Like, very readable, but fair enough. You got to give it a shot. This, maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves because there is actually a slight chance still that Rare Atom could make this back.
Yeah.
It's what, 13-8 now, and the money on big is probably that's the big weakness that could really screw this up for them. How disappointing would that be if you have this kind of a lead on Vertigo and then you don't close it out? That'd be too painful.
Oh, yeah. That's really going to hurt big. I mean, if Crimbo's talking about needing a win to build some confidence, this would be a way to lose a ton of confidence.
Yeah.
Like, this game is in their grasp. Just have to hold on. Just keep exerting some pressure on a Rare Atom. And big here with that one save rifle. Give it to Favin. And Moja seems like he really wants to test out this B site. And, oh no, okay. Felt like he was going to overlook that position, but after that frag, should be a pretty clean conversion for Rare Atom. And
it's impressive that he sees anything when he's moving that quickly and just flicking his mouse all over the place. Mercury is going to be calling it in, saying, yeah, somebody left down that ramp, so just be aware that he definitely knows. So it's not going to be a huge surprise for anyone over at the B-bomb site. Question is if he can hold on to what he's got here. Oh, the timing. There we go. And he's going to get the first one. They have an AK out there, and they're going to use it to get rid of him filming. Pick up another one. Okay. This is fine. I think Big knew they were going to lose this round, so just getting some more rifles on board is probably great news.
Do you just take one AK, or do you double it and pass it to the next person? This is just like a TikTok meme. Never mind.
I was going to say, what's happening?
It's like people just go on the street and they say, I have $1.
I've seen those.
Yeah, will you take it, or do you want to double it and give it to the next guy? Would you double it? Depends how much it is, right?
I was going to say that's there's some threshold where everyone starts to say, all right.
I would just say if it can pay for my lunch, I'm taking it. That's when I stop doubling it. I would like to see it just devolve into like utter hilarity for the guy that's running the TikTok, and he's like, I cannot.
$1 million, and it's like, I can't do it.
I can't give away this much money.
You have to stop.
You've actually just ruined his life. You've just bankrupted this poor man that wanted to be an influencer.
That's what you got to do if you're one of these Instagram people, right? You got to get like all your friends to just find out where he is and just all group up, and just the only people he runs into are just friends of yours, and it's just a
string of people just saying, double it, double it, double it. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, Mercury right now. Oh, how is he even alive? Okay, wow. Able to find the kill onto Hyped. Things are starting to go the way of Rare Atom. This is becoming concerning for Big.
It really is. 4 versus 5. And yeah, especially, it's because their economy all the time is just so sketchy. You know, every win from here on out could almost result in a free round. Maybe not quite that easy, but it's going to be questionable. Oh, the timing is dreadful. Crimbo nearly loses his life. He's got one more shot at it, maybe. And he's going to get that one. Buy some time for Tabs to show up. He comes swinging for it with a big double kill. And they are back into this round. 2 versus 3. Jam Young looking on top of the smoke, and able to find anyone. He knows that Crimbo's out there, but he can't quite see him. Instead, he's going to get snuffed out himself. And now it's just Kaze 1 versus 3. What a heroic stand for Tabson and Crimbo. It looked like if Crimbo dies there, the round is over. But he just manages to live through it.
Definitely. That was so close to being a catastrophe for Big. And Kaze just wants to keep this AWP into the next round. He just swapped out a Dragon Lore for another Dragon Lore, actually.
I think he just tossed it down on the ground. The pedestrians down there.
Yeah. Says, here's a little gift. And that other one had, I think, 3 golden Kenny S stickers, by the way.
Why
Like,
would you
something
ever
like that.
throw that away?
I didn't even... I don't know if I saw that right. Yeah. It's kind of hard. Oh, too much glare. Okay.
Yeah, this is it's a very, very important round because it really did feel like the momentum was starting to go the way of Rare Atom, and Big, they just need to close this one out. Just find a way to exit this map, get some high fives in there, and then we go on to think about Overpass, which is we're almost there.
Yeah, Big's just got to dig in here. Glad we were able to see those kills from Tapson. Paramount in Big's defense. Second time out for Rare Atom as they think about their approach. I don't feel like anything has been just across the board fixable for Rare Atom. They've just almost been getting these A plays to work. They've kind of gotten these B plays to work. It's just a moment where you want to call whatever you think your best strat or default is.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they can reliably win fights early in the round, which is just a nice platform if you're on the T side, if you can do that at the very least. But then, I don't know, some of the follow-ups are still not quite there. Keto's down to 5 kills still. He's had a really rough game so far. That'd be nice to see him start to pick it up. We know he can.
Early ramp pressure once again, and Big have done so much in terms of utility damage, just spamming through this ramp. Hype, a Molotov as well. The one-way smoke is there too, and Mercury, he'll be able to actually inflict a little bit of damage himself, but still no kill for either side. Finally, Tapson's Molotov takes down Advent. 5 versus 4 advantage, and Rare Atom, they don't even feel comfortable pressing on forward of the ramp. Big have so much control.
What an obscure fight with... Normally that happens with rifles. You try and use the Molotovs to bait out the guy who's behind the sandbags, but instead, they just exchange grenades until the Molotov gets the kill. And it's not even on the T side, it's the CT's getting the kill. It's really weird.
If you play a nade war versus Big, you're not going to win that most of the time.
Yeah, that's probably true. They do have a pretty cool track record, so... 45 seconds. And Big... Not really aggressive on the ramp, but far enough up that they're going to know if Rare Atom try to take this part of the map for an execute onto the A-bomb site. They are holding a potential flank as well, so they need to win this fight right now against Hyped. If they lose this one, I don't think the round is... Oh my god, that's scary. He's back for it again. He doesn't want to scope, because obviously that'll give away the game, and it's rewarded. A lot of patience here for Hype. Not even needed for that kill. Tabson will do the job. Kazi gets a couple there. And it at least makes it a winnable round. Emoja is on a bit of a flank. The bomb is planted, but he has to be quick with it. And the smoke is actually working against him. He gets that one, but how does he stop them from getting the defuse? Nice little jump up. Did he see it? I think he does. And he gets the headshot, but they're already on it. And he can't really stop it. 15 on the side of Big. Even if Moja gets all the kills, it is still the German team who pick up the round.
Oh, wow. That was so close for Mozia. If that bomb were planted on the other side, it would have been possible, but as soon as Crimbo stuck it, you knew it was over for him. Good attempt from Kaze as well to bring that one back, but just a little too strong on the initial defense from Big. Numbers thinned out, so much so. And now this puts Rare Atom in a very tough position. A lot of rounds to play up against. Still a good buy, though. Yeah.
At least they have that. And again, the Big economy is really, really bad. 6 rounds in a row. I mean, they haven't proven to us yet that they are able to do that on the T side. They don't seem to be completely out of it either. Wouldn't completely count them out, although with that kind of an opening, their chances are shrinking rather quickly. 4 and 5 to begin with. A very similar setup.
I love this from Hyped. Is he still just pushing forward?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, okay. He wants to tighten the grip that Big have on this one, and this crossfire setup should be good for Big.
Yeah, I don't really know how you break this. If you throw flash from the other side, then maybe it's different. But if you just have to walk in here, it's going to be very tricky. Keto gets that one. What a time to find a double. And that was the other side of the trap being sprung. Farman will take down Advent. Kaz is on his own. The bomb is lost to him. It's a 1 versus 4. He can't get the job done. Big will be victorious on Vertigo. Great comeback for them personally. They're going to be very, very excited about that. The third and final map will be on Overpass, and that is going to be coming up right after the break.
Of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple!
What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the
you
nades are raining.
Kenny's hiding under the ground. He's in the ground. The ball. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! Last grand finals of the year. And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
A boisterous big bounce back here on Vertigo, and they do take us to a third map. But it's not over just yet, and you can even see it here. They're happy with the win, but they're not fully excited yet, because Big know that there is no easy game right now for these guys, because there are even moments where Atom could have come back into this.
Yeah, it was a somewhat competitive game at the later stages, but I do want to give it to Big. You know, they took control over the game in the first half. Strong T side. We spoke about it coming into it. We felt that Big had the upper hand, tactically speaking, how to maneuver around the map, and I think we saw that time and time again. Some of these rounds, though, in the beginning were very close for Big and Rare Atom. There was a potential for a much closer game here, but I think the scoreline actually reflects what we saw in the game as well. A rather convincing win for Big.
Yeah, you could almost argue that Big could have closed it a little bit earlier. Sure. I was a little bit surprised to see them take the bait towards the very end. There was a couple of moments where Rare Atom threw fakes when Big were on the CT side, and you could see Tapson overrating just a little bit, Hype getting caught off guard in weirdy positions. So I would have liked to see Big be a little cleaner towards the very end, but hey, it's 16-9. The job has been done. We move into the third map.
Is it fair to say, though, that you can still see that Big are a bit panicked?
I would say so. Maybe not so much here in Vertigo, right? But there is some flaws in the gameplay. I feel like if they were up against a stronger opponent, it would have been a much closer game. You see Keto having a rough one as well, individually speaking. He could have been targeted even more in the game as well if you were Rare Adam. So sure, there's still like small bits here and there you can attack if you want to, but overall, again, after the performance in the first map, after how horrible Big looked on Ancient, it's a good comeback right here. It's a good game, it's a good map for them. They win 16-9, they didn't have to break a sweat, so without being too negative for Big, it's a positive experience to watch.
It was obviously a much higher level than the first map, but we have to agree they made a couple of mistakes here and there. I just don't think that Rare Adam had the tools to utilize these mistakes and like capitalize on them rather. There was a few moments where Tapson and Hyped were fighting on their CT side A ramp. Tapson is behind the smoke. Hype doesn't realize it. Is out in the open. That's a first kill they give to Rare Adam, but then they don't really know how to proceed with that advantage. They don't exactly know how to turn it into a W. So Tapson, the man that struggled silently on the first map, had a little bit better of a success here on Vertigo. And when you have such a good T-side, a little bit of a credit has to go to him as well for the call.
Yeah, and I think this is confidence that we needed to see from Tapson, not in the individual level, but the calling. How many interviews have we heard recently where he said, it's on me, I've done bad, I've not done good enough, and that's talking about himself as a caller.
It is, and I think it's important for Tapson as well, as you said, not only from an individual point of view, but he needs to trust his teammates as well. I think he's lost a lot of faith, you know, in the project with Sersen going out. We talked about it. That was a guy he could rely on. He could always say to Sersen, go here, go there, and he knew Sersen would make something happen in that case. So I think Tapson right now is in a phase right now where not only him, but the rest of Big as well, they're trying to rebuild that confidence. They're trying to rebuild that belief in each other, because I don't think they have it right now.
And I like that you mentioned it, because I see him, it's weird, I'm only having negative points and they won. But maybe that's because I want more from them. Maybe I'm just being demanding. But I see a couple of times in these games where Tapson make mistakes that I wouldn't really expect from him. And I don't know if it's overcompensating, if it's willing to make too much of a difference, too big of an impact. There was a few moments in these clutch situations towards the very end where he puts his life on the line and it's not exactly necessary. The kills have happened. You've had the trades. You've put your team in the situation that you require to win. And I think he needs to find a little bit more of a balance.
Do you think that's a lack of trust in your teammates? You're trying to overcompensate for that?
Yeah, probably. I mean, he individually was plagued for a while by a lack of firepower around him. I mean, we talked about the Sersen and Tapson kind of curse where it was either one of these two or it's not going to work out. And now I think he has to trust his teammates a little bit more, trust the system a little bit more, and know that maybe he just has to do his work. There's no need to do more. That's going to be enough.
But we think of some positives because we have been very negative on them. And we do hold Big to a higher standard.
We're demanding.
We are demanding, definitely a Big. But look at Crimbo. This man has changed roles, changed positions. He's been moved around constantly. At first, when he comes in, he was a big clutcher. In this game, he stepped up. And there's many games I'm seeing recently where Crimbo is the top fragger.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Crimbo is one of the few things that is working within Big. I think it's one of the players where you can show his trajectory and it's trending upwards still. As you said, he came in with a blast, you know, came in with a bang, being the clutcher. I remember the Antwerp qualifier where he just went absolutely ballistic for Big, was the clutch master of that tournament. So there's definitely a lot of progress being made by Crimbo, but again, that's the responsibility he now has to take upon him, because Sersen is no longer here, Tapson is struggling individually, so do you want to put all eggs in your basket and say Crimbo is the guy that's going to bail us out? I respect him for trying, I respect him for doing well, but that's not going to be enough. This is a guy right now that is doing his job, but someone around him got to step up as well.
And you said doing his job. When you hear from Crimbo, even in Katowice, he explained to us how his role is now much bigger than it was before. Basically, Tapson is expecting from him to find solution, expecting from him to come up with ideas. So it's a whole lot to have on your shoulders, and he individually has the challenge to turn a few flashes of brilliance into a continued stream of frags. I think he's going in the right direction.
Well, do you know who I'm expecting to get more from? It's Mahone. He's in his zone again. Let's have a look.
Pass is actually a pretty good map for Big, and I have one round I want to break down that kind of shows that they're rather comfortable. So let's take a look at this round. So right here, we're going to see Big. They're set up outside of the B bomb site, and they're going to hit towards B. Now, typically, when you hit towards B, you want to have the main push to go through Monster, but instead, they're actually going to have the main push go through Short. Going through Short is rather difficult just because there's so many different spots here where you have to look both left and right when you come in, but they have one key piece of utility that makes this easier. What we're going to see here is that Hyped, he's going to throw this flash here that just goes across. Now, this flash pops right about here, and what this does is it allows players, as they're coming up, it blinds this whole left section of the map. You'll see that for CTs who may potentially play in this area, these two flashes blind them like this. It creates an area, or rather a timing, for Ts to be able to cross this gap. As well, it allows for any players who are playing further back, they're also going to get blinded as well. So ultimately, it allows Favin to basically push all the way up, knowing that this left side is going to be blinded so that he can focus his efforts on clearing the right. With those flashes, it allows him to clear those players on the right side. And as well, pay attention to the pathing that Favin has here. Notice right here that he paths along this very right wall. By pathing along this very right wall, he sets himself up to be able to peek this right side. As you see, when he comes in towards this right wall, the flash pops right here. It flashes above his head so he doesn't get blinded. But if he actually decided to path along the center or the left side, if you tried to take a look towards that right side, the flash would actually blind him. So the pathing benefits him perfectly here. As well, he has a teammate that's further behind Crimbo. He's going to punish anybody who peeks either the left or right sides. So when he gets taken down, he's there for the trade as well. Last thing you'll note here is that Keto, as he comes in towards this monster position, he's waiting for these players to create the pressure first. He does not go in at the same time. Instead, he waits for those players to make pressure first, and then he capitalizes on the reaction of these CTs trying to separate the push. He catches that player towards that monster position, and just like that, Big have the B bomb site. So this is a little strategy towards the B site that's a little bit not conventional just because they're going through short rather than monster, but this key piece of utility makes it all work. So we'll have to see if Rare Atom, whether they can figure this out.
Well, we'll be finding out what Rare Atom's got to do against them, because it's going to be hard for these guys. But Big, is it going to be as easy as it should be on paper?
I think Big is going to win. I think Big is the better team. They do have one big weakness, though, and I hope Rare Atom is going to test it, and that's Favin, individually speaking. I don't like to point out one player, but in the past 5 times he's played Overpass, he's gone -48. On average, he's gone -10 in the past 5 games on Overpass. He's holding on the B bomb side, so I want to see Rare Atom test him, see if he's still struggling in that defensive position. If he is, maybe there's an opening.
Or maybe there is an opening. Hopefully there is an opening for Rare Atom if they wanted to be able to try and get this and show us they can fight a bit longer. But Big, this is a game they're supposed to win. This is what they're supposed to make happen. So let's see if they can do it.
redemption arc for Big has begun as they win the second map. Third map's coming up. The odds of Red Unicorn are back in favor of Big. It makes sense. The desk seems to agree. Do you agree, Maui? You're back on the Big side?
I never left.
You never left?
I would have never left Big side, Anders. I think everybody knows that at this point. I'm becoming a diehard, and that means you live hard, you die hard, but you ride hard. And I'm riding with Big on this one. Rare Atom have shown a lot of promise, but I think that the Mahone strategy is one of many that we're going to be seeing where Big's playbook runs so deep on this map. It's so tough to shut him out.
You gotta hope so, right? That did look promising. It's very cool seeing how they use the flashes to enter onto that B bomb site. I'm sure we'll be seeing that, and I agree, probably quite a bit more. They look powerful right now. Rare Atom, they need to prove that it wasn't just in the opening map, that they can follow through. They did, I think, play pretty well, all things considered, on Vertigo. They didn't just get blown up, but they just couldn't get the same traction. They need that right now. They start on the T side, and they're already looking to have a bit of a fight here, and so is Keto on the other side. Not going to stick around, and there is a P250 in play from Jam Young. Oh, that's a great angle to win that opening fight. He's ready for more, but so is Hyped. Nice shot, and it's a quick one-for-one trade.
Oh, and now Rare Atom, they're just feeling and prodding everywhere, taking 1v1 duels, and Crimbo is going to come out better in the duel against Mojia. Mercury doesn't seem to even know where these CTs are. They're pressing from so many different directions now, and Hyped looks like he's good for yet another one. 4 versus 2. This round is so stringy, but Rare Atom, they might have found the one way to get a bomb plant on it.
It's very, very odd. I think Keto's managed to rotate all the way down and is basically in B, but from the playground. Don't even know what's happening anymore. Kaze and Advent are left in a 2-on-4, and it's quickly into a 1-on-4. Crimbo's going to take care of that one, and it's an easy retake when you get headshots like that.
Yeah, very clean stuff from Big. Just so much aggression. And Rare Atom, I feel like they're honestly just feeling pretty good about the fact that they found a plant in that, because there were so many players that they lost track of.
Yeah, it starts out pretty well, but I think that's exactly what it was. They just completely lost track of what was going on.
Yeah, this Rare Atom team, I mean, I feel like there's so many reasons to get excited about them, though. I think that what they've shown so far against European competition is really admirable. And just to talk about Asian CS, I think that there's a lot of teams that people are really think that they can do some damage. So that Asia RMR is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I really hope so. I think it just spices things up a lot more. It makes some of these tournaments very, very unpredictable when you have a team showing up that you maybe don't know anything about, and it turns out they're really good. So that just makes it a little bit more flavorful to be watching Counter-Strike. Hyped, nice shot, very patient. Usually there is a bit of a timer when you don't have anyone in connector, and he didn't, so normally you have to fall away. He stayed there for a long time, and he might still be in some trouble. Gonna have to fight his way out, and the timing again is just excellent. Kaze goes down, and if he would have stuck to his guns, maybe he would have had that shot on Jam Young as well.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to actually swing with that flash. The couple flashes came out from Keto, and I think that Hyped wanted to take a more advanced angle. But that brief window gave Rare Atom an in on this round, but 4 versus 3 from Big. And they're keeping up the pressure. Capson found his way towards Divider. And Rare Atom, yeah, they just feel like they have to commit at this point. Keto's already lodged himself into the one and done, close to left at long. And so we'll see if the spot lives up to its namesake. And it is good for the one. Trade is there from Jam Young, but his teammate has fallen already, and Favin is there to find the final kill.
All right, that was a very pedestrian end to the round in many ways. Just that little hiding in the corner for Keto, enough to stop any attempt at an attack towards the bomb site. So, well done. Obviously, these 2 kills will set up the CT side nicely any day of the week. Good job. I think Hype is still... Is that... they're just giving handshakes.
Yeah, I know.
What an unbelievably civilized approach.
Yeah, what is that? Why are they just shaking hands? Usually it's like a shoulder rub, a pat. You know, I think Gabi might have given Crimbo a kiss on the forehead one time, which I was just a huge fan of. That's just adorable stuff. Okay. All right, this was the one interesting thing about this round, that Jam Young decided to buy dualies. You see this every now and then where a team on an eco decides to purchase this, and I think most of us are still siding with the P250 for the eco pistol.
Sure, yes.
But Jamyoung just found a kill, so building a case. In fact, the case is just starting.
I think as well, Hype didn't have any head armor. It looked like he instantly just blew up, so maybe that helps it a little bit, helps it along the way.
That's a bit concerning.
Just an MP9 that they managed to recover, though. Handshakes instead of high fives. There's something about that. It has like a certain... That's a way to... That's some big branding in the making, you know?
I feel like that's like a margarine father.
And it has definitely feels much more on the margarine side than anything else.
Okay.
But sometimes you have to stand out, you know? You've got to find a way.
Yeah. I don't know if you have to stand out to your child. I think just your existence is already enough.
You should be there. It's true.
Yeah.
Oh no. Well. Ah, he threw it all the way over. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
They might still not be able to find it. It looks like they won't be able to. I think they're a little bit too far away.
Yeah, it seems.
That's funny though.
It is pretty funny that when you toss guns over some of these hedges, they just land in another playable space.
Yeah.
Like if you throw it at divider towards the hedge, it just lands towards B.
You just can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Please.
Anyone that's playing graffiti would just be like, oh, a gift. Thank you. Okay, 3-0 though. Rare Atom, first full gun round from them. Last time around, it was just the forest buy after the bomb plant. We got 5 AKs, boatload of utility. See what plans they have in store for us here.
Pretty aggressive play coming out from Big once again. Look at how deep Tamsin is on this side with the M4A4. And that shrinks the map horribly for Rare Atom. This could be a very readable attack towards the B-bomb side. If you're on the big side, you're thinking, yeah, they're going to be coming now. The only upside is they're going fast, and with that opening, there might be a shot at it here. Moja comes barreling through. It's another headshot, and he would have got that one. Mercury steals it in the end, but wow. I think if not for the speed and that one opening, they probably lose this round, Rare Atom, but that was their way out. That's what they had to do, and they did it.
Yeah, there's just incredible pace there from Rare Atom. As soon as they recognized that they lost so much map control, they just said, you know what? We've got one option in this round, and they took it. They seized it. That is a great shot from Moja.
Yeah.
And this second kill as well, Crimbo's probably wishing he held that smoke a little bit more firmly, but at the same time, just got to credit Moja for the shots. Brilliant stuff.
And super annoying if you're on the side of B, because you really knew that was going to be coming, but there's no accounting for those openings. Well done, well played. Rare Atom are on the board early on. And that's... yeah, it's what any fan of Asian Counter-Strike right now is going to be wishing for. You'd love an upset. They've already proven a fair bit on their little streak, their little boot camp here in Europe. Need to do more, though.
Yeah, do we want to call Rare Atom a Chinese team? I think we do, right? Kaze's the one Malaysian player. And we would call Liquid American.
Yeah, probably until the end of time, no matter what happens. I feel like, yeah, why? It's fine. We can call them a Chinese team. It's all good. Round number 5. Hyped. Scoped up, walking in. Always a good idea if you want to avoid giving away any sound cues as you're already in the connector. Feels really unnerving if you're not used to doing it, though, walking around scoped up. But at this level, it should be no problem. Tabson's on the other side with absolutely no backup, and he's going to get hard cleared on this one. Smoke behind him. He's still good for the kill. That probably is better than I was expecting. I thought he was going to get blown up.
Yeah, he definitely should have. Taking down with him is huge. Keeps it a 4 versus 4 for Big. And Rare Atom, despite taking that front bathroom control, they actually fall all the way back. Favin, deep in connector. Is he able to hear anything? I think these players have already decided to start walking, so... no sound cue given up that easily, but no, he'll hear that. That actually might bait him in, though. No, it actually gives him a timing. Advent decides he wanted to go down the ladder, and Hyped recognizes that Rare Atom is making their way back towards B, sets up his op, and now this is so difficult for Rare Atom.
They really just don't have the map control. You've been talking a lot about this on Overpass, how you can sort of read the T side early on from how they put their players in position, and there's been a couple of rounds now where Rare Atom don't actually have the map control to even run those defaults, so That's a bit interesting. Last time it didn't matter because they just executed onto the B bomb site, but this time it absolutely does. Keto's going to get the last kill. Because they never had connector, everything they were doing was just a little bit too obvious.
Yeah, exactly. Big had so much information in that round because of it, and it was Favin that took some of that space away from them. Pimp put Favin under the microscope. Said this guy has no place on Overpass, that he has been abysmal, that he's averaging -10 per map that he plays this year on it. Oh, Pimp, how are you so mean to this guy? He's 2-1.
It's what I feel like from my point of view, that's what we bring Pimp on to do, though. I think it's great. I'm a huge fan of it, you know. Otherwise, everything, you know, can get a little bit too nice. Everything gets a little bit too cheerful, you know.
Yeah, keep it coming, Pimp.
It's good to have someone always ready with a cold bucket of water, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, forced buy, though, from Rare Atom. A little bit of a mismatch buy. I mean, they have 4 AKs, but this MAC-10 on Mozia means that their playbook's probably a little bit more limited. Gonna want to send him in for an entry frag mission. And Hype's still maintaining a lot of space, but they could just pop him top connector at any point.
Oh. Do you still want to go through with it? Yes, you do, with the flash behind, and they're gonna get the kill. That's kind of bold. You could have decided to cancel that if you knew they were on the other side, trying to see if they could wallbang that, but well played. Under 50 seconds now. Bomb is all the way down outside of the B bomb site, so Jamyong probably needs to get a kill and then stay alive to just draw some of the attention away from this B bomb site.
Still pretty decent utility on Hyped. He could slow them down, but Crimbo getting cheeky with it, just pushing right through the smoke. This is such a risky play, and it is just giving Big all the information they need to rotate on over, but Hyped is the first up to bat. Swing 1, 2, a third for Hyped, and it's just Kaze at the front of the bathrooms. He's shaking at this point, knowing that there's an op right on the other side of him, but no, actually nobody was even holding front bathroom at that point for Hyped, but still, 10 seconds remaining, and Hyped, he's done enough in this round. What a performance.
That was so sick. I mean, you're right, they had the information, so even if he dies, they probably still win the round just because of the rotation, but the fact that he got all the kills, obviously even better. And another handshake. I'm mystified. Can we get the slow motion handshake on top? I feel like that's we need to analyze that.
Handshake.
Oh, it's like almost like a hybrid. High five turned into a handshake.
It's almost like the Predator handshake.
Not far off.
Not, yeah.
Niche reference, but like it.
Yeah. CIA got you pushing too many pencils.
I need to go back and watch that. I feel like it's been too long. I still haven't watched the new Predator, that I can't even remember what it's called, but people said it was better than the trailer was suggesting.
Oh, really? Wow, that's pretty rare.
It's called Prey, I think.
Oh my goodness!
Good night! Tabson put to sleep early. No cookies or anything. But his teammates are here to try and avenge what must have been a horrible death. I still think that's beautiful. Thanks, Jamyong, for giving us that.
Yeah, there was one sick moment in this round, but Rare Atom decided to pounce with that opening pick, and they were just stopped dead in their tracks.
Yeah, there's maybe angling for another 1D. That's about the best you could do here. And the existing B lean for Big, they already had so many players at the site that it was never really going to be possible to try to capitalize on that, unfortunately, for Rare Atom. So 6-1 going to be the scoreline here.
Yeah, I think Big have recognized in these just half-buy rounds, little mini forces from Rare Atom, that they're going to lean B pretty heavy. The map control just hasn't been too strong for Rare Atom. Yeah. They haven't been able to take away that sort of short banana bathroom space. And so Big, predictably, just playing a strong side B. Despite the nice shot, it's not enough.
That's the kind of shot that's really hard to hit on a 64 tick server, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, CS2 will fix that.
That's what they're promising, right? Still very curious about what sub-tick really means from like a server infrastructure point of view, but I guess we'll find out one day.
Yeah. It's like when the bitrate of the song I'm listening to is variable. It's like, just give me 32 kilobytes a second on my music quality. I don't need this variable bitrate.
Just, do you need the headphones to feel like once you get up there, like that becomes the bottleneck, doesn't it?
I think 320 kilobytes is when you can still tell the difference, but anything higher than that, like FLAC, hard to tell. Okay, height, top con, just peeking his head up. A little bit of whack-a-mole being played, and Advent is able to get a high score. 4 versus 3. This is the best things have looked for Rare Atom for some time. You'd love to see him convert to keep this one competitive.
Yeah, I think the scope was preventing Hype from actually seeing Advent at all, so a bit unfortunate, a little bit awkward. They've made a rotation, which is not bad. They've got 2 people here, but a very, very awkward position for Keto. I'm shocked that no one checked it. He's able to get the 1, and it could have just as well been the double. Farvin is all the way back here, and he'll pick up 1 more. Down to 40 seconds, and a 2. Oh, Farvin is on the smoke! How does he done it? Now it's all on Moja, and he almost misses a shot there. Crimbo's walking up from behind, and Moja, he's running out of time and run out of health as well. 25 seconds. He has to go and pick up the bomb and try to figure out. He might be able to guess where Crimbo is at this point, but how do you win this fight? He swings for it once, and oh my god! That's how it's done! That is perfect. A surgical strike to take down that last player.
What a shot from Moja. Wow. Felt like Crimbo was playing that so safely, just jiggling around a headshot angle, but Moja, perfect crosshair placement as he approached, and it felt like it was enough for Favin, that he once again upended Pimp's comments, but not the case, as Moja wins the 1v2 outright.
So sick. He definitely should have won that one, but yeah, the precision on the other side was too much to overcome. Rare Atom badly needed that round, and they have such an opportunity. If you look at the money on the big side right now, if they can win this next round, they can actually bounce back into this game in such a huge way. And look at Mercury. He's managed to sneak his way through. Yeah, you want to keep pushing that. It's such a nice place to be, but Crimbo, I don't know if he saw him or if he just was very worried about that deep smoke, but either way, what a find.
Oh, Tabson misses the opportunity there. Still, man advantage lies with Big, and Tabson, okay, he really wanted to get... What the? How does that happen?
I don't know. I don't think Advent does either. That is a keyboard breaking moment for him. Jam Young's going to get the kill finally, but that might cost him the round.
It surely costs him a little bit of morale.
Oh, it's devastating, isn't it?
That is just unthinkable. And Advent's not having a great game, 1-8. Would have been nice to see him put another on the board, but looks like Rare Atom, they're raring to go towards this A bomb site. Good counter nade right there. That's a ton of damage, 46, wow.
Yeah, super unfortunate. They need every bit of health they can have right now. 30 seconds. Starting to get a little bit closer. Early brush on the Keto. He's not loving that, but they're also running out of time here. 20 seconds. Hype patiently waiting. He's going to be rewarded for it. Farvin does the jump up, and he still gets it. 1 versus 2, and a hunt for the smoke glass. He has no idea. Everything is gray screened, and he just has to run it out. The round has been lost. He can't plant the bomb any longer. Now it's just about surviving, and he's trying to make the escape. Oh, no scope headshot. That's not bad, but what a confusing end to the round.
Oh, wow.
And he's trying to wallbang. You can shoot through the floor up there.
Yeah, could have seen something even more ridiculous happen than what we just witnessed, but man, that round was all over the place.
Yeah.
Crimbo with the opener, just kind of blindly shooting through a smoke. Tabson with the 180 right here to take down Advent. Like, that's a lot of things in this round that just shouldn't have happened did, and most of them favored Big.
Whew. Oh, yeah, that's a face of disappointment we can all recognize. This is pretty sick, but...
Saving the op, though, very important. There was not a lot of money to work with on the Rare Atom side, but now they have a win condition. It's all up to Kaze to find some sort of entry on this.
I feel like allowing Big to squeak through, though, with another buy, because Big would have been saving as well. That's just so painful.
Yeah, that was a big swing round.
But you're right. At least they have this to work with. They recognize this as well. They're going to use it as the tool to try and pry open the round with anything they can get. And Big are just not giving them anything. They're really far back all across the map.
Rare Atom, they're just prodding slowly with the op. Deagle on the other end in the hands of Mozia. Just praying for something to go their way. Because it doesn't really feel like they have any strong reason to be able to breach a bomb site. They have no nades to work with. It's really just this op.
Yeah. So far, they spent a long time putting it into position. It's going to be a little bit disappointing if it just goes down right away. Looks like Hype has got a huge advantage in this fight. It's a very, very tiny gap if you're on the Kase side of things. They'll pick up the AWP, and Hype, for some reason, forgetting that was an opportunity. That seems a little bit silly. Didn't really need to do that. 25 seconds left. They still should be all right on the defense. Up close here with the MP9. Obviously, no head armor on the other side, so one misstep, and they're going to get blown up. Farm in there with a double. And, yeah, they lose a player, but it's all right. Big are going to be fine with it. Yeah, how do you feel about this idea? What if in Source 2, when the train goes by, it can sort of like blow away the monster smoke, like the added wind, like you got the wind effect. It like temporarily ruins it.
I'd love to see if there was just a different design for the train so you could bounce nades off of it and land in new ways.
Oh, like they gain extra speed if you just hit it, so it's like boop.
Yeah, it just flies towards A. Like some way you can throw a jump up CT smoke at A with a smoke from outside monster.
Like an HE from the T side that just gets blown into the A bomb side somehow.
It's like 555 movement speed or something.
Yeah, just Mark 3 HEs.
Yeah, breaks the sound barrier a little bit. Yeah.
Well, we don't know yet. All anyone's playing is Dust 2. It's tough.
It is tough to stomach another Dust 2 game.
But you have to do it.
I like Dust 2, actually. Who am I kidding? I actually like that map.
All right. Well, this is kind of going according to the plan for Big. It's what everyone predicted. They're going to be good on this map. And so far, that's pretty much what they've proven. Good blow up of the door, the flash, and then the swing for Tabson. Good coordination between all of those elements to get the kill on Mercury to begin with. Timing shot for Hype. Doesn't really matter if he misses it or not, but as long as he doesn't die out here, it's a 4-on-5. It's not really necessary.
Oh, I think he spotted that player. And he definitely wants to take the fight. Hype is really looking for it in this game. He's 14-6 right now. I mean, don't really blame him. When you're hitting every shot, you want to take more.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage for them right now, and it's obviously made Rare Atom very nervous on that side of the map right now. 50 seconds as they are grouping up towards the B bomb site.
All right, this is the Pimp win condition. He wanted them to challenge Favin as much as humanly possible. And there he goes. Okay. Down just like that. 4 versus 4. Crimbo still dancing around the pillar. And, whoa, okay, Mozia. Double entry to get into this one. And suddenly, it seems like Rare Atom have a real possibility.
Only 2. They're nearly dead. That would have been maybe a little bit of a change. He's going to be careful now. Hype has shown up, but there is a flank coming in. Jamyong all this way. He was holding her at bathrooms at the start of this fight, and now he's almost able to close out the round. Not going to wait any longer, just instantly going for it. And it's a 2-on-3. Keto would have locked for a default bomb plant, but that's going to be the case. Kase does go down eventually, but the bomb did get planted. That's the important part here. And Moja, he's not far away from getting his 3rd kill of the round. Tabson, if he walks into this one, he's surely dead. Could see Moja's well positioned for it. He's going to get that one. Still, there is a chance maybe for Keto. Doesn't have the kit right now, so going to tap it once, and I think he needs an instant headshot, or it's going to be too late. It might already be indeed. Yeah, time is up for this one. He could try and see if he can take Jamyong with him. Oh, good headshot, but
I think he might have it.
No, surely not. There's no way.
Yeah, I think he might.
No way, Maui.
Oh, let's see.
1 versus 2 without a kit and against an AWP in the sniper's nest. He goes for it, and he actually did it. I can't believe it. I surely thought that was going to be the end of the round. That is unbelievable.
Oh, it felt like they wasted all the time in the world, so I understand the confusion there, but no, Keto just kept his cool and caused, I mean, the re-peeking from heaven?
Yeah, Jamyong up there.
Jamyong, yeah. Oh, no.
I can't believe it. That looked so lost.
Yeah, and it felt like they took so long on this. Oh, wow.
Unbelievable.
I feel like it was under 2 seconds. I mean... Hype can't even believe it. Like, how'd you give him that fight?
Yeah, that's That's not what you want to see. Everything else up until that point was really well played. 9-2. Big are just... Even when they're losing some of these rounds, they find a way to flip it back on Rare Atom in some really unlikely ways. Obviously, the Tabs and Deal round was another one of those. Hype is out there just battling all over the place and taking down Jam Young, who's the only one really, apart from Moja maybe, that's been having a real output here on the T side. Keto? Oh, I don't know, that's worth it.
Yeah, just dry swinging there. Okay, all right. Some reason he thought he had him dead to rights, but oh no, this is unraveling for Big. That's the one loose thread, and now it's all coming apart for them. Okay, they're trying to set up a boost towards jump up. It actually works in Tabson's favor. Oh, he almost presented a second kill right there, and Crimbo just swings out. Okay, everybody from Big is just swinging out through that smoke. They are completely disrespecting the utility of Rare Atom, and it is working out for him.
Yeah, that's unbelievably aggressive. That's the kind of stuff that maybe you would actually see Rare Atom try to do themselves with on the CT side. But yeah, Big just bringing it, like you said, disrespecting them, and it works.
Oh, and wow, Advent there. Definitely had time to react to that. Might have had a nade in his hand or something, but
I think he was flashed by a teammate, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, that would explain it.
I still can't get behind Keto's peak out there. That seemed a little bit too crazy when you're in a 4-on-5.
It was actually just rude. It was actually just rude.
Yeah.
He never needed to do that. There's no justification for it. Nice cleanup from Tabson here, though. Ooh, okay. Let's see, is he gonna get the ace? Oh, there it is.
Tapping away at the end like it was meant to be.
Yes, and the shake. Not the same kind of handshake we've been getting.
All right, they're really mixing it up. I feel like they should stick with the handshakes at this point in time. I feel like that's the way to go now.
Yeah, Gabi's just throwing in some mix-ups.
Maybe a handshake and a little head bow, respectfully, sort of. Yeah, well done. Like, don't get too excited, gentlemen, but we are winning.
It was all headshots too.
This is some vintage Tabson performances coming out here.
Yeah.
Anyone who's a fan of the game just has to appreciate. You just have to.
Any player with legacy. Okay. Keto. Right there on the stairs. Mercury's already chipped down pretty low. It's one bullet. That's all it's going to take for Keto. And okay. Advent there with the trade. And so much damage inflicted onto Rare Atom already.
Yeah, they're really running into just a brick wall here in the first half. Good flick from Hype. It's an 11-2 scoreline right now, and Rare Atom, they're clawing to try and get another couple of rounds on the board, but it feels like it's almost already too late. Tabson is out hunting at long, and he could find a kill against Jam Young here in a couple of seconds. This is just, again, a very, very strong position to be in, and it limits the map for the T side so much, which that's been a core of the problem so far, hasn't it, for Rare Atom, really? They just haven't had the map control to do really elaborate executes with.
No, every time it seems like they even try to get up A, they're taking casualties. Tabson just hunting them down. And Rare Atom, and there is not much they can do here. They at least have some utility, but I think Big knows exactly what's coming.
They definitely do. They've got everything covered. Good crossfires, good everything right now. This is so sick. A 12th round. It's Tabson now up at 16 kills as well. So between him and Hype, they're cleaning up this first half entirely. Very, very convincing. And obviously for Rare Atom, just finding themselves an overpass here. Just if they needed to win this, it looks like they had to try and close it out on Vertigo.
Definitely. This is Big in their comfort zone. Nothing that Rare Atom has thrown at them has even made these rounds too confusing. I don't even know if I can say it. I mean, this is a must-win round for Rare Atom, but every round has become a must-win round for them.
Yeah, from here on out. All right, I like it. Aggressively surfing past, hoping to see if you could find somebody. Actually did kind of bait Tabson into that one, so well played. There is another chance for an opening. Mercury is deep on the bomb site. Keto, the heavens, can take that one kill farm with another one. And somehow they managed to regain control of the defense. Oh, he's very, very patient, Hype. Didn't want to fire that too soon. And even if he misses the shot, it doesn't matter because the rest of the B attack has been completely stopped on the other side. Moja is on his own. And Big, they're going to find with a wallbang shot at the end. 13 rounds in their first half. That's everything they could have wanted. Second half is coming up after this.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf. People have been waiting a long time. The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Well, we're back once again. Final half coming up here. It's Big and Rare Atom. And this third map has been just a wonderful stroll in the beautiful park of Overpass for Big. They are so well on their way. And Rare Atom just don't seem to have the depth of map pool to be able to fight on this particular map. It's a little bit upsetting because they do look like a really strong and a really fun team to watch. But on Overpass, it's just all Big at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like we've been witnessing nuclear fission because Big are definitely split in the atom.
Nice. I like it.
Had to get that one out there. Not sure if they're going to have a split on this half, so I just had to force it.
I like it. I feel like there might be even fewer physicists in the audience than there are synchronized swimmers, but you know,
yeah.
Still, you have to appreciate it.
Might get a couple. Okay, heavy long play from Big. Mercury's going to be greeted by a lot of Glocks. I think he might have spotted at least one of those players.
Yeah. He's suspicious at the very least. They are starting to show up. Oh, swing wide, but what a headshot to begin with. They were setting up to do like a 1-2-3 punch kind of thing from the CT spawn, but when you die that quickly, there's no follow-up even allowed.
No. Just take off one end of the pincer that quickly. Mozia has had some incredible highlights. He's going to have to put one together here if Rare Atom have a chance in this, but instantly taken down by Favin. Pimp's least favorite player.
Now's the time to bring it up. There's a 3-on-5, and yeah, the aim punch there, just a little bit too much to handle. Kaze trying to do anything he can with the P2000, but it's proven a little bit tricky. It looks like there was a chance. More headshots are coming through. It's Keto finding a triple to end the pistol round in the second half with. Really well done.
Yeah, just pretty clean stuff for Big. They recognize that long side got smoked off. And boom, I'm gonna sit back.
Okay, what the? He didn't see any of those people.
Yeah, I don't know what he was shooting at.
And he didn't either, and turns out it didn't even matter. He's playing a whole new level of Counter-Strike. Using the Force. He's probably playing with his eyes closed at that point in time.
Yeah, I don't know if CS2 is gonna make that easier or harder. I guess he would shoot little bullet holes through the smoke there.
Yeah, which you have to assume is that I don't think that's going to help you, right? I think if anything, it's going to tempt people to do it more, and then they're going to get badly punished for trying.
The one thing I fear about that is that the A1S might just get strong again. The no tracers, but you're still going to create those bullet holes. I feel like everybody's just going to use the A1S.
That could be, but you're running out of bullets really quickly on you to do that.
Yeah,
it's kind of risky. I feel like
it is. Yeah.
I don't know. What about if the sawn-off shotgun created like a giant hole to give it like a purpose?
Yeah, give it a purpose.
So you buy it like on the T side, and it's not meant to kill anyone. It's just meant to open up the smokes, and then all the Tech-9s come rushing through.
I like watching the Negev actually around the edges of it.
That is obviously the next level play.
Yeah, it actually was kind of convincing in the videos I've seen of the Negev spamming smokes. It's like the edges of those they do go away. Sure, shooting in the dead center isn't going to do that much, but little flash play from Rare Atom. They're actually acquiring, dare I say, more map control on the CT side than what we saw from them on the T side. Like that they took a plan into this round. And
something they need to change is if you buy the Negev and you have a decoy, it should be full auto decoy.
Just doesn't stop.
Just doesn't stop at all.
Ear piercing.
And just if everyone gets one, then no one can hear anything at all.
It's like a Gatling gun.
Yeah. Just anyone with a headset, they have to take it off. In fact, they just can't. It's like, oh no, not the Negev decoy again.
Yeah, I know that the flashbangs were giving some people are reactivating their tinnitus. You should just actually deafen people with decoys. Literally hurt them.
Just started to get a little bit personal, but I like it. Whatever it takes to win, you know.
Okay, all right. Rare Atom have actually put together a stack.
They have. They could do it, but damn, they need the opening. Advent, very, very flashed. They decide not to check it in spite of the fact that they clearly were looking. Crimbo, they'll pick up the one kill there. There is a flank coming in. It might be a little bit late, but the scout is good for a kill. That's exciting. They need to stay alive back there for the flank. They're just a bit late. Oh, Jam Young, it's so close. The bomb is going to be planted, but on the other side, and Tabson just steps right into it. 15 rounds on the side of Big. Yeah, Gob is happy right now, and you can't really blame him.
That's about as well as you could have outlined a round for Rare Atom, too. They took that early space. They knew that Big were headed towards A, and yet they still couldn't hold on. We're starting to see the difference in terms of player quality, and just the execute from Big was very strong on top of that.
This is really, really one-sided right now on the third map. There's no way to really get around it. With Tabson playing well, with Hype playing well, in fact, everyone is just playing well at the moment.
This game is feeling pretty stat patty for Big. Oh, they were trying to assemble the boost to spot over there, and Keto, he heard it. Oh, he sensed weakness. He knew that they were trying to get out of there, but Kaze still was able to stand his ground. Hasn't had a great game thus far, but putting one on the board now at least gives Rare Atom a little bit of life in this round.
Hard to blame Keto for that one. You definitely heard it. You definitely sensed that there was an opportunity or a timing there. And Crimbo, he was waiting for a jump inside of the B-bomb site for a while. Didn't really get it, so he's decided to vacate that position. Nade right on top of Jam Young. That's super frustrating. Another one puts him down at 34.
Yeah, good utility, as you would expect from Big, and they still have a lot left in order to exec onto this B site. There's only a couple of Rare Atom players here. Jam Young, one we saw already tagged down, and looks like the other is Mozia. They are split up. It's tough to connect between these two guys.
Well, he's just going to wait inside, but it fades just as he does, so no luck on that one. And in spite of a good start, this is a problem for the defense. Flash is going over, and it's almost good timing, but Farben still couldn't really find it. Now some nades are starting to rain down. There's a smoke up at heaven to stop any kind of a rotation coming in from there. Moja, he's going to have to do a lot of work here. Kaze already taken down. And look at the wrap there. Mercury going down. Tabson with the final kill of the best of 3 as the Big will survive an early scare from Rare Atom and defeat them in 3 maps. Not bad at all.
Yeah, convincing stuff from Big as we moved on to map 2 and 3. Seemed like it was a little bit of a surprise pick to kick off the series from Rare Atom. And we're going to hear about what the devs thought. So take it away, fellas.
Well, Big managed to bully and dominate when it came to Overpass, and that was more what we expected. That's what we wanted to see. And Pimp, you called out 5 on. I think he heard you, mate. You gave him some extra fuel for the fire.
I didn't call out anyone. I just said there was a potential weakness, and then...
That was really mean what you said, actually. It was really mean. Extremely mean.
Hurt your feelings, didn't it?
Hurt his feeling, not my feeling. Favin's feeling.
If you're winning 16-2, you better be in a plus score. So well done, Favin. Well done.
I mean, let's be honest. This was much better from Big. This was the version of Big that we hope to see. I think Vertigo was a transition towards that state where Big was head and shoulder above the likes of Rare Atom. We had Tabson coming in with a bunch of multi-kills. Finally, a good map, a strong map for him where he makes a difference. But mostly, I think all conversation should be around hyped. Because this game has his footprint all over it. He was very impactful. He was very dominant. He was moving around the map in connectors, sometimes in B, sometimes in long. Very hard to see coming and extremely efficient.
We spoke about it in the first map, this Hyped versus Kaze matchup, and at least on Ancient, yes, okay, it's the one that Rare Atom won, but it was a battle where Hype didn't have a chance in it. This time, Hype just took the fight to everyone and rolled over him.
Yeah, look at some of these highlights, how deep he is and how aggressive he is and how upfront he is. He was constantly re-aggressing in the beginning of the round, mid-round as well. You see it right here, 1:15 left of the round, over towards the B bomb side. I love when we have a highlight reel like this that is showcasing the player getting kills all over the map, right? He's not standing still. He's not playing one position. He's all over the map, and he's not afraid of taking some of these duels. So well done to Hype. He was dominating that CT side, and that just goes to speak for Big as well. We spoke about it coming into the map. We all expected them to win this one. Not this one-sided, but this is Big when they're at their best, right? This is Big when they're playing good Counter-Strike, and this is the Big I want to see, because if they play at this level, they are going to be a tough task to beat.
Yeah.
But we got to slow down a little bit on it, right? Because, yes, this is great, but this is what Big should have done. We know that they should have done this. You speed up again.
No, thank you so much. I was just so ready to slow down. Come again? What are you talking about? You happy about Big?
You weren't even listening?
No, but he was telling me to slow down. So I was just...
We need to get him some help, I think.
Yeah,
this is only day 2. We've already hit this level of Maniac. But you are living up to your name, mate. No, I'm talking about, yes, this is great. This is Rare Atom. But everyone else is tougher. This is, we can't be praising this so much, right?
Yeah, but I don't really like this line of thought in general, because at the end of the day, you can only beat who's in front of you. And Big started this series by being rolled over on Ancient. And this was the same opponent they had against them. It was Rare Atom who was executing on them. Big didn't know what to do in the defense. This overpass, this first half, was night and day compared to Ancient. I'm just giving you a little tidbit of information. Outside of the pistol round, Big won obviously 12 rounds in the defense. Only 1 came through a defuse. They only needed to defuse once out of the 12 rounds that they beat after the pistol round. This was clear cut, no contest, tap out, throwing the towel, everything, the kitchen sink as well. The defense of Big was too strong, and Rare Atom just didn't have the finesse to get to the side and create these post-plan situations. They never got there.
You know what's even worse? Rare Atom, they won 10 opening duels in this game, and Big still won 16-2, right? So it wasn't like Big weren't tested in the middle of the rounds, in the beginning of the rounds. They were just so much better that even playing 4v5, they were good enough to handle it.
And when you look at Rare Atom's overpasses in their past games, they haven't seemed to have really learned too much.
That's the main point I wanted to bring in, right? We talked about it coming into it. We know Rare Atom, they play Inferno at a high level. We were a little bit surprised by Ancient. That was a strong performance, but they are one-trick pony in the sense that in a best-of-3 game against any competitive team, we've seen Rare Atom struggle a lot. Sure, winning a best-of-3 against a top European team, it takes a deeper map pool. It takes a little bit of a deeper playbook as well, and it does seem like if Plan A is not working, Plan B or Plan C doesn't even exist within Rare Atom. So still a lot to work on, despite having a decent showing on Ancient.
Well, while we are starting to praise Big, let's have a listen to some of their comms. We've got round 12 for you.
Lang, ganz vorne.
Molo. Lang Flash.
Ganz vorne.
Molo,
zwei,
noch
zwei,
nicht drauf.
zwei.
Ich bin blind.
Meine.
Recht Toilets.
Fuß CT.
Toilets einer. Straße.
Fuß CT. Ja, komm. Komm. Komplett raus. Vollwand lang. Raus, nein, zwei raus. Geh raus. Noch einer raus, Default.
Fighten. Straße links, Tower links.
Letzter links raus. Nice!
Now, good communication, but you expect that from them in their mother tongue. But the other thing is the confidence boosting they're going to gain when we spoke about them being knocked down even before this tournament, even before they face Rare Atom.
I like the energy in that clip. You know, you're playing Rare Atom, you're playing in an online tournament, it's 10-2 or 9-2, but there's still a lot of energy, right? Right now, Big, they need confidence. They need to get back to winning ways. I believe they even said it coming into the game as well in the interview, and they got to win right here, and they got a rather convincing one. So I love to hear the energy. I love to see Big playing this type of Counter-Strike, and then let's forget what happened 3 hours ago on Ancient.
Well, let's discover what's going on inside the Big camp and how Keto is feeling after that one as he spoke to Heku.
Keto, congratulations. First win here at the Blast Showdown. Do you feel relieved right now?
Yeah, of course. I think since Pro League, we like the match against Movistar, we lost like every match. We failed in open qualifiers, and we didn't really know why, because practice always went really good. Like we never had such good practice. I think we won like out of 20 practice games, we won like 19, I think, and then we go into officials and we just lose. So yeah, I don't know. We are really happy that we won this game, and I think they played great.
When you saw the video, did you actually expect for this series to go to all 3 maps?
Yeah, I think our Ancient is not that great. Like we know that, we work on that a lot. So obviously, like we knew it could be a 3-mapper. But yeah, we're really happy that it turned out our way this time.
Mm-hmm. You're saying that you are working on Ancient. Is the city side is where you're spending the most time right now?
Yeah, like we watch a lot of demos, how other teams play, but unfortunately it's not like really working for us, and like we don't feel so comfortable right now on this map, and that makes like the comms really hectic, and I think that's why we play really bad as on this map, and yeah, we will see how we continue like our approach on this map.
Mm-hmm. And when you were brought back from the academy team, a lot of your teammates and also including your coach were saying a lot of good things that you're actually helping Topson. In what situations are you actually helping him out?
Like on T side, like I give him rounds he can call, and like let's say 1 or 2 rounds a game, like I tell him what could work, and like often it's like these rounds are working. I think I help him this way, and on CT side, like when I feel comfortable, like I'm really good at like controlling the sides. But like as I said on Ancient, like we are all not that confident right now, so it makes that like a lot harder. But yeah, when I feel the game, I think I'm like really good at helping him to coordinate.
Mm-hmm. Well, your next opponent will be either Fnatic or Nine. Did you get to prac against the Polish lineup?
No, I don't think. Maybe we pracked against them, but I'm not sure. But I know that I think we had an official against them at some point. But I think they're like really good, like on a really good level right now. They're also qualified for other tier 1 LAN. So like both teams are like, I think, dangerous for us. Like right now, every team is dangerous for us. So we will do everything to get another win.
Well, I do appreciate and respect the honesty out there, because every team is dangerous, but especially as this opposition's only going to get much tougher.
You know, every team is really strong. I mean, they deserve the win. They have fantastic players. We're not play our own game.
Play our own game, good, yep.
I'm just doing the bingo card. No, there was an interesting element coming out of Kito's interview, is the fact that apparently they're bashing everyone in practice. And I never really know how to toy with the concept when I'm at the desk, because what does that tell us? That a team is doing so well in practice, but they can't really translate it so easily? Is that a question of whether or not you're practicing the right way, or is it because you players cannot just mentally play exactly the same? And it must be really frustrating if you're the staff, if you're Gob, if you're Tapson, if you think you have a team that is supposed to be able to do round A, B, C, D, E, and then you get to the official and your players don't show up, they don't do what they're supposed to do, they don't make the difference they have to do. It's very hard and frustrating to move forward that. So there might be just something they need to analyze and put their nose in.
Yeah, it's never nice to be nice in practice and suck in official games. Big, you know, at least they have the potential. If you're winning in practice, you can always work on transferring that into the official game. So they're not completely lost in that regard. But I agree with Matthew. It's always hard to figure out what does that actually mean. You know, I remember VP back in 2015-16. They were the best in practice and they were the best in official games as well. So it's
they kind of did both. Yeah. Take the hell out of you, even in official.
Yeah, I bet you guys really enjoyed those moments for sure.
Pretty good time.
Let's take a look at some more good times. So it's our bracket and see where we're at throughout the tournament so far. On the left-hand side, we're looking at our European, and Big have moved on forward. We have said goodbye to Rare Atom, but for Big, man, they got to go up against either Fnatic or 9. If we take a look, that is a game that's coming up next. We still got 2 more best of 3s to deliver you Counter-Strike fans at home today, and we're ending the day with Liquid taking on Nouns. Are we going to get an upset, Maniac?
No, we're not.
No, we're not. So we're going to a break, and when we come back, we'll discuss which team is going to cause an upset potentially and which will not.
I said no.
Going into this next matchup, we have a team that is on the rise in 9 with Fnatic, who have been the staple of rebuilding the Fnatic brand in a different way, in a mixed European way. Both teams looking good in their own ways, but Maniac, this is not going to be as easy, I think, when it comes to Fnatic, who have struggled more recently than what we expected.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out why we all see so much upset potential in this game, because I share your thoughts, and I think the community in general has been a couple of tweets at me as well. Hey, be careful, like 9 is going to take down Fnatic.
Yeah.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, Nine have had a couple of results here and there that are interesting. After all, they did qualify for IM Rio through the whole jungle of the open qualifier, the closed qualifier. That is legit. They have Hades, a player who is seemingly finding a second breath in this team, and it's great for him. But still, like, are we underestimating Fnatic? Do we think so little of that team? What is going on?
I don't know, because for me, I'm thinking I put still Fnatic, this new Fnatic, on a higher level, but Nine and Hades, the ways he reinvented himself coming onto this roster, you kind of thought he was done after Ents, you know, and here he is again. They've succeeded. They're finding success.
I think the reason why we are a little bit in doubt is because of Nine, yeah, and because of their online practice, and because of how many games they're playing, and because of how much they actually grind the game. The past 3 months, 110 maps have they played in 3 months, 110 official games. Add on to that, you know, the Face It, the individual practice, all the practice games as well. These guys are living and breathing official Counter-Strike right now. So we're giving them credit because we see Nine make moves that qualify for the RMR, they qualify for other big LAN events. So it is a decent team, but I'd say it like this. Fnatic, to me, are the gatekeepers of top 11, top 12, top 13. Normally never beat anyone above them, normally never lose against anyone below them. So I'm not really worried on behalf of Fnatic.
Just to give you a comparison point, where you said 110 maps for Nine in that period of time, that's to the 36 of Fnatic. That's literally a times 3. There's a factor 3 in terms of the amount of officials registered in that period.
But for a team like Fnatic, you don't have to play as many of these qualifiers, right? You're getting direct invites, you're going through yourself. It's a different scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue they don't have to play these because there are indeed some of the keys, some of the qualifiers that they don't have to play with. But yes, there's also the question of the map pool. Now, here is the problem that I have personally when we bring up statistics like these. How am I supposed to make sense of the 110 maps they've already played? Most of them are against people that I don't know any of them. So it's very complicated. And if I have that kind of issue, I can anticipate that Fnatic have the same. If you are Keaton now, and your task is to figure out what is the real map pool of Nine, what are the real maps they're good at, you don't exactly have an extremely big sample size against significant opponents. So you might just go a little bit in the dark.
Hopefully, though, Fnatic have the tools and the people around them to be able to delve into that and find some of the good matches, find the higher level opposition that they're playing against. Because Fnatic, at this point, we should be singing their praises in this.
I think Fnatic is a good team. It's a legit team. You look at the players, you look at the guys right here, and I think we all agree that there's potential, and they have shown a certain level of consistency as well. You said it just before, you consider this new Fnatic to be way better than any of the versions of Fnatic we've seen the past couple of years.
Hell yeah.
And I would agree with that. They have stagnated a little bit in their development. It feels like they're stuck now with 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in the world, which is okay. But as I said, it does feel like they're the gatekeepers of that. They're never beating anyone above them, but they're never losing against anyone below them. And that's a pretty good, stable thing to have going.
Well, I love the point you're making, and I want to learn some more about it. So let's see what Mezzi said to Heku.
Hey Mezzi, welcome to the Blast Showdown. This is the online part of the tournament. Does it make any difference, the fact that this is online and not on LAN?
I definitely think it has a bit of an effect, especially when you're playing like some of the underdog teams or like the team we're playing today, Nine, who have a lot of practice and a lot of officials on their online cups, and building that like fluid flow and like that flow of playing online games constantly. I think it could definitely make a difference, but we're confident either way.
You're confident? That's always great to hear. But Mezzi, I know that you kind of like moved to the IGing role like relatively recently, but I don't think I've ever actually asked you about like if there's anyone on your team who actually helps you to call. Is there anyone maybe like a right hand on your team?
I'd definitely say it's a joint like responsibility, and I think everyone has helps me a lot with it. But I think the second caller in our team is definitely like Roy. He plays a lot of the main positions and a lot of action spots where it has a responsibility to give a lot of information and ideas. So I think Roy is definitely someone who helps me a lot in terms of the ideas and maybe like feeding me the information within the round.
And well, usually there are like two types of IGLs, you know, the ones that are playing aggressive and the ones that are more passive. Your skill level actually allows you to play like those, like maybe you can even say like star roles, like star positions, the ones that Roy is usually taking. Was there ever a discussion like of maybe like you making like some changes and switches between like your roles?
Not really. I think on a few of the maps I kind of tried a lot more of the main like map control positions and get more of the action. But I think when I transitioned to the IGL, it was kind of hard for me to do both. So I think for me, it was kind of making sure that like it made more sense. Roy was better in those positions and I was better at being able to focus on calling like whilst being more supportive and maybe a little bit more passive. And I still have the chance to be aggressive in rounds and like take map control, but I think I can do it at my own like decision and my own pace and kind of be more supportive than actually take the map control and have to be thinking about IGLing and also taking map control. I think it'd be quite tough and like hard to in the chaos rounds.
And what do you think about Nine as a team?
I think they're definitely a really skilled lineup. I think, especially in like the tier 2, 3 scene, I think they've shown that they're kind of like maybe not dominating, but they've shown that they're on a really good streak and they're playing really well. And I think for quite a few years now, I think even when in my previous teams, I've had a chance to play against a lot of their players, and they're definitely a skilled roster and have a lot of good individual like skill ceiling. But yeah, I think they're on a good position at the moment. But I think we're definitely confident in going up against them, and these are the teams that we have to be able to beat if we want to be like a consistent top team as well, like top 10 team and so on.
Fantastic insight from Mezzy there. And one point we have to touch on is this communication he's doing with Roy and how much he's helping out.
Roy is a hidden gem, or has been a hidden gem in Denmark for quite some time. I was surprised that no one wanted to pick him up. I remember when he was in Copenhagen Flames as well, a lot of people were rumoring him to go to Liquid, and I thought that would make sense because he's one hell of a strong player. Now in 2022, as per according to the stats, he was flying on all cylinders. He's off to a little bit of a slow start individually speaking in 2023, but trust me when I say that Roy is probably one of the best teammates you can find in the entire world of Counter-Strike. Causes zero problems whatsoever, is a great communicator, and he's hard-hitting on the servers.
And he's a playmaker, right? He's a playmaker. If you're a team in Counter-Strike who wants to go for trophies, you need to be able to win rounds you aren't supposed to win.
Yes.
This is a key feature of any team that has deep runs of tournament. And my issue with Fnatic is that I feel this man on our screen is the only one that actually does it.
Sure.
That's the problem that I have with this lineup.
Okay.
If you put them in a good position, I know Nikodos can be safe. I know Crims will just push it home. He'll just go it through the finish line. He's going to stop the B hit if he has the numbers. But if Fnatic's in a 3v5, is in 1v3 or whatever, I feel like if it's not Roy, they don't have that little spark of craziness. And that means that in the games where things go to hell, sometimes he has too much on his shoulders. You can see him just trying to get stuck in, trying to make the difference. If it's not working out, he just ends up being in a pile of crap. And that's my problem sometimes with Roy. I think he's a little bit alone in that department.
Yeah, sometimes he has to force the issue, but he's got no one else to back him up. I see your point. I'm with you. But let's try and understand this veto, because we're hoping that Fnatic worked out where this would go and what they'd be able to have. And they've gone for their tried and picked Overpass over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, Overpass has been a home soil for Fnatic, that's for sure. The first few bans were quite clear. Then we have Vertigo being the pick of 9. That in itself is relatively interesting. I was wondering if Mirage would come in. That's not going to be the case. They go for Vertigo. I don't exactly know what to expect from them. We are a little bit in the dark.
I think that was the map they played 25 times in the past 3 months, right? So
That's
there's
ridiculous.
a lot of data. But as you said, when you have data against teams that are on a lower skill level, if you're Cater right now, if you're Fnatic, you probably don't want to look into that. You just want to play your own brand of Counter-Strike. And I know we hate when we say that. I know we hate when teams say we have to play our own brand of Counter-Strike. But in this case, I feel like that's one of the few times you can actually justify it, because 9 is usually playing against tier 3, tier 4 opponents, so you don't really want to take too much away from those games, because Fnatic should be of a different caliber.
Now, how important is it here, though, when we're looking at these games, for this matchup between Nikodos and Hades, and how good Hades has been? Because he has been the point man, he has been the star.
Yeah, it's great to see Hades bounce back. Obviously, we have to be a little bit careful with his stats as well, because the numbers will be different of the one events, right? The caliber of opposition is completely different now. And I think these specific matchup, when you're Hades, you're going up against Fnatic, that's the moment that you can prove that you can back up these numbers.
Yeah.
You can actually have the same kind of impact, because one of the eternal criticism I had to Hades when he was in ENCE was, hey, when you go up against a real opponent, you cannot do it. You cannot crack it. You go back and you be quiet. So I need Hades to do the dirty stuff to Nikodos, as Jacob would like to say. I need him to back up these numbers and have that kind of impact, because I have my trust in Nikodos in that matchup.
Okay, so you're still with Nikodos all
I'm
the
with
way.
Fnatic all the way, baby.
You want to hear a fun fact?
Yeah.
One of the issues with Nikodos is that he's not farming against lesser opponents. He's actually performing better, statistically speaking, against top 10 teams than top 20 teams. The opposite is the case with Roy. Yeah, it's very interesting. The opposite is the case with Roy. Roy farms against top 20 opponents, where he's struggling against top 10 teams. So right now, I'm feeling fairly confident that Roy is going to come in and have a good game, whereas Nikodos could be the guy in problems. And as you said, Hades as his counterpart, that could be a rough matchup for him.
Now, you guys haven't been swayed on how this will go in terms of there'll be an upset. I think we all chose Fnatic here, right?
See.
So we've got a couple of other guys who decided to pick 9. Why'd you do this, guys?
Weirdo.
today you are going to play against Fnatic, and considering that recently they've been playing a lot of LANs and you've been playing a lot of online tournaments, do you feel that maybe you kind of have an advantage?
I mean, yeah, online is always a bit different to LAN. There's like less pressure online, so we feel pretty confident here.
Do you feel that maybe a team that is so good at grinding online can cause you a lot of trouble?
Yeah, I think that can cause a lot of trouble actually, because they're used to playing from home. Like all the tournaments they play, I think, are from home. So I think that's a little advantage they have. And for us, we play most of the tournaments at LAN. So it's going to be a switch for us again, playing from home.
Well, well, well. Everyone on the Fnatic side except for us. How does it feel?
I'm just going to say that even though the odds reflect what we should be seeing from this game, that Fnatic should be taking it, sometimes you have to make a stand.
I know.
You have to take a stand and say that Nine are an interesting team, that they have played so much online CS. It's almost reminiscent of like the Gambit youngsters of the COVID era, where everybody was just grinding things out, getting so much better in such a short span of time, playing every single official that comes their way. And look at what happened to that team, how they rose through the ranks. And I think Nine is very similar in terms of their trajectory and their narrative.
I mean, you've just heard a lot about it. A lot of different teams are giving them credit. I don't know if maybe I just overbought the hype a little bit, but I kind of want to believe it could be an exciting game. It's up against Fnatic, obviously, that definitely are the favorites here, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll start on Vertigo. Second best of 3 today is coming right up, and can't wait for it. Fnatic on the CT side, and Nine going to be starting on the T side, and already leaning towards that B bomb side, but just a single defender over there. That could get a bit rough unless Fnatic are quick, and they already are moving back. And look at Mezzi. He's actually got the Molotov to slow them down. This is actually a great utility to have right now.
Oh, yeah, but there's a couple smokes on the side of Nine. You'd expect that they use those just to take away some of the sight lines from Fnatic. And so that Molly actually is really going to do quite a bit. Actually, no, they smoked it right away. Very interesting, but the defenders are already here. Fnatic have so many players on this bomb site. Looks like they had all the information necessary, and Nine are running right into a 5-man stack. Not even a single point of damage taken by Fnatic.
Yeah, that was very, very, very decisive. In spite of the fact that they were quick to extinguish the Molotov, like you pointed out, it just didn't really matter in the end. And also, partly because Fnatic were already making the rotation towards the B bomb site, they found that out pretty early and made a decisive call. So that's great.
Yeah, good information gathering there. Good defensive utility from Mezzi. And Nine, yeah, okay. I mean, the case for Nine in this one is that sometimes when you have a radical stance, you do things that are beyond what you even believe just to make a point. And that's what the Nine pickers did today.
I know.
We know that this is Fnatic favor, that they should be winning this, that they're one of the better teams in the space right now. But just something about Nine and what they stand for and the grind set that this team has been on, it captures our attention and it gives us hope for the upset.
Also, to think of it another way, you know, if you pick Fnatic here and you win, you kind of, you should get almost no points for it. It's kind of like, yeah, all right. You know?
Exactly.
But exactly. If you pick Nine and they pull through the upset, you just look like a genius.
You should get 2 points.
Yeah, exactly. Should count double, really.
Yeah.
Well, they're back from the tech pause. Quick fix. We like it. Second round is coming up, and it's Fnatic, obviously, with the bye. No question. Nine are going to have to wait out a little bit longer. Going to be chilling for a moment. With the Glocks. Glocks?
Glocks.
What they need, like, you know how they have like different names for like a school of fish and all the rest of it? They need that for like 5 Glocks. Like, what is it called?
I think most would just gravitate towards flock. It rhymes.
Flock of Glocks, yeah.
A flock of Glocks. A gaggle of Glocks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Oh, here we go. The Glocks are coming. Goofy to pick up the kill, but it's pretty easily dealt with. No real casualties there on the Fnatic side. They're going to be fine with it leading into the 3rd round.
Pretty straightforward. Just a single kill. And This is where I want to see if things get interesting for 9. I've been keeping my eye on them just a little bit. Just some of the differences. Why people at ESL Pro League kept telling me that this is the team that I should be watching if I want to see someone that's innovating. And it seems like they just kind of structure their default sometimes a little bit differently. They favor B a little bit more than some other T sides, and we see that already happening here with Goofy pressing on forward this quickly. Okay, I don't think that player on site recognizes that Goofy has gotten this close. So much defensive utility has already been deployed, and look at where Goofy is. He's already made it to quad, and Mezzi...
He's no idea.
He's just playing safe, though. He knows that the bomb site has been taken at this point, but he probably never knew that Goofy got that far.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that he wants to realize. That's so sick. The run-up to take that much control on the bomb site with almost nothing. I don't even know how they assembled a run boost that quickly.
Right. That is just... This is what we want to see. This is why I was excited for this match.
Such an interest and a tough call for Fnatic. Obviously, you don't want to really save this one, but at the same time, you might have to. If they don't have that much money in the bank, it's a pretty quick bomb plant. The retake, no matter what here, is going to get tricky. They have the defuse kits, obviously, but man, it has to be quick from here on out. Fasha's going to be getting one. Kyler goes down. Goofy with a good headshot, and the swing is there. Just super aggressive. No shot that Crims is going to be able to get anything done here. He's going to have to walk away, so they lose all the important rifles, really. And 9 are on the board early on.
All right. Crims, here's these oncoming players, and oh, actually, they're still pressing on forward, and he's able to get an M4.
I feel confident already. I feel like 2-1 scoreline. Like it's a good conversion. I don't think I've never lost a bet from this position. I feel good.
You think that this is a sure thing for 9?
He actually skated up the rail on the other side onto his teammate's face and just kept going.
Yeah,
what a god!
So quick.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you need to practice. And I guess most teams, they know how to do the run boost, but you just assemble it kind of, you know, how you normally would. If you don't practice the fine detail of it, it's pretty interesting.
Okay, wow. Pressing up ramp already is key. And Roy right there on the long side, and it looks like they're going for the double swing actually, but okay, 9, they're holding on to this space pretty well. Hades right underneath that smoke is able to take down Roy, and Nikodaz lies in wait. Might be able to actually find a single kill here. No, Hades just too ready for that duel, and things are not going the way of Fnatic so far.
Definitely not. Smoke actually collided with Fashar on the other side, and Hades will just walk up and take him down. 3 kills. Him in the round, and already a save been called on the other side. So tie up the scoreline is 9.
9 are looking fierce.
Yeah, we're overly confident, as you can probably tell.
Yes.
But you have to recognize there's a lot riding on this, like the bragging rights in the green room.
Yeah, exactly.
Ruining Pimp's day. It's all good.
Just the biggest Favin hater in the building. Yeah. Well,
we needed to clip that from the chat.
I think every analyst needs one enemy.
That's probably true. I feel like you have quite a few.
I've taken a few battles on multiple fronts.
Makes life a little bit more interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's a life philosophy to that, which
having an arch nemesis,
yeah,
that kind of thing,
exactly,
makes life more interesting.
It's good to have mentors, and it's good to have nemesis.
Well, I appreciate it. I hope Nafidi makes you a better person.
Yeah. He's come out stronger for it too, actually. Okay, but man, so far I think that Fnatic are getting caught with their pants down in a couple of these rounds. Just not really. It's tough to prep for this 9 team. Always have a new little play that they're ready to run on any given round. And unless you really face it in person, you can watch the demo, but until you really are on the receiving end, you don't know what's coming your way.
We saw this boost earlier, actually, in the first best of 3. Didn't really ever get put into play, but yeah, you can see how it offsets the angle enough that if you're walking in on the T side, you just might not expect it.
Yeah, really, really strong, actually.
Just some confusion.
Yeah, like shuffling some nades around. Roy wants to toss a flash forward, and 9 just holding on to that space. They're not actually giving anything up yet. And this might lull Fnatic into a false sense of security, as the single player that they have jump spotting is Roy with 18 HP. But if he's able to hold on to it, then Fnatic can really center their defense around B, and that might actually be Nine's target.
Crims is getting here with a Molotov as well, and the obviously, even more importantly, maybe the other M4. So they have both the rifles in the right position. There could be a deep nade back here to really make Mezzi's life very tricky, but
they're going up ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're already going up ramp. This is a bit of a fake coming out from Nine, and that smoke might make things a little bit interesting for Key if he's not able to play around it well, but Roy is just here with a P2K, and he hasn't heard a step yet. Hades getting into a deep position towards long. He might be able to catch somebody off guard. No, it's him that's caught off. Crims with the swing. And now man advantage lies with Fnatic. 20 seconds.
Right underneath them, Roy steps up, but he can't finish the kill. He did get the dink on the Goofy, so nearly picking that one up. Only 15 seconds now. It's a good shot from Kyler and Crims. The spray, it's nearly a full-on spray down. He nearly won the round for his team right then and there. The bomb is being planted on the other side, but look at how low they are. Key and Kyler here, they are just a couple of shots away from death. It's going to be messy to pick up one, but he can't catch Kyler, and then the headshot comes through. Beautiful accuracy here on the side of Kyler, and that will get them the round.
Wow, swings back into the angle, even though he had 22 HP. That's so bold, and it pays off. Always going to expect that player to retreat. And so, yeah, Nine pick up yet another round.
But that one got really scary. It looked like they'd kind of outsmarted Fnatic, but Crims kind of showed up at the perfect time. I think Crims must have been about a bullet away from getting this double kill, and then obviously the round is just over. So well played on Crims' side as well. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, the Fnatic, they still have a buy to work with. Hades holding the angle towards B. If anybody approaches, this should be a freebie for him. Oh, okay, there's the opportunity. It presents itself, but Hades not able to actually hit the shot. An exchange of Molotovs leaves Mezzi with 52 HP, but still no clear winner in this little bout.
Mikotos. Orper on the other side. Both Orpers really in this map, I think, quite exciting to be looking at. I really like Mikotos Orping, but I was a huge fan of Hades as well for a long time. I was worried when he got removed from the previous lineup. I just thought, oh no, I hope he doesn't just disappear, but this seems to be a pretty cool home for him at the moment.
Yeah, he's actually found a nice spot for himself here on this all-Polish lineup. And he's really been making a name for himself once again. Taking the place of Sparrow, but looks like with Hades, Nine is flying even higher.
Ramp controlling again for Nine, which is such a powerful position to be in. They don't have many nades, so that's maybe the huge downside, so they can't do the full execute that you'd normally like to see from this position. But they have a smoke, and it's been put up already. Mikotos misses the first shot, but not the second. Time is running out here. 15 seconds. They're really standing still. They might be expecting for Fnatic to do a bit more, but yeah, just rock solid from Fnatic, waiting it out. If they go aggressive in that last 10 seconds, they might run into it and quickly turn it into the favor of Nine, but instead, the round is going to expire, and Fnatic will get another one.
Yeah, 3-3. Just held on to that ground, and like you said, there just wasn't the utility necessary for Nine to breach into the bomb site.
I feel like, though, the act of freezing right here is exactly the kind of thing that could draw a lot of teams into it. A lot of teams would be a little bit frantic in trying to take a peek or two. Could see Nikodos a very awkward position to be in with an AWP behind the boxes, but he's just standing still. Oh, here we go. Quick assembly of the run boost, straight in there.
Oh, but I think they're calling for a reset.
Oh yeah, they might be. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, too bad.
Still looks beautiful.
Yeah, you know, they got that down.
I still think it's got to be possible for the CTs to throw a decoy that just collides with a player midair.
That just blocks that.
Yeah, you just throw it, like you just know the timing. You just count like 1, 2, you throw it, and then if they assemble it pretty quickly, they just drop right into it and just fall down to the pavement.
That would be hilarious.
A beautiful way to use a decoy, you know?
Yeah. Give it some purpose, right? That's really what we want.
It's got to be able to do something.
Seems to be one of the discussions with Source 2 coming out is just how are they going to change decoys, because there's a couple guns in the game that don't really serve any significant purpose, and that is, well, it's not a gun technically, but you know, it's it's something.
Hard to find a real use for it, isn't it, at the moment? So, yeah, I don't know. That is kind of a big question.
Still, the only thing I've seen is the Monacy right-click it on Dust 2, make the opposing opper through double doors think that, oh, he took a shot, I'm going to peek now, and you're just holding him.
Yeah, it's got such niche uses, isn't it? Maybe would the explosion from a decoy blow away the smoke from like a...
No,
I mean, you'd have to throw so far advance, right?
That's been confirmed to not,
tested.
Actually, yeah.
I don't know how you would time it anyway. Like, you'd have to throw a decoy before the smoke, and then
the
smoke
true.
to land on top, but...
I mean, it would have to be probably your own smoke to just line that all up.
Yeah, that's a good point. That could be an interesting use. Just you have to see it coming way in advance. I could appreciate that. Tech timeout, as you can tell. He's got those acoustic tiles in the back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trying to stay friends with his neighbors.
Right. Also makes your microphone sound marginally better.
It does. I've thought about putting that up in my room at some point.
I actually have them.
Nice.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Or at least I had them at my last place. I don't have my current place.
Now you're traveling around the world.
I'm a nomad now. Yeah.
Just living in different places. It's not bad.
I just live where I can.
You see the little Star Wars mural in the background there? I think it was Mezzy who just lined it up.
Let's see Mezzy's cam.
I feel like he's got all the peripherals back there. It's good stuff.
Why does he have this ESL Pro League thing?
I don't know, on some of the printer as well.
Yeah.
and the weird blue lighting
coming
up from the ground.
Did he just steal that from the last season or something?
I can respect that. I feel like that's, steal meaningless things. Then it's funny,
Yeah.
I tried it myself. I tried to steal hotel pens. It's my thing.
I never bring pens anymore when I travel. I always just take them from my hotels.
There we go. There we go. They're not going to miss them, are they?
No. They have infinite.
Here
All right,
we go.
they assemble it again. Let's go.
Oh, quick jump and the flash on top. It is so sick. Kyler with a double kill. Absolutely knocking out the defense at the B bomb site. Fnatic, they are shook right now.
That is beautiful. Still able to pull it off. Kyler, the triple entry. He's at 9-3 right now. And there is no hope for Fnatic in this round. 4 versus 2. It's all about self-preservation for the remaining players. But 9, man, they'll just keep throwing it at you. You got it. That's why they need that decoy, Anders. They need a way to stop that.
They got to figure it out.
Because it's coming.
That is actually just so sick. No one's ever thought about putting real time into Counter-Strike acrobatics except for 9. They're ahead of the curve. This is the team that's finally going to do the run-boosted Zeus. I can feel it coming.
Oh, they might. Yeah, I think so. This is a theory crafting team. This is a team full of synchronized swimmers.
The ones that finally make it look cool.
Yeah. They're getting gold medal.
At this rate, they definitely will. I mean, you have to assume that particular strategy has an expiration date at some point where the CTs just start to say, okay, we
just hold for it.
Yeah, we can't. It's not worth it,
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, the hero.
Oh my.
Play. This is sick.
Wow. This music is epic.
Yeah. Where's Captain Jack Sparrow?
Yeah, it was kind of like a half Pirates of the Caribbean and half Lord of the Rings with the little choral component.
There's a real universe mix-up.
Yeah. Some crossover stuff, but that's what you get from 9.
They've really got it all.
I don't know how Roy is down to 13 already, though. Was he standing in a molly?
I can't really explain that, actually, either. That seems weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but that is one of the premium rifles for Fnatic already in the red. Bit concerning, and they're going to have to make the most of it. I've been alerted that it is Bastion that is actually controlling this camera, and doing a great job, Bastion. Keep it up.
Smooth drone work. We appreciate it. It's an interesting sort of different paces, right? From the run boost over at the B-bomb site to this very, very slow pace. Got to be somewhat frustrating for Fnatic as well to have to... you can't just fall into the rhythm of, okay, we're getting attacked all the time, we're playing at a high pace. It's like, well, that... And then some of these rounds where it's a lot more waiting around. Oh, Key! Coming up with a double as One of them fell right into the headshot. There's still 2 more, actually 3 more players here. This could work out for Fnatic. They have the stack ready, and if they would have got that shot, that would have been the bomb unable to be picked up, and they would have had to backtrack. Now, the bomb is going to make its way to B, and any rotation through the middle here, you should be dead by all rights. Goofy's going to pick up the kill on Crims, and they just smoke it off. Yeah, man, if he actually got the shot on Minio back there, it would have been an absolute nightmare for 9.
Oh, they're playing this so well, too. Not giving it up for free. Okay, I spoke a little too soon. Goofy with the wide swing there. Now there is actually an opportunity for Fnatic. This round has really turned around for them. And with that tag earlier from Nikodas, Minio just on 1 point of health. It'll be tough to defend this, as they have no utility left over, too.
There is one more nade on Nikodas, and he's picked up an AK instead of the AWP, so they're going to go for it here. Can they find it? The grenade doesn't touch anyone just yet. Smoke on top of the bomb as well. Minio hiding back here. The timing, it's perfect. He swings out for the second and gets a double. And it's another round for 9. Very, very close, this one. In spite of Fnatic having nearly nothing, and in spite of them losing that double to the wall bang early on, they still made it a very competitive round.
Oh, yeah. Sure. There's the wall bang there. Roy tagged up earlier in the round. Still not exactly sure how that happened, but Minio with 1 point of health, that's just ultimate value. Just tucking in, positionally outplaying them, and then striking when the iron was hot. Okay, a little bit faster, though, from 9. Roy doesn't want to actually take that engagement just yet. Seems like 9 are really controlling the pace in these ramp engagements.
Yeah, Fnatic don't have the confidence yet, or maybe don't have the economy yet, to try to take the fight a little bit deeper on the ramp. He, the one moving up, AK in hand to try and challenge right around the smoke. And with the Molotov, he's going to put some pressure on. It'll just at least force out the smoke right away. Well, Fnatic are not going to be that scared. Roy right on top. That seems like such a scary position to be in. But we had this played itself out earlier where all Roy had was the P2000. At least now he's a little bit better equipped. Nikodo's going to be careful that he doesn't get completely banged through the smoke. He's looking for it, but takes away the AWP at the wrong time. Messi at the back of the bomb site. And Minio patiently waiting for somebody else to move up. Oh, this is so scary if you're on the T side. Walking up that long lane. He gets the spray through. But Roy's there with the return. It's still a 2-on-2. Oh my god! That is unfair. Wallbang shot to take Roy down straight away. Just blows him up. And now it's Fasher on the other side. 1 versus 2. 9 have found another way into a bomb site. They know where he's coming from now, no doubt. Grenade not going to help him that much. And it's all a question of the mechanics now. M4A1 is very exposed, and Key will take him down. They've got everything working for them. This is a sick start for 9.
Oh, 9 are looking so sharp in these moments of transition. So many little frags that make such a world of difference. That spray that Minio had to take down Mezzi at back quad was just beautiful.
Yeah.
Every opportunity that 9 have been presented, they are making it count. And so Fnatic want to slow them down. Even though the scoreline is still pretty close, it does feel like the momentum is firmly in the favor of 9.
Yeah, they're doing a huge amount of work on the T side already. And it's kind of keeping Fnatic again in this weird position where they're going to keep not having all the weapons or all the grenades. Some of the little tricks they might have are going to be put on hold, at least for a minute. We'll see if they have something up their sleeves.
Kyler also, it just feels like this guy's deleting people from the game. Every time Kyler spots it.
I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, he just went for it. I thought maybe he saw something, but no, it was just... Even Roy's a little bit confused.
Yeah, it's just... eyes widening. He's like, oh, okay.
And it also kind of just costs nothing to go for that spam. Your teammate's already throwing a smoke. They already know your presence.
Yeah.
And so why not, right? And, okay, this might be a little bit of a cheeky play for Roy. Waiting until the smoke fades. Might get the better of some of these players.
He knows they've been playing in the smoke in general. Flashed his way through, and it's not that far away. He's pretty close to catching that kill, but unfortunately, he just missed it by maybe a second. Oh my god.
Okay.
It's really violent, isn't it? Aggressive play.
A lot of just instant death. Gotta say that 9's protocols for ramp control have looked great.
Yeah. And this round is won.
Yeah. Fnatic is just iced out of this. Might want to try to recover that gun that they felled towards middle. And so Fasher does find that. And yeah, 7 on the board already for 9. Reminder, this is their map pick. So
true.
Would love, I mean, this is more or less what we expected in some ways, that they would have this much depth in terms of their playbook. Fnatic, a team that still has a lot to show in this series.
Yeah, I think on the positive side for Fnatic, it's not like their players aren't woken up. It's not like they're not having an output. It's just, yeah, some of the strats here are really sick, and obviously Key and Kyler as well, mechanically just looking good. They're going to be able to save the AK on the Fnatic side, and that's about it. 7-3 the scoreline. It's starting to feel a lot more real at the moment.
Starting to believe in your pick?
I've always believed in it. I was sure from the start.
You shouldn't make it if you don't.
That's it. You know, you gotta do it with confidence.
Nice little shot from Fasher. Been a player from Fnatic that's been under some scrutiny with his poor outing at IEM Katowice, but he made amends with what he did at ESL Pro League, but hold that thought. 9, quick out towards middle, already posted on the angle, and Fasher, he might want to battle through this, but the Molly's going to stop him right there. And 9, they actually pumped the brakes. They let Fnatic act elsewhere, and that plays right into Key's hand.
So much pressure in the middle again, like the very many different looks that they've had. It's been fast B, obviously with a run boost. It's been very, very slow at the bottom of the A ramp. Now we're in the middle. They're just unbelievably versatile so far on the T side. It's making it very, very hard for the CTs to figure out where exactly do you want to put the defense in. Good shot for Nikodos. That's the kind of shot, if you miss it, you probably just die right away. So, huge plays.
Might even lose the round right away. Kyler playing around. 2 steps. Ooh, spots the head, but Mezzi's a little bit faster on the trigger. Now Nikodos actually pushing on forward. This may be ill-advised, but he's able to escape with his life intact. 4 versus 3. Good nade damage onto him. And 9, they have made it abundantly clear where they want to end this round.
They don't have any more nades to get rid of that Nikodos position. Oh, they have 1 HE. Maybe. Could be done if you're really accurate with it, but sort of doubt it. 30 seconds here. They're going to tap the bomb and commit to it on the second go-around. The spam through not really connecting. And at least they get the bomb plant here, but it looks like Fnatic's retake is going to be pretty good. Hades took a long time to get that spree, but he get the headshot in the end, and Fashar at least 2 versus 3 now. And Mezzi will take down Goofy, all on Hades with no health at all here in a 1 versus 3. Should be impossible. All they have to do is scope up on here. I think they know where he's coming from. Smoke making it a little bit awkward, but the defuse is going to be in no matter what. And Hades decides, yeah, why throw your life away to that one? So a 4th round for Fnatic.
Got pretty close at some of those moments. See that 9 trying to carve out a win condition for themselves, fighting on the bomb site, but Fnatic quite procedural with the way that they dealt with those players. I'd say that was one of the more straightforward rounds coming out from 9. Just lost that B side control, forced towards an A play. One of the few rounds where it felt like they were the ones being pressured into their next action.
Yeah, Nikodos, I mean, trying to play aggressively, trying to put on that pressure, obviously was very risky at one point there, but on the other hand, if you give 9 the control, that could also backfire quite heavily. So, yeah, he's trying to do what he can to make them feel uneasy on that ramp. And they make it through this one. I feel like all the pressure, though, is still on the Fnatic side at this moment. That's a good start from Mezzi. You'd like to see that. 7-4.
The only saving grace here is that when looking at the stats in the last 3 months, 9 is a better T-side team than CT on this map.
Right.
Just, you'll take those little edges. Only a 3% difference, though, by the way.
Okay.
62% round win percentage on T-side.
So what you're saying is if they play this map 100 times more, then those 3% could really come into play.
Yeah. but I'm excited for their CT side. I watched the demo earlier, and man, they are so active. It's really fun to watch. Okay, Nikadaz playing around the sandbags, presented an opportunity, not able to find the kill. It's a lot of damage because of that Molotov, but 9, they fall back, and they seem so willing to do this. They don't ever overstay their welcome at ramp. They're not taking unnecessary casualties because they want to just hold onto that space so desperately. They know they can get it back if they want it. And Mezzi, this is a dangerous game. We've seen that 9 already just sometimes hard clears this angle out, but still holding on to it. And wow, that's a lot of molly damage, but still no casualties in this round. 45 seconds left.
Yeah, they've really given up on this A ramp, so they need to execute on the B pretty quickly before Fnatic find out and start to rotate more people here. They already have quite a few. And look at the standoff here. Mezzi, he's good for the one, and the trade is nice for Prims. A flash from Fashar in the background is setting them up nicely, and he'll get a kill as well, but the rotation in middle stopped. It's all on Goofy here, and he walks right into the grenade. What a round from Fashar. That's great. The flash assist, and then obviously the double kill as well.
Yeah, great stuff. Good support. Good little game for the Fnatic side on B. Not quite as explosive as we have seen in the past from 9, but it's about time that Fnatic really stand their ground. Couple consecutive rounds.
Yeah, they needed this so badly. They were about to lose complete control of this first half, and now it looks a bit more respectable. 7-5. They got some money, more importantly, maybe some more nades on their side finally.
Yeah, Minio playing right behind that Molotov. Takes a little bit of damage from the nade, but not actually a fair trade. Okay, Key does even things out. 4 versus 4. Roy still trying to hold on to this space. Fasher is coming in on the rotation, and once again, 9, they just pump the brakes. They're so ready to stop like that, cut noise, make Fnatic second guess their positions and their rotation. And eventually, this should make Fnatic posture either aggressively or rotate back, but it's a boost that they go for, and that was the perfect option.
Boost with a flash on top. It's so sick. The swing for Key, that was maybe the only way to get back into it. Nice nade on top, and actually Kyler did get the kill as well. 1 versus 2 for Hades. It could be done. He's hoping that there is some kind of a flank here. That would have been a nice way to turn it into a 1 versus 1, but that's not the case. Fnatic are dug in pretty well on the bomb side. Oh, but a huge risk. That's not necessary. Messi's on the other side, and Hades, he'll get the clutch 1 versus 2.
I can't believe Fasher just jumps up like that.
Yeah.
Just overlooking that long side completely. Leaves Mezzi into the 1v1, but Hades.
Is there a chance that Fnatic just didn't know the bomb was dropped there?
I think surely they knew, because this player right here dies with it. Yeah, they definitely know. They definitely knew that bomb was down. Yeah, this is a bit of Fnatic losing their composure in the late round, and Hades, I mean, Anders, you wanted to see him, you've been a fan of him, and he delivers. That was a 1 versus 3, wasn't it?
At least a 1 versus 2, possibly 3. I think what I really enjoyed about Hades with the first time that I ever saw him play was probably the decision-making under extreme pressure. I think that's where he really delivered really well. I'd say this was obviously like 1 versus 2 but sometimes you see him in rounds where he's sort of surrounded and you have to make like a series of decisions, and if you make any one of them wrong, I felt like he was very, very good at doing that, which I just love watching. It's so much fun, and I feel like it's so rare that that players are able to do that.
Yeah, and you couldn't really blame ENCE for wanting to make that swap to bring Sunpius in for him. Just because of what Sunpius did so recently at Cologne before that move happened, but yeah, it's just great to see Hades bounce back.
Yeah, I feel like still really early on in his career, so don't let yourself get put down too much from that kind of thing. This is obviously a huge upset to Fnatic because, again, it kind of blows up their money. 8-5. If they don't succeed in this kind of a trick, which we've seen them try before, then it's gonna be 9 picking up a 9th round.
Yeah, all right, the boost is there. We've seen it a couple times today. I think this time it might be good. Oh, Key clears it out. Backs on up immediately. His teammates are surrounding him, but oh no, okay. Some nice shots being hit from Fnatic. Things are turning on their head.
Key wants to escape. The bomb is down there as well. Oh, it's Mezzi on the other side going down. I look like that could have connected. Key was a bullet away from death. That would have been sick. Again, it would have stopped the bomb right there. Goofy's trying to control this part of the map on his own. And Nikoros just come charging in. That's an important kill. That could be the kill that actually gets them a chance at doing this retake. No bomb fight yet, but instead of that, they just fight it straight up. Key with a double. Not bad.
Wow, Fnatic are just kind of biting on these little fakes. It feels like Fnatic are a little bit flustered in these late rounds. Just that single tap on the bomb, and they wanted to charge. Sure, they think that one player is incapacitated because he's punching the digits there, but man, it feels like 9 are just holding their nerve a little bit better. 9-5. Things are looking good for 9. Something also to note, Hades has not really been using the op all too much. I think Money hasn't allowed him every round, but he's been looking good on the rifles in this game.
Yeah, hasn't really slowed them down at all. Grenades, Roy, series of dinks coming in. Minio, not a chance. Nikoros, that is sick. No scope through the smoke. Hades, though, will get one in return at the very least. Goofy nearly caught off guard, but he's going to be able to pick up the kill, at least on one of them. 2 versus 3 here for the 15th round. Fnatic, they need this a lot. 9 are probably happy with the rounds they have at the moment, but Fnatic need everything they could get.
Yeah, Crim's already locking him out of this position. Kyler, okay. Timing actually not favoring Crims at all. This might get bad for Fnatic. That is probably one of the only ins 9 can find in this round, and Nikoros takes his aim off the angle too.
All right, he's back.
Is he?
He was.
Oh, he's juggling a couple positions. It looks like he'll be holding on to it. No!
Unbelievable.
This is like a cartoon.
Yeah,
I can't handle this.
Unbelievable. He's back at it. Now, good job not walking straight into the shot, but they're going to be able to Molotov him out of there. He's standing on top of it just to try and make sure. Man, if they would have peeked that right away, he would have definitely got that one. 30 seconds. And now they're in the middle, but Fnatic definitely know. If they defeat Nikoros here, he's on the other side of the smoke. He's ready. Oh, they're just slipping through. Quick, no scope as he takes down Hades. He is going to be fine by Kyler, but it's only 15 seconds, and the rest of Fnatic, they're going to be rotating right now. Yeah, just straight for the bomb plant. He doesn't have any nades to help him out with. This is still a very, very tough round for him to win. 1 versus 3. And Fnatic are setting up quickly to try and go for the retake. He's got the right idea. Oh, but a crouch on through. Crim's not going to lose the battle this time. It's 6 on the side of Fnatic at the end. Good retake. But overall, this first half in favor of 9, which is very, very impressive. There's no doubt about it. Fnatic, they need to wake up in the second half. It's coming up right after this.
Hi, my name is Kerrigan, and I'm playing for Mousesports. The story that comes to mind is definitely one from 2007-8, when we played on a local LAN in Denmark. And I came up with the idea that we had to make a war cry as we were rushing out hot on nuke. There was no noise cancelling headsets at that point. And you know how important it is when you're playing on nuke that the sound is correct. And you were sitting across your enemies, they're right in front of us, like 1 meter away, right? So if you're making high sound outside the game, that's definitely gonna throw them off. So I started doing like war cry like this, really loud. And 4 of my teammates rushing out hot, and they didn't hear anything because they got unfocused. And I was just staying and doing war cry until they actually got out and killed the guys. But I think losing to something so stupid like that was probably pretty annoying. We were laughing, having fun, but I can imagine they didn't have fun times because that was like kind of frustrating for them.
We've returned once again, and it's been an exciting start to this best of three. We kind of had an inkling, some of us at least, that maybe Nine were going to be an exciting team to watch. But I've got to say, I'm really, really impressed. Even if I had some high expectations, they start off well. They get 9 rounds on the opening half of Vertigo. Second half is going to be coming right up, and obviously, Fnatic, they need to start with a bang here. They need to win the pistol round. They need to show us that they got something more, because this is still winnable for Fnatic.
Definitely is, but if you give Nine a little bit of runway, they're just going to take off. If they start getting that economy going, all those tricks you saw in the first half, they've got a similar playbook in the second. He holding the line with the dualies. 2 kills for him, along with Hades.
Yeah, they'll take it. And Kyla just casually throwing bullets down there. One of them connecting with Fashar, and now Mezzi and Nikodos are left with probably not much of a hope here. Especially now that Nine has started to really fall back on the map. Except on the A side, where they are checking it and sort of, making sure no one's down the ramp. This should be an easy round to win if you're on the Nine side here. And that's horrible news for Fnatic. Winning the pistol is probably a pretty big deal to them right now.
Even getting the plant would have been nice for Fnatic to keep the pressure on. If you let Nine just have a freebie for the next one, it's going to be tough. And okay, it does not look like that bomb has any chance of being planted now. Mezzi just holding on to this B main space, and already Gush, 1 HP.
Jump off the building.
Oh, okay, well, able to get 1. And anything else? What else you got, Mezzi? Not much. All right. Oh, he did fall off the building.
He did fall off the building. I feel like the Chad move would have been a switch to burst fire and just jump off and just Glock someone on your way out.
Yeah, that's a classic in terms of what a hero would do in an action film, but usually there's like a helicopter or something to catch him, which doesn't really even make sense to me that they can just fly up with the helicopter. Like, the blades would generally just slice you apart, but usually they do somehow catch a helicopter.
Yeah. Dodging the blades, falling right into it. Gravity doesn't exist either.
No idea how it's even possible.
Well, 10-6 run boost set up there, I believe.
I don't think we've addressed Goofy's name.
Yeah, we've just accepted it.
What are your thoughts? Any opinions on Goofy? Is he a dog? Is he a cow? The character, obviously, not this player in the server. That's just rude. If any of you thought that.
Say. Yeah. I know you like the hot takes, Maui, but that's probably taking it too far, isn't it? I never thought about that. I would assume that he's a dog.
But Pluto's a dog.
Yeah, there could be more than one. I don't know. That's never crossed my mind. I didn't realize that was even a topic for discussion.
That's like the only remaining Disney mystery that Walt took to the grave with him.
All right, just never reveal that. It's like one of those illusions where, like, depending on who you are, you see it one way or another.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Is the dress black and blue, or is it?
Yeah, exactly. Like one of those.
Gold. Yeah.
I feel like it's a great name for a Counter-Strike player because it just must be frustrating to be killed by somebody called Goofy. Like, come on. Like, if I'm in a matchmaking game, I'm assuming that guy is cheating, like, just because of the name.
Yeah.
Like, that's gotta be it.
It's so troll. It's so troll. Okay. A little bit of an early B smoke from Fasher. Peek around that one, get little one-ways on the corners. Makes anybody that chooses to aggress towards B have to really watch their step. And Goofy boosted up in the middle. So far, a pretty standard setup and approach from both teams.
Yeah, leaning obviously way more to the A side right now with the stack and the boost going on. So B kind of doing what Mahone was showing us yesterday, right? They're playing aggressive in middle and expecting that if Fnatic go for the B bomb side, they're going to use grenades to get in here. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, or at least if it's going to be, it's still going to be like so quick that you probably can't react to the middle anyway.
Yeah, I feel like they got to smoke at least one angle off. You can't just run in here completely dry. But yeah, that's going to alert 9 to the oncoming B attack. And we see that Molotov come out from 9. That's kind of an interesting choice. Unless they're going to contest this, because you could have used that in the retake. But Kylar right through the smoke, and Hades too. Wow, they're standing their ground despite the fact that they were more or less playing a retake setup.
Yeah, and now they're actually just keep fighting. Kylar's going to pick up one more kill. The FAMAS is doing so much work. And Nikodos going to get overrun at the end. They never even got the bomb plant, in spite of the fact that they were attacking a completely empty bomb site. Yeah, they'll smirk at the end. I don't know how they win that.
It's just serious business for Goofy.
He's having a great time.
Man, yeah, it's just so weird. I think Fnatic probably came into this bomb site wondering where the defenders were, and they really, I mean, the answer was just all the way back, actually. Oh, what's outside the door, Roy? Wants a little air.
Risky.
Yeah, I know. Could have been anything.
I don't know why.
Could have been a brand new car.
For a minute, I was just holding my breath like...
Oh, that's not that's not one of the things I've been liking about Nine's game. Just put that out there.
Not at all. A rogue grenade, but it's all good. OSHA on the building site, not happy. Oh, that one though. Jeez. Gotta get the job done.
This is the Nine classic. They love re-aggressing on the ramp. They do this anytime they think that there are opponents here, and it is working in their favor this time. 2 kills, 1 for Minio, 1 for Key. They're going to keep on pressing forward, and this is something that Fnatic are going to have to worry about for the entire half. Nine are relentless with this. They almost never like playing retake on A.
And it's a 4-man re-aggress to the ramp as well, so like, what do you even do? All right, it's good 1 teak, but that's about all we get from the Fnatic side here. You said for the rest of the half, but it might not be a lot of half left the way things are going right now. They are showing a lot of great work at the moment.
Just 3 rounds. That's all Nine needs to win their map pick.
This is really impressive. 13-6. All right, he's able to. He can laugh about it.
I love when they laugh it off.
That's what you have to do. I personally find that to be very difficult. But yes. Round number 20. I'm not quite sure if there was going to be a fast play around there. Looked like Hades was a little bit paranoid at something showing up, but Fnatic have slowed it down. Shah's making some noise, trying to pretend like there's a lot of people outside of the B-bomb site. Still no real decisions been made.
Fnatic just kind of waiting for an aggression here, and they might get it. Oh, they peek in, but it's actually Hades holding down the line, and Roy with a double. These are looking pretty good for Fnatic in this round, but there's still more Nine players. Minio, he's right behind this Molotov, has a chance to bring this back into the CT's favor. Keeps on pressing forward, might get that opportunity. There it is, 3 versus 3 now. 50 seconds remain, and Fnatic, they have barely any utility.
Yeah, that's a big problem. They have some time, though. There's one flashbang setup. Good opening, but the spray down from Minio is way overpowering. And Crims, a smart play for Minio to walk away from that one. Don't let him fight it. Don't let him turn it into a 1 versus 1. He does almost burn alive. That's so scary. And the bomb is back there. That's a great catch on the camera. Crims, you've got to channel all of your energy into getting this instant headshot onto Minio, or it's going to be done. He's already got 3 kills out in the open. Minio, every chance at getting it. Great clutch and a great round coming out from him.
That was masterfully played from Minio. Crims was always second-guessing what position Minio would be peeking from next, and that was all in his control. Despite the fact that Fnatic had a man advantage in this one off of a great double from Roy. Good control on that kill, but the lineup, the way he danced in the 1v1, it's great stuff. We're seeing that it's not just the tricks of the team play for Nine, but some of those individuals too, really holding their own.
Another timeout used as Fnatic get a chance to talk things over and try to figure out how, if at all, they can get back into this game. But it feels increasingly unlikely as we're seeing Nine look pretty comfortable as well on the CT side. They have the money to fight. They've got everything going on at the moment.
Yeah, and Heku was talking to Fasher in the pregame interview about just how Nine, the team that, I mean, the Fnatic knew they were going to have to watch out for him. Nine's just been grinding that online stuff. I think the death segment, they highlighted how they played over 100 maps in the past 3 months. And that work is really showing. They are in a dominant position on this opener.
Ooh, look at the aggression. I like it. That's the kind of play that could really catch somebody completely off guard on the CT side. But not this time. Nine were a little bit too far back. Roy, you want to keep that position? Kind of gets blown up, but on the other side of the map, it's Goofy to get some revenge. And Hades, another risky position potentially here.
It's just crazy. If you miss, you die.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
It's got a little bit of backup inside of the bomb site, but I kind of agreed. Probably not a lot of room for error at that point in time. Smoke bounces down, and with the flash on top, yeah, could have been interesting. But they're going to wait it out. Still 50 seconds left. And they haven't really committed Fnatic. They're maybe expecting for 9 to go for some of that aggression, which they are, but way on the opposite side of the map. This is going to be deadly to Fnatic. If they don't hit this bomb site right now on the A side, they're going to get sandwiched in.
Oh, yeah, but it might be a godsend. I mean, Fnatic have barely any ins on this round, but they just turn away. No, last 30 seconds, and they feel like they have to press on forward. No one's even holding the flank anymore. That might enable Goofy to find a frag movie right here. First kill goes his way. Knows that it's all about self-preservation. If he keeps these players boxed in, it's going to be a living hell for Fnatic.
Yeah, it already is. Roy comes back for it. He's going to pick up that one, but are they expecting for the second flank? They surely won't be. 9 seconds left. They've already taken down one of them flanking. You're never going to see another one coming, and here it is. Kill onto Nikodos. The bomb, not even planted. Great move. Instead of waiting passively by, they go and find Fnatic, and it absolutely kills them.
Oh, they're just tormenting him.
Yes.
That was so brutal for Fnatic. Felt like you finally dealt with that pesky flanker, and there is another waiting to strike. It's like there's 2 sharks in Jaws. Like you already dealt with the first one.
There must be a follow-up movie where that's the plot, right?
I didn't watch Jaws 2, so I don't know.
I don't think I did either, but if I did, I don't remember. Here we go. AK. Ooh, they needed that kill badly. Kyler just peeks right in again, and it's a beautiful double opening. He's even ready with the Molotov to push them on back. Fnatic with 6 rounds so far in total, and we're about 22 rounds deep. This is so ridiculous.
9 are completely outclassing them on Vertigo.
I'm actually just really surprised.
Ooh.
Nice shot.
There's one thing that Fnatic have held on to is that Roy is very good at taking this space. 2 kills. Maybe he can put a 3rd on the board. Yeah, just dancing with that player, but no, Minio barely survives. 7 HP. He's put himself on to even. He was having a poor start, but this CT side has been very kind to him. 13 and 13 now. Everybody looking pretty good for 9, all things considered. Goofy already going for the flank.
Yeah.
He wants blood.
And he's going to pick the right side as well. Realizing where they're headed. This is horrible, Fnatic. T side, very tricky CT side as well. Although Nikodos, he gets the read. I don't know how, but they realized that someone was coming. That's crazy. 35 seconds. It's still a 2-on-2, and they're not really out of the woods yet. Just like the previous round, there is another flank coming.
He has 7 HP.
Yeah, but
and he's still going for this.
The trick is to not care, isn't it? Just forget about it. They're setting up the attack, and just as they're about to do it, that would have been the perfect time with a flash there. It's going to be peeking in.
What the?
Mezzi actually, look, did he pre-fire it? How's that even possible?
I don't even know. Mezzi just shot.
This round is done. He can't win it.
That's it. All right. 16-6. 9 winning the opening map against Fnatic. What a start for the Polish roster. Completely outclassing Fnatic there. And we're going to hear so much from the desk about what may be the first upset of the day.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal. Lisbon, make some noise! Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Mystique stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final. Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Now! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champion, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
Nine showed us why they are more than just a team that can deliver on the lower levels of the scene. They took the hurts to Fnatic on Vertigo and didn't even allow them to get 9 rounds on the board. Huge stuff coming out from the Polish side. And it wasn't just Hades who we praised so highly for this team. This was a team effort. And Fnatic, they didn't stand a chance.
Not at all. Felt like Nine were steps ahead of Fnatic. Felt like they were very, very comfortable playing Vertigo. We, of course, knew it. We posed the question coming into it. They played a lot of Vertigo, 25 maps in the past 3 months. And they won 7 in a row, right? In the last 15 games they played on Vertigo, they've now won 14, one including against Fnatic. So we have to make a case right here that Nine are Vertigo specialists. And I think we saw that in the game as well. In full control from start to finish.
They took Fnatic for a spin. Yeah. I was stressed watching this game for Fnatic. I was anxious. I felt oppressed. It was crazy. The attitude, the idea, the philosophy of play that Nine brought to the table was so aggressive, so assertive, taking so many duels, taking space away from Fnatic, happy to take any duels. And I have to say, Fnatic tried to play that game early on. They tried to play the heads up. They said, you want to fight us? Well, we're going to fight you. But they lost so many of these openings. So many players from Nine were actually able to multi-open kill, which is, that's it. The round is over. You can send them home. And I felt like Fnatic were just running after the train, trying to catch it up.
And this is the thing, when you say so many players, this was everyone had moments for the whole team.
Yeah, everyone showed up, you know, very homogenous team and very homogenous performance coming in from the Nine guys. Matt, you said it, they won a lot of opening duels. Even in the 4v4s, in the 3v3s, it felt like they were always one step ahead. It felt like they had control. Sometimes you get that feeling when you're watching a team play that they're specialist on a map, and that's kind of the sense I was given right here by Nine. They didn't make a wrong move. They didn't lose a clutch where you thought to yourself, okay, you should have won this. They played a more or less flawless game, especially from the point that it was 3-3. Let's not forget that. Fnatic won the first pistol, they converted, and still it was 16-6. This was a blowout.
Well, in terms of Nine, we've got round 9.
It's 8:45, and now we have to look at round 9 from Nine indeed. Yeah, I talked about madness. Have a look at the amount of chaos around the map for this play. We have 2 offenders, 2 attackers trying to work on the A side, plus the boost happening on B at the very same time. So for Fnatic, what happens is that the trades make no sense. Nikodos finds a kill, immediately traded by a player that's in the smoke, that's K. At the same time, on B, trades are happening on the bomb side. How are you supposed to know, if you're Fnatic, what is the end goal? You can't. You're just trading left, right, center, you're lost, and then you just need that 1 kill if you are Nine. You just need the +1, you get into the side, and you close it. This is what I like to call organized chaos.
That was more than organized chaos. That
crazy.
Was disruptive. You imagine trying to figure out what was first of all going on, and then I'm saying, where do I want to go from here?
The funny thing is we try to teach.
Speak.
Yeah,
but they're here, they're there, they're
you
everywhere.
can rotate, you can make a correct decision, and the funny part about this is that we often, try to educate people and we try to teach people that you can push your two outside perimeters at the same time, and that's exactly what they're doing right here. So they're not playing by the books, but they're doing it, as you said, control chaos. And if you're successful with that, if you have the individual skill to do that, guys like Kyler stepping up, Kai stepping up, then you can allow yourself to play, outside of the normal rules.
And Kyler, he was one player that stepped up, and this is the thing, we've seen these players, right? And we're now learning what they can do against the Fnatic. And okay, it's just one map, but it's something to get excited about.
I mean, I am excited about this performance. We see that run boost right here was beautiful. That's one of the examples I told you about. Double multi-kill, or double open kill rather, from Kyler, who pushes the envelope right after and have even more impact. We had 3 different players on the side of 9 with 5 or plus multi-kills, and that tells the story. Kyler was one of these, K right behind with 19 kills, also 5 multi-kills, and Minio as well coming over. This was a very much all across the board, coast-to-coast effort from 9.
And this grind is working out for these guys. And one thing I'll say from Fnatic, though, is that not getting a single T round is a huge issue.
It's an issue, and the performance in itself is an issue. Sure, we can look at the T side and say that's disappointing, but they lost it in the first half. It felt like, when you win the pistol, you convert, you get to a 2-0 lead, you get to 3-3, and you get absolutely outplayed from that point and onwards. It doesn't really matter that you didn't get any T rounds. You weren't there to begin with. So I'd agree with you. The T side didn't look good. The CT side didn't look good. The individuals, we poised Roy being a player that we hope we would see more from. Nico does as well. The duel against Hades, lost that one, and I would argue that Fnatic on paper are the better team, at least player for player, but I think
they are.
They should be.
We're not
they should
tiptoeing,
be.
they are.
They should be, but in this game, there was no doubt. 9 were miles ahead of Fnatic.
I want to come back to what you said, Maniac, in the pre-match. Where was this X Factor moment? Someone who could turn the tide.
Well, the problem is I don't think after the first half that they had enough wiggle room to activate it. I think Roy could have been on the T side. We saw him, I think, the first gun round on the second half where he found that double kill in the smoke. That was a Roy moment.
Sure. But
besides that, he was outclassed, and he suffered heavily on the CT side. He was really, really struggling, and this is where you'd like to see him have a little bit more consistency.
Well, consistency is absolutely key. But you know what? At least with Fnatic, Overpass looks so good. So let's have a word from Danny and see what he's thinking over in the Mahone zone.
Yeah, so Fnatic have picked Overpass. It's a comfortable map for them, and one of the reasons why is because they're rather difficult to read, and it's off of this one piece of utility on their default. So it's this smoke right here that Mezzi throws that lands over towards the short pipe position. Now this smoke, normally what it's used for is to extinguish the typical CT Molotov that gets thrown every single round to prevent pushes towards the short pipe position. But by having this smoke up, it allows an avenue for Fnatic to actually push in through the short pipe area. And the thing is about this smoke is that if you throw it enough times, you can start to get the enemy to start thinking that you're taking control of this short position. You can set the expectation that they're going to take this position every time they throw the smoke. That's something called conditioning. But Fnatic, they actually have something to kind of play with that idea, and that's what makes them so hard to read. So this is one variation where they simply just take short. But they can also do other things with the smoke as well. You'll see that Mezzi is going to throw that smoke once again, drops in that short pipe position. And instead of actually taking short this time, they're going to throw the double nades. Crims and Mezzi, they're going to throw double nades towards the boost spot, where people typically like to jump spot. And that's because normally when CTs, if they see that smoke go down, they might try to jump spot to see if a T is actually come around. These nades counter that play. As well, what you also see is that they have another variation where they're going to throw that same smoke once again, setting the expectation that there could be a push through the short pipe area. But instead, the real play comes through Monster. You'll see that Mezzi, he goes straight through the Monster smoke, completely catching off guard this player outside Monster because he's expecting that play to come through short. You'll see X-Cloud's point of view here. As he peeks towards Monster, he's trying to throw a flash over towards that short position. He doesn't expect Mezzi to just come straight through this Monster smoke. And that is why it can be rather difficult to actually read Fnatic on this T side. It's because they throw this smoke here, you don't really know what they're actually going to do. Are they actually going to push towards short, or is it going to be something different?
I love that. Those small details make all the difference. And for Fnatic, right, they need to show why this is their home map on Overpass. But when you look down the results, it's not something that I have full confidence in.
I mean, it's not a map where they destroy people, but I think one of the arguments for Fnatic on Overpass is a very potent T side.
Okay.
And to me, it means you can actually risk and pick it. They have 50% of their rounds played on Overpass on the T side, which they win. That is a great number. Remember, Overpass is one of the most CT-sided map we have. And I think what Mahone really finely analyzed here, that's one of the reasons why. Being able to mask what the hell you're about to do. And think about it, right? Now, we've had this beautiful segment. We talked about this smoke that comes in from T-spawn, but that smoke in itself has 3, 4, 5 different ways of variation that the round can go through, which means if you're 9, if you have analyzed Fnatic, how are you reacting when you hear that smoke? Oh, yeah, they're using that smoke, guys. So it can be round A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There's basically 12 different ways. It's really hard to know what's coming next, and I think that's what makes Fnatic a good overpass team.
I would definitely agree with that. Fnatic are good on overpass, but the same could be said for 9. They win 50% of their T rounds according to the stat we have in front of us here. They've played it 23 times. Vertigo 25, overpass 23. They're getting to play the 2 most played maps in the past 3 months, which is a map they're very hot on right now. They play it a lot. Sure, not with the same success rate as a map like Vertigo, but still, if this is the best you could pick for Fnatic going into 9, then you're still in a scenario where if it's not leveled out, if 9 is still individually better than Fnatic coming into overpass, this could become a very, very close game, which on paper it shouldn't be.
But isn't this where we come into saying, okay, Fnatic is the better team? They have the better players.
They should, and I feel like we've had that conversation with OG NIP. We had that conversation today as well.
Happened a few times, yeah.
Yeah, it's happened a few times with Big in the first game as well. So it should go back to normal, so to speak. But I will say that 9, you know, having watched them play a little bit online, having watched them play right here, it's a team that's growing on me, and I think it's a team we have to give a little more respect than perhaps what we're giving them right now, saying that Fnatic should and could win.
So what you're trying to tell me, guys, is the Twitter pundits were right, and we should have been looking at 9 in a bit more detail.
No. I'm not jumping. I'm not jumping on that train quite yet. I think Fnatic still have what's needed to reset the whole series, and if we move to map number 3, then the odds are all off the table. I think the real challenge for Fnatic is on their T side. This is where they have to prove the work. You grab 5, 6, 7 rounds will already be a luxury, and then I don't expect 9 to be able to apply the same kind of pressure on their T side. You know how they play on Vertigo? What we talked about a few minutes ago? I don't think you can apply it on Overpass. You can't have like 2 different squads taking A long at the same time as B short and fighting everywhere. You're gonna stretch yourself too thin and you're gonna get punished. So I don't think that works the same way.
I got a question for you, Matthew, because we know that Fnatic is a good T-sided team on Overpass. We know Messi is feeling very comfortable on Overpass as well. He's by far the highest rated player for Fnatic, Messi being the in-game leader. How do you feel about the in-game leader being the guy who's also the most productive on a map? Because it can go 2 ways, right? It could be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. It can be one of those things where if you don't have a star player taking over the game, can you rely on your in-game leader every single time being the player also putting up the frags?
I mean, the only way this works for me is if your IGL is going to use the rotation position that has the most freedom and autonomy, right? Yeah. So if you can actually do that and you pair skill to right decision making, you can shape up the defense the way you want to, right? If you're Messi, you're fitting it, you call it as a +1 on the A side, you're going to let your 2 B players play your own. Sometimes maybe you go into door, you create a setup with Roy, right? You have so many different moves that you can do, and you can integrate it into a framework that I don't necessarily mind it. I do worry a little bit that Nikodos isn't higher up on these stats because we know what a good AWP on A is supposed to do.
Second lowest actually for Fnatic, but for my money, it's a great point you're making right here. It also indicates what Fnatic's problems are, right? The peak level of Fnatic, we spoke about them being the gatekeepers of top 11, top 12, top 13. That's what you get when your in-game leader is the best player on a certain map. Sure, Messi is doing great. By no means is it a critique, right? But if you want to be a team that is beating top 5 teams in the world, if you want to go toe-to-toe against Fnatic or Vitality and Saivu, Simple, you name it, you can't have Messi being your best individual player. That's an issue. There's a skill gap and there's a skill cap to what they're doing right now.
Now, that's interesting though, right? The
I know, I was
mentioned.
trying to think how Messi could beat Fnatic. That's a complicated one.
Yeah.
You have to look at yourself in the mirror and really just fully embrace.
I think he's trying his best.
No, in terms of what you said there about Nikodos, I want to touch on the fact that you guys both mentioned that he doesn't do so well against the lesser opposition, you know? Is that where you can see him struggling? Surely you need him to step up and farm at this point.
To be honest, he's been a little bit disappointing in Fnatic. I think he came in with a lot of, expectations attached to him. He was doing well in Copenhagen Flames. I know Astralis were looking at him as well from the league messages. They wanted to perhaps sign him, right, and bring him in as
They wanted to sign everyone, I'm sure. They were desperate.
A lot of names were being mentioned that one. Not mine, but that's
I was going to say, were you on?
Yeah, no, it's been a while. But let's be honest, right? Nikodos, he is a player that has more potential than he's showing right now. I don't know what it is, if it's a skill issue, if it's a confidence issue, or if it's the way they're playing Counter-Strike that is not a fit for him. But I think Nikodos is one of those players that you need to look at right now and say, if you want to be a better team, if Fnatic want to be a top 10 team in the world, if you want to be a team that contests against Vitality, Na'Vi, all those types of teams, Nikodos, the man on the screen right here, has to perform better.
I think the issue that I have with Nikodos is that he plays Counter-Strike by the rules all the time. All the time he plays by the rules. And in certain situations, that's great. It is great to have an op that is capable of taking a deep breath, taking a step back, being safe, having that next angle. I mean, Shiro, when he started his career, was almost the best at that. The best at being defensive, punitive, knowing where to be and when not to die. But even Shiro had to just add a little bit of craziness on top to go to that level. Now, I'm not saying Nikolos and Shiro are equivalent, not at all. But I think there is something to be said about Nikolos being a bit more out there, a bit more risk-taking, a bit more, you know what, screw this. Like, I'm going in for the second kill. I'm wide swinging again because these are the moments where an AWP can catch on fire. And then we know the kind of impact you can have. And it's hard to manifest that if you're just playing by the rule. Oh, 5v4, gotta step back. 4v3, gotta take a step back. At what point do you actually truly take over a game? And that's the problem that I have with Nikolos and Towns.
Well, you were talking about fires. Sadly, there's a fire with the Steam servers. The network is down, which is why we're filling for this
bit of time. Is it because of the update? Is everything burning?
I'm not going to say that's why, but potentially, you know, something comes through. Hopefully we'll get back online soon, but it does give us more time to discuss this in detail in the sense that, are you at a point from what you saw on Vertigo where you can be worried because of the scoreline? Do you think it's a possibility now? Could we get our first upset in Upset City?
I think you'd be a fool if you're not worried for Fnatic right now. I agree with Maniac's sentiment saying that Fnatic are favorites to win Overpass, and I also personally believe they will. But if you're not worried after getting smacked like that on a map like Vertigo, absolutely destroyed by a team that was playing so much better than you, coming into a map that, sure, you picked it yourself, but it's also one of the opponent's best map, you'd be a fool not to give them that respect. So yes, I do think Nine have a shot at winning this game 2-0. I don't think it's going to happen, but it should be a close one.
Well, you talked about getting smacked. Let's see if Fnatic can smack back. The Steam servers are supposed to be back up. We're heading to a break, and when we get back, we're going into Overpass. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back, everybody. Second map is coming up. The odds over at Unicorn, you could tell, have switched in favor of 9. Started with Fnatic, but obviously a lot of people convinced by 9 on Vertigo, which makes a lot of sense. It was impressive. Fnatic, though, this is the map pick coming up. They could be pretty strong on it.
Yeah, we saw the Mahone zone demonstrating Fnatic's use of conditioning. I really like that little piece that he put together there, that little short smoke. I think it also serves as a one-way for Crims so that he can take any favorable duels if anybody's peeking into that water position. And so we'll see if that comes into play here. I know Nine have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, so they're going to have to combat that one little one from Fnatic.
They just look so well drilled. Obviously, having a really deep map pool is one of the harder things to do as any team, but if they're even somewhat as close to prepared as they were on Vertigo, this could be another really tough battle for Fnatic, because they look red hot right now, Nine, in terms of the variability, both in the defense and offense, but also just individually, they look really good. It's exciting. Fnatic, I will say this though, I mean, we talked about Roy, obviously played really well on Vertigo to begin with, but I didn't feel like Fnatic just completely dropped off. It's not like they weren't on the server. They maybe didn't have the rounds to show it, but some of the rounds, I mean, they definitely had some kind of output. They had some kills in there. And maybe Overpass will be different. It has to be.
I mean, most of the players on Fnatic were just kind of barely negative in terms of KD, -2, -2, -4. Like, those aren't bad. You're not going to walk away with your head on the floor or anything like that. You're going to still feel like you had a puncher's chance in that game. Just kind of the slim margins going the way of Nine. A lot of good flanks, a lot of good late rounds from them. But off the back of some really well-structured opening plays. And so, yeah, we'll see if Nine are able to hold their nerve. They seem like a team that's been bred in this online style that they have been playing so many games lately, and it's going to be up to Fnatic to try to bring things back to even up the series. But man, if you thought Vertigo was tough, Nine, they've played 23 overpasses in the last 3 months, so you bet that they have a couple tricks coming up.
That is so crazy. That's a lot of practice on a map, so very, very excited to see how this is going to be playing out. I think we are lacking maybe one player before we fully get into it. So a little bit of, maybe you guys noticed a problem with the Steam network, apparently. So hopefully it'll be figured out. But you've got to say at the moment, this is just looking impressive. And 23 maps played. That's so much.
That's just crazy, honestly. That is seriously so much grinding. I think on the other side, Fnatic had played something like 31 maps in the past 3 months, and so Nine almost beating them with just one map. If you just take Nine's Vertigos and Overpasses they've played officials in, they have about 20 more maps than what Fnatic have played in.
I just wonder, because obviously that means there's a lot of research for Fnatic to do, but also it could almost be too much research. Like, how do you look through that much? It's one thing if you said, well, they have 30 over the last year, you could say, well, forget what they did 12 months ago. Let's just only look at the last, couple of months or whatever. But the fact that it's all been in the last couple of months is kind of crazy.
I'll say that when there are that many demos available, you should be able to pick up tendencies in anti-stratting. There will be a couple of smokes that a team throws, and they usually have standard openers off of those.
Yeah.
So it's up to a team like Nine to stay unpredictable, especially when they're against a team with Fnatic that have a bit more of a coaching staff than you'd expect some of the online competition they face had. So,
well, one more player, and I think we should be good to go. Fnatic, if they can't do this, I mean, I feel like it'd be a little bit upsetting. They should be one of the teams. I don't know if they're going to be favorites to make it out. Obviously, it's a very brutal format that we have going on here at the Showdown, but you would love to see Fnatic make more of a run of it, because they have the players to do it. They definitely do. The desk was talking about Nikodos and wanting a little bit more out of him. I agree with what they're saying. I think Nikodos has a lot more depth. I think he's a very, very strong rifler or AWP player overall. I think he's just a really strong player overall, but yeah, maybe we didn't quite see it on the first map.
I'll give the biggest flaw of Nikodos right now.
Go on.
This is something I've been keeping track of for him, is that he is just blinded more than any other opper. Like, this guy is the easiest to anti-strat in the entire space right now. At the Rio Major, he was the most blinded player at the entire tournament. At Katowice and at Pro League, I'm pretty sure he was top 10 in both for most blinded. And so it seems like he's just going through the standard motions, and it kind of harkens back to what Maniac was saying, that he wants to see Nikodos get out of his shell a little bit more, just do something a little bit different, because it seems like Nikodos is kind of playing catch up with all the other operas in the space. He's not really creating his own sort of opportunities. He's not going for any kind of unorthodox risks. He's just kind of playing off of spawn, going for those picks, and if he doesn't get them, he just falls back to the next normal spot. If you want to be one of the best operas in this space, you have to create your own opportunities, and Nikodos simply has not been doing that for this team.
And it's kind of weird, because I feel like that kind of flashy risk-taking stuff, that's what we saw when he was on Copenhagen Flames to begin with, when they had that Stockholm major run. It was super sick. That's I think, that's what opened my eyes at any rate. I was like, wow, this does look sick. But yeah, maybe we're seeing a little bit less of that now, and that's a shame. Try to bring it back. Try to get that kind of style back into it. All right, here we go. Fnatic on the T side and 9 on the CT side as we are getting into the second map. If you are just joining us, then there's a lot more Counter-Strike to come. Still a whole other best of 3 to cap off the day with, which I imagine is going to be, should be a one-sided game, but you never know.
Yeah, that's going to be Liquid and Nouns to close the day out, but still 9 and Fnatic rages on, and Fnatic taking some early space towards long, making their presence known. A lot of options from this position, and they're going back down for a reverse clear con. I actually always love this one. It's a bit of a classic. Oh, I've seen this one before. Okay, they might just go back long A. Yeah.
They're calling strats like I do in matchmaking. Sick. I like it. Now run back to spawn, guys. Now run back again. All the way around the world.
Yeah, they're just making sure that everything is
Truth
nice
is,
and clean.
If somebody from the CT side is holding in the restrooms and they hear that kind of running, they could have gone to peek, and there would have been people from Fnatic waiting. So it's obviously not like I do in matchmaking at all. And it did look funny. Here we go. 40 seconds. Oh, Hades lets go of one. Instant shutdown. Minio was there. Look at Hades. It's so smooth. A quick triple for him, and Crims is on his own. All of his friends dead, and Hades is up hunting. It's going to be key to get the last one, but my God, that was buttery smooth. Definitely no margarine on him.
Oh my goodness, full tallow on Hades right there. Couldn't even touch him. Man, I want to see these back. Just full confidence too. Doesn't even spam it or anything. Oh my gosh, it's actually better in slow motion. Wow.
Gotta be careful.
Jeez.
That is sick.
That's not the start you want to give them, Fnatic. That is... You don't want to give 9 opportunities to amass that cash. With utility, this team has just so many tricks. Already saw so many on Vertigo. Expect that we're going to see some interesting plays here on Overpass too. That pistol strat, though, actually, I remember specifically seeing Fnatic around 2017 running something like that, where they would just run everybody up long A. They'd go back through con, down connector, up long A again, back. Like, they just did it twice.
Yeah.
And then they hit a bomb site. It was kind of lulz, but all right, a little bit of damage here.
I mean, it looks super silly when no one from CT side is there to bite on all of that movement.
Yeah.
But in a round where somebody is there, it could be very, very different. So, you know, I think it's still pretty cool. You can see the thought behind it. It looks a bit more silly, like I said, when no one's there, but it definitely is a method behind the madness. And, you know, 5 Glocks that are running. If somebody is in restrooms to begin with and you just run them down,
yeah,
I mean, it's too much to handle, probably.
It's strong like that, or if you catch somebody that's in connector on the stairs, because then they just get run down by Glocks. It's really hard for them to hold. But 2-0 start for 9. 14 rounds away from winning this upset. A little far. Just wanted to point it out that I can do that, though.
Yeah, Scrawny was on the 9 train as well?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Scrawny's on board with him.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, Fnatic have AKs. Time to step it up. You pick this map, and it would be really good to I think, slow down 9. They haven't really succeeded in doing that yet, Fnatic. They need to find a way to slow this down. Oh, the Molotov. That's an awkward fight on all sides. Kyler took a sweet time to get that spray. And obviously, Flasher couldn't get the gun out in time. Hades probably should have won that fight as well, but Nikodos will barely survive.
Yeah, I don't know what Nikodos was actually looking at there when he was approaching, but still able to win the fight. Yeah, just
a distraction to both the young and the old, apparently.
Yeah, just a classic way to pass the time. Fnatic still have a lot of options in this one. Looks like they are interested in moving back towards B as Crims sets that play up by dropping his utility behind him. So he'll be on entry duties. And that means Goofy, with a full belt of utility, has a chance to stop these Fnatic players dead in their tracks. If he deploys the smoke rather quickly, it's going to get really awkward for Fnatic. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that means that if Fnatic decide to hit this through Monster, they're going to be down to the final 15 seconds. Just one wrong step, and it's lights out for them.
Yep, that's exactly what the math is going to show us. And as a result, they decide, all right, maybe we group up out here. 20 seconds. There's a 3-man setup. The rotation is not that far away. 9, they almost have this one in the back already. 13 seconds. Key, good double kill. And it's on Crims and Nikodos. 8 seconds now as they try and go for the bomb plant. And nice movement here to try and block in Kyler over that side, but they're not ready for Minio. He was there so fast. And now it's all on Crims. The bomb is planted. Flashbang not going to help out. That's a good kill. And he could almost get this one. No head armor either on Minio, and that's the result. Crims with a great clutch.
Yeah, full confidence in his crosshair placement to close out the 1v1. Excellent stuff from Crims. Sees the flash coming, able to tuck, bob and weave. And that is much needed for Fnatic. Yeah, we got... I mean, maybe there could have been somebody there.
Probably not.
But it's rather unlikely.
In Source 2, you can use the swings to just, you know, throw at maximum height. So you set up like the longest smoke of all time.
Yeah, I've actually heard that. Not even a rumor. It's actually confirmed.
The replacement for front vehicle is...
You can, if you launch it off the scooter, it's even faster.
Even faster, that's true.
But you have to buy that first.
Naturally.
Good flash. Yeah, nice spray down, and Hades still makes things interesting here. Minio, okay. Actually, things are still very interesting. 3 versus 3 now. And, whoa, Hades stands his ground to get that headshot. Can't believe he was able to escape with another kill. 2 versus 2, and these players from Fnatic, they are separated. There is a giant chasm between them.
Oh, hold on. Crims right on the other side. Goofy's inside of the smoke, but Crims will be faster once again. And now Minio. Did they hear that?
I think so. Almost certainly, right?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, look how Crims is playing this. Yeah,
actually with this.
Oh my gosh. I think he's going to get it. You think he's going to get it? I think he's going to get it.
It looks like it.
He's going to get it.
You would never expect this.
You're never clearing this.
No.
Oh, but he might not commit.
Oh,
just commit to it, Crims.
Here we go.
Just stay on it.
Crims with
yes.
a knife in hand.
Yes.
Oh, he just stabs him. Oh, it's beautiful. What a play from Crims. That's experience.
Such foresight. Knows exactly what's coming next. Even when his teammate plants on the other side. I mean, there's a world. It's unlikely that the 9 player goes all the way towards A, but Crims just held his nerve.
That is so sick. What a read.
Yeah, Crims has been the hero of these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, 100%.
Ooh, that is some Assassin's Creed stuff right there.
You're just gonna be so confused.
Yeah,
like,
seriously. You're like, what?
How is he just in my mind? Like, how is he just in my brain?
Get out of my head.
All right. They're going for the triple stack. Amateurs.
Yeah.
You do the quad stack down here, the 5-man stack, in fact.
The quintuple stack.
Need to get it done.
That's all that impresses you nowadays.
Yeah, 3 is, you know.
That's when you know you've gone off the theory crafting deep end, that it's only a 5-man stack that impresses you, Anders. Oh, okay, Crims. Wanted to see the 5-man mow down, but should be relatively easy for Mezzi to get this one.
Ducking and diving to try and get a Mac 10 with just 4 health. I need that Mac 10, though. It's going to make all the difference in the world.
Really feel like sometimes the narrative around this Fnatic team is like, you know, if they really want to take that next step up, what needs to happen for them? And weirdly enough, they're kind of a roster for me that I just think needs time. Like, I've actually heard people be as audacious and say that, yeah, it's Crims that you could replace, but it's like, really? Like, he's the one guy that stands up sometimes when the rest of the team is crumbling.
Yeah, I don't know. This could just also be a nostalgia thing for me, but you'd have to make some really powerful arguments. Because there's someone else that it's going to be... You could probably replace somebody who is a little bit younger and more flashier than Crims in certain circumstances, but you have no idea how that player is going to play on a giant stage in front of a crowd. Like,
yes.
you have no idea. You definitely know how Crims will play.
Right.
Every single time.
All right, Crims powers up for the big ones. Okay, that's that smoke that Mahone was talking about. Crims able to play off of it. And he's taking some space so early. Minute 35 left, and he's already got control of water. Almost getting the frag on a Minio on top of it.
Yeah, that's not far off. Pretty heavily stacked towards the B-bomb side. Not that uncommon, really. But 9? Maybe probably a little bit nervous. This is a slower start. Not the same kind of roll to it that they had on Vertigo. So they're not as aggressive. We're not seeing the little skirmishes on the CT side where they're out looking. They did that both on the A ramp on Vertigo and over the B stairs. And this time they're a little bit further back, kind of just waiting to see what comes. Ooh, Nikolos. He would love another peek at it here, but he dodged the flashbang at least.
Yeah, that's going to decrease the amount of time he's flashed in this event. Crims still flirting with danger at Monster Tunnel. Never scared of a fight, is he?
They're getting so much map control here, Fnatic, for free. They're just allowed to walk the whole way. Flash is raining in, and look at this. Just an easy pick-off. Kyler on his own, and they should probably just save on the 9 side. There's no point in going for it. And even that might be tricky with Crims on the other side.
It's a 2-bullet round. Just a little burst, and that's it. All right.
Pretty efficient.
Crims might add to that tally, though. Oh, caught looking the other way. It's Goofy that takes him down. Still my favorite name in the server.
Yeah. I feel like I would be triggered more than I normally am if I was getting killed by Goofy in the game. There were just some names like that where I'm instantly on edge.
And Goofy takes down Crims.
It's not bad. Not bad.
Just kind of have to shake your head after that.
Yeah, just gotta say, all right. It's one of those things.
This was a...
It's all fun and games until Disney sues him, but, you know.
the Goofy Zeus would be just wild. Yeah, it's hard to recover from that one.
Will there be Zeus skins in CS2? Has it been confirmed yet?
I don't think there's any word on that one. They're just telling us about scooter updates and things.
I feel like we need that. That's the missing thing that it's held CSGO back in many ways.
They should add shoes though, because now you can see your feet.
Oh yeah.
So they should definitely add shoes. I need sneaker collabs. I need everything.
Really powerful crossover.
Yeah, I want someone to be wearing Crocs.
Crocs is obviously going to be, that would be without a doubt the most popular thing.
Yeah.
Instantly. Camo Crocs, stuff like that.
The camo Crocs.
Yeah.
Ah, what a look.
It's coming. Any day now. Look at Fnatic. 4-2 in their favor. They got the economy on their side. 9 look much less exciting if we're being honest. Smoke is up again. Mahone, he's done it one more time. Nobody doubted him.
Yeah, I feel like that's got to be the counterplay from Minio, just trying to get some spam damage in. Fasher, though, will be presented with a challenge against Kyler. Last time around, Kyler just went for the swing, and this time Fasher throws a little bit more shallow on the molly, and now he's able to reveal the presence of this player in Con. It's going to be tough for Kyler to get out of that spot, actually.
Hey, he needs to move right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, okay, they just didn't press forward in time. Right. Oh, no! Oh, what a boost. Roy, nice shot onto Kyler. Opening pick going the way of Fnatic.
That's a great read.
Yeah.
He's actually escaped, but he's just curious enough to stick around. Also kind of interesting to see 9 not blowing open the door down there in connector. It seems like that's such a common thing for the CT side to do, just to put the pressure on the CTs, but all right. Easy shot right there. Hades, instead of falling back, going to go and see if anyone else is a little bit too curious to hang around. It's a 4-on-4, and Crims is starting to get back here. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Hades is going to have an advanced warning, though. Holding the divider position. See if he hits that first shot. No, actually, he pushes on forward. Oh, wait. Oh, it's like he lost track of that player. Okay. Fasher with a really clean entry. Minio has to find a multi-frag, and it's not going to happen. That's got to be the save call for 9. 15 seconds left, but yeah, no chance for 9 to stop this one. Good patience from Fnatic, just whittling down the clock, letting 9 just get a little bit impatient. Hades moving forward, and he gets caught out because of it.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, I get that he doesn't want to unscope to but at that point, you kind of, you saw them running, you kind of know probably what's going to be coming. This doesn't look anywhere near as clean.
No.
Not yet, anyway. But for Fnatic, yeah, they're sticking to the game plan and it's working, so who can really blame them?
It does feel like 9 are a little bit rattled after that string of rounds that Fnatic found early. Goofy and Key should be able to keep these guns moving forward.
Yeah, no point to fight it too much. 5 in a row for Fnatic.
Money is looking so good for Fnatic too. If you're 9, you have to win maybe 3 in a row to break the economy. Oh, yeah, just kind of overlooked it. I mean, his reaction to me says he didn't see him.
Yeah. Could be. I don't know. Could he have... Maybe he was expecting for somebody to be holding his left. I'm not sure. Like
That's
from a bomb site.
Yeah, that's possible.
Either way, bit of a shame. Would have been a lot of fun to see Hades up close with the AWP, but that's for another round.
Same smoke comes
again.
out. Yep. Man, Mahone was so on it with that one.
Yeah. Oh, look at what it allows. The boost on the other side. Cancelled, and Crims with a headshot taking down Goofy. Oh, it's so good. They're under pressure. Fnatic, they are loving this overpass pick at the moment.
Yeah, it's all off the back of all this space being taken in short. 9 just keep trying to deal with it, and it doesn't seem like they have an answer. Crims has been on a tear, 9-4 right now. And Fnatic procedurally clearing out this front bathrooms area, a little bit of a reverse clear from Mezzi towards Khan, making sure that no stragglers are left in there.
Double setup here in the restrooms. Have an M4. A Minio a little bit further on back. Actually, Key as well with the AK, so they could do something here, but it'd be nice if the Eagles... Oh! Wow. Oh my god! I need the slow-mo replay. It looked like he probably would have had that 1D anyway, but the way that it played out at the end just looked absolutely sick.
It looked like he was moving.
Yeah.
But I think his move speed was slowed enough from the crouch to just give him enough accuracy. But 9 have figured out quite a bit with that kill. They know that this is likely a B play, but not sure if it's even going to be enough. Okay, Minio spinning around to find the headshot. Not able to take down Fasher, but Hades is here. Both Fnatic players, they don't have much time, they don't have much HP, and they don't even have any lives left.
Wow, that's a really unlikely round for them to win, but obviously, yeah, it started out well enough. That Deagle shot is actually sick. And Fnatic, they have been playing it slow, and obviously when you play that slow at the end of the round, you don't have a lot to work with. This is great stuff. You're right, it does look like he's moving. Like, yeah, you're right, it probably is the crouch, but still, pretty great stuff.
Yeah, it was slick. Little slide. Little electric slide.
Yeah, that's what it was. 3-5. Truth is, 9, they just need these rounds.
Oh, they're smoked and put out the molly. So once again, they're denied that space towards short. And in terms of map control, Fnatic are clearly winning this battle.
Yeah.
And this seems to be one of those iterations where they pressure that short area and then they just go for the monster pop.
Yeah, Mahone brought this up, and it's playing out in front of our eyes right now. Hades with an important kill, but it's still down at this L-bend. They're going to have to put out that Molotov, and they're all just blocked out of the bomb site. It's a bit weird. They got 3 people at the B bomb site, but none of them are actually on the site itself. And as a result, Fnatic are able to get in here. Kyler will get one more in return, and it is still a 3-on-3. The bomb being planted down in front. Hades, this is very, very risky. He almost got away with it. And he could call it out to his teammates, saying there's definitely one on the site and definitely one on the water down in front, but third player they maybe don't know about yet. Tough retake coming in here for 9. In spite of the fact that they have a slight health advantage, they need to move quick. They don't have the smoke, but they do have the kits to play with. A little bit of a bang doesn't really do anything. A jump over to try and take a look. Mezzi, he's the unknown factor. I don't think they realize where he is just yet, and he gets a clean headshot. Time is running out, and 9 are going to have to exit the round with a loss here. Fnatic up to 6.
Yeah, we see that the positions of 9 really betrayed them there. They were actually able to take that short water control, and that actually isolate them from the bomb site. Fnatic just went straight in from Monster. They were able to clean that up with some good utility placed towards that short side, and then just lodge themselves into that space.
Damn, that is unfortunate. After winning that other round with the Eagle shot and everything else, you go back to losing. You lose 4 out of 5 rifles. Fnatic are loving life right at the moment, but 9... You gotta wonder if they have enough flex in them to try and change how this first half is playing out, because if they don't, I mean, Fnatic are just running away with it.
Yeah, it feels like a double op would work really well for 9, actually. I mean, Hades is doing pretty good work towards A with the op whenever he's challenged. It's just that the B defense is always kind of moving around, trying to find some way to position themselves to get a good rifle duel, and it's actually put themselves into some pretty tough spots. So
6-3.
Yeah, that smoke is just actually really paying off. Oh, they don't use it this time.
Yeah, so let's see how that plays out. They don't care about that CT monster smoke. They're going to be running right through. They have the Molotov towards the L bend, and this is just so hard and aggressive. Goofy, though, able to stop Crims in his tracks. And the rest of them are committed to the site. The bomb is already here. They know they have to go for it. A little bit of a jump up. Oh, it's close to being the double, but the flames consuming Fasher nearly. Mezzi trying to find his way back. It is a 2-on-3. The bomb is lost to them right now. A slowdown in the round. Nikoto's waiting for it. The flash doesn't really touch him at all. Oh, and the double spray down. They walked right into it. Now it's all on Hades. They try and clutch it. 1 versus 2. Oh my God, Messi! He's so accurate. What a round out of him. I actually had a little bit of a jump scare myself there.
Yeah, as soon as they heard that scope, they just push right forward. Man, I'll say this, 9, they just feel a little bit less comfortable than on Vertigo. Even though they had the man advantage, they had the bomb right at their feet. Felt like they had to press on forward and just a little bit less cautious than what we got before. That's just fortunate, though, for Nikodas. He didn't even see that second player.
But, I mean, you're right. They don't feel as comfortable. There's no bomb plant, and Mezzi is allowed to get that double spray down as they come in through the connector, but they didn't need to be that quick with it. They could have slowed it down a little bit more, but that is probably the stress of feeling like, okay, Fnatic look way more prepared here, and they just look like a much better team at the moment, so that's when you start to make some of those mistakes. 7-3 the scoreline, and for 9 to stay competitive, they need to start stringing a lot of rounds together right now.
It's got to happen here. They've got no money left in the bank.
Oh my God.
And Basher actually pushing right into the Molotov, and Minyo is going to find a pretty easy one, but Roy is there for the fallback. Still keeping it to a 4v4. Fnatic have been doing such a great job at this.
Good read from Messi. Yeah, the right call. Not able to do anything behind it, though. And a kind of a familiar setup with Crims on his own back here. Bomb is really far away. I'm sure someone will go and pick it up, but obviously could take some time at this point. Yeah, it's going to be Crims to do it. 40 seconds.
Yeah, likely indicates an A play, though, unless there's a crazy mid-round, but Kyler wants to cut that off completely. Front bathrooms in control of his, but actually it's Roy who's snuck up towards long. Possibly gets the jump on Hades here, but with Hades trained in on the angle, I don't think he's going to get caught off too easily. And Kylar, he hears that. Nade pulled. No, Hades, he actually took his aim off the angle, and Crims opening things up. This might be a disaster for 9. They are already out of the bomb site. Smoke blocking them, Molly as well. But oh, what is that? No way. That could have been the round right there, but Crims barely gets it down in time.
Yeah, if he dies, it is definitely the round over. Unbelievable that he took that risk. But now the question for 9 is, do you want to risk this? Now you do. Hades gets the shot on the Crims. Roy pushed up and instantly sideswiped by Key, and just Mezzi way too far away. If he had a grenade, it would have been a little bit interesting, but they are going to go for the full-on defuse here. And Mezzi slowly sneaking in, but he's going to be late for anything. Maybe a parting kill. Still very, very annoying. Double would have been even better, but yeah, good retake from 9, but I feel like they should have won the round before any bomb even was planted there.
Yeah, it felt like they had the positions necessary. I don't know why Hades took his eye off the angle, but this also was so risky from Crims. Probably wasn't sure if there could be a connector flank at that moment, so felt like he had to plant truck. And I mean, to his credit, he was able to get the bomb down, but that means 9 survives to fight another day. That was a must-win round for them to try to bring this half back. They only have 4, and it's not getting any easier. Roy, already an opener. Hades blinded. So flashed off this angle, but he wants to hold his ground. He needs to hit these shots. He's pressing on forward. He wants to make something happen for him and his team, and he's able to do it. Evens things up.
That's sick. It looked like Roy actually had the idea, but Nikodos is just snuck right in. It's a free kill on Minio. He had no clue that was happening. Spray comes on through and Key. I don't know how he lives through that. Nade, not going to do anything, obviously. Maybe blow up a car on top of the bridge.
He sent that to the heavens.
He really did. 3 versus 4. But wow. Down towards the B-bomb site we go. It is a double setup, but they haven't been able to hold this. It doesn't really matter how many people they have down here. Fnatic just feels like every time they show up, they can trade this in their favor. They're so confident. The flashes, and then the entry. Mezzi outside of the bomb site. Key, he was low from earlier. Yeah, they have all the confidence to do that with.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of a tag there, but I'm not going to actually do anything else. Oh, they're already hunting him.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, the money is so bad for 9. Hades has to keep this gun to bring a win condition in the next round. Already flanking from long. Hades, yeah, he's in the toilets, but that might be his final resting place.
Some of those flashes being thrown out there from Messi, I'm 100% sure Mahone in a previous version of the Mahone Zone covered. And they're just so cool because of how they angle them behind the pillar. So the Ts that are coming in from Monster don't even have to turn around. They can just keep looking, but any CTs that are looking the other way, they're going to get fully flashed. It's great stuff. Yeah, Fnatic looks so well drilled, and it's really, really awesome to see.
Yeah, we see the balloon, but not a party for 9. Oof, okay.
Not at all.
No, this is really convincing stuff for Fnatic. 8-4. See the desperation scout buy for Hades. This is just 9 getting completely
the tilt scout.
ignored.
Tilt scouting is my favorite side activity in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, because I don't even know if he's going to be able to afford a gun. Or an op, I mean, to the next round. See, though, how this one fares. Nikodos finding some freebies.
I'm going to tell you, the logic of tilt scouting is not whether or not you can buy in the future. It's in your mind, there's a little movie playing of you getting all the scout headshots.
Yeah.
Because you remember that one time when you did it, and that's all you're playing for. I fully sympathize with what Hades is doing here. Probably not the best Counter-Strike, but I understand.
Right. Just trying to make a highlight reel out of a round.
Yeah, because you were just you had that like a year and a half ago where you remember like a sick round where you got 4 headshots, and you feel like it could be this one again, you know?
This could be it. This could be my other highlight.
I can feel it like a degenerate in a casino.
Yeah, exactly. Just one more pull. One more roll of the dice. Oh, actually, he was able to afford an op. Okay, I guess they had a little bit more loss bonus. Okay.
All good then.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe not a tilt buy, just a calculate. Actually, I don't know if he would have been able to if he didn't get that kill. So.
Oh, good point. Maybe lacking grenades at the very least.
Okay. Crims has been such a pest in this half, but not able to find anything just yet. Just every single round, it's just we're just watching Fnatic take so much real estate for free. It's like they're Monopoly Tycoon, just collecting every single space on the board. In those kind of games, it just feels safer to be in jail. It's like if I roll, I'm just gonna get owned. So I hope I just stay in jail for as long as possible and you roll onto my spaces.
Yeah, I just have to hope. Just try and. That's your advice. Just try and do some crime, get put into jail, so that you don't have to fight Fnatic here. That's the metaphor. Get out somehow.
Ooh, okay, he spotted a couple. Fasher sitting on free parking right now.
Best they can do right now is 6 rounds. Even if they get that, it doesn't feel like that's going to be anywhere near enough. Really, I mean, what a return to form for Fnatic. Nikodos very patient. He will get the one, started to push out, but Mezzi's on the other side, and it's a real surprise to Goofy. He was not ready for it. Hades missing an opportunity, 20 seconds here, but they're going to be right on him. Oh. Nice scope onto Crims. That's the bomb on the ground. 15 seconds now. 9. They're fighting for everything at the moment. Oh, what a sick 180. Taking down Minio. And Key, they know where he's coming from. The bomb being picked up. Just 6 seconds left. And they're going to go. Oh, no. He stops it. He's fighting him instead. And Key just barreling through. That was a sick move from Roy. He wanted to fight him, and that probably should have worked.
That was so close on so many fronts. So many players making heroic efforts in the waning moments of that round. But it does go the way of Key. Yeah, Roy right here. This second kill is massive. Minio is fading back. And yeah, it feels like in a lot of ways, Roy outplayed Key here.
Yeah.
He definitely did, but Key, just that little extra crouch to displace the crosshair from Roy, that was everything.
That did it.
Good dueling instincts from Key. Oh, run boost, okay. No Zeus on the other side, though. I know you're disappointed.
I know, I am. Every day I wake up and I think someone's gonna do it. Wow, okay, I don't know how they got here so quick, but they did. Somehow still losing the fights. Fnatic, every single round, they've been able to go to the B-bomb site. They've done it, and it's paid off. This time, they're gonna get cancelled out. Bashar in his zone, he goes down. It is a 9-6 finish at the end of the half. Very impressive for Fnatic. Looks like they're well on their way to a third map. We'll find out after this.
Hey guys, I'm Bigozera, and here is Jax.
Hi guys, it's Simple and Madden.
I'm Nico, and this is Robs, and today we're going to be playing Skin in the Game by CS Money.
Maybe it's... no, the Kenny's one is Battle Scared, yeah? Oof, I don't know this, to be honest. Okay, we need second guess. Second sticker, please.
What did Colzera have when he did jump shots on Mirage?
Put the clip. Yeah.
Let's just go for Colzera.
Colzera, it's MLG Columbus 2016. Fallen, Dreamhack, Cluj-Napoca, Cobblestone.
Right.
Colzera, 2016 Major. What was the name of it?
MLG Columbus.
MLG Columbus 2016.
The Clutch King with a red one. I think it's Robs.
I'll take a clue on this one. You have one more help?
Robs, you are sure Robs
Yeah,
was
yeah,
playing? Because maybe it's Robs against us in Katowice.
I think Katowice, no? It was in Grand Final?
Yeah, it was Katowice Grand Final against FaZe, right? Against G2, sorry.
Against G2, yeah.
Let's just go...
It is 100% me then. Robs, Katowice 2020.
I think in finals. Yeah, I think against G2.
In the finals against G2.
2021, Katowice, Robs.
Fnatic revitalized, and 9 look like they're in trouble here. Second half, second map, and we are on overpass. I've got to say, it's kind of cool to see Fnatic, you know, stand up after the beating that they took on Vertigo. That speaks of some kind of quality within the lineup. I like that.
Yeah, and it was kicked off with a Crims 1v2. Let's not forget that. Not necessarily reflected entirely in the scoreboard. It's Mezzi that's leading the way on the CT side with 13. That looked a little bit laggy. I think everything's fine.
It's all good.
Yeah.
We're back to normal.
All right, pretty spread out, though, for 9. Kylar going to go for a little bit of a one-tap right here with the P250. Let's see if it happens. Test the aim, and no opportunity presents itself. Some counter utility, and Oh, actually, that is the only smoke for Fnatic, so this is going to be a pretty tough A retake if that comes into play.
Good to see Kyler not overextend that, because once you don't find someone with a flashbang, it feels like the danger of sticking around is just really, really overwhelming. Oh, that's a gush. Nikoros, not loving that. Some noise outside of B. That's where the bomb is, but obviously Fnatic don't know that yet. They are starting to push out towards the L-bend, so they could maybe go and find a little bit of information. Hades over on the other side with the other P250, and it's a good pick off that. Surely going to cause a rotation down at B, which would be a mistake. It's just one player that's leaving at the moment. Oh, they've managed to crouch, sneak right under the radar. Kyler goes down, and now the bomb is back at the A bomb site over and long. It's taken a minute to get here. 30 seconds left, and it should be a bomb plant here and a potentially tough retake for Fnatic. Oh, man. That smoke just funnels all of them towards the bank side. There's a single flank coming in as well. I still think this is a far-fetched round, but Crims, he does have the defuse kit. It's not impossible. Roy with one. Crims with the follow-up. Oh, they're making light work of it for Shah as well. It's just goofy, and there's no way he can make it out. He spoke way too soon. What a retake.
Wow, it's all just headshots. Fnatic make short work on that one.
They made that look so easy.
Yeah, that's always one of those questions there for a team like Nine. Are you giving up the chase a little bit too easily, peeking into the angles, not letting the crossfires activate, or were you actually just destroyed by instant entry shots?
I mean...
that's... I don't think you're doing a lot wrong if you're Hades there.
Yeah, difficult to do anything about. But yeah, in retrospect, without a smoke to cover the bomb with, it would have been great to have seen them play for that.
If everybody just fell back to bathrooms,
yes,
it was very difficult for Fnatic to get back into that one. They don't necessarily know that, but it's just kind of one of those ideas that you got to go over in the pregame.
Timeout called after winning the pistol.
Yeah, I think they know that if they are able to walk away with this victory, Fnatic should be winning this map pretty comfortably. This is probably the one danger round left. It's Nine likely to buy into it, given that they found the bomb plant. Yep, that is the case. Crims with the ump. Definitely fallen out of vogue, but, you know, it's a classic, and he's a classic kind of guy.
Yeah, if anyone could. He's got the freedom to do it right now.
Yeah, I think Glaive and Zipnix do it, but they don't look as good on it.
Nah, not at the moment. 10-6. Fnatic. I kind of like the timeout, even after winning the pistol. Just giving that depth to it, or the seriousness of what they're doing here. They need that third map on Nuke, because they did lose the first one. If you're just joining us and you missed that, Vertigo pretty convincing in favor of 9. Fnatic just needs 6 more rounds here. And getting a chance to get everyone mentally focused here, not a bad idea.
Looks like it's just going to be the B split for 9. They got pretty good utility, a few smokes. That is going to make things feel a little bit uncomfortable for 9. They know that they could be losing ground on the other side of the map, but Crims. Double nade, yeah, Crims. Oh, did one miss the mark? Oh, that's so unfortunate, but the exec is here.
Yeah, they're going to be right on top. They kind of feel like he's back there, but they can't really check it easily. Finally, they're going to get him into the smoke. Goofy with a double, and that's really successful. The Molotov kind of bouncing down on one side. Some decent nades, but it is too little too late. And 9 will find a 7th round.
That is after a Fnatic pause.
Yeah.
They went for the heavy A lean. I think they had 3 players there for the majority of that round. And 9 were able to very cleanly take that B site. Just nades, mollies, smokes, all the utility.
It's very interesting. I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, some of these positions, they just weren't able to really fight. It just felt like they were a little bit on the defensive. All right. Only a 3-round gap. If their T sides are strong enough, like we mentioned at the start, they've been playing this map so much that they should have some more fun stuff to show us, surely.
Yeah, you'd expect so. We'll see. I think Fnatic are going to force into this one, though. Each player taking away 1,400 on that loss. And they had a couple M4s saved, so feel like we've been seeing a lot of different ways to use these save rifles.
Yeah, so it's Eagles, 5-7 to follow it up.
That's not bad.
They got something, and they're going a little bit aggressive. I like this. Try to find the opening rather than wait for it to show up. When you don't have that much to work with, especially if you could find a sole T-side player and steal a rifle back. That's the dream at the moment.
They've just perfectly evaded them. Just making their way up long. Mineo's still holding the top connector. That could be the first duel of this round, as both of these players so close to spotting each other, but Roy will be heavily advantaged here, given his weapon.
Ooh, but if Key comes in on the other side, 5-7 is right there. And now Roy is feeling very uncomfortable. Yeah, Shovel is not going to be able to help him out this time. Oh, what? My God, what?
He's falling.
I don't think that's supposed to happen. I think he's going to break his keyboard after that. Mezzi with a strong headshot, and now this is falling apart once again. They're trying to get on there. Flank is in, but somehow picking up the FAMAS actually backfires, and weirdly now, it's a 2-on-2. They're running down Nikolas. I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm losing my mind. Roy is on his own, and they might lose this round anyway. What? Can we have some kind of... I want off this ride.
Oh my goodness. I accidentally took the crazy pills.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Oh, Roy has 5 HP also.
Yep.
Hades already holding the angle. This would be a miracle for Roy to get back into this one. He's trying to bide his time. Okay. Kills presented to him. He can still bring this one back.
It'd be so fitting for the round, though, if he brings it back. Just to cap it off, just to end the madness in his favor. He's got 3 kills already. I'd be overthinking it here, but he doesn't know what we know. Goofy started to fall real far back. There is a kit, so if he gets around the corner, he could go on for the full defuse and just force Goofy into the fight here. Oh, but time is already up, and Goofy, perfect timing in his mind. What? I don't even know what. Let's forget about this round.
That was really hectic. Very hard to follow that one. Okay. Let's see the falling shot.
What is this?
Right.
Yeah. What is this freaky stuff going on?
Yep, he's midair.
Yeah.
I can't believe Goofy turned there. I guess Thatcher gave up a single sound cue, and in that moment, he was able to recognize that, but...
I can't believe Nikolas didn't get a kill. They were so low on health.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of moments that you thought should have been one way, and then they go the other. Okay, I think the crazy pills might have wore off.
I hope so. That was too much.
I might take another, though. This is a good round to take one, right?
Yeah, it is. Oh, through the Molotovs.
I couldn't get it down in time.
Just the 3. All right. But that's setting his team up pretty nicely. They're down at the B bomb site. The bomb's not far away. They're going to find it empty. And they're going to get up to 9 rounds. That's where they power up. They've never lost once they have 9 rounds.
Not that we've seen today.
True.
Yeah. Can't argue with that.
Bomb has been planted.
When your name is 9, surely there's some arcane sorcery.
Yeah. Everything's aligned. It's all great. Nikolas just wants the AK.
Yeah. Keep that. He'll be able to give that to maybe Crims. Nikolas will buy his own AWP. Yeah, still, I feel like this game is... I mean, Fnatic, they're not out of it by any means.
No.
Even though this is their map pick, you would expect that they have a solid CT side on this map. 9 are a pretty competent overpass team overall. Bit of a slow start for them in the previous half.
It's definitely... It just... The first half just looks so convincing that the slowdown that you're experiencing now, it does make everything taste a little bit different if you're watching this with the Fnatic goggles on. You're thinking, oh, why? Why is it slowing down at all? Why not just, power through? And that easy, quick victory has at least been taken away from Fnatic. The question is whether or not they can recompose themselves now, CT side, get the money up and rolling, and get on to Nuke. I'd actually love to see Nuke. Oh, it's a good idea. It's a real good idea.
Yeah. Almost that 5v4. Okay, they want to throw their own boost out. Love this. Okay. No way. Does Hades expect it?
It looks like he is.
Yeah, he's really being careful about it, that's for sure.
It's a sick idea because you know they're going to have everyone boosting on the other side.
There's a player already that's coming from the other side, though. Oh, yeah. No. Okay, Hades gets that kill. Goofy should be able to recognize there's another player right here, but he doesn't actually pounce at that opportunity. And it's Fnatic that continue to stay proactive in this one as Crims pushes on forward towards water.
Minio, you could see a little bit of a jump in his aim there. It looked like he maybe got a little bit surprised, which is unfortunate. So it's a 4-on-4. Still not a bad position to be in on the T side.
No, and they have so many nades too. 2 guys with a full belt still.
Oh.
And Fnatic, they're just going for a bit of a gamble here.
Dice roll, yeah.
3 guys towards this A side, and they're pressing on forward. Looks like this round is going to be decided in the next couple seconds here. Fasher swings out, but Goofy takes him down. Krim still holding his ground, and Goofy with yet another. But they might overlook this long position. Roy is still hiding in wait.
Yeah, they're so low on health. He could win this round right here. There's the good spray, but Key, he was the only one with any real health, and he's allowed to live through that one. 20 seconds. And Mezzi hoping for somebody to make a mistake, but that's giving him at the moment. That's not going to accomplish anything. The bomb has been planted, and they re-smoke it on top, so he's going to be forced to the other side. He has all the health in the world, but it just might not matter. He needed that kill through. He's going to back on out. That's 9, tying up the scoreline at 10-10. Man, that is another very, very close round. Unbelievably close.
Yeah, I thought Roy could have really done it there. But Goofy, man.
Stepping it up.
Yeah, good stuff out of him. Things get pretty awkward for Fnatic here.
That, yeah, there was I mean, that kind of play where you put 3 in one bomb site, you roll the dice, and then you go aggressive, that reminds me of how Heroic like to play the CT side of Overpass. Sometimes they'll make these very, very aggressive stacks, and then, but instead of waiting around a little bit like Virtus Pro maybe would, they actually just keep on pushing, which I think is so sick. I really like watching Heroic on this map for that reason. But it kind of didn't work out quite for Fnatic. They weren't far off, I think.
Wow, that's just clean crosshair placement. Also, that shot Hades hit was through the hedge. That was pretty cool. Didn't even care that there were leaves. He just has heat-seeking vision.
That's the real upgrade. You need that thermal camera in CS2. Another edition.
Nice.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It actually is a bit weird, because if you shoot further in on that hedge, yeah, I'm pretty sure it blocks the shot completely.
No penetration at all?
Yeah, I think so. I think, from memory, it's been a while since I've checked, but...
Yeah. Okay, you see this scrappy buy for Fnatic. We've seen some weird stuff happen in this game, so I'm not going to put it past them to take this one. Early, heavy lean towards B from 9. Great camera work as we follow.
Wow. Okay, a little bit of a drive-by. They get that one, but they can't keep it. Key able to steal it back. Probably important. It's nice not to let those rogue AKs run around the map. And Mezzi. Oh. That's pretty good. Might have needed the kill to change the outcome of the round here. What did Fnatic do? I mean... It feels like another stack almost would have made more sense.
Yeah, both of these teams have, in these kind of man-down situations, just kind of split their defenses up, and maybe they should have taken a page out of Cloud9's book. Just the gamble stacks on Overpass can be so powerful. Sometimes it's really the only way you can stay in a round, and actually, okay, Mezzi sticking around and blocking the smoke a little bit.
Oh, this double set about here. If they come through the tunnel, it could be pretty sick. One deagle headshot, and then you forget about the C-set 75.
Yeah.
There is a way. There is a way. Minio walking in. There's the shot. It's Crims again to help Fnatic out. That is huge. And now Hades. It's beautiful. What a shot onto Hades. And Goofy, doesn't matter what you do. This round is done. 1 versus 3. 19 seconds. Trying to challenge Crims, but he's never going to expect Nikodos there. This man... a legend already.
It just feels
like making it work.
Every time Fnatic are struggling, they're losing some of their momentum, it's Crims that jump starts them again. Call him the jumper cable.
Yeah. Attaching him to the nipples of Fnatic, and it's working.
Yes.
They're fully awake.
Make sure not to cross the wires.
That's the one big key right there. Never do that. 11-10. Fnatic with a very unlikely round, but, you know, that's all they need. That's all they need is that jump start, get back into the swing of things. Roy is feeling a little bit powered up behind it, wanted to go aggressive, but he's gonna hold himself back from taking the full swing. And it looks like on the other side of things, Nine are gonna try and make this a little bit less complicated and just go straight off through the tunnel. Good flashbang and Goofy on the follow-up. That's still worth it, but Shar is here, and look at how he's holding it. M4 almost out of bullets. Oh my god, it's great once again. Last couple of bullets, taking down Minio. And Hades, nothing much to be done once again. Fnatic, they've denied the entry. Wow. Fishar's had a rough game, but that was great.
Yeah, just good play around the smoke there. Triple kill for him. Made it look really easy, actually. And Nine not taking the necessary steps to keep Fnatic guessing in that round. They had no map control towards A, and you could see how much more confident and ready Fnatic were on that defense because of it. So,
just some time for Hades to,
just gonna mull over what
solitude.
Yeah.
Think about some of the deeper things in life, you know. I love 3 bullets left.
Yeah.
And he used 2 of them.
I love.
Like, if there's another one, I'm ready.
That's so nice. So clean.
Wow, he's got the whole playground to himself. Slide and swings. What's your choice?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that actually. I think I'm a swing guy.
Yes.
I think the thing with slides is that if they're not well maintained, they can kind of just lose some of that smoothness.
Yeah.
And then they can get a little bumpy. You could get a little rash, or your pants can get kind of bunched up. Like
if you're wearing shorts, it kind of ruins the, you know.
Yeah, you get sometimes you get a little wedgie or something. Like,
yeah.
Just sucks. So swings all day. Fun thing about swings is you can hurt yourself, and that's always kind of cool. You can actually go so high that when you jump off, your legs hurt, and that's when you know you did a good job.
I had this experience as a grown-up.
Yeah.
Because I just remember what it was like as a kid. It's like, I'm gonna try and go real high and then just jump off, and it's like, oh wait, gravity is a little bit more punishing.
You take fall damage.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
Right.
But yeah, swings all day. I was gonna say team swingers.
Team swingers. Let's go. You heard it here.
Mezzi. Oh, and Nikodos on the follow-up. This is where Fnatic take over the game. They feel like they deserve to play Nuke, and they're making a good case for themselves right now. Key on his own, nothing to do here. It's going to be 13 rounds for Fnatic.
Clean and easy. That's how Fnatic like it.
Yeah, very aggressive, not giving any space for the T side. They're 3 rounds away, and it once again looks very, very convincing for them. Had a moment here on the second half where it was starting to slip up. It looked like Nine were up to their old tricks.
Frustration setting in.
Definitely some frustration.
Dang.
Now is not the time for it, though.
No.
You gotta try and pack that up.
Gotta hold your nerve in this one. You knew that Fnatic were gonna punch back. Can't be startled too easily. And Nine have been putting forward a pretty commendable showing. Like, they're by no means out of this map, nor this series. So love to see them continue to put their best foot forward as they did on Vertigo.
3-round gap. But the money, definitely a huge part of the calculation here. Fnatic have enough to lose a round. Nine, not so much.
Yeah, we're not seeing that sort of map control from Nine that Fnatic were giving us in that first half. There's kind of basic attempts here and there. Getting a 1-2-2 default coming out from Nine this time. Usually centered around taking water control after 20 or so seconds. And yeah, they have it.
Setting up for the boost. Timing could be real awkward. It's still being held on the other side, but Messi, he wins the fight. Minio is going to feel really upset at that. Chance, though, for Hades maybe to go and pick up that AK down there instead of the Deagle if he wants to. Gonna have to be careful Nikodos isn't going to find him in the meantime. And he's on a mission. He doesn't care about the AK right now. He's all the way over at Long instead.
Yeah, it feels like he's been allotted some space and might have a timing, but okay. It's backing up now. Probably be better for him to collect that weapon. Nikodos still just holding on. He's really has a great idea about what's happening. See the divider and everything. And so it does seem like 9 with that singular smoke and flash just got to pop into the site.
This feels like it just shouldn't work. It feels like it's very one-dimensional. One good grenade to slow them down, like the Molotov going here, and they're under a lot of pressure. The flashbang is pretty good though, but no one there to take down that CT player on the ramp, so it all falls apart. Hades on his own, about to get shot in the back as well, but Roy, he'll get it done cleanly. Headshot to bring him out of it. Nobody even dies on the Fnatic side. This is great.
That's just a perfect Molotov.
Yeah.
If you're separating the oncoming attackers like that and you're just allowing 2 to pass in, that's just a perfect situation.
Hades has gone from upset to disinterested. Oh, man.
Multiple stages of grief being exhibited.
He really is. Close to acceptance now.
Yeah.
All right, whatever.
Acceptance is when the map is over. Or it should be.
Yeah.
Can't stay dwelling on this one. But Fnatic in a prime position to move us to a third. We see the Tech-9 Deagle force up from the 9 side, leaving a little bit left in the bank for round 26. But we'll see what they're able to accomplish here. I mean, I feel like a lot of these buys have actually worked out in this series so far. Always a plan for these teams.
All right, we got the grenades into the corner. That's something to work with. Fashar is a little bit too far away, unfortunately. It's a nice attempt. Behind it, they have, again, a smoke and a flash. It's really almost nothing to work with. If they don't win this round, then Fnatic surely can find 1 out of the next 5 behind it. It's got to be possible.
A minute left, and re-smoke there for Monster, for Mezzi. And Nikadaz just holding on to this space. 9 just have to hit a blinder. They just have to hit a headshot. That's the only way I'm going to get excited about this round. Just some blistering shot, open up the bomb site, and then we're cooking. Because a single smoke and a flash is not going to be enough to take out these defenders.
Yeah, it looked like maybe it could have been the A-bomb side, but they've changed their minds. They want to go at it one more time. He's made his way up close. That wasn't the blinder that you were looking for. And now 26 seconds. Crims flashed, but not that much. You get one of the kills. Hades on his own. Good shot, and he keeps going. There's maybe a chance here. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant, and they don't want to come through the smoke. They want to wait it out. Hades has played out of his mind so far. He's got the double, but he needs 2 more for the quad and the clutch and a chance maybe to bring his team back into the map. It has to be right now, or they're not going to get another crack at it. And they are right on top of him. Sneaking through. It's a great headshot, but Roy is just as quick on the other side.
Just perfect spacing from Fnatic there on the retake, never giving him an opportunity to find a multi-frag. Instant return from Roy. And a good attempt from 9, especially Hades, but never going to have enough punch behind that round. All right, Fnatic. 5 opportunities to close this one out. Push us to nuke. 9 pickers in shambles.
A little bit. The 3 of us.
Yeah.
Feeling the pressure now. But I've got to say again, like I feel like it's a nice way to test the quality of this Fnatic lineup.
Yeah.
To be able to make the bounce back. I think it's just it's a good sign. You have to appreciate that.
Boost coming out again. Nikadaz not able to spot anything, and Crims felt like he just pushed Key so early in this one. Didn't even have a teammate near him. But that's what Crims has been doing in this game.
I know. They let him off the leash. It's ridiculous. Oh no. Run boosted out, but unable to find anyone. Crims can sense that there's going to be some more action out here.
He's just reading the game right now.
Yeah.
He's just going anywhere there's action.
Oh, here we go. Attacked in. Can he get the swing? It's close, but a nice flick from Goofy. Okay. They defeated Crims.
Okay.
And Nikodos to follow. So 4 versus 2. This should be their round. Double setup at the B-bomb site. So if 9 throw everyone in here with no caution at all, it could go badly. The bomb is leading. If they find the bomb here, that's a disaster. Mezzi swings in for it. Now the bomb down. And a 1 versus 2 with 30 seconds. Oh dear.
Nezzy's got this.
Yeah.
25 seconds. The bomb's at his feet. He's got a Molotov.
And he's relocated.
Not like
himself.
this, 9.
Oh, yes, exactly. Oh, it's close. Hades to clutch it in a 1 versus 1, but my God. If he would have managed to get into the corner and put the Molotov down, I don't even know what you could do on the other side. It's all out panic. What a scary round. 2-on-4, almost lost.
That is a ridiculous mid-round from 9. I can't believe they just threw caution to the wind like that and sent the bomb in first. You would expect them to at least prod the other bomb site with one of the lit players towards A. I think Goofy was not sitting pretty at that point. And to put him in a clutch situation like this with Hades, that's tough. But 9 still got a little bit of fight left in him. 4 rounds is what they need in order to bring this to overtime. Nikadaz, he wants to end it right here. He's been peeking over that the entire half. And finally he gets a kill. Grim's tagged up early, but Nezzy's still holding onto the space and connector. He has a chance to really double up. And no, Kyler, he's going to be the one to find the kill.
Crims is the only one at B. This is 4 on the, basically on the A side of the map. With Crims tagged up early. If they knew, that'd be sick, and now they're pushing in as the bomb lost. Oh no, they might win the fight for the B bomb side, but never have a chance to actually get the bomb here. Kyler's fighting for it, and he wins it. Oh no, we're back with the crazy pills once again.
This is utter pandemonium. And Key somehow, he's... Okay, all right. Let's try to collect our nerve in this one. As Key has slotted himself so deep in to B. Fnatic might just overlook him as they try to reclaim some space, but no, they're playing it really cautiously. Oh, wait. Assembling a boost here. Oh no, Kyler, what a shot at... And Key, he is so close. Crims, there's no way he's going to expect this, but not going to press on forward just yet. He wants to let Fasher activate first, who has a full belt of utility and a monster flank.
Yeah, Kyler's very low on health, so he can't really be the one to take this fight. This is going to be around playing for time, but the utility is really interesting. Flashed out. A little bit scary. Key's on the other side, sandwiched in. They're both coming for him. He has no idea where to look. He takes down Crims, and he wins the fight for his team. Oh my God, it's close. He nearly got perfectly timed and sandwiched there. Well, it's another round for 9. They're taking a step closer to fighting for overtime now.
Wow. I was seeing fights in that round that I have not seen on Overpass.
I know, it's so crazy what's
happening. Guy flying up the ladder, killing a guy with a wallbang towards the bottom of the T steps. Yeah, just crazy stuff. And in some ways, you do like to see that from Fnatic, that they're playing to win. They're not just playing to not lose. And that's a key difference to show that they're still trying to exert some pressure to put this game behind them. If they lost in some typical fashion with a default 2-3 setup, you'd be like, maybe you should have used those rounds that you had advantage to go for a cheeky play, and that was it. So you've still got some room to work with.
They definitely could have won this one as well. It's a lot of pressure on 9 once the bomb is dropped that far back. I mean, if they don't get up the ladder to get that kill, they don't even recover the bomb.
That's a kill that just should never have happened.
Yeah. One flashbang on Fnatic.
You're always a fan.
We love it. Can't really argue against it. It's a $200 investment. Obviously not financial advice, but, you know. You should buy it. That's what I'm saying. You should. It is financial advice. I take it back.
Okay. I'm living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, but you should still buy the flashbang.
Okay.
It's worth it, I promise you.
All right, thank you.
It's how... It can't fail. It's how everyone's become a millionaire.
Okay.
Here we go.
One of the big tips of investing. Yeah. Warren Buffett's finest. Okay. Well, Flash didn't seem to do all too much there. Almost the 5-man spray down from Minio, and not able to get the ace.
It worked. I mean...
yeah, that's it.
They got the kill.
That's proof. British people would be like, the proof is in the pudding.
The British.
The Brits. It's like every single broadcast talent is British nowadays.
They really are starting to take over.
Yeah.
It's because they can't play Counter-Strike, so... we have to, yeah, they have to do something.
Take something for them. Okay. 15-13. Let's see how this one plays before we ring the alarm bells for Fnatic. I'm a little bit worried, but...
I'm not worried yet. I feel like...
Just a tinge of worry.
I feel like you don't make the mental comeback from map 1 to map 2 and then just give it up in the last 2 rounds. Surely not.
I just don't see a team with Crims choking.
No, you're right.
That's the main thing.
He won't let them choke.
He's just gonna get some 3K this round, right? That's the script.
He's got that Counter-Strike Heimlich just already.
Yeah.
Wrap his arms around all 4 players at once in the squeeze. No choking allowed.
None of that here. That's why they keep him on this roster. Beacon of positivity and morale. The spiritual captain.
And leading the board as well. Tied up with Roy, both of them 22 kills. Nikoros. The desk did mention it. They did want to see more out of him. Well, now is the time to shine. They're right in front, crouching in. He's surely got the lineup, but he can't escape. Oh, it's awful. Oh, and he got the no-scope. How? That is so stupid. Roy will get one in return, but Nikoros might have done it. He might have found that 16th round right here with the most ridiculous of all plays. Key and Hades are left here, 2 on 4. Their positions should be known. There should be no way out of this one. They're locked in. Roy's thinking about it. They're looking right at the edge. Key, a little bit of a free fire, but the instant return is there. And Hades, this is too much. 1 versus 4. Roy will take him down for the triple. And Fnatic, they'll get a 16th round and find a 3rd map. That was a real struggle here on Overpass, but what a game it was really from both teams. Now Nuke will be the final battleground. It's coming up after this.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mystery CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsera. No, it cannot be Coldsera because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsera was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JTM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Well, it may not quite be easy for Fnatic, but they do get the win. Certainly a fight coming out from 9, but it wasn't enough to take it over the line, and now we still have a third map to come. Maniac, this was one where actually there was a point I thought Fnatic were going to throw this one away.
I mean, there was a point where I thought 9 was going to win, then I thought Fnatic was going to win, then 9 was going to win again. This was very messy. I feel dirty just watching that game. I feel dirty by like just get the chip on my shoulder. Now, this was a messy game of Counter-Strike, and it gives up for nice highlights, crazy moments. Anders losing his voice wasn't the prettiest at all, but I don't care. I'm up for the show. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, he can't lose his voice. He's still got a whole other map to go for sure. But looking at this scoreboard, Hades was doing the things that we expected and spoke to him about. The rest of the cast were there, but there were so many small little details, Pimp, where it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was a bit of a messy game. I'll buy into that one. I think the scoreline is closer than it should have been. I think that's the sentiment for Fnatic. They should have won early on. 9 won the first pistol, converted that one as well. You see it right here. Second half as well. Fnatic winning the pistol, but losing the fourth round, and then 9 getting off to 4-round streak. So without those good starts to both half, Fnatic were the better team, and that was my issue. We have round 18, and we can show it straight away because that was one of the rounds where Fnatic messed up. Again, a scoreline of 16-13. It shouldn't have been that close. It all starts out with a little bit of a fight down here in Underground Connector. And then we see Roy getting a massive double kill from this position. The aiming right here is stellar, falling down, getting the headshot. You're thinking to yourself, that is bound to happen. Messi coming in, with a kill right here as well. And a 4v2 scenario like this, it is unlosable. Fasher, for some reason, picks up the FAMAS. I don't know if he has auto pickup picked on, but that was a bit of a mess. Then you have Nikodos getting caught off guard here in the middle of everywhere, and it's just a messy round. Roy trying his absolute best, must be thinking this scenario, guys, what are you doing? I got 3 kills. And
that's perfect, that's perfect.
Even Crimson thinking, what on earth are we doing? That was an unlosable round, and had they not done that, it wouldn't have been this close, and that's my issue. I think Fnatic should have won 16-7, 16-8, and they didn't.
I'm with you. Yeah, that's one of the most face-palming round I've seen this whole week.
No one has auto pickup on though. No,
I mean, I don't know.
No.
We have to ask.
We need to find this out.
If we get Hecko on the interview later as a loser, as a winner, we shall see. We need to ask: do you play with auto pickup on? Because
he has weird blinds already, though, doesn't he?
So he's banned. Like that's it. You can play with it.
That was what is the alternative? That was a decision for him to grab the FAMAS at the time. I think they had him all blocked in. That was it. Like it was 4v2, and then Nikodos as well, just spraying, basically remodeling the CT spawn instead of shooting them. What the hell was this round?
Well, we've got another one for you, this time with the hands of Crims.
Yeah, this time we're going to flip the pancake and we're going to talk about 9. Let's go around 21, because this is 9 kind of dropping the ball on that one. We see 4 against 3 with 36 seconds and the double kill from Crims. It's a little too clean for him. There's no utility. He's not been put in a position where he has to do any sort of shenanigans. And the problem for 9 in this round is that they allowed Fnatic to build up a crazy momentum, not only picking up all the weapons that they had recuperated from that situation as well, but also just letting themselves boxed in. They tried to play B side at the very beginning, got pushed out a little bit, stayed in their tracks, and then ended up in the gamble where Crims was an absolute master. And Crims, honestly, that was a very, very decent map from him. He was at the helm of a couple of attacks on the CT side that I really liked.
And this is the Crims you want to see, right? Here's the experienced one for sure, but when they could be down and out in rounds, when it gets a bit closer, you want to rely on this madman.
You do. He still has quite a high level, quite a high skill ceiling. He's relatively consistent as well and has been in Fnatic. Of course, he's not the Crims from 2015 and 16 and most likely will never be again. But when he's finding impact for rounds like these, and he's overall, I'd say, in his tenure within this new iteration of Fnatic, he's been stable. He's been a guy you can rely on. I think Crims is doing just fine. And it's great to see him still once in a while popping off and being the difference maker on the server instead of just helping.
Now, in terms of being a difference maker, though, I'm going to still touch on Mr. Nikodos here because I do want to see more from this man.
Yeah, I was going to tell you what kind of difference has he made in this map. This is not exactly the guy we're looking to. He was, once again, relatively quiet. I think the few times he tried to be aggressive, he was punished. There was that clever boost they did towards balloons, immediately flashed, popped away by Hades, maybe die. That kind of made him a bit more timid towards the end of the CT half. But his compatriot from his former team, Roy, was actually delivering what we wanted to see. Roy was massive in this game. The amount of multi-kills he had in the second half, I think he ended up on 8 multi-kills total. Of course, Jacob touched on it in round 17 or 18 that was, where he had that multi-kill in connector, but that was many different occasions, many different iterations where he had multi-kills and a whole lot of impact. So this was the Roy that we refer to when we say he can be a playmaker, he can be a difference maker. He was in that second half.
Now, next we're going on to Nuke, and I want to touch on that quickly because for Fnatic, they're on a bit of a streak with this map, but the only good team they beat on it recently is G2.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good team as well. You may argue G2 is playing some decent Counter-Strike right now, and you can only beat who's in front of you. So I hope for Fnatic they get this win in terms of building up some confidence. I see them as the better team compared to 9. But again, I'm curious to see what they have to offer on a map like Nuke. I'm curious to see if Fnatic can be rattled out right here, if they are in a position where it could be a bit dangerous. Again, we see 9, we talked about it, they played Nuke many times, and they win an awful lot of their games, but it's not against the same caliber of teams as Fnatic. So I still consider Fnatic to be a favorite right now, but I will not argue against it could be another close map.
I'm just looking down this. I don't think 9 have played a single top team.
I think there's Eternal Fires were in there. I mean, top team. We have to be liberal on the different.
Okay, how far we go with that?
Probably Eternal Fire.
That's where it comes, yeah.
Like the floor. I mean, it's not like the teams that Fnatic have played out are so different, right? And there's a bunch of wins on both sides. I just don't think Fnatic have given us such a calm and reliable performance throughout in this series. Like, they've been some very strange moments on both maps.
So are we still sat in the Fnatic camp, though? You guys still believing?
I think Fnatic will win. I believe right now they won a map right here without playing well whatsoever. Overpass was a decent showing, but as we said, a messy game. Nico does the 8 repeat.
Would you say it was a messy game?
It was a very messy game in that regard. I expect Fnatic to show us that they are much better. I want to see them get a W right here. I want to see them get a good W, and if they can do that, then they also have a fairly good chance against Big in a semi-final. Without that, you know, if Fnatic is going to win this game in a messy fashion, then I'm not going to be too sad.
Yeah, I think if Fnatic cannot take this third map, it would really be a crimes.
That was terrible. You're really
I've got to top that off. Be careful, because I have a whole lot of dry dag jokes coming over. You never know where the line is going to
Can you throw us to a break?
Shall I get us out of here? Shall we save us from him? Yeah. We're going to run away from this. We're going to get out of this, and we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if 9 are able to best Fnatic on Nuke, or will Fnatic go through and do what they're supposed to do?
I'm out.
strike, and that's what you get. A third map on Nuke between Fnatic and 9. The Unicorn odds are telling us that Fnatic are favored in this one. Does it make sense?
I think Pimp put it pretty well that when Fnatic beats a team like G2 on this map, G2 are a pretty decent team.
Right.
So a bit of an understatement, obviously, given that G2, one of the best in the world at Nuke, if not the best, despite the recent results at ESL Pro League. And so for Fnatic to already have that scalp, it seems pretty likely that they should be walking away the victors. But if there is anything that 9 has taught us today, it's that you should not be counting them out. You shouldn't underestimate the ability of a team that was raised, born, and bred in online CS.
They've looked very interesting. Although there were so many mad rounds that were happening on Overpass. It's hard to even really keep count of it. Crim's really stepped it up. Probably without him, Fnatic just might end up losing in 2 maps. It was that close, but he did. And Roy, maybe the other part of that engine that really brought Fnatic over the finishing line. Let's see if they could do that on Nuke. We're heading into it right now. Third and final map, but not the final series of the day. We still have a whole nother best of 3 coming up after this, but we need a conclusion, we need a winner, and we need someone to get knocked out. Fnatic and 9 going at it, and 9 will be starting on the CT side with Fnatic on the T side.
Kyler already got the dualies. Expect him to play close towards door or hut. No initial push from Fnatic. They have smoke and a flash. P250 on Nikadaz. And Kylar just kind of waiting at this point. Smoke goes out. Looks like it's going to be blocking off that mini garage. Nikadaz looking for a fight. Might be presented one in just a second from Key. But a good off angle from Key, but Nikadaz a better shot. Instant return from Goopy though, 4 versus 4. And Hades pressured. He's in the middle of no man's land. And Fasher finding the kill on a Kylar really puts this into the favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, what an awkward position for Hades to find himself in. You could just tell he wanted to either fight for Mini or just try to fall back, and he did none of them really. Crims will get the last kill of the round, and it's Fnatic to win the pistol.
Just a single smoke and some good shots.
Yeah, it was well done.
And that feels like a round that you really wanted if you were on the 9 side. I feel like the morale not great after Overpass. They knew that they should have won that one. They should have closed it out had it not been for a couple heroic rounds from Crims, veteran player of Fnatic.
Yeah, and that's something else that we probably, we need to learn the more that we get to watch 9 play is, how good are they at recovering some of those losses? Because the reset between maps, the mental reset, is so important. It's so important to be able to do that. Otherwise, one loss becomes another loss, and then it's just, you either win every best of 3 in a 2-0 fashion, or it just becomes a long slog, and it becomes really mentally draining. So I want to see 9 able to kind of do the same recovery that Fnatic did after the first loss on Vertigo. That'd be cool.
So very possible. Nades indicating that Fnatic are going for the mini wrap. Should be an A contest. Goopy right there. 1 kill, and Hades finds a headshot on his own.
That's actually a little bit scary. But the scout doesn't take a lot of tags right here. That grenade won't really help them out. And a 4-on-3, they've been slowed down. Credit to Kyler for not taking this peek. If he dies, it's immediately a 3-on-3, and it's a very, very different round. Fnatic need to find an opening, and right now they're not able to. 2 of the players from 9 are down below on the B-bomb side, and the other 2 are up there at A. And there's only 40 seconds left. This is a very, very awkward round for Fnatic right now.
Yeah, I don't know what they're even going to opt for here. It feels like they might want to just go for a ramp play.
Yeah,
and there's no one actually contesting ramp from 9, so that could be the answer, but door pop, always another option, and that does seem to be where they're going.
And Kyler's repositioned himself into possibly an even better position. Oh, but Crims! He's dug them out of this so many times. This time, though, Nikado's going down out of the vent is Key. And with only 6 seconds left, Mezzi, he can't fake it. He has to go straight for it. And Key just not even giving him an opportunity. He just ran him down. That is a huge round coming out from 9.
Yeah, great bounce back from them. The early fight from Fnatic not going their way.
The discipline in the 4-on-3 to not do anything at all. I mean, it seems like it's a stupid thing to highlight to say that they didn't do anything, but some teams, especially if you're a little bit tilted, it's kind of been a long day for both these teams. You could have made a mistake right there.
On overpass, it felt like that was a peak that they may have made.
Yeah.
Felt a little bit less comfortable on that map, but 9 on Vertigo, I mean, so many hectic situations. They calm down so easily. Hades opening pick. Looks like Fnatic really want to pop towards A, and Kylar is right on top of the HUD. I think Fnatic recognized they might have missed their window.
Yeah, they needed to go, and obviously with the grenades down on the ground, just not really able to. So, slowed down against their will. Minio playing inside of ramp. Not going to stick around for the fight. No real reason to. They wanted to hunt him down, then they're going to be a little bit late for that. That spray took a good long while, but he's able to recover his aim, go for another one, and now it's a triple. This is well done. Looked a bit ugly in the beginning, but Minio with the triple, that's more than enough.
Yeah, good stuff from him. Gave up a lot of space rather early. That might be something that Fnatic key in on for the later T-side rounds, if they're able to find that ramp space. But as for now, 9 feeling pretty good about how that one went.
No bomb on either for the Fnatic side. This is the beginning of the round with Hades. Just great pickoff.
It's good positioning for Minio throughout this sequence too. Even though seemingly trapped there, he's creating new angles for himself constantly. And that leaves 9 against Glocks.
A gaggle of Glocks.
The gaggle.
Coming from Minio, so this time he's going to stand and fight a bit more. Grenade out! Oh, it's beautiful. It did blow up Mezzi. Not a single casualty on the 9 side. And the scoreline, a 3-1 in their favor. So, yeah, from suffering a pistol round loss into a pretty decent start now on Nuke, you've got to say.
Yeah, pretty convincing. The only thing that's a little bit tricky about this upcoming round is that Fnatic should recognize that Hades doesn't have an op. Since 9 haven't taken any or too many casualties, at least they didn't take any in that round, they might be able to guess that, and that could open up their playbook. Sometimes you'll see teams go for a lack of cross smokes. They'll just throw the one opener smoke between T-side blue and red, and then they just go for that swing together. That's
yeah, like a 3-man swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. If you're holding that on the CT side, expecting for a smoke before there's action, you just get blown up.
Yeah, you just get really caught off. So we'll see if that factors in. Because, yeah, there's no op on either side, actually. Not even Nikoda is picking one up.
3-1 in the 5th round. AKs all across the board for the Fnatic side. And setting up in lobby pretty quickly with almost the entire team. So looks like they want to try and press the issue. Like you said, maybe they felt like there was a weakness there with Minio, falling back from the fight early on. They're going to try and go and investigate. And Fashawn with a great opening, not against Minio, but against Key. So yeah, that's why they're checking all of this, because it's kind of the wrong player that they found. Minio is all the way back here.
Yeah, Fnatic have a lot of options now. Smokes towards the doors. This should present them quite a bit of space. Kill on to Goofy. 5v3 advantage. This should be Fnatic's round all day. And what is that from Kyler? It feels like he might have got stuck on something, or either way, Fnatic definitely walking away with this victory.
Yeah. Well done. And good awareness. Again, you could definitely see Fnatic. That must have been a call on their side instantly, saying that was the wrong player. That was Key. So worth keeping an eye on that kind of stuff. Hades just getting a parting kill here, but it will be a 2nd round on the board for Fnatic. Well done. And that could, I mean, if Fnatic keep doing that, if they kind of keep hitting the ramp a lot and testing Minio in that position, that could be an interesting problem, right? Because that will force the 9 defense to do something a little bit different.
At this point, you might already just stick Hades there with an op.
Sure.
You have enough money right now. It's probably going to be dropping this rifle to Key, and then he'll buy an op for himself, and then you could just stop that right in its tracks.
Well, here's the opening. He gets really, really deep in there before he has to take the fight.
I don't know what happened here with Kyler.
Almost seemed like sort of a desperate play.
Yeah, but he was kind of half in the smoke, half out. I'm not really sure. Either way, let's see what Hades does with this op, because I think they've identified a weakness in this defense already, and he's going up towards A.
Wanted to see if they were going to test the speed behind that one. It's a very similar setup with 4 of them in the lobby and 1 outside. Minio, smoke for him is a little bit further up. Molotov's actually pretty decent. That's going to be very annoying.
Oh my gosh,
they're pushing through. They don't care. They guessed that he was going to be reloading. Grenade is right on top, so it's going to slow them down if nothing else. But again, oh, he's just waiting. He didn't even back up. That's so bold. And he'll get the 1 kill. Hades picks up another one. It is a 4-on-3 this time, so the defense a little bit better on that ramp, but not by much.
4v3, I mean, this should be enough for 9, but Molly towards the door means that Fnatic should be afforded a pretty safe plant. And Nikodas, he wants to take this space away, knows that they can't just play on their heels. If they give 9 everything, then it's going to be a pretty simple retake. And Nikodas wants to flash for himself, looks for it, but ends up blinding himself too.
Messi needs to find a different spot to stand in, but he can't. Key with a double headshot. That is beautiful. And now Nikolas is on his own, 1 versus 4. They know exactly where he is. They're already on the defuse before they even try and fight him, and that's the smart way to play it. Why give him a chance to get some early kills and then fight for the 1-on-2 or something like that? Just defuse the bomb on the other side. Well done. Good defense. But again, that ramp is really being tested by Fnatic.
Yeah, but this time Minio actually did a pretty good job. He only gets the 1 kill, but he inflicted a lot of damage and had early forewarning. So rotation comes in for 9 pretty cleanly, but gotta say, Key, hero of the round, easily could have lost that first duel. Things would have gotten so hairy, but to find double, that is just sharp shooting from him. All right. Outside smokes from Fnatic. Seems to be a pretty standard wall to come out. Actually, it's the angular wall. Looks like it's going to be an A pop, though.
Yeah, but the lineup here is sick. The Molotov on top. Goofy, he might only have got the 1 kill initially on the defense, but the follow-up Molotov there, they were just standing inside of it and burning. It did so much damage. Crims, I don't think even he can't dig his way out of this round, surely. Fnatic, 1 versus 3. Oh, but I say it. He does pick up that shot. Is he going to really read that someone's walking up behind him? There should be no way. Keys missed the opportunity. Oh, there we go. Didn't let Crims slip away. And it's kind of scary. You could see Crims, again, a real force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they threw those cross smokes, and then they just went right into the waiting arms of 9 towards that A site. Good counter utility. That Molly deployed at the mouth of Hut really made things so awkward for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Roy, he's trying to battle through the flames and all, but at that point, it's pretty much a lost cause. Minio flanking from ramp, and that is such an interesting play for Minio because when you're playing as passively as him, your opponents are never going to expect that you're just going to go for that instant flank.
And they've been kind of bullying him as well, so they might doubly feel like surely he's not going to be bold enough to try and do this. Because those grenades also could be a fake to run ramp anyway. They're going to try and get out one more time, and this time there's no Molotov to slow them down. Deep breath here on the 9 side. They might get the bomb plant, but Fnatic should never win this round. 3 versus 4. They're kind of locked on the bomb side. All of the advantage right now is with 9. Minio's already snuck all the way out, and that's an easy pick-off. Yeah, as long as they don't panic, the round is pretty much won.
There is the flank, though. I mean, let's just see what Nikodas is able to accomplish. Even 1 kill would just be nice, but Hades so ready for it. Saw him in his peripheral vision.
If you worked at a nuclear power plant, you had to get one of those, you know, cartoon-like mutations that gives you what kind of advantage would you want? What's the thing, the superpower that you're going for?
Could I just be Spider-Man?
Yeah, you could do. That's a classic, right?
Yeah, I think that's the best radiation has ever treated anybody, for that matter. I don't think
that's top shelf.
Like
top shelf radiation.
Yeah, I just don't think there's anything better. Like, you're getting heightened abilities in almost every sense. So, yeah, I mean, just
trail around the city, beat all the traffic. It's just easy.
Almost feels like a boring answer, actually. But yeah, I'd be Spider-Man.
That's fine. I think that's all right.
But I'd be the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, not the new guy.
Okay, that makes that's important.
Just so I can do that weird, cringy dance that he does in the 3rd movie.
Most people just want the ability, but you want to actually become Tobey Maguire, so it's a very different mutation.
I'm gonna go into the improv jazz club and just bust a move. Just break a leg, yeah.
Oh man. They actually managed to get one guy passed towards the secret stairs. So that's interesting. I'm sure Fnatic are trying to figure out, what do we do with that? Now he's in a position deep on the map. It's pulled at least one person from the defense down below. And Kyler is here waiting. Hard to flash this position if you're coming in from the T side, but hard for Kyler to escape once the battle begins.
It's really just a one and done here. Should be able to back up, but with Roy's position, Fnatic are going to try to put the pieces together here. How do they connect with this player in lower? Or is he even a threat? Do Nine have to even worry about this?
They're running out of time too. I mean, they're deep on the map, but this is 30 seconds left now, and they're starting to set up. Kyler is so close. They're all the way back.
Oh, that's the bomb.
That's the bomb. Oh no, that's a disaster. And he's going to try and smoke it off, just buying time. 18 seconds left. They're getting the kills on the Fnatic side, but they need more time. Only 10 seconds left here. Key and Minio, is anyone in the position to stop it? It doesn't look like it. Some crazy games being played, and Kyler almost won the round, but now the bomb is planted, and Minio position is known. Crims will take him down. Man, they held their composure, Fnatic. That's a hard round to win.
Yeah, that was so close. Just a little bit of panic on the side of Nine. Felt like everything fell apart in just a split second. So many reasons they should have been able to walk away with the victory here. Kylar just spamming through the smoke. Maybe needed a few more bullets. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we didn't catch that earlier, but Mezzi just tore that defense apart. Wow, those are some key frags from Mezzi.
Yeah, otherwise, it's not even a question. They can't even get onto the bomb site once they pick up the bomb. 6-3 the scoreline. Hades outside to pick up Roy. Huge kill out there.
Yeah, huge round too. I mean, the money is so bad for both of these teams, and Key, he just wants to keep pressing on forward. Okay. That's so bold. 5 versus 3 now. Can't favor Fnatic's chances in this one whatsoever.
Again, this is going to be another test of Nine, right? To see if they have the composure to know how to play this, because it could be a really long round. And again, if you start to make a couple of mistakes, maybe you go for a fight a little bit earlier than you should. You don't have the setup for a trade. That's how you lose a round like this.
Well, cross smokes are there. Mezzi will have safe passage to Secret. Does look like Minio is already in that B bomb site, hanging out on the lower rafters. So he should be good on the defense there. And Key is flanking? What? You're in a 5 versus 3.
It's probably not necessary, but man, is it going to get you the kill.
It's definitely not necessary, but I love it.
Yeah, Mezzi's got to be shaking his head thinking, why? Why take the risk? If he would have walked out Key and got shot in the back from the pillar or from the silo outside, that would have been pretty shocking.
It could have been a disaster. It could have all fallen apart, but that's... I mean, Fnatic after that kind of round, you might have to just take a timeout because Nine are just feeling themselves in a way that they shouldn't be. Like, you just lost a round that also should have been yours, and instead Key just says, you know what? I forgot everything that just happened. Sometimes having short-term amnesia is the best thing for a Counter-Strike player.
Yeah, it's true. It really is true, and probably one of the things that people struggle with a lot more is to let go of some of those rounds. But 7-3, round number 11. That early shot from Hades, we saw it in the replay against Roy, was really dirty as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Roy has made his way all the way down here.
Thought they were gonna maybe run through that one again. Minio is really spamming a lot of bullets, but Hades will connect with Kylar towards lower, easily taking out this lower presence from Roy. And now Fnatic, okay, they've recognized that there are a lot of players towards lower, actually, so they're scrambling onto A, and the lone defender in Goofy is there, but Hades just went up the vent and killed Crims. He just stabbed him with it like a bayonet.
Why have there been so many rounds like this on Overpass as well? It's just absolutely funny, but...
Yeah, the crazy pill stays are really good.
That's maybe what it is. They're too delicious. Even if they're labeled correctly, you're like, yeah, but still, I might just have another one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fnatic got to get back in this game. Timeout being called. You got to find a way to calm some of these 9 players down. They are feeling themselves a little too much.
There's the timeout you were asking for. Getting it in there. Coach looking concerned. A look of concern.
Yeah,
making his way across his face slowly but surely.
Pressing fingers against your forehead. Something about that. It always brings out the brightest ideas.
That's how it's done. You just gotta make sure they're not stuck in your forehead like
Some say Albert Einstein was permanently fixated in that position.
He would have been a great Counter-Strike player, I'm sure.
I don't know. Maybe his mechanics might not be good.
I don't know.
You think he'd have good mechanics? Albert Einstein?
I feel like, surely. But, luckily for us, he was born too early. Instead gave us physics. That's the history, in case anyone's wondering. No physics before him, actually.
Yeah, Newton came after.
Yeah, just, that's how it is. 8-3. Pretty good start. Again, they're back to the ramp. Hades, you said it earlier, it might be worth putting Hades in here, and that's what they've done. Someone snuck past. This is scary. The scope up. If you do it again, you might be dead. He's baiting them with this one. He's definitely audio baiting Crims. And he'll take the challenge and said, fine, you want to play those childish games? Then here's the response. Goofy down below. Highlight. Oh, he should have been dead. Somehow he isn't. Now Goofy.
No way!
I can't believe he hit the shot. Mezzi gets blown up. And now Crims. He's had to do this so many times to try and get the team back on the rails. But I don't know if it's going to be possible. 47 seconds. He's got the bomb on his back. That's... I don't know where he is. That's kind of the only two things you could say. But again, Key is out looking for him. Goofy is wild in this map. 14-5. That second shot against Mezzi didn't really have to see anything at all. And I feel like the time is up now for Crims. He needed somebody to make a mistake out here and walk into his crosshairs to make it a quick 1 versus 2. And then he needed the rest of the time to try and sort of jiggle it out and try and fight it. But this is very tricky. 14 seconds. He's crept onto the bomb site. He just can't find anyone. It's just impossible. He's going to go for it. 5 seconds left, and they are straight out the vent. Kyla calling his bluff right there. Good stuff.
Yeah. Wow. That is impressive stuff from 9 to bring that one back. Minio was cleanly entried on the ramp there. Hades only going 1 for 1. You feel like this is all Fnatic all day. But Goofy towards lower. It's been a goofy movie for this guy.
Come on.
A very goofy movie.
2 taps. I'm telling you, it is the power play. More players need to think about this. It's going to put your opponents on tilt. Nobody wants to get killed by Goofy.
Yeah, it's really... It kind of just puts your mood into the dumps when you just get fragged by someone named Goofy.
And they really are right now. He's played a fantastic nuke. He's pretty good on the other maps too. So, something to look forward to in the future, maybe. Another timeout, I think 3 out of 4 being used by Fnatic. So they're kind of running a little bit low on those as well. But even worse, 9 are just still powering up. Fnatic should have had the momentum, and maybe they did, especially winning the pistol. But then 9 stole the second and third rounds, and Fnatic have been struggling ever since. If you look at the kills, I mean, Crims is still up there. He's at 9 kills, but it's a bit of a drop-off to the rest of the team right now.
Oh my goodness, Minio. He's been having so much trouble at ramp, and he does this? Fasher's never going to see this coming. No way. Oh, crosshair placement just not there for Minio.
Yeah, he wanted to peek them deep in the lobby, so you still have to appreciate it. And they did lose Mezzi right as that was going on, so...
Yeah, okay. 4 versus 4 now. Fnatic. No smokes left, so...
Oh, they're going to walk the AWP.
Oh, that's a real tough challenge. Hades just holds the line. It should be free pickings for him.
Oh. This is scary. Wanted to get back into position. Like you said, no smoke, so crossing yard in itself is dangerous. If he gets up the ladder, though, and they go mini... There we go. Roy blown up. And Goofy still a rock anchoring these bomb sites. 2-on-3 now, but the crossfire is already established. Fashar's going to get 1 good kill there. Does he realize he does? That's a good idea. It's a good read, but they can't defeat Goofy. He's too good.
He's extremely goofy.
Man.
I thought Hades was going to get caught out there. He was just kind of moving between all these different angles and something to be said about Oppers is that being scoped in some ways is a resource in its own. It's kind of a different game you're playing as an Opper, and just the more time you're scoped, the more chances you have. And Hades kept moving between angles. It was looking so shaky, but recovered just in time.
17 kills on Goofy. Minio at 13, 11 on Hades. I don't know what Fnatic do right now. Crim's getting shot through the smoke and the door. They're just getting almost killed before they can make it out. Goofy's controlling everything. He's just an unstoppable force right now. Double kill once again. Tech9 for more bullets. And this is looking real tough indeed.
All
right.
It's getting a little weird.
Once again, the pills are back.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It keeps giving. Okay, Hades restoring a little bit of normalcy there with that kill on the Fasher. Now, Mezzi and Nikodas. The bomb is planted, but do they have the angle necessary?
Well, they're allowed to get down. I was going to say they could have almost been held by the ladder itself. Mezzi, I don't think he realized someone's already made their way past. This is very awkward. I don't know what's going to happen in this round any longer. I think everyone's lost control. They're on the defuse, and they're just going straight for it. Oh, it's being held in. Oh my God. They get it in spite of that shot in the back. I want to see the replay. That must have been, what, like a 1/10 of a second left there?
So close.
He almost had it.
So close. That internal clock was almost perfect for Mezzi, but Goofy still putting together what could be a trilogy of Goofy movies. Wow.
God, it's close, isn't it?
Yeah, I need a stopwatch.
That's ridiculous. We could probably go in the data log and figure out exactly how, you know, the time between the death and the defuse.
In CS2, it would just be subticks, so we wouldn't actually know.
True.
Yeah, so we have to find out while CSGO can still let us. Okay, nades.
Subtick magic.
This is actually looking to do some good damage to Kyler. Not a kill, though. Fnatic would have loved that. And, okay, well, they find an in like that. Roy just peeking on outside, taking down Hades. Finally, 5v4 advantage for Fnatic. They can settle this round down, find a little bit of momentum going into the second half, and they need it. Going down 12-3 is not an option in this game.
Oh. Goofy finding himself wandering around outside. A couple of big risks being taken here on the 9 side of things. Key wanted to be the hero. Roy, though, is tired of losing rounds. 3 so far, getting himself up to 6 total. And Minio is the only one left. They know where he is as well. Oh, he's picking him off. Not like this, Fnatic. Don't lose this round. The bomb is out there. Minio gonna go back for it. They know exactly, but it doesn't matter. Messi's still going down. There should be no way. A 1 versus 4 here. Crim's on the other side. He's been the rock every single time, but Minio is ready, and they win it with a clutch at the end. Unbelievable half here for 9. They're so close to doing it at Fnatic. They look distraught. They need to recover. They need a break, and so do we. Wow. I can't believe it.
Let's look at this one back.
We're back. We've almost lost our minds. This is a 4-on-1 that Minio managed to convert into a victory. I don't even know how. Fnatic, they've got to be reeling after that. What a hard way to lose the first half in such a shocking fashion. That was their round. At least they could have made it out with the fourth one.
Yeah, and it felt like a must-win. I feel like the door is so close to being shut here for Fnatic. They're going to have to really dig deep in this. Crims has been the guy to be the X factor in some of these rounds, but I don't even know if his heroics alone are going to make this one competitive. 9 have a commanding lead, 12-3. We say it a lot, but it's true here. Fnatic, they need this pistol. A couple pairs of dualies on the front.
Yeah. They done goofed, and now they're in trouble.
Had to do it.
It's a 12-3 scoreline at the end of the first half. Second half is coming up 9. They're 4 rounds away from what has to be considered a pretty significant shock and upset here at the showdown. Bashar up on top of the hut, but Goofy is back for more. He's back with a vengeance, taking down Bashar. Kyler with another one there, 2-for-1 trade. Hades sneaking around outside in the kill they probably should have had. That felt like it was very, very winnable. And Kyler and Goofy are now in a weird position. It looked like they'd won the bomb site. Looked like they should have had the bomb plant already. And now that's lost. Kyler now entirely on his own.
Bomb at the feet of these players towards door. Kyler might find the angle, though. Okay, that's good for one, but Crims there to clean up, holding his nerve, putting a 4th on the board for Fnatic. Very needed. Was looking like it was getting out of hand there.
Some of those, I feel like there's been a couple of rounds like these where Hades is probably missing a couple of kills that he doesn't really need to. I feel like this one outside is... His team is basically winning the inside fight at this moment, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, it is a pistol round. It's kind of hard to get too upset. 3 MP9s, a Scout, and a FAMAS. Scout, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, it really is interesting. Nikodas has not been having a great game either. So
no.
Kind of an interesting purchase. Great opportunity for Roy to stat pad. We'll see what he gets.
It's Goofy. He's gonna die, isn't he? Oh. All right.
Okay.
Don't know where the nade went.
Yeah.
Goofy has 20 kills. Actually outrageous.
Imagine Goofy just keeps getting better and better. And when someone you're introducing to Counter-Strike is like, who's one of the best players?
Yeah, who's the king of this game?
Goofy. Excuse me, sir? What?
Yeah, but trust me, it is a serious esports. It's just, you know... Just this guy's really good.
It's almost for the sake of this esport that Goofy relaxes a little bit.
Yeah, he's taking a break now. Good cleanup. A couple of good kills, though. I mean, they'll take 9, I suppose, but it's not going to change too much. Next round, though, will be potentially a little bit different.
Yeah, great chance for 9 to just put this one to bed. We'll see. It's kind of a mismatch buy also for Fnatic, so you could expect a variety of unique plays. Lobby crunch, always an option when you've got a couple MP9s like this. Perhaps an aggressive outside play, but we'll see.
All right. Some pressure early on. Oh, jump up with the flash. I don't even know what flash that was, but he couldn't see a single thing, and Roy... He's barely alive, but instead of escaping, he's decided, I'm just going to fight to the death out here. Playing around the edge of it. Oh, good flick from Minio. Didn't really need the headshot, but it'll get the job done anyway. 4-on-4 now.
Sometimes Minio's crosshair placement just makes me so nervous. But Crims boosted up here at ramp. This spot is usually good for 2. We'll see if that happens here. That should be the first. Onto Hades. A little bit of trigger discipline. And the second target doesn't present itself right away. Kylar really wants this kill, and he's able to get it. And Nikodas, he didn't have his gun out. Oh no, giving up the chase entirely. Goofy taking him down. 3 versus 2, edge for 9.
There was a flashbang that landed on the box just as that second player was trying to help out Crims, which is just so well timed. That second player peeks right into the flashbang. That's just kind of like bouncing off the corner. I wish we could get the replay on that, because that actually was so sick. Mezi and Fashar left. 2 versus 3. And that Molotov actually is a great read, but unfortunately, it forces them back into Mezzi, who otherwise was on a really cool flank. And now, for sure, one little bit of noise here and the game is going to be up. They are down there. Oh, but Minio just on the hunt. What a great read. Great double for him in the round. And another step in the right direction for 9.
Yeah, just good stuff. Even though they lose that opening pick, they're able to find the return onto Roy, who just hung out towards outside.
Look at this flashbang. I'm pretty sure it's coming in like right over their heads.
Oh,
I want to say that.
All right. That's a big win, too. Oh! Screen cap. That's somebody's new Twitter profile pic, for sure.
We've all been there. We have all been there.
Oh, and look at this 4-spy for Fnatic. This is pretty much the game. If they're not able to hold here, it's pretty much lights out. And Fashion is playing right there behind the far vent. Already tagged down to 64.
Clever Crims. When you run your test code in the live server environment,
it's when you get fragged by a guy named Goofy.
That's true. Goofy is on the server. You're like, no,
not this
one
guy.
of you, not again. I was trying to have a casual experience, and now Goofy's playing.
When you're losing an official to 9 Goofy.
It's beautiful. I really appreciate it. I had my doubts in the beginning, but over the course of this best of 3, I've really warmed up to it.
Oh,
nicely done. Mezzi ending the Goofy memes, and it's a 3-on-5. Fnatic, they need so much momentum boost to get back into this. Scout and just executing key. Yeah, they need to win this round, and then they have to revitalize the team behind this kind of round. I mean, this is sick already.
Yeah, this was just such a must-win round, and they might walk away flawless. Let's see if Nikodaz is able to keep it. Clean slate. Just kind of dancing with Minio, and finds the tag, and oh, okay, well, one shot there, but in the round is definitely Fnatic's. It's just more about how much damage can Minio inflict. He's sitting at 20 kills. Feels like he had such a hard time at ramp, but really was able to find still a lot of output. And oh, we might get killed out after time.
Yeah, that kind of is a bad news. Yeah, they're going to go for it. Swinging it right here. He doesn't get any of them. So, yeah, well calculated. Well done. Not going to get the loss bonus. Yeah, somebody has to talk them up. They used so many timeouts in the first half, Fnatic. I don't know if they have one left, but it's not going to be more than the one.
Yeah, I think it might just be one. Might just be the one. Oh, first timeout for 9. Wow.
Yeah.
They've got a lot to work with here. And Nara, we haven't really been saying his name too much, but whatever he's doing with this 9 team is a sight to behold. They look very well drilled, at least when they're in a zone which they can maintain composure. And they just have so many plays. I wonder how, I mean, this guy's got to be just the biggest demo grinder, if I have to guess. Just bringing so much to the table every day at practice.
Which is it's just a hard job to have, but obviously when you get the results behind it, the motivation is going to be there to keep on going. But I think it could be kind of a thankless job to be the one to look through all of that. You try and find little details, and maybe it doesn't work out. You feel like the work is kind of wasted.
Okay,
just pistols.
Yeah, it should be a round for Fnatic to close the gap ever more.
Roy. Getting a little bit, had a slow start to this. Well, I guess the whole of Fnatic really did in the first half, but good to see Roy start to step it up a little bit more. He was huge on Overpass, so bring him back.
Yeah, we could use that. He also showed a little bit on Vertigo, too, at the tail end on that T side, but not enough room to work with. Okay, it doesn't stop, does it? Okay.
That's a good Deagle headshot.
Man.
Might as well bring the pain, try and do a little bit more, but second Deagle not going to do anything. Crims with a cleanup. And Fnatic finally stringing a couple of rounds together. Starting to see some beginning of a smile here or there, you know. There's something to work with.
Of course it's goofy to get the one, though. Always good for one. Such a good sidekick in Kingdom Hearts.
Another niche reference.
Yeah.
I like it. 23 kills on him right now. Nobody can match that on the Fnatic side, but it's a 6-round gap. I don't know. I mean, like, this is... Fnatic have made this doable again. It's not a great scoreline. They're not in a great position. They don't have that much money.
Oh,
all right. Vent drop. Roy walking up right behind him. Kyler is dead. It's a nice attempt. It's worth doing every once in a while, but the truth is, Fnatic can make this one back. They can win this map still.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, if there's anything we know, it's that this team is not out until you hit 16. 1 minute 10. Fasher just holding that smoke.
Yeah.
This has to be the frag before 9 if they want a chance in the round.
Yeah. Don't overextend it. Don't overdo it. It's a 5-1-3. Yeah, if you peek in and get the kill, you look really cool, but if you die, you've given them a chance. All right, Fischer comes back into it, wants a little bit more, and he's going to get the double in the end. And not a single casualty on the Fnatic side. This is suddenly a lot more interesting. 8 rounds for the CTs. Starting to build up the economy a lot quicker all of a sudden. Yeah. Where is the playbook for 9?
No, there's been nothing really. I mean, they died with the vent drop there, then Nikodas was able to find a pretty easy pick outside, it seemed like. Love to see 9 just run something a little bit more set, a little bit more as a unit. Feels like they're getting picked apart one by one across the map. But still a lot of timeouts here. I don't think 9 are overly concerned just yet, but they need to step it into gear. You don't want to give Fnatic too much hope. You don't want to give Nikodas anything either. He really hasn't been having the best game here, but if he starts coming alive, that's the last piece of the puzzle for Fnatic.
It really does feel like it. Everyone else is at, what, 13, 15 kills? And then Nikodas down there at 9. Let's see. We got Tech 9s. I don't know, with the right smokes, good pop flash through. A little bit of speed behind it. Minio is leading the charge. Oh, that second smoke just in the last second, or he was going to get blown up. Roy takes a guess. Doesn't really come up big on that one. Mezzi, the jump pass. This is great spray control. It's very hard to do when that first player actually jumps past, but you got the double.
Yeah, spacing a little bit off for 9. Not really hesitating at all. Thought they could maybe beat them to it, but it looks like they'll at least be able to get a plant, unless that nade hits the mark. Decent damage, but plant is there. Now, 9. It's all about damage duty now. If they can just inflict a couple of kills, keep the economy honest for Fnatic, maybe take something away into the next round, that'd be great for them. But Fasher, he's still dancing with this guy upstairs. It's kind of actually throwing a spanner into the works. And now Kyler, he's doing some damage too. Oh no. This can't fall apart for Fnatic. Surely not. Goofy right there on the other side of the door, playing with it. Open, close. Goofy gets the kill onto Crims. It can't fall apart like this. No, Roy's got to put this together, and he's able to find the kill onto Goofy. Does he know where that last player is? Kyler, he's right there. All you have to do is peek, Kyler. All you have to do is peek, and he does.
0.28 seconds at the end, and he did do it. That internal timing is magical. And that's 14 on the side of 9. Oh, my dear. How does it fall apart in that round? Obviously, being held upstairs by that one Deagle player is pure misery. This is a great start. I mean, all things considered, Mezzi on the double butt. Yeah. Too much. Look at this. Oh, 0.23.
Jesus.
A fifth of a second left. That's crazy.
That's unbelievable. That felt so disjointed for 9 at the beginning, but Fnatic, they gotta put themselves together. Looks like Mezzi will do just that. Kill early on. Takes a lot of damage, but still finds the man advantage early.
Two more rounds. Now, because Fnatic had those earlier rounds, they at least could put together a reasonable buy here. If they lose the next one, though, it starts to just become really, really miserable for the CTs. They'll have to try and fight their way back with no real economy behind them. They get the early kill on Goofy, and that's going to be considered a bit of a win on its own at the moment. He's 24-14. Crims all the way in the back. They have a Molotov, but why would they use it in this position?
This is a great off angle. Should be good for at least one. I think the alarm bells might start ringing for 9 if they don't find initial contact here.
Yeah, they're wondering. They're kind of looking this way, but nobody's really going to hard clear it, and that might be their undoing. Crims with a good timing, doesn't even really overexpose himself in that fight.
Oh no.
It's still a 2-on-3, but it should be almost impossible. They're very low on health. It's obviously going to be B hit. There's no changing that at the moment. Bomb being attempted, but Mezzi giving it all to try and stop it. 20 seconds left. Oh, he didn't connect with it. Now there's still a shot at it. Fashar's coming in from the other side. Hades, he's got the M4A4, but a little bit of damage onto Fashar means he is one bullet away from death if it's a headshot. Another attempt at the plant here. No grenades on Fashar either. This is really rough. If they lose it like this, it's just too much to handle. And Hades, is he going to be visible? Does he see the gun barrel? He surely must have. I don't think so. Now Fashar's in trouble. Down below he goes. And Hades just trying to play with him. He almost had it. It is so close. But a nice 1 versus 1. Fnatic, they needed it to stay alive.
Very nice from Fasher to hold his nerve right there. So necessary. Yeah, he'll pick up the op, find the defuse. But Fnatic still so much ground to make up in this one, and that was supposed to be a convincing round for them. For it to get that close, you can see that everybody is so on edge in this.
This next one is a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, Nikolas just playing so close with the AWP.
Was he scoped, or was it just... I don't even know. I don't know where the bullet even goes. He was right up next to him.
Yeah, it's just perhaps overconfidence and just the ability to play the close range, but yeah, it really comes back to bite him. I mean, the money is not looking good. This is a great chance. If 9 win this one, it's not going to be any prettier for Fnatic in the next.
No. Oh, wait a minute. They're faking a run back there. Nikolas, though, not close enough to really get punished. Got to be still a little bit careful. Flick, it doesn't quite connect, and now they're hunting him. He needs some backup out here. Hades will take him down. And that's a bit of a loss early on. Still plenty of time left. Goofy, expecting that there might be a push here. He's up close with a Tech 9. If you turn this corner slowly, you could be dead instantly. They have time to wait.
Oh, such an interesting standstill. I think Crims recognizes that there's some sort of peak that may be coming, but Goofy, he's just waiting to activate. Oh, and he turns right then. The timing on Crims right there. How does he choose to strike then? Works out wonderfully for him and Fnatic, though. They find the number advantage.
Yeah, when you've been playing Counter-Strike for a real long time, I think is the answer. I don't think there's any explaining that. Ridiculous. All right, lobby crunch. Very, very late. I mean, it's kind of half-hearted. They just didn't take a peek in there, but... Oh, that's not stealthy at all.
That's not supposed to go like that.
Just broke his angles for no reason.
In some way, that might actually make Fnatic not know where 9 are. It could be kind of a misread there, but we'll see what 9 opt to do. It seems like they're really trying to get up heaven. Fasher has the flash out. Okay, good counter nade already. This should be a pretty easy cleanup for him. He's been looking pretty good thus far, and that's it. Ooh, a triple kill for Fasher. Very nice.
Yeah, great read. The Molotov, the flashbang on top. It's making it very, very awkward. If they didn't want to go topside, then they would have been forced into Crims towards the ramp. That probably doesn't feel that great either. This timing is just... Wow.
That's mental.
Done. It's 10 on the board for Fnatic. And this time they survive with more players alive as well, so they can build a tiny bit of economy.
Yeah, you can see right there. Some frustration. This is a better buy for 9. A lot of nades towards outside. Roy has no idea what's going on, and Crims waiting right behind the smoke.
Oh, this is really risky. If he tries to take a shot through, then they're going to be there. A little bit of noise on the other side, and they're going to be popping right through the Molotov down. It's really close to that. Is a sick grenade. Look at how low they are. Crims absolutely defending this ramp like a champion. Hades, he gets him in return, but he's practically dead already. The fact that he threw the Molotov down a little bit closer to himself really did a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and you can see Mezzi's taking up shop in Squeaky, so he knows that the fallback is unlikely for 9, and so Fnatic, they can really just center their defense around this lower position. In fact, Roy, it seems to already be on the flank. Okay, Nine have no chance in this round. They are already being crunched. To bail themselves out of this would be a miracle, and it does not look like that's going to happen. Hades, 1v4, no hope in hell.
Yeah, bomb plant would actually be great just in terms of getting the little bit of bonus. He's going to go straight for it, just saying, hopefully, all right, he's going to get one more in there. And finally, Roy shows up long range. Good stuff, good defense. That was definitely a moment there where I was getting really nervous for Crims because it looked like they were about to pop through and just take him out, but he did a good job. He only got the one kill, but he practically got a triple. I think he was assisted on one of the other ones, and Hades was almost dead, so we'll nearly count it.
Yeah, he's been really reliable, as we know him to be. Another timeout taken by Nine. And they're starting to sweat a little bit, Anders.
Yeah, they are. They should be.
This game felt so convincing when Minio, at the end of the last half, was able to put him up 12-3. You thought that this game was done. If they won the pistol, we'd be out of here already. Everybody would have gone home, started up their dinners. But no. It is Fnatic that continue to fight back. And it looks like we might have just gotten a double timeout.
Yeah. And you know what? Every team has to... At some point in their careers, you have to go through the experience of losing this kind of a game.
Yeah.
You just have to. It's a rite of passage. It makes you stronger or it completely breaks you.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, in some ways, this kind of loss feels like it would break Fnatic more so. They're the favorites going into this one. And feels like a few players have really held up their end of the bargain and some others fallen by the wayside. Crim's definitely one of the guys I'm talking about in terms of just
after
doing
all
the work
these
he needs
years. Yeah. It's absolutely crazy.
It's so unbelievable. So many players at that long.
Yeah, from that generation.
Yeah, they just have to be IGLs.
Yeah.
That's derogatory.
I know. That's slanderous, isn't it? Mezzi playing just beneath the smokes. Flash is pretty good. The pressure is on, and he's going to get overrun. Kyla with the opening. This is scary right here. Another headshot, Minio. Roy in the back. How much more could he do? He must know he's exposed. They're trying to peek him. They want to fight him back here, but Roy's pretty reliable, and now he's got some backup up on the high ground. Still a 2-on-3. It's key to come in with a kill, and Hades, 1 versus 1. He peeks right into the AWP, and Nikodos, 1 kill to save Fnatic in the round. Oh, God, that got way too close.
Had to hit that shot. Nikodos holding his nerve there at the very end. I can't believe how long Roy was alive there at that opposite vent. Those 2 players that were back silo, it felt like they really wanted to double swing, but they also knew that they could have given it all up in that moment too, and so they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Despite the great entries that they found, they just couldn't get this player out.
Yeah, you got to wonder if they commit to that double swing, if things look a little bit different. Maybe it's a 2-on-1 against Nikodos at the end. It's an expensive round either way for Fnatic, so it still does something here for 9, but only if they can win the round. It's being walked back. Fnatic, they can taste that comeback now. 14-12. And Roy hanging around. Did get Molotov a little bit at the beginning, but he's fine now. 1 slip up here for Fnatic, and the comeback could be washed away. But for 9, you said they were sweating earlier. I mean, that's going to be on their mind a lot more. Every single kill now is going to be having a lot more weight to it.
Okay, let's
Rims
see.
is joining.
Yeah, Key pushing on towards outside. Oh, and he gets the better of Crims right on the edge of that smoke. Manage advantage for 9, and Roy is on a bit of an island right now behind Unbreakable. This can get really hairy for him. So there's a couple players already in the garage, but they're just swinging out. They overlooked his position. Oh, but okay, Minio dropping down a bit haphazard, but it works out. 4 versus 3. Fnatic, they're trying to put this one back together.
I think they saw him. I think they saw Nikodos. I'm pretty sure Goofy's realized he should be dead no matter what here. And a good call-out as well to stop his teammate from peeking him into the AWP. Mezzi and Fashar, they're in so much trouble. 2 versus 4, and with 25 seconds, that might be the only deal here. Find the bomb and try to take it down before it gets planted. There might be a shot at it, Fashar. Oh, right, it's good, but Hades with a flick, and now it's Mezzi. 1 versus 2, but he does get that kill. One was his 3, in fact. 10 seconds. I don't think they can run back. They have to be so quick. He's re-peaking at 9 seconds. He's held him back already, and there's the shot. Goofy to take him down. 26 on him, and 15 on the side of 9.
That had to be it. Mezzi had to hit that shot right there. So little time left. One of the players knife out, running into the bomb site. The other holding the line, and 9 barely find themselves a 15th, and the money now for
so
Fnatic.
bad.
Yeah, it is broken. It is not looking good for them. This is worst case scenario for Fnatic. Last time out, they've been holding on to this one. Kita, he's had it lying in wait. Needs to make it count.
Yeah, this is the speech that you want to give to say, just a string of rounds right at the end. Just stop them now, get into overtime, and we get the full mental reset. We're back. But they have to get there first, and they're not going to have very good economy to try and do it with. Yeah.
The macro play from 9 in this round was very strong, though.
Yeah, it was.
The way they were able to creep outside and work off of each other and give concise, clear, quick comms, it was so important, and they were able to find the answer.
Yeah, because if that player up by the unbreakable box there, if he peeks into Nikodos and dies, oh, here we go.
wait.
The speed up, they blow up Nikodos. No respect at all. Kyla says, you know what, I'm going to get this opening kill. That's sick. They know they're not going to have the economy to try and Molotov that out early on, so they just go for it.
What is this, a double push secret?
Yeah.
With an MP9 and a 5.7?
Desperate times.
The only way this works for you is if these players get right in your face.
Yeah. At long range, they're going to have every advantage. Molotov to push them back. It's going to force them right up into it. Some interesting taps, but it's not enough. The weapon is just not designed to win a battle like that against an AK. 3 versus 5.
Oh, it's falling apart.
Yeah, they're slowly getting picked apart here. Fashar goes down, Crim's below. It's just impossible here. 1 versus 5. The timing is going to be good on the first one. He drops Goofy, picks up an AK, but they don't have to fight him. They should just get the bomb plant here. Even if he's low, even if it's a 99% chance to win the round, just don't give him the individual fights. Wow. Fnatic defeated by 9 on 3 maps is what it took, but Crim's, there is nothing he could do. As soon as they decide not to fight him in mini, it's done.
Yeah, no hope for him in this. He's played a spectacular game, but 9, the teamwork that this team exhibited to find this upset to kick off the showdown, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, well and truly. Wow. Not even the last game of the day. Crims goes down 16-12 as 9 managed to put themselves on the map if they weren't already. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about them, but this is obviously going to get a lot more people to open their eyes. And Fnatic look a little bit shook. I can understand why. Tough game overall. Now, luckily, we have a desk that's ready to break it all down for us.
Fnatic find themselves down and out and the first victims of Upset City. Or is it really an upset when you look at that style of play? All the maps had fights in them. All of the maps had a chance for both sides. But at the end of the day, after that first half, what a play from 9.
I think 9 were a better team today. Yes, it is an upset by the definition of it. Fnatic were the favorites coming in, but you have to be honest. You look at the Counter-Strike that's being played, and I would even argue the scoreline is a little bit deceiving on Nuke. I think Fnatic were surviving on a thread. They had a bunch of very hairy clutches, very tight situations. Roy bailing them out a couple of times, Crim bailing them out as well. But overall, this was a relatively poor performance from Fnatic, and 9 actually really impressed me.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that sentiment. I'm disappointed in Fnatic, and I'm sure they're disappointed in their own performance, but it's on the merit of 9 playing well. It's on the merit of 9 putting on a lot of pressure and playing some very structured and some very good Counter-Strike. I think a lot of these individuals, we don't know them that well. We don't get to see them play Tier 1, Tier 2 tournaments that often, but we learned a lot tonight, and they're solid, very, very solid. It feels like a team that is coming together, glued together as well, and then they have a couple of individuals who can make the difference from time to time.
And it was really solid stuff from these guys, and it was different individuals stepping up when you needed it most. They didn't need to be the ones that's hitting like the highest scores or anything like that. It's the teamwork that we were seeing go down.
Yeah, I agree with you. Coming up to the desk, I didn't exactly have a nickname in my mind, like, oh my god, this guy just carried them. It wasn't really the case. It was more about being very sharp in a couple of tight situations and also just crafting solutions, right? Coming up with ideas. You have to realize this second half, Fnatic is mounting a comeback. I mean, it's not easy, it's not clean, but they're doing it. They're mounting a comeback, they're putting money in the bank, and things are looking great. And then Nine come up with this very interesting outside slow take with a double layer of smokes. Roy gets a little bit curious, Crims as well, and both of them get punished immediately, and that's a 5v3. It's a good round. It's a very sound round that they built from scratch. They analyzed what they had to do, and then they they follow through with the kills. It's just great. It's greatness from Nine. They overplayed Fnatic, outplayed them.
And this is only step one for Nine, but what does it do to a team like this, right? You know, when you're coming up, you're going up against the big dogs on paper, and you get a win like this?
It's massive. It's massive. We spoke about it coming into the game as well. 110 maps played in the last 3 months. The vast majority of those in online cups, online qualifiers, etc., etc. Now, sure, we're still online, but we're at a tier 1 tournament, sort of, where you can qualify all the way for Washington, and they're one step closer. So you're spot on when you're saying this means a lot to them. I'll also argue we've seen Big play today. If you're Nine right now, you're thinking, okay, we can talk to
there's
Big.
the game.
We can definitely beat Big if we're playing well. So it right now should be super, super motivating and super encouraging for Nine to play this well, also looking at Big.
We've got to look at round 15, I believe, as well, right, Maniac?
Well, listen, we had a couple of cluster duck situations that we could have picked, and we went for now round number 15. There were really a whole lot of strange situations here, and that is example. You see the scoreline as well. Nine is already completely in control, 11-3. Couple of kills going on. It's a little bit unclear as to what's happening, and now it's a 1 versus 4. And this should be it. And somehow Fnatic find it in themselves, deep in the treasure of their soul, to give away this 1v4. And we could see it coming, the bomb behind, one by one by one by one. And this is so tragic. And I have to say, the comeback that Fnatic does maybe serves their honor on paper, but make no mistake, at the beginning of this game, they were completely lost on you. They were absolutely lost. They looked like shadows of themselves. They had no say in these situations. And that 4v1 right there is just a sad example.
It was a real sad example. And there sadly isn't too many positives to look at here. We kept touching on Nikodos, for example, and you needed him to be able to do something, especially on the maps like Nuke and Overpass.
Yeah, I would argue it's an Orbus paradise in a way, especially Overpass. Nuke can be and should be as well for Nikodos. Obviously, individually didn't have a great game, but I think it goes to speak for the entirety of Fnatic. Sure, we can pinpoint and say Nikodos didn't deliver what he was supposed to. He could have been a difference maker, but I think as a whole, Fnatic just didn't seem like a team that was able to cope with Nine. I think Nine were the better team. I think Fnatic had the worst players performing today as well, and thus I think it was totally fair that Nine ended up winning. They won both pistol rounds on Nuke as well, Fnatic, and still they weren't able to make it close.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. But I don't want to see some more of Hades, because he's a player we thought maybe how would he find his way back into the scene. Well, look what he's doing here.
I think his numbers have been stellar in this entire series. He had a 1.28 rating before going on to Nuke, and he had a very honorable map as well, 23 kills for him. And you could just see in some of these very tight situations, tight moments as well, in clutches, he was relatively safe, a safe pair of hands. I haven't seen him miss that much. Right there, he almost crafted a solution out of his bag somehow. Nikodos once again on the receiving end of that headshot. And he had this very important trade that this moment right here, this kill onto Fasha, I think changed the end of that series. So 24 kills. Hades just completely clowned Nikodos in this series. There is no comparison point.
No, there's no comparison at all. It's a sad state of affairs, but let's find out what Fnatic's saying and what they're feeling with this one as Heku's able to catch up with their coach, Kita.
Commiserations, Kira. Unfortunately, this is where the journey ends for Fnatic. We saw that you had some difficulties in the first half of Nuke. There were some problems planting the bomb and also defending the bomb. Was there a lot of miscommunications?
I wouldn't say miscommunication. I think we just lost like some pivotal rounds, which I think if rounds are in a close game like that we need to win. For example, like the round where we got like 2 opening kills on ramp, and towards the end of the half where we got like a opening kill on lobby and went back outside, and we couldn't manage to make a good enough plan. And I think they're not a bad team, and if you lose those rounds, it's gonna be really difficult.
And what about Vertigo? Because also there were some problems on the T side on that map.
I think Vertigo was tough. I think we played honestly a pretty poor CT side. We were really indecisive and we weren't confident at all, and it sort of showed in our gameplay. We were doubting ourselves, and I think our movement at CT was really poor. We were like moving to places just on sound, and we weren't really feeling pressure, and then we were really slow to react to the stuff they were doing, and I think that sort of dragged into the T side, where sort of first gun round we had a read that we thought they pretty likely to lean 4A because we play a lot heavy A, and then they threw like a weird smoke, so we're like, oh, they're pretty likely going to be heavy A, let's head to B, and then we got to B, and I think that sort of doubt and lack of confidence that we had on CT side sort of showed in the T side, and we had a total free bomb site, missed that, and then the next gun round we had the same read, we thought there'd be 4A, and then we sort of decided, like our outside, like lurkers decided to come with us, and that left us in a weird position where we were like, we knew they were heavy there, but we were heavy there, so we couldn't react on outside stuff, and we didn't really take a proper decision if we should fight or if we should go back, and that sort of hesitation and doubt, I think, which came from the CT side, like basically led us to have a poor T side. But I wouldn't say Virgo is a map which we're poor on T side, we're actually way better on it. It's just, I think it's overall that game, it just sort of, yeah, just what I said, sort of like doubt and lack of confidence sort of dragged through.
I see. What you're gonna do now before the RMRs?
We've honestly got quite a hectic schedule, so we have this, and then I think tomorrow we're playing the Dallas qualifier, and before that we was just in, where were we? Was that a tournament? I'm a bit tired, I can't remember, but we've been quite busy and we've just been trying to grind. I mean, the ultimate goal is honestly the RMR, but we also think it's really important for us to get match practice, because honestly our practices haven't been going like poorly, they've been going pretty well, but in matches we're really struggling to find our confidence and to play the way we think we should. So we are trying to play matches sort of like give us the confidence and get us match ready for the RMR. So it's just about, we've got to move on, play our game tomorrow, and just hope for a better result.
Well, the expectations are always higher, especially when you represent an organization like Fnatic, but they have to try and find their form. They have to do better than this.
Yeah, and it's really complicated, because if what you're looking after is confidence, then that's the catch-22, because when you lose these games, then you don't get the confidence, which means you're less likely to win the next game, which means you have less confidence. So you have to find it in yourself, but it's not going to be during the showdown, because as we can see, that the door is already has been used for them. The exit door is there.
Oh yes, 4 teams have been eliminated, 4 teams still here. And well, Cloud9, they're looking like they got it easy.
Would you think that Cloud9 maybe win against... all right. I was going to do a mathematical joke, but I guess it's too late now, so let's move on with the show.
You're welcome.
Now, I want to touch on one thing, right? We've discussed NiP Cloud9, but this 9 big matchup, Pimp.
I think that's going to be spicy. I think that's going to be close. I could see 9 win that one. I can also see Big win that one. But I feel like with the way Big played today...
Yeah, well, one of them's going to win, mate, definitely.
Someone gotta shut this man up. All I'm saying is, with the way Big is playing right now and with the way 9 is playing, it's these two trajectories meeting in the middle.
Who was better today, Pimp, in your eyes?
9 without a doubt.
9 without a doubt.
I can cope with that. But Big could also win, so...
They definitely could. Well, there can only be one winner coming into the next game as well, and that'll be either Liquid or Nouns. It's a North American battle, a head-to-head. We had the Brazilian battle yesterday. Now we go over to the Americas. But before that, we're going to a break, and we'll see you in just a few.
Thank God.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
And for these two teams, making it to Washington would be an absolute dream, but it certainly won't be easy for either side. It's single elimination all the way, as you guys know, but it is a lot of pressure on both sides because we know what can happen, right? Liquid, yes, you are supposed to be the pride of NA, but Nouns, they've been trying for opportunity like this. They want to do some damage.
They want to do some damage, and it's a golden opportunity for showcasing some sort of a level. I'm not sure where that level is at right now, judging by the results. Playing a lot of these internal NA qualifiers, domestic matchups as well. They're doing okay, you know. They have a world rank right now sitting at 47, which is not too terrible, all things considered. So they are trying to farm points, but then again, they're going up against Team Liquid, a team that will fight very, very hard to be in Washington, and a team that will be extremely disappointed by not making it.
But what I want to do is find out some more about Nouns. So we got Semphis, who caught up with Peku.
So, Semphis, your team went through quite a lot of changes, and the most recent addition to the team is Marky. He's been playing with you only for 1 month. He was not super active in 2022, so I wonder, why exactly decide to add him to the team?
I think it was one of those things where we didn't really plan on making a change, but then he kind of just filled in for a cash cup, and we won it fairly easily. And then we kind of realized that, you know, he's a really strong rifler that's kind of a free agent, and there's not a lot of like high quality players in NA that are just, you know, orgless, that don't have buyouts and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a no-brainer in terms of like improving our firepower. So we kind of just went with that route, you know, increased firepower and kind of hoping that it would help more than maybe being a little bit more tactical, being able to kind of bully people a little bit more.
I would say definitely right. When it comes to looking at
you want to have a conversation, you want to have fun, you want to work a little bit, or
ended a little bit quickly.
How am I supposed to do my job when I have these two little peeps just? That's really not. That's
well,
not
you can do it if you want. He's fully lost. You know what we need to do? We need to learn some more about Inferno because Mahone, you got something for us here, mate.
That's correct. So Nouns, they may be less tactical, but they still have some surprises up their sleeve. So I want to break down this one round here against MIBR a couple weeks ago, and it's going to be a B hit, but there's a bit of a twist to this. So what we're going to see initially is that Cynic, he's going to get here towards the entrance of the banana position, and normally whenever T's are set up here, you just have a flash that goes over the roof, and that initiates the push. But this is going to be a little bit different. So what we'll see instead is that CJ, he's going to toss this Molotov as well as this smoke that's going to land towards the school's position. Now, the interesting thing about this utility set is that it actually remains intact. So even though the smoke comes in, the Molotov is still up. They both exist at the same time. And this is actually very deliberate because with this utility, what it initially does is that for the Molotov, what you'll see is that the Molotov lands first. What this does is that for a CT who's playing on top of the school's position, he's forced to make a decision. He either pushes forward more towards the site or he's forced to fall back. And the interesting thing is that if the smoke comes through, and if the T or the CT decides to fall back, then they're going to be trapped behind the smoke because eventually when that Molotov fades, it then gives control for the T to have the site. And if they decide to do neither of those, you'll see here that this player here towards the school's position, he's just stuck here in the fire and he ends up going down. Now what this ultimately does is that this combo ultimately allows Cynic to cross over towards the right side, understanding that that fight isn't going to exist for a brief second, and that allows them to actually go over towards this right side here to take a more isolated fight on a player towards the site. This player here has to overextend towards the left if he wants to fight. What that does, it provides a situation where now they can fight this player exclusively towards this first orange position, as you'll see exit right here. By the time they actually come through, he has to fight 3 different Ts, all coming at varying angles. So that's what that utility set does, is that instead of a flash, they use the Molotov and smoke combo at the spool's position. It's a very interesting surprise. We'll have to see if Liquid, whether this actually catches them off guard.
Thank you, Danny. A very good execute, of course, on the side of Nouns. My only problem, guys, is that I don't know if Liquid are actually going to let them execute. That is the issue. The word bully was used by Semphis in the interview. He said, oh, we want to try to bully people. they might just get bullied the same way. Like, you have a guy like Yekin there, and when he knows he can actually take the duel to you, I don't know if they're going to get to that point where they can execute.
And this is the thing, right? We can talk about, say, Liquid and, okay, they lost the pain when it came to DPL, or you can say that Liquid themselves are going to maybe feel some extra pressure because they're so badly wanting to get to Washington. But honestly, I'm with Maniac on this. I feel like they can just start running and gunning, and we'll go for it all the way.
I 100% agree, especially when you consider the current state of the lineup right now. Elish, in particular, as an individual, struggling massively. He needs some confidence. A game like this can be a confidence builder as well. We know Yakinda, how aggressive he is. Nitro, for that matter, as well. OC could use some confidence as well. So there's a lot of motivation right now within this squad to do well against this team and make sure to make a statement and take some of that confidence and build up. Let's not forget that, of course, they are all right now, all the teams, of course, slowly but surely building up to the armor as well. And yes, Liquid want to make it to Washington, but the more important thing is, of course, making it to the major. So right here, right now, since the armor is just a couple of weeks out, Liquid will already have to now show us that they are trending upwards again after Pro League. So hopefully they spend some time in NA actually doing practice instead of just messing around.
Yeah, I like that you put the context, right? Of course, Liquid want to be in Washington. Of course, that would be great for them. Their own fan base is here. It's a communal moment with everybody. But you're right, there is a huge event right around the corner. And we just had the stats from Elish. He's in a surprisingly silent period right now. And one that I personally struggle to explain. I've been looking at their games. I've been trying to understand what the hell is going on. Where was the fire that we saw when Yakinda joined in that was relatively short-lived, and now it's been a very doubtful period? Games like these might be a moment where you farm a little bit of that confidence.
Well, let's get some answers, because we got Naf and Elish with Heku.
I recall before going to EPL, Yakinder said that like the practice that you used to have was like not really efficient. Was the one that you had in Malta actually something that helped you out?
Yeah, I think that it helped a lot. As soon as like we started getting towards the end of it, end of like our practice days, we were having really good scrims. Everything was going really well. We ended up just having like a lot of like micro mistakes. I don't feel like we're really losing like in the macro. So I think it's more about just getting the reps and making sure that we're not making mistakes as much as possible. And that's just going to come down to reps and making sure that like as a team we're all on the same page. And I think we accomplished that.
Mm-hmm. And in the last year, Nouns went through a lot of changes. Do you think they'll make you sweat today?
Well, I mean, I think that we should be displaying like a higher level than them. So for a good day for us, it should be like a good 2-0, just really comfortable. I think that they can be playing a lot better, but at least for our standards, I think that we expect ourselves to handily take this match.
And right now, like you kind of have like those mixed results. Plus, you are the favorites of the whole tournament. Does it put like any kind of pressure on you?
No, not necessarily. I think to be called favorites for the tournament, obviously, I guess with their names, but I feel like when it comes to Counter-Strike online, it's a little bit different. I think it benefits some other teams' playstyles more than others, so I guess people can kind of figure that out for which teams those are. So, but yeah, I don't know. Obviously, we're favorites, obviously for our names and all that, but then again, it's online Counter-Strike in North America. There's other factors to be played into it where other players might perform better than others due to just issues that some people can't solve. But yeah, I don't know. We're just going to play our game and just see how it goes. And obviously, yeah, our goal is to qualify. And obviously, if we don't qualify, it'd be pretty disappointing.
There's some expectation setting there and not the confidence I expected.
Listen, I understand what Neff is trying to say. You know, it's online Counter-Strike, NA Counter-Strike, trying to put away, you know, potentially some of the responsibility. But can we all just agree that for Team Liquid, a team that is currently ranked number 5 in the world, they have to race above all these different factors that he's naming right here. There's no even reason to say them out loud. Yes, it's online Counter-Strike. You're playing against a team that is number 47 in the world. You're Team Liquid. You're one of the most expensive teams in Counter-Strike as of right now. So there's no excuse. There's no factors. Nothing you need to worry about apart from getting the W. And I don't really care about all these different online excuses, etc., etc.
Amen. I'm right there with him. I think he said it pretty well.
And I'm just worried about them just sounding like that. You should be sounding motivated. You should be saying, I'm just going to roll over them.
I mean, we have to be honest. Liquid hasn't exactly been flying high and having incredible results very recently. And I don't really think they're in a place of they cannot be cocky at all. I think
this level of competition?
I know, but again, like, you just have to think of what you get and what you pay for, right? If you come up in the interview now, you just have fun and you just say, it's going to be easy. You know, don't worry about it. It's going to be a matter of an hour and 30 minutes. We're going to smack them. And then you end up losing. It's a matter of return on investment. And we all do PR now. All players have become PR professionals. They know how to weigh in, respect the opponents. You know.
I'm so done with that.
I mean, I can understand. I think it's fair play. I see where he's going with that.
No, I'm not a fan of that at all. I'm also a bit curious on the nuke pick, considering I know we're just seeing Liquid added into their map pool, right? But going for that, bit of a risk?
Yeah, best testing grounds. They tried in the group stage as well. Blast.
Tested in best of 3 single elimination. What can go wrong?
That's my issue. That's my issue, right? Because now you can use this as an excuse. Now we tested it, right? We weren't playing our full map pool. But then again, you take it into the context of the RMR coming up, which is more important than this. The major, of course, as well, most likely for Liquid. So maybe now is the time to test it. But as you said, Matthew, they're not in a position right now to test anything. They need to get the W, and I don't want to hear or think about anything else.
They did that in the group as well. They did exactly the same approach during the Blast group. Well, the format was different, of course. A whole lot of maps being played, and you had a bit more chances if you were falling down. But they also messed around with the maps a little bit, tried, dipped their toes in Nuke as well, left it open, and then ended up paying the price. It's a different caliber of team here. The map should not have an impact. No. It should still be a 2-0. Okay. So all take a deep breath. It's gonna be all right. We're gonna be fine.
Again? Okay, I like it. I like it. Pimp's not joining us because he doesn't believe in any of this at all.
I'm going to teach him how to do the deep breathing.
We'll do it off
I know how to breathe.
Well.
Thanks, though.
He probably knows better to breathe than any of us. This guy's like a cardio machine. But I do want to talk about one player we haven't mentioned is OC.
Sure.
Because he's had these moments where we're seeing better use out of him, but sometimes he just seems timid. I think in a game like this is where he should farm. This is where he should be saying, look, there's a reason I'm here on Liquid and I am one of the very best in NA.
Then let's spice it up a little bit. I think if OC is not finding any form, not necessarily in this tournament, but doing the RMR and doing the major, I think OC is gone from Team Liquid. I think Liquid will... Yep, there's...
that's a very interesting game. That's my favorite game.
Right there. There's a lot of European
favorite game
right there.
Who would join Liquid if OC had to go? And if you allow me to get completely crazy, I even had fantasies where I could see Zywoo go there. I'd ship him. I'd ship him. And then, you know what? Let's ship Device as well. Let's be crazy, because the rest of the cast is kind of interesting, isn't it? They just need to have a really good AWPer, and something could happen.
See, he's buying it, right? I'm saying if OC is not playing well,
I'm just asking you to open your mind.
Yes, and they have the money for it as well. They have the economy for it as well. They have the attraction power. The only problem for Team Liquid is that they're located in NA and nobody wants to live there.
Yeah, but not nobody wants to live there, but I mean for CS purposes, yes, let's be very clear. Zywoo.
Obviously, that's a bit off the top.
Okay,
that's a bit off the top. It's my wildest imagination. Right?
Is it though?
I mean, from a Counter-Strike perspective, it would kind of be interesting just to run that simulation. Maybe Anders can hook us up with that and just see where this goes in the Matrix. But I know it's not going to happen.
But do you think that there's a world in where a really solid AWPer, someone like Zywoo, can be utilized in this system of Liquid?
Absolutely. I mean, you probably you just have to. No, you just have to find an AWP that would thrive with a bit more passiveness that AWPers in general. And accept that there's not going to be a whole lot of people flashing for you making plays, but some people actually do like that.
You know what's a cheap option and probably a good option from Team Liquid in that regard? I'm going to say it out loud. You may not agree with me, but CSGO would be a perfect fit for Team Liquid in that regard. CSGO, Team Liquid, individually speaking, he's passive. He doesn't need a lot of catering. He's a personality that doesn't strike me as a guy that feels a lot in a room, which I think is well when you have Yakinda and Elise already being the two big personalities within Team Liquid. So I could see a world where CSGO is going to Team Liquid and will make them better. And it doesn't necessarily speak to CSGO's qualities only, but also the fact that OC hasn't played well enough within Team Liquid.
He was already not going to the big boot camps. So he's going to go to the...
Yeah, but you think he's going to
live in NA. He's scared.
Yeah. He's going to be scared playing with Liquid.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You at home, just hit us up, Blast Premier, hashtag, let us know who, as an AWPer, should join Liquid.
Yeah.
If and when and if, and I don't know, and if and buts when Kenny and Nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas if there was a change to be
I like how we all just kicked OC, you know.
You opened a hypothetical door, and then we stepped into the rabbit hole, and we got a little bit creative, right?
He got a couple of tournaments. Show up or get kicked.
I mean, there's a few tournaments arriving where you can always... That's what people need to understand. You can always change your story. You can change the narrative. You can be on track of being pushed out, and then suddenly you just rise up and you have crazy events back to back, and then people change the dialogue. This is not set in stone. You can save your ass a couple of times, but you have to have the games. It's not just going to come up from wherever the hell... You have to make it happen. You have to materialize it yourself.
I think the Device one makes more sense than your Zywoo one.
I mean, Device there, I'd buy that too.
Yeah, I mean, with that,
I can go and Blame F as well. Let's be crazy.
But, whoa. Who else is going from Liquid now?
I actually don't know. We do need to have 5 players, so there's mathematical limitations to my dreams. But my dreams are wild.
He's on a kicking spree over there, man. He wants to kick everyone and everywhere.
Did you just say Smooya?
Smooya? No,
I thought you were sending Smooya. I was going to shut the broadcast here, right now.
Would Smooya be better than OC?
No, okay. I don't know. I don't probably know. You're asking me questions to which I didn't think I'd have to put an answer in
the
my
Liquid system. He's too aggressive, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And now the lineup.
We bring up the whole roster.
I think that the issue with Liquid is we can all agree that when you look at this roster right here, it's interesting, right? There's a lot of quality within Team Liquid. Yakinda, Elise, Netflies. Yes, Nitro is still a guy that I'm not too certain about just yet. I think there's certain moments where he's
Captain
getting
America,
better.
no Pimp.
No, I know, and he's an in-game leader, and you have limited options as well, and I think him and Elise is a package as well, yada, yada, yada. All I'm saying is that if you were to bring in a strong AWP presence, and it's not only to aim at OC, because I think there's other areas of this team that is not working either, but a strong AWP presence
Dexter
would make Liquid very interesting.
Dexter
I said
emoji.
it, Liquid to Dexter, Dexter
Well,
to
guys,
Liquid.
we got to have some NAs, North American talent, weigh in on this. Scrawny, what do you got to say, mate?
Oh, no.
Yeah, hold on.
You guys are talking crazy.
What the? You
over
guys
there.
trying to... Y'all
Everyone's kicking OC
Y'all
now.
trying to
What the
replace
hell is
Yo?
this?
What? What's going on now?
You didn't even bring up poison.
I mean, come on.
What do I have poison?
Come on. Zywoo? Zywoo?
Get out of here.
Ayoy,
It wouldn't even be an American team at that point.
Zywoo.
Another American opper.
If we're replacing anybody, it's Nitro.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe we replace Pimp.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, at the desk? Did we bring OC at the desk?
He's on the team here, but not for long.
We're trying to talk to you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Oh, you can hear us? Oh,
Yeah,
good. There we go.
What's your problem, Londus? What's your problem?
Well,
Hello, boys.
when you left Liquid, everything got better. I'll tell you that much.
Isn't that the story of Pimp's whole career?
Oh my God, wait, why is he catching straight like this? Like, just take it easy. Oh my God.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you're trying to break up the only French team that exists, Maniac.
Listen, I just
Treason.
got creative for a second. You know, I try to think outside the box. That's all.
They're
I feel
not
like
French either
I would
anymore.
solve two issues at once, like Liquid not winning, Zywoo not winning.
Yeah.
Put these two issues together, something, come up with something. I don't know.
I really just wanted to get in on this so that we could like stir the pot and then throw it back to you. So if don't replace OC. I say, what if we replace Nitro with Shuhei?
Okay.
Why are you getting rid of Captain America? So you were defending OC. I'm defending Captain America, man, the shield, legacy.
Look, it's not that far-fetched. It's just that we have a very limited database on Shuhei, which what we've seen is pretty cool, but also
He's very young. He'll get eaten alive.
I'll take Shuhei if he brings Akor with him and get rid of OC at the same time.
All right, let's
Oh
get
my
crazy.
God, we've destroyed Liquid at this point.
I got it. Everybody
Oh.
stop. I have Liquid solution.
Okay.
A pack composed of Snappy and Senpaias. Send them.
That's gonna be expensive.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, money is not supposed to be a problem when we play this, is it? Because
You're
Zywoo
playing
is
real
okay,
life
but
fantasy.
Senpaias is off limit, right? That's what we're doing, like financially speaking.
All right, guys, keep it quiet. Okay. We're going to a break, and when we come back, it's time for the game.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time. The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced.
CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier,
Washington, D.C.
I think there's a lot more to watch out for than before, and yeah, obviously with the addition of Marky, you know, he's a player that's been around for a while. He has a lot of experience within the North American scene, so we'll just have to play, you know, watch out and see what happens. But yeah, we'll give it our all, and I don't believe Nouns will be an issue for us.
You know, we have to be realistic. You know, Liquid's definitely the better team and we're the underdogs, but we definitely feel confident that we can beat them. You know, we play them pretty well in scrims sometimes, and scrims are just scrims. They don't mean much, but it definitely knows that we have the potential to win, you know, if everything goes right and maybe they're not playing 100%.
If they're not going to their 100%, that's the big question that I think is on the tip of everybody's tongue coming into this best of 3 for the Americas RMR. It is Scrawny and Launders. The Unicard odds 8-1. Seems fair. Again, if Liquid don't come in at their best, and if Nouns find their groove, maybe they take a map, maybe this gets weird.
Yeah, it's so cliche, but it's the only way to put it, really. And Xemphis always is going to come through with a realistic attitude. I feel a little bit more confident with him playing behind me, but I think in this game, for sure, I mean, there's two things. I want to see Liquid play well just for the kind of greater good of North American Counter-Strike, of them holding the mantle. I think even Nouns want to be proud to be playing against a team from their region that's supposed to be the best.
Yes.
But then the other thing is actually Marky, who I think is a really great player, and I think he's regularly carrying when it comes to Nouns. Looking forward to seeing how well he plays today here.
Time to find out. Inferno to start off this series, picked by Nouns before Nuke comes into play. So speaking about Liquid playing their game, playing funny games in the Veto, gonna try to test things out. It's cost them before at the Blast circuit already this year. We'll find out when we get there. For now, it's Inferno. Carson, CJ, Marky, Cynic, and B-Wills.
Yeah,
Get familiar.
What's funny about that is Liquid are actually really weak on Inferno right now. Lost their last 4 maps and have actually won more on Nuke.
All right, yeah. Well,
weren't weird enough.
Ooh. Okay, Carson, with the 1-tap into Nap. B-Wills on the Berettas, awaiting his challenge. Sure enough, through smoke, he'll find one. It's a leash to respond back from Banana. Singular kill so far versus Nouns. OC gets away with it because Elige is the only guy giving cover. 2 kills to his name. Damage versus OC. He's not the best spot, and neither's Nitro, even though he's in new box on that half health. Smoke onto Nitro to completely cancel him out, allowing the CTs to push forward. OC is going to get one. Back exposed from Carson. This falls on Cynic. He knows where they're both at. He's got the 2 guns. Can he get the 2 kills? Taps bomb. Sees Nitro. That one gets cleaned up. How often do you see Berettas go empty?
No kit, though, on the play.
So, yeah, it does get swept away. Elige, 3 kills in the pistol, looking to make sure that he is not a part of the problem for Liquid tonight.
Well, Elige looks sharp on round 1, so that's a good sign, at least for Liquid. This year, we've seen a few very slow starts from Liquid. I think that has to be remarked upon because the Showdown is one where, you know, if you have a bad day, you're out of the tournament. Whereas other events, you normally have a double elimination bracket or a group stage with multiple chances. When we saw him play at the Blast Groups, when we saw him play at Kato, when we saw him play at ESL Pro League, that first day was almost always a really worrying sign, and it made people feel like, well, you know, how is Liquid a top 5 team at the moment? Their overall results still end up being good enough, for sure. But it's right now, it used to be like the Na'Vi thing, to have like really slow events and then still end pretty strong. You just can't keep that up for so long. Eventually it's going to catch up to you.
Yep. And we know the format around here. Single Elim online. You don't get a chance to warm up, so you better hope that they've been dipping their toes into the online realm. Okay, Nap flying Mac 10. We do still get some substantial pistol kills coming out of the Nouns camp, but not enough to stop that bomb plant, and therefore things shift into Liquid's hands with ease. OC holds flank. Cynic just with the deagle.
So we went bouldering earlier. And
yes.
There was a route that was a little bit too hard, projecting it, right? Going at it a few times. And then you went to like an easier grade and we're like, I need some confidence back. You know, I need to get that. And when I think about OC in this game, I see similar scenes taking place. You know, in OC in 2020, he was the simple of online and NA, you know? That's why he got his chance on Liquid. His stats were unbelievable in the region in online Counter-Strike. And now he's kind of back here in this match versus Nouns, showing why he got a spot. I feel like there's going to be a particular kind of energy coming out of him today where it's like he really wants to be able to take over. On this roster, it's been a lot more about somehow Nafly from the Mac lines being a carry regularly, but it's supposed to be Yakinder and Elige taking a lot of opening fights and leading on T sides. And OC has just fallen to the wayside ever since Yakinder has come onto the team. But he obviously still has carry potential. It's just, I would say, unactivated. I don't think it calls for him to get cut. I really don't feel that way. But for him to be used in a different way, I think that's something that makes sense to me.
Sure. A different solution. Get active. In the wise words of Tarek, get active, Wanderers. Kinder's going to see a little skin. Carson ends that one. Elige gets dinked, but it's okay. Yakinder, that much more aggressive, already clears backside. At the moment, we have Nouns clearly in a boot camp situation. I believe already ahead of the Americas RMR in Monterrey, Mexico. They've got themselves down to South America to set up ahead of time. I think that is really the #1 objective for Nouns right now. It's not qualifying for Washington. It's qualifying for the Paris Major. It's to get one of those spots that are available at the RMR. Unlike all the other RMR teams, of course he's eating.
Yeah.
Semphis always on the gains.
When you got that kind of size, like, I mean, you are just eating all the time.
But I think, you know...
James Banks is in the green room eating chicken breast right now and cucumbers.
Yeah, the big guys have something in common.
It's only so many hours in the day.
But
you know?
No other team at the RMR can say that they got to play Liquid a week ahead of time. That is, I think, the takeaway for Nouns.
Yeah, for sure.
Even a whooping here would still be a chance to size up versus a team they themselves recognize as the heavy favorites. But we've got guns up. Yakinder somehow just killed Carson behind B-Wills.
It looked like he was looking at the sky off that dink and still mowed down too. Well, they'll take that. I can't help but feel like, I think like at the top level, there's always a little bit more interest towards B site right now. I would say, I don't know if the stats prove that, but from what I've noticed, it's really hard basically if banana control is taken safely to stop full on B attacks, even if you have multiple players in the site. And that's something that could be abused right here, especially versus a team with Nouns where like it's a little bit of lack of experience. They don't know all the protocols to stop, you know, the most detailed attacks. And it's also just faster rounds. Real easy for Liquid. So they take 2 down. And Nouns go for a very simple stack. They say, okay, if it comes back towards the A site, we have a chance. If not, we save. And 2 entries will be the name of the game. And you know, Liquid, there was some worry for Liquid going to play online. I think it was, you know, Nafly's playing in Western Canada, which is one of the worst places to play for ping when it comes to online CS.
Yes,
I had
sir.
2 teammates from Western Canada, minimum ping 90, no matter where they're playing, basically. But at the same time, he's used to it. And then we have Yakinder, who again, you know, he was top 9 in 2020 when everything was online. He's an online demon himself. He's playing in LA, and the third guy is OC, who made his name online. So they've got some online potential, you know?
Just not a lot of recent online games, you know?
Yeah.
It's definitely there in terms of the past, but if you look at all the NA events that are going on in terms of online qualifiers, Liquid are skipping them, just like Furia. They've got no online, you know, they're going back for scrims and practice and whatnot, but there's just no online officials, no Brazil qualifiers, not of the likes of those 2 teams. You know, we get the MIBRs, we get the Pains, we get Nouns. We get Semphis.
Get Semphis. Absolute force.
And again, RMR around the corner for both these teams.
That's the big thing.
Washington's just a little cherry on top. Well, big cherry. Big cherry. And ultimately, Liquid's one of those teams that should be at Washington already. Should have come into the year hot. You want that local representation, no doubt. Liquid and Complexity could have already qualified. Now both will have to fight for 1 spot on opposite sides of the bracket. Apartments control here for Liquid. They are heading towards an occupied bomb site. Marky turns from the flash, can't get the crosshair back in time. Elige wastes no time at all, but here's the hold. Marky, singular kill. His teammates die around him empty-handed, and Team Liquid with 3 kills take 1 death the other way. Easy does it, 5-0.
It looks like they did enough there on Banana with the smokes and Yukinder's slight presence that Nouns thought they had a few more seconds. A couple of times now that they've got caught on the Halls exec. I think the last one was, of course, with a Deagle in play holding on the balcony. That's no problem there, but it's always a positive sign for the T attack if the guy in pit can't get his smoke out, right? You're trying to put that up preemptively, and people think, oh, you wait for your first sign of the attack and then you throw your pit smoke out, but that's just not the case. If there's going to be a Halls exec and you don't have any info inside of the Halls, you're not going to have enough time to throw that smoke down, play off the bicycle, play off the side of your smoke. You have to just have gun out first, get your kills, and then fall back on utility. So Liquid found a really nice time to get in there.
Just like that on fire.
Yeah.
Individual levels all looking sharp. Haven't seen any fluff sprays yet.
Entry pathing looks good. Protocols are there. Explosiveness is there. The confidence in terms of how fast they're going is there. So.
Curious Cynic's not at the boot camp yet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where they'd put him, honestly. That room is...
That's true.
Yeah, with Sempus in there.
I heard you can duct tape them from the ceiling, actually.
Oh, yeah. We used to do that at LAN.
Strategy.
Yeah. On a very creative team.
It's because Sempus takes up 2 desks.
Yeah.
Guns back up here for Nouns. Up for Cynic. Good little exchange of util here. Oh, but Yukinder comes out of that smoke, smashes B-Wills easy. Next up's Carson. Shadow advantage here for Yukinder, but he does get bested. And Carson's gonna get away with this. An equalizing kill bodes well here for Nouns. Still shooting for that first round win, damn it.
Hey,
Marky also active. Cynic flashes him in, and now we've got a 4v3.
Those are some great shoulder peeks. You saw the Shadow advantage was not on his side, but he got Yukinder to shoot before he actually fully peeked. And that was enough to lock that kill up and run away. So it was looking real ugly here for Nouns in these first 5 rounds, but this is a much better mid-round. However, we've got 1 now on the site, 3 rotating over to A. They're trying to reclaim brackets control, but it's all about the pace at which they do so. If Liquid decide to attack now, of course, rotations are quite slow, and Nouns haven't decided to leave. It's all going to be on Carson. Do we have a flash rotating in? Cynics? No, he's only got his op in play.
Yep. Gonna try to get himself onto coffins as quick as can be.
See about Nitro's molly.
Does get here in time. Spam through the cross. Flash is excellent out of OC. Enables Elige to go in deep, but CTs.
Wow.
Oh, throw one of their own, I thought. No, it's actually a follow-up T-side flash, so
the boost.
It's just Liquid's utility. Screwing over Nouns on the defense. Looked like they had life in this one. The best chance yet. But that chance is still very much taken back from Liquid.
They're playing properly, and they're trying stuff that's really advanced, right? Like right there, they have the coffin smoke come out late just so they can swing it at the same time. Of course, Oppa sitting there thinking, okay, I'll have a second if the smoke doesn't come out to like try to take a fight. He's not ready for the swing. This transition through the smoke as well to get the first kill as well. You know, in most situations, if you don't have that call ready, Elige is the one flashing Yukinder to go through as a smoke is getting dropped. You don't think both things are going to happen simultaneously, so they look lucid right now. It's a good sign for Liquid. That's kind of what you want to see, you know. Fortunately, at the expense of Nouns, it's just Liquid being 1 step ahead. It's what you expect. It's they're a top 5 team in the world. Some days it doesn't feel like it, and that's always the problem. You know, you can have an interview with Nafly talking about how, like, well, you know, we don't know. We should win this.
Yeah.
He's almost coaxed into admitting that they've got to have this, but at the same time, you could hear his innermost thoughts.
Yeah, we
expressing he's like a little doubtful that everything's going to go perfectly.
We did get 16-3'd by Rare Adam last week.
And you can't deny that stuff.
And you just hope for Liquid's sake it doesn't have that lingering effect, right? But again, like taking a step back from it's like setting a game on easy for at least 30 minutes. Get through the hard part. That's Liquid today. Just unfortunately at the expense of Nouns, bully them a little. Just bully them a little. B-Wills Catches one with the P250. Liege yet to die so far in this map. Closer now than ever. Single M4 here for CJ. Spamming through, invites Snap to return the fire. Not looking so friendly.
He's very patient about the plants these days.
Flash is still just trying to keep the players back. Question comes down to how many are going to survive here. Nitro traded out by Cynic. That M4 finally going to get into the equation.
Flank's coming in.
Marky's dead though.
Good, yeah.
Exit secured. All is good here for Liquid. 7-0, no doubt about it.
There wasn't too much fancy about this attack. They got banana control versus an anti-eco. Well, a good gun here.
He's got a kit, but he doesn't have a chance. He holds off.
Yeah.
Also topping the scoreboards already. He is 8-1, Liege 7-1, elevating the floor of Liquid.
Yeah, they're frying. It's going pretty quick.
OC got that streamer setup, man. The Shure mic.
He does, yeah.
Get him on the podcast.
Be careful, one step closer to Pimp. That's never a good thing.
No, but like OC's time on Liquid will have a lasting impression.
Yeah. Listen, Pimp leaving got us a Grand Slam. I think that means something.
It's true. Yeah, that's true. Cynic opens up versus Yakinder. He is down towards Banana. Through smoke by the looks of it. Don't know what he did to welcome that stray bullet, but either way it found him. And now Marky, quick headshot on the second player and then cleans up Nitro in the close corner. And I haven't really had to say Marky's name all too much because he's been getting active in the later parts of these rounds. Barring that one kill from Pit in a previous, this is a chance for him to shine, and he does it excellently. 3 kills on the arch hold, gives Nouns their first round queued up.
Any other game, and this is just a 1-minute save, but, you know. OC here in his old stomping ground, NA online. Why not try to make magic happen? Bomb in view. And Cynic is the better op right there. Solid angle for him. Great round from Marky. Off the flash as well. He's never gone through the dry swing. There's always been something alongside it. And we can see in a lot of Nouns' recent games, they've been winning. It's just the stature of competition isn't comparable to like the practice that Liquid are able to get or the officials or anything like that. But what's been in front of them, they've had a pretty successful record overall. That's why they're playing here right now in the Showdown.
Very snappy headshots coming out of Marky there. Love that.
Good aim.
You know, if there's going to be anybody who we expect to at least be a speed bump in this Liquid highway over Nouns,
it's the Markster.
Should be Marky.
Oh, you can smell the smoke, yeah. Sometimes when it's a little too quiet, that's when you should get nervous.
Not today, Carson.
Ooh, and he's going to walk right through an op. Cynic is assuming that, you know, he's going to forget about this. And there's actually a footstep heard in Speedway. So that's one rotation gone. No one boosted off of that as well. And so suddenly I don't even think he's that worried about the site. But they're going to go through all the usual protocols to make sure it's clean. You can see no further utility comes out until their backside. And that's a quiet close to the round. I don't even think a retake is going to occur now.
Easy transition to the save. Walking across mid could be the risk.
I wonder why they... I mean, it's not necessarily a bad idea in a 5v4 to pull guard for a second, but really expected to like heavy bracket attack, a heavy bracket attack. But they had enough players there outside of Cynic to put up a formidable defense. I don't know if they had some kind of read on the situation. Like, surely you're not expecting Yakinder to start walking through the site, of course. Rotation would have come back, a flash even left Yakinder's hands, but...
What's that for?
On top of the roof.
On the roof? Okay.
Yeah.
Just look like a bit more to the left. Not gonna find him. Did he just teleport? You saw that, right?
I saw that.
He teleported.
Yeah, that was an online moment.
Okay. Yeah. That's that whole like Liquid X Naruto thing.
Actually haven't watched.
Me neither.
I only watch real animes, so.
Give me one.
Well, they just added Monster to Netflix. I'd like to give a shout out. That's actually a
big one?
top quality anime.
Oh, okay.
Like an all-time top quality anime. Yeah.
Wow.
Better than that Demon Slayer nonsense.
Whoa!
So go ahead and check that out.
I have no strong opinions. I mean, I have some strong opinions, but not about anime.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's had a good clash here, right? Carson's been doing a good job of sending bullets here. Like you said, that one was the most quiet it has been. Kinder not going to fear the silence. So a couple players safe. Enables the buy-up. Let's hope for Nouns' sake they don't get fully hard reset. Money in the trash bags. I guess.
So what we're seeing is Ikinder do a little Nico impression, right? I mean, Nico does this versus everybody. Ikinder is going to do this versus a team, you know, that he doesn't feel like is ready 10 times out of 10. But he's facing in a way that, you know, an op would normally do, but trusting in that first bullet accuracy. He's going to put some pressure on Cynic here. Gets into a good spot. And there's the open shot. Elise goes down, though.
Damn.
Nice Kinder.
Nice flash out of CJ.
Wow,
a couple times now, Marky's been set up for that one.
That's worked a lot, yeah.
Gets into the 5v3, but OC on an AK, holding for the Cynic re-aggression. Now, B-Wills, we've seen him just completely killed behind this pillar without even shooting back. Can't let that happen again. Ah, clean one out of B-Wills. His teammate then flashed forward. Carson tries to take that fight. Nitro double kill with bomb. Now, that's a little money here for Liquid. Looking to make the best of a bad situation. Should never be able to pull off this clutch. And as smoke fades, the banana flank gets closer. Go for your money. No chance. Gets gunned down by CJ. And we've got Nouns with another.
Yeah, not too shabby. I mean, the flash assists are a big one. Like, almost every single time they've gone for a re-aggro play, it's been really sharp, really quick, and there hasn't been a bungled spray. You know, like, Nav's not able to jump away. The blind player almost always goes down as well, which is really important because you can give up those chances. Nouns have been pretty solid about locking down those frags. And here, overall, the trades are also good. I mean, 2 players from Liquid bind over on the B site, 1 guy blind inside of the halls. That's what you like to see.
If there's one thing I could add to CS2 right now, it's animation canceling.
Yeah, I heard they actually might have fixed it in the update.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well,
I'll add something else then.
Yeah.
Quick push.
Bullet from a friend.
CJ hiding. Ooh, stop bomb. Good enough for now. Marky under a lot of pressure here. Inside smoke, inside fire. Flash comes out, and he's able to capitalize with the kill versus Naf. Enough of a hold from the defense in order for Nouns to rotate over, and still Liquid not in the best positions. Yakinder's kind of floating, looking for a chance to help out Liquid, to take the edge into his hands. Doesn't find it. Cynic tagged down to 8. OC spotted
smoke.
backside, and Elige waits, leaning into the pit. The double CT short push. Smoke, frag, flash, still. And here we go, all on OC now. And he also gets cleared out. A retake for Nouns. A 3rd round for Nouns.
Hey, that clear out, that was great. I mean, okay, they make do inside the site, going 2 for 2. Those post plants still pretty heavily favored towards the T side with especially that late smoke that comes out. But we've got a full kit of utility on the guy behind the smoke. 2 coming in through lane at a good pace. And they straight up just win their duels. I think you don't want to overcomplicate things. This was the important part. It could have been very easily the case that Elige gets 1 more. OC is able to stop him from coming in. You know, those aren't easy frags to get. So. But Liquid still have some money left over, even beyond this round. like clockwork. Kinder is here. Minute 35 at the top of Banana. Once again, it's tough because they're trying to dissuade him from trying to do this as quickly as he is over and over again, but they're not as often getting the kill anymore. And I'm sure they're still scared of him. On the front side smoke now.
But easy second kill, or shot for the kill. And Nitro added to the tally. CJ shaves off OC. Elige also getting hit up as he crosses, but then there's always that, that right there. That little burst back. That sudden energy out of Liquid because they're never gonna go down without a fight. Nouns still just grouped behind the fading smoke. Missed shot out of Elige on the off, and he's low HP, but Naf continues with this AK, and Elige on the back line. Liquid rob it back just when it feels like the defense holds. Elige and Naf come through.
Who better? And that's a 2v5? Or at least a 2v4. Whoa. Cynic. Unfortunately, Cynic, this is like the best round we see out of him, right? Great awareness. Deals with a front side smoke, which is supposed to be designed for him, to make his life a nightmare. And the molly comes in late. He does great to get 2 frags as soon as he does. But then when Nafly goes up top on Orange, just starts taking down rotators, and Cynic is dead on the back of the site, it all goes haywire.
2v5.
Wow. 2v5 with all the money. Even with a couple of rounds that Nouns won.
Yeah, that 2v5 right there, that's the one that just kind of robs any hope at Nouns. Yeah, let's get 5 guys. Wins. Get double digits, boys. If you were Nouns, what would you kind of put your expectations on coming into this game tonight?
Just winning and then seeing what happens. Okay. I mean, I think...
Just win, lol.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know that, like, I don't want to say Liquid are prepared to lose, but they're mentally kind of ready for, like, a tragic, like, you know, result in some way in this type of situation. It was clear in the interviews.
I would rather play Liquid when they're 2 weeks away from losing a BO3 versus Rare Atom and getting no map against Pain in playoffs than I would want to play them after they get that semi-final in Katowice, right? Like, you are... Or, you know, there's the contrast. Because they've just hit a new low, they're going to be real amped up for this one.
Yeah. But it's always important, you know, you're thinking about what you offer. It's like when you veto, right? You always pick into your strengths, not your opponent's weaknesses first. Your priority should always be like, how good are you? And that's why we always see that turn of phrase, that's we're going to play our own game. It's because that means a lot more than like I think it conveys with the amount of times people say it. But it is really important to think about what you offer, what you bring to the table, why it's you. And it's a question every pro player needs to ask themselves, of course. And if you don't believe you can win, I mean, why are you even participating? So, well, they said they've done well in scrims. They have some good recent results to go off of. Inferno is a map that's, they've probably learned a lot from Liquid, you know, playing it over time. I don't know whose demos they're watching, but they're hopefully not getting caught off guard by too many things. I think the most hard thing to prepare for is just like how confident someone like Yakinder is going to play on the map, where he wouldn't in some of his other games if you try to prepare that way.
In the big picture, Yakinder's kind of muted. 8 and 10. You know, he is just...
Yeah, but space created every round. Top banana control is worth a frag.
But sometimes we see Yakinder with space created and dead bodies all around.
True, true.
You know, that just like
turning
robotic
into aces.
Yeah.
Good point.
And this is an 8 and 10 Yakinder, while I've watched Elige at least twice be the second guy in, take the stray bullet in the background.
That's a good point. But yeah, now they control the map. No bracket control here. Top Banana's lost once again. So Nouns are playing in the dark. And the op is not rotating over to A, which you have seen so far. Cynic has always tried to make the right move in terms of the rotation to A early enough. It seems like he's really worried about being late. And here, there's a misread on the situation. So let's see what the 3 right goalies can do.
Smoke on Arch. B-Wills dives back sight. Nitro at the head of this. Another smoke inside of it. Ooh, B-Wills. Fire on his feet, still fighting. CJ's in the corner. Oh, can't finish off Elige, who then dies in his own Molotov.
It's very North American.
Awkward. Bomb has been planted. The spirit of Summit lives on. And then Ykinder catches Carson on that mid flank. Cynic probably just going to save this up for the final round of the half. 4 is the best case for Nouns now. And
So
Ykinder will die.
It's always going to be on banana. That's one thing we know about him. So the conditioning's really strong here. I mean, they get the same play with Ykinder, again, crossing the half wall. This time they go back to bracket. Cynic has bet on them going A. It's like the last 3 rounds. Besides the one where he's sitting in the back of the site on B, most of the time he's been at CT when they're, you know, hitting the B site. And this time he bets wrong.
Okay, good. He can hold on. And honestly, for a match that you're losing this lopsided, Cynic 13-9. Not horrendous, right? Trying to be a part of the solution alongside that multi-kill round out of Marky towards mid. Elige was just bloodthirsty here trying to clear out the bomb site.
Yeah, it's been going pretty hard.
And why not laugh it off? Elige seems very business-oriented tonight. Not goofing and gaffing.
No more slow starts.
He's fixated. He saw Twist get that double grand slam and said, hold up.
Hold up.
Cynic freed up in a 4v5. Can't push that mid-smoke, though. Naf may put his head on a silver platter for Marky, sure enough.
They've been doing a good job of finding him in the halls. That's for sure. And this time, unlike with a flash play, they stay inside of the halls. But now the attack comes into B. MP9 here, the only 9 of the fence.
Saw him on top orange, but Elige dives in sight. Can't stop the plant. OC holds for flank. Marky hasn't really gotten into these flank retakes at all. And so now OC can turn his attention back. A 4 versus 3 for Liquid to close this half, 12-3. Deep position here for Nitro. Also safety found and teammates to tether alongside. So this entire upset potential hinged on Team Liquid coming in and not playing to their best. And I don't know if this is their best, but it's certainly not their worst.
I'm blind.
Emo.
Come on with you guys. Come on with you guys.
I'm just gonna molly Emo.
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 CT, ran through.
I fell dead.
Good.
We're dead.
One more CT.
We got
We got him, CT. One more.
One more spawn.
I tried to
deep
smoke.
smoke.
Oh, he already came through. Blind.
Not there. In the smoke.
Both.
Let's go. Other one CT.
Nice.
Good job.
Nice.
We got two there.
Flash, blind.
Yeah, one in smoke.
Smoke.
Get it. Gotta go. Yeah. OC, I love the audio setup.
Yeah.
When a man doesn't have to put that much effort into just two in the smoke.
And
no
loudest.
sweat. No sweat, no stress. This is the Team Liquid that I think, for the sake of their own mental and all their fans, we needed to see tonight. Again, at the expense of Nouns. Look at him go! Down mid. The plow on the front of Team Liquid. Just chucks Nouns left and right. 3 guys dead in an instant. They don't even get to play pistol. They literally did not get to play this round.
Yeah, they barely got to shoot back right there.
Liquid's had enough.
Running down mid.
Get him out.
How many more times? Nothing feels worse. I'm just going to say when you're pugging on Inferno and the team is that much better than you. And on CT side, nades on Banana, push down mid, up crossing, someone peeking halls. And it feels like they're going to get all of that right now.
All of that.
More of that.
You can try with the force by Tech9. I mean, Nouns going to have to just force to the end of eternity. Maybe you can pounce on this A site. Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, but they know in the back of their heads that Liquid are going to try to take Banana control. They're not going to sit back in the site. So Nouns do have to move sort of quickly. There's still 2 staying inside of B right now. And yeah, that's all they need to know.
Everybody ready for this? Everybody's keeping their heads down too. Nap pops up, gets his rocked. Flashes are good, I'll give him that. But Yakinda regains vision, loses the sight. OC out of ammo. And Cynic's got this into the 1 versus 2 now, but the gun's got 6 shots in it. Reload needed. And he's gonna press versus Unleash. Oh, it's clean.
Oh, the bomb is in an awkward spot. But man, he set up a really nice situation.
Reload. Still 3 bullets in the mag. Nitro comes around the side, and he just gets the better of him. A valiant effort from Cynic in a 1v3.
Oh, the adrenaline must have been pumping. Yeah, he should have reloaded. He would have had more confidence in the spray right there. Of course, it could have been an insane shot, but there's an advantage to the guy who has like way more ammo to spend. So
he's in the zone, man.
Yeah,
he's in his flow.
He didn't want to let him get too far, and I understand that much, but
nice.
A great attempt.
Nice indeed. Still a clean 3K. Not to mention his pistol's got 1 bullet in it. Semphis still eating.
He didn't even see it. Oh my god. Garbage compactor right now. Spilling out. The wood chippers flying out.
I look forward to seeing Semphis in Mexico.
I'm sure you won't miss him.
Everybody ordered room service, and because they're busy playing, he's just going plate to plate.
I wonder whose he likes best.
But it's true, man. The gains, it's all about, starts in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You gotta eat. Arguably the hard part.
So it depends on how good food tastes.
True. All right. To deny 15. Back in the Tech9s. Same buy, and last round came pretty close.
Ah, they got Elise down to 1 HP. So close.
It's a start.
Same effort here. Looks like they're going to end on the A attack. Full belts utility.
Liquid really kept their heads tucked in that last round once the hit was coming in. You know, Naf hiding on the graveyard stairs, Backside player. They didn't try to keep them back at balcony, porch, mid, nothing. But this time, Elige will be playing through the arch. Drops an incendiary. They're going to try to just push right through that. Costs them a lot of HP already. And still they flood through the CT spawn. Elige now has cover, loses that support, but they line up in an attempt to clear him. Cynic will still try to make this happen and upgrade into the M4. B-Will's position confirmed by Nitro. He'll catch him with his head turned, and so it's going to have to be another 1v3 from Cynic. Massive ask of Nouns top fragger, and sure enough, Nitro's going to make sure that one gets cut down quick. 15-3.
Oh, so tragic that Elige had 1 HP, and it was unconfirmed, but they couldn't get a single point of damage. He got 3 frags after that. Right here. Smartly going for the pre-fire as well on that sliver angle. Had a teammate to take attention away from him on Speedway as well. So he did the most, and he's at 22-7. Been a great day for Elige. We're only about 40 minutes into it, but first map's almost over because of him.
I feel like maybe this comes down to the fact that, Elige is in the exact same playing conditions. He's the guy who's so meticulous with his setup that when he gets home, it is the same. Everybody else feels foreign, being back on their own desk, in their own room. But Elige, he is the consistency.
Yeah, his ruler's right there, waiting for him on his desk.
OC's in sight. Elige smoked off. Nothing here from OC. Oh. Elige also catching bullets out of CJ. Some call him DeKing. So I've heard.
Yeah, CJ DeKing is the full moniker. I don't know why he dropped DeKing.
Because it's 15-3.
It's 15-3. It's 15-4, actually.
That is true.
Yeah.
15-4. Another one out of Nouns. That affinity for the A site.
Yeah, they are loving a bit of A. Like, haven't bothered. I think they're sure that Liquid are going to overstaff on the B site, try to take control of it, use some early utility, maybe a little intimidated by that early presence. And they like their A attack. And yeah, it has been later played. I mean, it's like Yakinder and Nafly playing between the halls and pit. And honestly, Nafly hasn't been stomping him, right? He's been getting killed in the first half, playing inside of the halls. And the same thing here on CT side. So that's a small victory here for Nouns. Oh, that's the trade.
Really? I want to see the second one on Elige. Saw his legs.
Yeah. Won't happen in CS2.
Facts. I see all of Liquid is playing with blue Phosphor M4A1Ss. That's because they've definitely playing CS2.
Yeah.
Stonks.
That looks great in that game.
You're not one of these people upset by the no left-hand model, right?
I actually used to have a script just so you could have your knife in the left hand. And that just got broken over the years of CS by some random update. I mean, I feel for left-hand users. There's actually quite a few of them. I don't mind the left-hand use. I'm not against it. I mean, you're left-handed.
Yeah, but I don't, even as a left-handed person.
Yeah.
I don't really feel bad for him.
Even with your disability.
Okay, dude. It's actually a creativity buff.
I'm left-handed.
And they're in danger.
That they are, man. Flash around from Nitro. Liquid, it's a bit more tempered than in comparison to, let's say, that pistol round where they're just running down mid, but they are trying to just keep it respectful to finish this off. In reality, it lets Nouns catch Nitro in the corner and 5v4.
Kinder up close. Good off angle. Can't go ahead and upgrade that gun, but he has some info that they're walking back towards the A site. And he's not going to rush things either.
Nah. Again, feels like Liquid trust. Just playing properly to close this.
This is pretty good, though, from Nouns. I mean, they've walked. One person showed themselves. Oh, Nafly gets a kill.
B-Wills will find it through smoke and the bottom of the floorboards. Naf doing a ton of damage here, so definitely priming this retake. Sure enough, they've got the kit on OC. He's just sprinting down around middle. There's no chance for Nouns to really reposition outside of sight, but they do have a smoke to block off Moto.
They've also got Marquee smoke.
All right.
So they're going to try to throw the smoke into the site to one-way it when they can get up onto the box or threaten that they'll peek from this side. No one coming in through halls, however.
And nobody peeking. Nouns keeping their heads down, not looking to give away a kill for free, to be the thread that unravels this post plant. Marquee comes up from Graveyard with a clean couple kills, and with it, Naf sent back. So sure enough, Nouns with a little left in this tank on Inferno.
Yeah, it was great to see that mid-round. I mean, they did have Liquid locked into spots up at the top of Banana. They tried their B retake utility, and then they got Nitro killed, of course. So Nouns had a small victory there. Then they walked it back up mid, and although Kinder saw them doing so, he heard one other gun, and then they decided not to go for a full exec. They just continued walking, I guess knowing that his info was limited. So the rotations were slow from the B site. Gave themselves a nice situation once they got their 2 entries. So fair play, that's well done. And now Nafly will be the only one with a gun here on Liquid.
Again, I reiterate, RMR's around the corner. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on Nouns for now, because I know we'll see more of them in the Counter-Strike sphere coming soon. All of this data here tonight will be relevant. So sit back, everybody, and learn. That one gun on Nav. Oh, Nitro just walks out into his demise. Naf doesn't even commit to the boost. They're ready for the Faunus fight. Everything going real easy here. No problems for Nouns, and that's a good look.
Yeah, they even waited out their own smoke, and you can see that Nafly fell off, not because they flashed him, but because he realized it's been about 15 seconds. They're clearly waiting for this to come up. They're clearing other things on the back of the site, and then they plan to attack after that, and that compromised that whole setup, basically. Everything they had going on in CT with the first player walking out as bait, second one shooting from behind. So once again, some good protocols here from Nouns. Some good A attacks, good anti-eco here towards B. We'll see if it amounts to anything, but like you said, it's nice when this is a team that we're going to continue talking about for a couple weeks.
Couple weeks at least. Get a spot in Paris.
Yeah.
Talk about you next month, too.
That would be a big prize.
Because there are spots available at the America's RMR, right?
Mm-hmm.
Certainly spots available. Y'all really clipped that, didn't you?
You think he even knows?
No. No, when they're that big, they've got a life of their own. I feel like that's just him thinking.
My girlfriend's on this app, bro. Come on.
Yeah. All right. Kinder hanging out in the sky bar. This does pull a Liege away from the initial A setup, but oh, and that should be information known. You're talking about the A player now dead.
Yeah, that one was clean. You can see they're going back to, you know, what they think works here. This would be, I mean, it's going to need to be a flick here from Kinder, depending on how they approach this. But Nitro's still spotting here, and B-Wells are trying to get him back. Yeah, one little bit more presence from Nouns, and certainly going to start coming now.
Kinder's got a chance. Nice push from OC. Comes out through, but oh, that could have been the big one. Naf turns back around towards Balk, shuts it down, insta-dink from OC, and there's the cleanup out of Naf. It did feel like an eventuality. Such a smashing on that first half. Think of the nature of the CT pistol. Liquid come into that second set of 15, knowing that the early domination would be enough, and so sure enough, Inferno to the Liquid camp. Again, they had to show us that they were going to be playing sharp online. And unfortunately for Nouns, that is exactly the case. Liquid looking good enough to finish this 2-0.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple!
What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the nades are raining.
Kenny's hiding under the ground. He's in the ground in the bomb. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last
grand finals of the year. And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All three dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
Nouns wanted to play to their strengths, but it wasn't going to work against a team with the caliber of Liquid. Cynic did show up on his own individual level, but that's never going to be enough. And Liquid, well, they could play online. The doubt that Naf was trying to allude to in some ways was like what you said, Maniac, a PR answer that I hate, but he did at least do the job.
Yeah, I mean, they did what they had to do in this first map. Started by choice on the T side of Inferno and destroyed the hell out of Nouns. 12-3 in the first half. What was it? 7 rounds in a row at the very beginning. And very quickly, I think everybody realized that these two teams were playing in different leagues.
Yeah.
And the whole condition that we were looking for, like, hey, maybe Liquid is taking it easy. They're not going to be that focused. They're going to, I don't know, maybe underestimate their opponents. And then, wow, Nouns are going to play completely crazy. That didn't really materialize. We were back to reality, and Liquid was a much better team.
Unfortunately, this is exactly what we expected. I guess we kind of feared this. As you said, maybe there was a bit of a hope that Nouns would be able to put up a fight against Team Liquid. I think in the first 7 rounds, there were 2 rounds in particular where they were up 4v3 and 4v2, and they lost both of those rounds. And I think to myself, at that point, if you're not winning those rounds, you're not going to win any rounds in this game whatsoever. So I think you're right when you're saying 2 teams right now in complete different leagues.
And we brought up Elige, right, before we got into this game, looking at some of his stats, looking at how he was doing. Well, in this game, this is where he came into doing what he does best.
He's farming. He's farming confidence, and I think that's a very important point to make, not for this game, not for this tournament, but heading into the RMR, heading into the major. There's no way Liquid is going to find any success if Elige is not playing well. So the fact that he's already now, on a cheap basis, sure, farming some confidence is very, very important. He's currently having, statistically speaking, one of his worst periods in 4 years with his rating of 102 in the last 3 months. So for Elige, this is important.
Yeah, I mean, mechanically, you could see unmatched on the server. There's not really anybody that can fight with him, at least on the Nouns camp. And really, you have a team of Nouns that really like to take duels, play heads-up Counter-Strike, be in your face. And unfortunately, I think it plays into Elige's strength, right? We know that situation we just had here in the highlight. He's got 8 HP and somehow he gets away with a triple kill with the silencer CT spawn because he knows how to decompose the angles and he's got that spray control. So a great first map for Elige. We'll see if he keeps up on Nuke.
And we also got to point out on Mr. OC, we were obviously memeing and joking around that, yes, maybe OC's the one to go. He doesn't perform too well. This is where I said he should farm. This is where he should be showing there's a reason I'm here on Liquid. There's a reason they picked me.
For me, it's the exact same sentiment as with Elige. You know, good that he's farming in a game like this. Good that he's trying to get some confidence. Again, for me, it doesn't really matter in this game whatsoever. Liquid is going to win this at some point. You know, it's just a question of how long and how close it's going to be. But for OC to get some confidence, perhaps heading into a final against Furia where he has to deliver against a better opponent, heading into the RMR, heading into the major. Right now, we're seeing Liquid slowly but surely, hopefully, building up to the RMR run, building up to the major. And for OC, I will still argue, as we said coming into the game, that is the man of question right now. If OC is playing well for Team Liquid, that's when Liquid becomes very interesting for everyone to play against, even the top 3 teams. But if OC is not there, then there's so many great offers out there that can punish Liquid.
And he's not going to answer the question tonight.
No.
That's not what he is doing. Absolutely not. The only thing that OC can be doing right now is feeling better and better and better about himself, farming some of that confidence, as we say, so that when these games roll around the corner, the games that actually really stay on everybody's mind, then he can play better. Hell, you play a grand final, we're getting ahead of ourselves. You play a grand final against Furia or whoever, you qualify for Washington, that's a moment where you actually leave a mark. You have a crazy RMR, you qualify for the major, that's a moment where you leave a mark. Not tonight. The best you can do tonight is remind yourself of your quality and how you can destroy people.
And when Nouns, right, you look at this, Cynic, like, look how far ahead he is of everyone else in this team. 10 kills clear of anyone at the same time. But it doesn't really matter, does it? If you're getting some kills here and there and you're doing some work, but it's not giving you some rounds, if it's not giving you impact.
It doesn't matter for the team of Nouns, but for Cynic, it's a nice way of showing off, right? Right now, there's not a lot of NA teams, a lot of NA players, and you gotta climb the ranks somehow, some way. Maybe EG is looking at Cynic right now, thinking, maybe there's another spot for one of our rosters open right here. What I will say is that Cynic in this game showed a couple of rounds where he had sharp aim, precise aim as well, and that's all I can take away from this. Sure, Nouns is not a team that I'm looking towards right now and think to myself, there's potential, or they're gonna make an upset on map 2, but from an individual point of view, this guy on your screen right here, he showed himself, and he showed that he can play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I hope that in Counter-Strike you can sometimes align being selfish and playing for your team, because at the end of the day, the interests kind of interlect. They're together, right? You play good, so your team is looking good, and you look good individually. And maybe down the line, you get an email, you get a WhatsApp message, someone saying, hey, you know,
email.
You open for business? Yeah, my generation does email. What is it? Do you think what people send a TikTok to each other to recruit themselves? Probably, they're doing a dance, like, do you want to be in my team? Like, is that what's happening? I can imagine like a TikTok conversation. That could be great. Again? No, I cannot. I'm not just dancing. No, do that off camera.
Oh, look at that. All right, we'll do it later. We'll do it later. Looking at Nuke. Now, Nuke, when it comes to Liquid, they start to bring it in. We said it, they were toying with it. This doesn't look like it's going to be a risk against a team like Nouns.
Shouldn't be, but never say never. I mean, Nuke is risky ground for Team Liquid. It was risky ground in the group stages as well, but no, against a team like Nouns Red Hat, there should be no way. There should be no way that Liquid are not going to win this. They are starting on the T side, and I guess that's the silver lining. If Nouns are getting off to a good start and perhaps, you know, winning the pistol, converting, then apply a bit of pressure to Team Liquid just once in this game, and then we'll see how they react. But apart from that, I don't really have too high expectations. I expect Liquid to win, and I'm quite certain and quite confident they will as well.
Yeah, they've been playing it quite a few times now. You know, at the beginning of 23, we were surprised during the fall group, or the spring group rather, that they were bringing in back. But now it's been 7 maps already. Sure, the beginning has been a little bit painful. There's the loss against OG in double overtime. They get smacked by bigger round. But now they've actually closed an EPL, beating Astralis and Rare Atom on it. So not the top of the bracket. But I mean, at some point, you gotta have to earn a couple of Ws, and you kind of feel, at least for Nitro, that he's got an understanding of the map, and he knows how his players want to evolve on it, and then what's the plan is going to be. These answers he didn't have when we saw them at the spring group. Maybe they have them now. You can use it here, and hell, you have the margin. You have the margin to maneuver. You can have a little bit of, not fun, but you can be daring. You can try a little bit with the veto.
But that's the context of this game as well. You said it with OC. He can't prove us anything. If OC pulls off a 2.0 rating, we're not going to say that OC is back or he's trending upwards. If Liquid were to win 16-2 right here, Nuke, we're not going to say Liquid is a great Nuke team. Liquid can't win anything besides the win, which in itself, of course, is a good thing. Yeah, it makes sense. But that's the thing, and that's the problem with Team Liquid. We don't learn anything whatsoever from this game, but we can learn about Nouns. And if they can put up a great fight right here, then maybe we're learning something in that regard. But for Team Liquid, getting the win, whether that's 16-6, 16-2, 16-11, it doesn't matter as long as you get the win.
But if you win, you lose, basically.
Yes, that's the sentiment. We lose because we can't learn anything from this game whatsoever, unfortunately.
I don't know, maybe they'll throw some new tricks in there, maybe take some risks.
I doubt it.
I mean, they don't have to prove anything to us. That's the point. No. It's just themselves.
Well, hopefully they can get the job done, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. We'll be going to a break, we'll be keeping it moving forward, and we'll see if Liquid is able to topple them 2-0, or if Nouns will bounce back in some way after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for map 2. We got Nuke on the horizon. The odds from 8-1 to 15-1. Thank you, Unicorn, our new betting sponsor here at Blast. And of course, the showdown well underway. We've got some upsets earlier today in the European showdown, but now in the depths of the NA showdown, things are looking par for the course. Smooth for Team Liquid. Smooth for Jonathan Jablanowski, man. Elige, 1.72 rating. Dominated Nouns, had OC and Nav riding his coattails right behind it. Yakinder's making space. Nitro's doing what he does. The formula is all there. No stress, no sweat. A weird map choice, some would argue. But if you get that level of individual play, the map don't matter.
Yeah. It's clear that we look at some of the score lines in that first map, and it wouldn't have been nearly as dominant if not for Elige. You pointed out with Yakinder, it's not like he had a hyper carry. Napli was down inside of the halls. Here he is again, coming in from the sky. CJ takes care of him, though.
Okay.
The king.
A little crazy with it. On the plus side, at least he landed on his head. If that did damage, it would have helped.
Yeah.
And maybe it should do damage in Source too, huh? Did you ever think about that, Valve? Goomba stomping.
That's a thought.
Nouns will win pistol.
I know why you're thinking about that.
Win condition was
danger zone.
Maybe if they start well, let's. Hold on, I'm trying to. No, I won't do Pimp. He's had enough today. If they can just start well on the CT side, then maybe. No, it was actually if they start well on the CT side, then we'll have to see how Liquid need to adapt.
I think Elige definitely tried to have fun with that one, but CJ handled it. Handled business right there. So, Liquid, no investment. No bomb plant, no investment. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see if these MP9s can eat.
What do you think CJ stands for?
His name?
Yes, his name. Christopher Jones.
Christopher Jones. He's on the case.
On the case. Looking to crack that case like he will these heads. All of Liquid, essentially, grouping up outdoors. Elige a little bit further back. But nobody's seeing this.
Imagine. There's no rotation. They're actually playing. Oh, there's no ramp player. They're pushing for trophy control. So, like, the bomb could actually get planted, which is...
They call it secret for a reason.
They're calling this out completely that no one's moved, right? So, normally... the trap wire is the guy outside to tell your ramp guy to go down. But right now, it looks like the plant's coming in. And they're going to get into optimal post-plant positions here with no utility, no upgraded pistol. They're walking up.
No armor, man. They have one P250.
Yeah, but time is on their side. Time's bleeding down. They haven't found a lead yet.
P250.
Elige almost gets a kill.
One P250 is not enough.
The bomb is almost halfway ticked, Connor.
There's 2 kits on the play. Cynic is dead to a Glock. Marky's going to try and keep it quick. B-Will's traded out by Nitro. Nitro gets a second. And now he's got that upgrade into the MP9. Bomb is planted back sight, though. CJ doesn't have that hit. If he kills Marky, he can run, sprint, and clear CJ off this bomb. But luckily, CJ on top.
Oh my God.
Easy.
Ooh.
Easy retake.
So the one catch-all position there outside that spot, I call it Elige. So that's going to be tough. But playing in the back of Big Garage, you stop anybody from wrapping on top of Mini, crapping to outside through Hell, and you hear everything in secret. But if they walk the entire way, they don't shoot on the cross, and there's no one spotting from heaven, then that can happen. So it comes close. It would have been a tragic way to go out, but Nouns survive it. It's costly, but they also invested a lot in MP9, so Op comes into play here for Cynic. Marky and Carson both have MP9s, but good guns on either side of those. And this time, Cynic will have eyes on the cross.
Eyes on it, but still passive. Also nothing for him to shoot at just yet. Liquid back in their spawn. Wall of smokes out with Yakinder behind it. That'll keep the garage eyes preoccupied. And you think, coupled with how the last round went, that wall of smoke is going to look real daunting.
CJ got
but
flashed through.
Yeah, aggression, love it. CJ goes, checks it out, gets his kill, and finds out that the rest of it's clear, so he can turn attention back. Nate actually sailed past 2 of those T's already out through Squeaky, but blocked off vision-wise. Now we're getting frantic. Nouns just taking the fight here to Liquid inside lobby. All of them basically dead already, but they're still fighting with such little HP. And Cynic shuts down Nitro towards that ramp. We get to a point where Team Liquid just panic and want to get out, and they fall into the AWP, but they still will get downstairs where Marky awaits them. Remember, low health, so easy cleanup for him. Nouns with the 3-0 start.
That's well handled. That was such like a 2020 play where they flash the outside cross with one player, and the idea is if you see a lot on the cross, even if you die, you can take over lobby control real fast. Teams stop doing that just because this day and age you can't just like afford to give someone away for information. But it was a really viable play right there, especially when they saw there was only one lurker. And not only that, but they got the kill. So they've been very quick about responding to plays like that with a flash assist, not flashing for themselves ever, and that one pays off the dividend. So, okay, they turn it back upstairs. The hold is good, and even though it looks like they could get lower after that, I mean, it's with no HP.
Kinder back to something faster. Nice shot. Very clean through the box.
They might not have info on your Kinder. CJ playing in the back of the site, and they could cancel and go back upstairs. There's not enough info to make like a perfect read on this for the CT side. I think it'd be hard to figure out that CJ's committed lower here. But we'll see what... Oh, they're just not thinking about the vent right now.
They're thinking that the timing still says secret. Oh, Yakinder picks up the headshot. Carson from up and above gets traded out with just one.
Yeah.
So you get a kill downstairs. You get the heaven frag. B-Wills knows his back is now compromised. An audible on the ladder. CT's push forward.
I think Yakinder can just go...
Back ramp to B?
Well, yeah, he is. Any other option? So they still haven't found Cynic here. Just getting a little crazy in terms of keeping an inventory. Lots of pressure on Cynic. He's out in the open, but hoping they come ramp. And no one's coming decon for the moment, so we'll see.
He's looking at that decon door like it's the death of him, and it very well could be. It's actually doubles that swings open. He looks the wrong way. Cynic now dead back sight. That A1S in the hands of Yakinder, just trying to keep the CTs back a bit. And Marky, knowing that he's out there on the bomb site with his 2 teammates. But again, lesser health. OC, though, just grabbed an AWP off that dead body. So now he's got that locked in, holding towards decon. Double doors opened once more. Naf will play contact, just risking that the Tech-9 dies first. Weapons will still be set up in this very difficult crossfire. He tries to go for the kill back site, but the guns work out wonderfully, and Liquid's Tech-9s trail down to the B site for their first round win.
Really good mid-round situation where everything got so crazy, but they found the ramp entrance even though the shot came through. They forced Cynic to go downstairs. CJ was already waiting down here, and even though Yakinder didn't find anything, he also didn't open any doors, break any glass, or alarm anybody. So the fact that they're able to get lower control with either one player or all their players without that guy dying or being spotted is a huge problem. I feel like right away I would start thinking about now starting secret just in case for future rounds. It's a perfectly good spot to be to stop outside, and you have peace of mind knowing that that's one place they couldn't sneak off to off wall smokes.
Quickly, that house of cards has crumbled. Nouns with USPs. A Zeus on Marky. That's the only thing that could get interesting. It's Carson in the vent. Lee's not sure who to shoot at.
Aim labs right there.
Yep. But all is good. They'll trade him out. Naf joins the party downstairs. A party of 4. Nouns keeping some distance between them and this site.
So again, a couple of things. They're always going to remember that Liquid could hit upstairs really hard, so they don't want to necessarily overstack outside. But if they play a single guy secret, they could deal with that lurk that seems to come out very consistently, and then keep the same amount of people out upstairs and keep the same level of pressure or presence inside of the ramp. It's definitely a great idea, potentially. Of course, that does mean now that top silo can be taken over, mini drops can occur, and wraps towards heaven are also an option for Liquid, which haven't seen them use it just yet. So we'll see how the mind games go in this next round. But Nouns, based on what we've seen, this is going to be something that's on their mind.
Nitro here's the last one running in, and all is good. The cleanest of conversions from Liquid.
Also, the other option is the double rifle setup outside, or the red peak with the op to just see if they're defaulting at all in that position. The other good part about starting secret, if you're dropping the vents, is if they try to do a squeaky play to get someone in vents early, you beat them to that too. So yeah, this setup at least responds to what they've seen. They've got some outside pressure now. Op's in a pretty good spot. And I think for Liquid, they're expecting a response too. So we'll see how they read this. Oh, that's quick.
Damn. But also fast answer.
Yeah.
Cynic makes sure to capitalize.
And now there's pressure on Cynic mentally to be like, okay, took a shot outside. They know he's not ramped for the moment. You know, where does he need to be? Does he want to stick around in this position, or does he want to try to move?
Full fallback from Liquid. Finding space for free, right? No resistance on the squeaky walkout. Eyes up on heaven. Smoke to bother Cynic. Nitro able to come through and kill him quick. B-Wills then has to turn back, and he just can't maintain all that, while Marky up in heaven gets nothing. They just walked out squeaky, crossed across the floor. Poor Carson left in a 1 versus 3 that just seems unwinnable at this point. Util goes down mini, it's smoked off.
That was really great. I mean, from Liquid's perspective, so they go 1 for 1 on the trades. The CT side, you say they'd be happy to know that there's no one outside, or at least got the 1 kill to defend against what their problem was previously. But then Liquid throw the wall smokes, calling out the fact that the op was not in secret, had probably rotated towards heaven side, and then they bring that fear and suspicion back into play that they could go for something lower. And so they're a little bit lighter upstairs, and Liquid go with the squeaky walkout. Once again, you know, avoiding the op or taking really good fights towards heaven, potentially if they want to go in that direction. Ooh, oh, not bad from Carson here. It's the last man standing.
Let's see this shot.
But they just put the maximum amount of pressure on the rotations.
Cynic making the best of a bad situation. That's that flick shot through the box on ramp, that flick onto Yakinder.
Yeah, he's playing well.
You know, in the context of this match, we can't sit here and put him on too much of a pedestal. But if you just showed me that clip, I'd say nice.
I wonder what a cynical man would say.
Meh. No contest for Nitro. Easy cross. Usually this has been Yakinder, but oh, the flash was just a little early, but still not a problem.
Yeah.
Nitro heads up, wins the duel. He's 10 and 5. It's actually top fragging here for Liquid. Love that. But audio cue. Let Cynic jump him from behind. No teammates there to save him, but unfortunately, of course, for Nouns, it is just USPs. Even with a Liege taking a dent to the side of the head, all is good. Cynic gets that AK up from vent. They'll wait for the mini smoke to fade, and then they'll walk back into this A site with heaven control to give Liquid their 4th. Unless by clearing lobby, AK doubles back.
And it's primed to actually at least get a good fight to start things off with this AK in hand. He's definitely drooling a bit right now. Let's see if he can swing on this.
Yeah, timing's perfect. They deal with the hut player. He catches Naf, looking towards that other engagement. Damage you can see on 2 of the remaining 3, but another easy round in the end for Liquid.
So everything's been working pretty well. And again, they're sort of dangling this idea that, like, well, one day it could be a ramp rush. One day it could be an upstairs hit. They still have these 2 big plays, explosive plays, that could come through at any time. You almost never get through an entire half without that taking place. But when it's going to be, that's a big question. And here, they're actually anticipating it might be. So Cynic starts upstairs. They stop Elise from getting out the vent. Oh, but the answer back is so good. That's pretty great, man. Cynic got a OC down. They smoked out Hut, even with all that chaos happening. And they were correct. Liquid wanted upstairs. Now, this is a map that Liquid have been workshopping for the better part of this year so far. And it's not always worked out in their favor.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of matchup that would naturally try to bring it in.
This is the map they had to bring in when they said they wanted to play for the 7-map pool, right? And then at Pro League, we had that interview with Elige on the desk saying, no, we were just kidding about that. That was just a meme, guys. We never actually wanted a 7-map pool. But then here we are a week later, and we're playing the 7th map again.
You never trust what a player says on a broadcast.
like, John, Elige, you're giving me trust issues, my friend.
Yeah.
But he otherwise seems like a really trustworthy guy.
Yeah, there is a gap there to spot, but no one is looking in that direction, and Liquid don't know there is a gap, so they can play with some confidence here. Oh, it's like the Fury alert. The 2 players inside a mini. No one top Hut, but they are playing Fur at the moment. CJ up above.
Oh, commits. Lovely double on the spray. Nitro with 2. Oh! Hold on, 5 seconds, get the kill. Nah, Marky shuts him down backside. Wonder if he comes around that corner without his knife out, but also just killed 2 players inside it, so why would Marky be there?
Yeah, well done from CJ. Nice transfer there, playing in his position, and they had a player advantage all throughout that. So what can you say? They're doing pretty good.
Smooth commitment to the long spray. Liquid, lucky enough, still have money to work with, but you can see how hard they're trying to figure out these rounds.
They are, man. I mean,
unlike Inferno, Nouns are making Liquid work for this. And we're tied up 4-all, so break that T-side economy, and we can really start talking.
There he is. Last time Elige got down to 1 HP, got 3 kills. Just gonna throw it out there.
All of those drops made me flinch. Just in case. Don't die to gravity now. You're allowed 1 suicide per series, not 2. Kinder, nade out. Cynic just goes, oh, what?
Wow. He just gave it a shot. Why not, I guess.
Oh, Naf.
It's a tough way to go, but an important player to kill.
OC's ahead of the smokes, though. The others are towards Secret, but he's in garage. Tried to give CJ a little chase.
So we kind of understood from both sides, but now we kind of turn attention back to the clock, right? 35 seconds. The CTs, they get 1 more. Now they're in a golden spot. Getting back up into heaven. Things are only going to get harder from here. Oh, but CJ wants a little more. He doesn't realize OC has just taken the liberty of walking forward.
But it has to be OC and Nitro. Now make it only Nitro because of Elige's whole 1 HP situation. They can try and go for the last second B-site scramble. Carson very comfortably up above site. You'd think he'd have this every day of the week. He's waiting for his chance to strike them down. Elige comes out. Nitro finishes the job and then goes for the bomb plant. Elige, like you said, 3 kills with 1 health last time. He is still alive and fighting. He has confirmed a CT towards the ramp, but the door swing from Marky's the end of Elige. Nitro to the 1v2. He's got the health to pull this off. Position known. toyed with by Marky, though. Swinging those doors playfully. It is Nouns to come out with their 5th.
There was a fight there. If Nitro got it, he knows. It's a very favorable 1v1 to be backside, knowing they're coming through the ramp. Of course, you can see it in his mind's eyes, had a great game so far, but so is Marky now. He's up with 3 kills in that round and 11-4 here. This is the tester shot. Wow, it was 1 bullet. My God. That's timing.com.
One bullet. I have heard that sloths do digest their food efficiently. 1 bullet gobbles them up. Now Liquid, broken money. They will clear. CJ off the top. Marky through smoke, though, denies any squeaky push. They've got one stuck inside smoke, and Marky awaits the crossover with support up in heaven. Nade's fantastic for damage. B-Wills will get the assist with it. Desert Eagle off the mark here from OC, now sitting on 11 HP. But holy hell, Carson popped. 2 kills already. Another couple to somehow rob away. He's got the time to make things weird if he wants it. Swings and dies to Cynic, however. Nouns lead by 2.
Oh, he actually hit him. Or is that from hitting the ground? Okay, it must have been. Okay. Another good one from Cynic. Another good upper hold. Love that Marky just like unloaded the entire mag into Squeaky. Locking that down, almost suppressing fire. Anyone coming through that doorway is going to get hit. Trusted his teammates to deal with the rest. Got his kill. And then stayed patient enough with the last few remaining bullets to make sure to get one more. Things could have absolutely got turned on their heads if not for that. So Nouns lead here so far in this half. They've won a significant amount of rifle rounds here. They've looked pretty solid. Just keep the party going.
Get in your reps. At the very least, make Liquid work for every single one of these T round wins. A little off, but Cynic's there to trade.
They actually got a collat, I think.
Oh, yeah. That's what took Elish down.
It's been great rifle support around him in these positions. If it's the rifle to not get a kill, he always gets the immediate trade. We'll be left guessing a little bit. The assistant Yukinder getting lower, but they are moving a little slow on time. However, 35 seconds, if they can hit ramp now, they'd be in a good spot. But a late smoke will stop them from getting here. And that's when we see the map has been quiet for different parts of this round. They haven't done a perfect job of course, getting the utility out. However, there's a timing here for Yukinder inside of the vent. Cynic doesn't know where he's walked by. Thing is, how are they going to find him?
And they just passed each other as well.
They're going to drop in a Cynic?
Yep. Oh, but with an off. What's he going to do? Can't stop OC. Marky off top hut will kill Nap. Yukinder needs to cover this bomb plant. He's got the fight. He gets dinked and Carson wins it. OC's hands busy. He does get the bomb down, however, so round's live, but Elish is nowhere to be found. So they're just going to stick this one with no contest. And Nouns, that's 7.
Yeah, there's moments here where they're struggling to just get these trades, of course, right? Nap flies 3 and 10. One of his kills was beautiful, but that's 1 of 3. That's the kind of trade you expect Yukinder to grab, you know, inside of the ramp. Did a good job of getting to the position that he was in. But the round starts off this way. Getting Elish down low early, getting that first kill in the trade. And I think the lull in that round where there were no ideas coming in on how to draw out more utility meant that the ramp guy did such a great job holding on to his smoke for as long as he did. 35 seconds, throwing that down, interrupting the exact game plan Liquid want. You know, it's a good read on the situation.
Damn. Half of Yukinder burned off and nothing gained. We got Cynic down here. 2 back-to-back impactful maps from Cynic. Marky now, of course, overtaking him here on Nuke. Ooh.
Wow, he's a little mad.
Yukinder only needs half health. Straight up headshot. Cynic drawn to the Call of Duty.
Yeah, they don't molly off the spot. He actually has a chance to grab a frag.
Heads that.
Wow, he hits
Those
that against
little
the
micro
wave.
shots are really clean from Cynic. He gets Yukinder over towards the other side. Damage done to Nitro could end up being important as this round goes on. Elige is going to separate himself from the pack as they go down secret to commit to this B bomb site.
Yeah.
Carson looking for this. What?
Okay. Smoke just finished, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Looked a little crazy. So that one's about, I guess, Yukinder getting this first kill, meaning they feel comfortable attacking the site. And then Cynic had the, I mean, it was cool that he got damage off. If he took, obviously, a little bit of a deeper angle, it's not just a cool wall bang. He actually gets the frag, and then he keeps control side. That makes things really interesting. There's definitely moments here where Liquid obviously don't look perfect. And Nouns has been really great on the trades, comfortable on all these different angles.
But Liquid break through that dry spell. So it doesn't go on long enough for Nouns to catch fire, but see if they can keep Liquid a measly 5 rounds.
Now, these defaults are all about as much tension as you can possibly muster up without breaking that tension unless you have a chance for a really good chance at a 5v4. And I think Liquid have shown, like, you know, really sensible ideas, taking over Secret, doing things a little bit more slowly. We'll hear something a little bit more fast-paced. But it'll send OC back so they don't expose anybody. Damn, Nouns actually out of money. B-Will's the only rifle. Cynic with a pistol up front.
And a scout that lands. Carson makes the most of that. Nap, okay. Good to see you. Couple more kills here and a swap into the op. As many kills in this round as the rest of the game for Napfly. Yukinder activates outdoors to confirm the last CT's position. Marky's gonna get a duel that he can't find damage within, but a chance to reaggress towards heaven.
Marky 15-5. Gearing up for the 1v3 attempt.
Gets tagged up, doesn't do any damage to the vent player, and falls right there. Liquid 3 alive, bottoming out the bank accounts. It's looking good to recover this T side, get it back to where they want to be in control.
Yeah.
You know, the round count will still say, like, yeah, well, CT side new. Nouns got 7. Easy enough, but I feel still like the nature of some of these Liquid rounds, like, they're sweating. They're thinking, they're working.
Oh, they're for sure sweating. I think Nouns have been the better team this half so far.
Oh.
You know, rounds aside, I guess also they had the pistol, so that can inflate it a bit, but the way Cynic's playing, the way Marky's playing at the moment.
Here we go, fast squeaky play. Now we're back to the brave and the bold and the mostly beautiful. CJ, okay, WSP backsite. Now he's got an AK, but OC is gonna get him back with those vanilla pistols. Glock bests him. And Carson left to make magic happen, but burned out, and OC comes at him with the op, so all tied up here. And again, 7 each, but 3 of them at the start of the half because Nouns win pistol.
One final bite, I think we're looking for a dignified finish here from both teams. If it's going to be a default from Liquid, like, is it going to be one where they actually trick a rotation, get the 5v4 themselves, and have, like, a crushing split on a site? Because we really haven't seen that. We've seen them able to get certain elements of the map, like taking over Secret, getting into lower sometimes. But outside of that, I mean, they haven't been making Nouns make hasty rotations downstairs and then catching them as they're dropping into the vents. They're not catching the ramp guy off almost ever.
Good nade and a close red player. We've seen CJ flash through these smokes. This time he's just awaiting them from the get-go. One M4 down, leaves Cynic on a deagle. Nitro just finds the headshot through smoke. So Liquid could follow through downstairs, but they're gonna just linger here for a moment. Allows OC to clip Cynic's wings. If only he had an op to fight back with, we get another heads-up duel. But instead, 2v4 needed here for Nouns, or they'll lose that lead that they fought so valiantly for.
After the scrappy yard take, it's going to be a plant inside the lower side of round 15. The establishing nades coming down at 2 CTs with no reason to save, but very low odds of winning.
One confirmed, the other inbound. He's looking to lock this one in here. He's kind of cooled off since map 1, but still all's good. OC towards the top alongside Nitro. The lead is indeed gone here for Nouns, as they will have to take over to the T side of Nuke. Liquid's map pick made them work much harder than that of Inferno. Now there's a chance here for Liquid to just make that first half be nothing but a bygone memory. If they just blow out on their CT side, if Nouns can't even get a bomb plant, then all of a sudden this, much like Inferno, will be such a lopsided affair that we'll say, good. Team Liquid keep a gap, a clear, distinct skill gap between them and the challengers of Nouns. That is what a lot of people wanted from this series. That's what we got on Inferno. And it's what these Berettas could give us. Elige just tears them flesh from bone. 4 kills on Berettas. See ya in Monterey.
No kidding.
7 rounds from elimination are Nouns.
The hut is closed. First shot was nice. Almost as nice as the last one. God damn.
I feel like I'm just watching like a Left 4 Dead gameplay.
Yeah, it's the zombie attack. Yeah. Wow. Well, that really sets the mood, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Unleash with a, you know, is that a negative score line? No, just 9-9 before that round started. But Nafla and Yakinder, they got to get warmer than this. They want to take down this bracket, right?
Right, yeah. And I feel like on Inferno, it's kind of like, well, Naf, like we saw him get like flash in apartments. I felt like he got counterplayed pretty frequently.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, that's why it's just sort of, you know, subpar, nothing special. Didn't really need it in that score line. I kind of sensed the Yakinder one as well, but
yeah.
But also at the same time, there was validity there. Elige was right behind him getting all these multi-kills. There just weren't kills for Yakinder. Now, I'm waiting. It's that LA jet lag. It'll get you. Or maybe he's going to feast here on the easy ones. A couple Tech-9 kills come through for Nouns, but barring that, it's nothing more. Hello, family.
Oh, we have little Nitro in the background.
Got that flow going.
Well, yeah, I mean, CT side. So it was interesting, though, because like it doesn't really inspire confidence to see that Liquid T-side nuke, right, versus Nouns.
Yeah.
Nouns just keeping up. It's just like a bad sign if they're going to take it over to international waters, try to play against the likes of, like, you know, who knows what teams, Navi, Vitality, and things like that. It's just not going to make sense. So they still got some building to do. And I'm sure they put a lot of work into nuke, but, you know, they went on CT side. I wouldn't be surprised, but it doesn't really feel like that's going to be enough already at this point for them to feel good about nuke in general. Nice shot, nice reaction from Cynic. He's the only one with a gun here on the side of Nouns. And now it'll be handed over to CJ.
All getting swept away, though. AK not going to be able to get grabbed. Sat right there in the open. Lots of prying eyes from Liquid upon it. Naf looking for some more one-tap headshots. Ugh. But all is good. Cleaned up. Barring that one AK kill, there's nothing else here for Nouns.
I'd love to hear what they have to say about it. You know, would they have, would they be crediting Nouns for how difficult they made the map, how small they made the map feel on their CT side, or would they say that it's the fault of their own? Their protocols didn't go right. They weren't shooting as well as they thought they should have. Definitely saw that, like, they were getting outgunned on some of the 60-40, 50-50 fights. But from Liquid's perspective, it's a question for me. Either way, the pistol takes an edge off. 11-7, 5 to close, and this rifle for Nouns is pretty much a full buy, but B Wills is obviously just down to this Tech-9. Now he can go back and grab that gun. Cancel the plant, I think, here.
It's looking like a squeaky wallbang kill right there. Yep, sure enough. Yakinder from Mini. Opens up versus Marky. Top fragger of Nouns' first half. Gonna have to watch this first gun round from the sidelines.
I think Marky was actually 15-5 there for a second.
I think you're correct.
Yeah, he was crying.
Oh.
See if he gets the Monterey buff next week.
Yeah, playing in his own country. Cool.
If I was in Canada, I'd top frag every game.
Yeah, you've literally played in Canada.
Yeah.
And
I won a LAN.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who carried you?
Who carried me?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Poor B-Wills has to burn the smoke. That just puts Yakinder on high alert. He's going to go ahead and get 2 more. All 3 so far in this round, just victims of Yakinder. And this is what I'm talking about. You get to that CT side, you know, again, uninspiring T-half. Not quite ready for international competition. But if you can swap to defense and not even give him a bomb plant, all right.
Yeah, it's just one of those sort of enough to get over the line, but that T-side's still something to think about, so.
It's like you could have picked another map and maybe just blown them out like Inferno.
for teams like Liquid, like a lot of officials are practice.
Sure.
So
yeah.
It makes sense. And they might not really want to play Nuke, but they at least want other teams to be afraid of them. So it opens up their veto. Gives you a lot of strength. Vetoes have always been a problem for Liquid, you know, and they're fighting against Astralis and, you know, not being able to keep up on some of the core maps, or like always dropping a map in very important series because they just don't have that even strength across the board on teams like what like FaZe have with Kerrigan or some of the other rosters. It's always been an issue for Liquid, so it makes sense that this is the current approach in 2023 CS.
Kinder just dominating Squeaky at the moment. Nitro's going to keep racking up the easy ones. He's down 23 and 11. Cynic tries to bounce back, but Nitro grabs a third. Liquid on fire. And maybe Guns in the next. If they don't lose Marky in the opening 10 seconds and then another couple kills from Yakinder's Squeaky spray, maybe we can have a conversation. But I think they need to get into those mid rounds without casualties first.
Yeah, he's definitely liking this side of Squeaky. He's like the perfect player, I think, to play this position. Makes a lot of sense. He's got good chairs.
Hey, Sempus doesn't have to wear sunglasses by the looks of it anymore. Or maybe it's not too bright in that room.
Yeah,
that's right.
Eye sensitivity.
The floodlights at Stockholm. Ooh, there it is. But brought back immediately here from OC Outdoors.
Oat milk is definitely in fashion right now.
That's true, man. Yeah, give me that oat milk cortado. Marky, again, not dead in the first 10 seconds, but Cynic's not the only Opper able on the flick. Ooh! He didn't even hit that shot. And there comes the flank from Nav. Killer Instinct on the flank. The push through Trophy pays off. Yakinder waiting for his chance to shine, but B-Wills denies that one. We've got a post plant here for Nouns. The bomb is down for the first time in this second half. Now it's a matter of hanging on, getting at least one round to this T side. Starting the attempt on the offense. Carson tracks the drop. Naf finishes him through the smoke. Fresh mag, Molly deep, could be close. Naf sensing it! Shuts him down with 10 HP. It's all he needs to make the difference. Liquid, 14 round wins.
The Molly, he got ahead of the Molly, but the Molly also covered the drop. And B-Wills didn't hear him on the floor, exposed his body a bit, and had a real big advantage after it came out, but couldn't complete it. Nice shots from OC, at least 2 of them. That one's not easy, but well, about time we got a map round, wasn't it?
A NAF round that does hinge on just kind of blind firing down in that smoke.
You know, that crazy Canadian spray.
It's really shown us both sides of the spectrum. One taps through smokes, now wilds. Excuse me, hiccups, wild spray. So step 1, bomb plant. Step 2, round win. Finger. But then Naf's right here as well. CJ runs around the corner, no teammate behind him, so immediate 4v4, just like last round. They get the opening pick, but then it's gone in an instant.
Let's see what the rotation looks like. Of course, upstairs weaker now for the moment as they double down downstairs. Or actually, no, it looks like OC's still holding Turnpike. Doesn't have ramp control just yet. So Nafly, he's got to fight for his own life here. They're not mollying the steps. Give him a chance to get in. The spray is not good. Cynic will punish.
Marky's still lurking upstairs, waiting to just punish that vent rotate.
This one makes it hard to justify going for, honestly, but they have the right idea finding the lurk. They get Marky down.
Yo, Nitro sharp.
Yeah, very much. 25 and 12. They're holding back, seeing if the CTs go, or the Ts go for any other map control. Lee's just doing a lap outside. I don't think he has any plans of going for this now.
Just clear the board of the Nouns players, and then when you win your next round, they're bottomed out.
So that one, there's a little bit of a gap in the protocols. Like, they didn't have the molly down to control steps while they were clearing out the vent. So they're looking for that angle. And so Naf had an opportunity to actually frag out because of it, but simply missed.
It's easier when you shoot them.
Yeah.
Definitely had more than one chance there. That has been somewhat of a criticism.
I thought that Xemphis was going to be eating in like all 4 halves today, these 2 maps.
Not just Inferno. Bolt phase complete. So there it is. Takes them a little while. Game no longer close by the time they pick up that first round, but listen, opening kill versus Ykinder.
He's killable.
That's 3 5 versus 4s in a row. Looking to close it twice now, but a lineup for Elige. And then the heaven fight out from Naf. Finishes B-Wheels, gets another. CJ's down. 3 kills from Naf. No scope needed.
Okay.
Just flies out from heaven to give Liquid another.
Oh, he's back. He's back. He made that look good. At what point would you have scoped?
From the get-go.
From the get-go.
From CT spawn.
Right here?
Right here.
Right here, yeah. Right there makes perfect sense. Yeah. He's got good eyes.
That's 15.
Well, those 2 upper entries. That was supposed to be damning. That was a great setup for Nouns.
I think those dual Berettas still set the whole tone of this second half.
True. He used to be running around.
Yeet. Oh, Opper's ahead of that smoke.
Yes, he is. Cynic, what can he do with this?
Oh, that.
Great shot, man. Oh, but look who's here.
His counterpart in OC. Ooh, 2 from OC. Going tit for tat with Cynic's setup. Turns it around. OC snapping into B-Wheels for the 3rd. We said that OC wanted to show why he dominated NA before getting picked up by Liquid. And if that bullet had landed, what a highlight clip to finish off Nuke. But this one's not quite done yet. Carson picked up a simultaneous kill. Bombs being planted down towards that B site. And he's going to have to close with a clutch to keep Nouns in this hope of running it versus Liquid in the showdown. North American RMR around the corner. A showdown hope to upset one of 2 favorites at this event. And now Carson waits for his contact. Heard some movement, picks up the kill, and with 71 health, he could do this. Elige has got the utility to block off his vision, taps the bomb 1 time. Carson starts to fire back, feels the need to push. Elige, cold as ice, but he's got the frag. Does he have the time? Jumps back on it, all good. Liquid, eliminate Nouns from the Blast Showdown. A valiant attempt in that first half on Nuke. Marked improvement after the bomb that was Inferno. But at the end of the day, a CT side on Nuke, a 4K with Berettas in the pistol. It's an easy cleanup for Liquid to start their showdown run.
And now we have it. Liquid get it done as they were supposed to, as we had predicted. But Nouns, they put up some sort of a fight with that, you know. First half was a bit competitive at least, but it was Liquid start on the T side.
It was a day in the office.
Yeah.
For Liquid. And sometimes this is just how the cookie crumbles in these types of competition. They come in as a favorite, that of Liquid, and they play exactly how they have to. I don't think they got ahead of themselves. I don't think they underestimated their opponents. They played the rounds relatively correctly, and just overall across the board much stronger than their opponents.
I agree. I think that was a good showing for Team Liquid. They got it done. Exactly what we wanted them to do was to win the game in a convincing fashion, something that some of their European counterparts have failed to do in this tournament so far. So for my money, that's a positive. And then for Nouns, of course, we hope that they could put up a fight. We hope they could be competitive, but we also got to see that it's a completely different ballpark then right now. They're not competing against Team Liquid. They're competing domestically against Tier 2, Tier 3 American American teams, and that's where they have to focus for the AMA as well, not the likes like Team Liquid.
Nitro's having a bit of fun though, for sure. He was enjoying himself.
He's had a good moment, but I just wanted to quickly touch on Nouns, because you're right, Jacob. So a couple of these individuals here have had a decent series. Cynic, for one, on both maps, games. Actually held up his end of the bargain absolutely easily. And sure, you look at the depth of the game and then the protocols that they have, they're a little bit outmatched. They're not refined enough. It's really hard for them to outmaneuver Liquid and put them in the back position. They can't do that, but a couple of these players could definitely go toe-to-toe and they could fight them, so just maybe there's something for the future here.
Anything you're thinking of?
Sorry?
Anything you're thinking of?
I mean, I like Cynic.
So you're saying you want to kick OC for Cynic?
What is your obsession with kicking OC right now? Just that the man just had a pretty good map on you. Can we just let him have it? Let him have it right now.
He's still the king offer in this sense, right? He definitely did pretty damn good at it. But I do want to just touch on Nitro, because obviously you guys can give him a hard time on his individual level and what he can show across this. To get this level back and show he's still able to be at the top of the scoreboard when it comes to his own NA counterparts.
Of course, it's good for Nitro to have a great individual map. It's not happening often anymore, let's be honest. Whenever he's playing against Tier 1 European Counter-Strike teams, he's often at the bottom of the scoreboard. So for him to have one of these games, again, you can farm some confidence. You can tell yourself that, yes, I still got it. But that was my whole point coming into the second, that we don't really learn anything from that. It's not like Nitro is going to play better based on this map. He got the job done. Liquid got the job done. Same for OC as well. We said that we can't really conclude anything in regards to him. All the Liquid players got what they had to do. That was getting the win, move on, and that's it.
Nitro looked like he played relaxed. Like he didn't have to ask himself so many questions. But it is such specific to this matchup right here, because whenever we put Liquid against a top elite competition, then of course he has a much heavier job and his shoulders are under much more pressure, trying to figure out mid-round calls, understanding what the hell is going on, listening to Yekindar, coming up with a game plan. In a game like this, he knows that the rest of the team will do what they have to do, a little bit less focus on the calling, probably running around, having a good time, and this is when you can express your skill a bit more.
Well, let's hear what Nitro has to say, because he was able to talk to Heku.
Nitro, congratulations. Your first win here in the Blast Showdown. We can't expect it for you to win against Nouns, but we did not expect the nuke, because it used to be your perma ban, then you stopped banning it, and now you are picking it. Do you feel like incredibly comfortable now with nuke?
Yeah, I mean, we've been putting a lot of time into it. It's one of the maps that we wanted to get good on, because looking at the top tier teams and the scene right now, a lot of teams are really good on nuke. So there's a lot of just like footage and stuff and strats that we can look at and, change it up. And obviously it's good to have a fresh feel since we haven't played nuke in the last couple of years. I haven't played since 2019, so it was really fun to come back to the map. I really like the map now. So yeah, I think overall it's just a really good kind of like breath of fresh air coming into it. And obviously we played nuke back then, but Astralis was always like a better team on it than us. So I think we're like the second best nuke team in 2019, right behind Astralis. So we knew that we could play the map, and it was just a matter of time before we start, finding our footing on it.
And by winning today, it means that your next opponent is going to be Pain. You actually played against them recently, and the results that you got there were probably not the ones that you expected. Did you learn anything from that series that will help you in the upcoming one?
Yeah, I mean, when you're losing against a team, obviously it's better to play them again. I mean, the match that whenever we played against them wasn't that good from us, especially me. I had a really bad day, so I take a lot of blame that day. So I'm gonna rewatch the games for the next time we play them in 2 days and to figure out like what went wrong. And obviously we already reviewed the game and talked about our mistakes, but I feel like for me personally, I don't know why I played really bad against them, but I plan on obviously playing a lot better. So I need to figure out my own side of things. But in terms of the team aspect, I think we don't really play them too much in practice because we're playing a lot of European practice. So maybe I got to just study them a bit more and figure out maybe just a better game plan against them. And I mean, they're a really good team, and they've shown that they have a lot of potential, and I expect a good game versus them.
I'm sure you're really motivated to get revenge, but we have people watching the broadcast on different streaming platforms, and one of them is Blast TV, where the viewers can actually vote for a question for our players, and the people of Blast TV voted for this question. Nitro, would you rather go 13-0 and lose or 0-30 and win?
13-0, like KD?
Yes.
I mean, 0-30 and win, duh.
Yeah, that is like the true IGL answer because it's always matters like only if you win, correct?
Yeah, that's all. That's the only thing that matters at the end of the day.
All right. I'm sure that the chat is pretty happy to get that response. Nitro, thank you very much. And one more time, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Always good to hear from Nitro, but all eyes on that next matchup because it is the rematch. It is the important one. It is where they're supposed to show us why they are one of the best.
You're absolutely correct, but more importantly, Jacob, 0-30 and you win the game, or 30-0 and you lose the game?
30-0 and I lose the game.
At least he's being honest about it. I respect that. You know, you're a streamer. That's fair. You know, you gotta entertain.
I live with my 30 bumps. You know, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, he has a calculator for this,
I have a counter for that.
Yeah, yeah, there he does. We'll take a look at the bracket and see what's moving on forward with this, because when we're looking at the Americas, right, this is the region where we're looking at Liquid, we're looking at Furia, and for me, I would say that, okay, Furia potentially being the favorites with the current form, but if Liquid can get past this pain situation...
To hell with it. I'll already put Furia in that semi-final spot. Obviously.
Yeah.
I do believe that the Complexity Imperial is going to deliver, if not high quality, at least tens and close CS, because anytime these two teams clash, it goes to hell. It's always tight.
But can any of them challenge Furia?
Honestly, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the domestic matchup of Imperial Furia online. Who knows where the hell this can go? And Complexity on a good day have had a couple of very serious results. Katowice was far from being ridiculous from them, and I don't think Furia is untouchable. So the bottom part of the graphic that we just had, I don't think is set.
It's not as clear as what we see over in EU, but let's take a look at our unicorn predictions and see how well people did. Now, there's going to be some big smiles on the faces of these noun pickers in there. Anders Madness, Maui pretending he's an analyst or a commentator, and Scrawny, well, he's pretty smart.
Yeah, well, they caught up with us now with the 9 pick. The 9 pick over Fnatic. That was really bridging the gap here, I see. 5 points, 4 points. It's all right. We're all pretty much close right now.
Early days.
Except for Londers. We need to point out Londers.
we do need to point out
points, yeah.
Londers.
That's rough.
Londers loves living in the upside down, but do you know what I love doing? Looking at our CS Money play of the day and seeing who is in the runnings for this. Which plays did we get this time around, boys? Let's have a look.
I'm gonna have a little bit of suspense. Everybody's waiting. And we have our good old friend of Kaze with the AWP on Ancient. And that is a beautiful no-scope reflex. Turning around the side. Quick scope. Just for points. Should have had the last.
Just for points.
Surprise of the day. Kyla and 9 getting a win against Fnatic, and this nice little run boost coming in, and he's actually making it work, doing a nice and dirty double entry right here. That is still style points 101 right there. Getting a triple kill as well. Well done by Kyla.
I believe I can fly. And Minio now. Final choice out of the 9 as well. With the M4. Well, that is going to be the 1v4. Oh no, this is the round I broke my spine, and Fnatic's as well, completely singling out all of these players, and a great shooting. Positioning as well with the silencer M4. Solid choices. It's kind of tough to call. I think Kaze was kind of stylish, but the rest...
If he wins, he has to award that one to Fnatic for giving it to him in a way. Like, he has to at least give them a thank you.
Are you saying like petition to rename that CS Money Play of the Day Fnatic Throw?
Yeah, yeah.
CS Money Fnatic Throw of the Day.
CS Money. Yeah. Okay, anywho, moving on swiftly.
Moving on swiftly, where we're going next. Heku, you're in with our MVP check-in.
Yeah, James, I'm gonna give you an update on the Mersk MVP check-in. Yesterday we had Hobbit and Zoe in the top, but today we have a little bit of change because Hobbit and Shiro are still in the top, but instead of Brolin, now we have Crimbo. Crimbo was pretty successful against Rare Atom. It didn't really matter on what map they were facing them. He was on the top. This is the reason he got promoted from the academy team to the main team, and he is definitely shooting and doing everything that is possible in his hands. And also, we have some really big changes when it comes to the Americas, because yesterday we had Zoe, Big Guzer, and Skulls, but today it is Liquid. We have only the Liquid guys, Elish, Naf, and Osi, and probably the things that were like we saw from Elish. All of you Elish pickers, you are probably celebrating because that guy was absolutely unstoppable. It didn't matter if it was Inferno, if it was Nuke, he was just getting all of those kills, he was getting all of those assists, and in the end of the day, they managed to close that Nuke and finish with a 2-0. Back to you, James.
A little bit of Julie action at the end.
Feels good. Feels good when it works, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're a big fan of the Julies?
I hate the duels.
Can you play them? I cannot.
I used to, but not anymore. I feel like they I don't know where the bulls are going, honestly.
It's just a spray in.
But I have realized that is actually the move to put your team in a very good position. If you don't like the dualies, you just drop them, drop 2 dualies, and then just play with the USP.
Your whole career again, just dropping weapons.
I'll buy armor for myself, and then the rest can figure out what they want to do. You know.
Let's have a look at our overview for tomorrow, though, boys, because it is nearly time for sleepy time. But before that, we should remind you guys all at home the games we've got coming your way. Only one EU game, and it is Cloud9 taking on NIP. NIP got to give us their best foot forward if they want to have a chance going up against the monstrous Cloud9. Then we move into the clash that has become quite the rivalry. Complexity versus Imperial. It always does deliver. And then ending the day, it's EG going up against Furia. Which EG are we going to get? We'll have to see, because Furia will be fierce and ferocious as always to put the hurdle on them and try and book themselves that semi-final spot.
That is indeed going to be amazing. I never know if you're actually closing the show or if you're coming back to us, because you have this like suave voice the way you end up the schedule. So I'm just basically waiting. I'm like, smile at the camera. Maybe we're just going away, and no, we're not. And we're back.
James, take it away. Take it away.
Sleepy time. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching.